needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game.
Battlemaster's gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall.
Bomb drops. He shot on Blinzo. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Take down.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Friday and Saturday, 4 teams from each region got eliminated, and now North America and Europe are going to be fighting it out in the finals today. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Championship Sunday. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host. I am once again joined with Zico, Venruki, and Supatiz. We saw North America and Europe the last couple of days. Supatiz, what has been your highlight over these last games that we saw?
I feel like there's so many, it's hard to say. That one game yesterday with the Golden Guardians against Space Station Gaming, where I'm thinking like, how are the Golden Guardians still alive? 10 minutes, apps are to zoom, everyone's 50%, 5 minutes that go by. How are they still alive? Another 2 minutes. How are they still alive? Is this actually, are they going to win this game? I mean, like that was probably the most nutty game. So I think, was that game 3? Might have been game 3 between them yesterday. If you didn't watch the VOD, I feel like that's a game that you definitely need to go back and watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly a lot of highlights. Let's look at the North American bracket. We can see all of the teams that got eliminated and the ones that are currently still in. We have OTK, Cloud9, Space Station, and Kauai. However, the teams that even got eliminated yesterday, I am certainly looking forward to seeing them play for the rest of these cups. And so hopefully we'll see them in a couple of weeks. But these are the teams that currently remain. We will see them play later on today. Are there any teams that you're kind of rooting for, Zico?
Well, you know, if I could pick, I would want everybody to win here, of course.
Oh my!
I'm friends with a lot of
You're
these
not.
guys. No, I'm just kidding. That's a Canadian answer. I'm just kidding. I think OTK is looking really hot. No, I think OTK is looking really hot, and it's going to be interesting to see that matchup versus Cloud9, since OTK, they got the melee cleaves, but they also got that Windwalker Mage, which Cloud9 did beat yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see what they run. And I know you didn't ask me, Aya, but my favorite matchup yesterday was for sure the Charlotte Phoenix Kauai matchup. If you guys didn't see it yesterday, please go back and watch it. It's insane.
Yeah, that was definitely a good one. If you guys click on the World of Warcraft channel, all of those VODs, they're nice and neatly clipped. So you can just search the team name in all of the past VODs if you want to check out anything from Friday and Saturday. But North America, that's going to be second. We're going to start off the day with Europe here. We can look at that bracket, the 4 teams that remain over in this region. We've got SkillCap DU, Method, Oldness Strikes, and Reload Esports. What about you, Ben? Which European team are you hoping to see win today?
Well, I don't know if I have one that I'm really hoping to win, but I think the thing that's most interesting for me in this bracket is going to, of course, be Method and SkillCap DU in that upper bracket. This is something we've seen time and time again over the years. Both of them have slightly different rosters, but yeah, I'm curious to see who's going to come out ahead in the initial stages, what Method's going to run, if they're going to tag in Waz, as he's the only rogue, I believe, left in the European region right now. So we'll have to see if he does end up getting implemented at all, or if they're once again going to go ahead and play that Shadow Priest Mage. And then, of course, in the lower bracket, we have 2 Ret Warrior Shamans. This is a composition that is pretty popular in Europe. And I think we're going to start out with a big cleave matchup to start off the day.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. If you guys are watching from home, I would love to hear from you guys and who you are rooting for in which region. And I am just ready to get going here. There's going to be a lot of exciting matchups today. And like I said already, we are going to start off the morning in the European side. While these teams get ready, we can look at the schedule and check out the games that we're going to be seeing here to start off the day. Oldness Strikes versus Reload Esports will be the first one here. Supatiz, want to make any predictions on this matchup?
I mean, I'm expecting Ret Paladin versus Ret Paladin. I just want to see the mirror.
That's fair.
Which is the best Ret in Europe at the moment between Kara and Mystic. That's really what I would be looking forward to in this series. And I think Warrior Ret Paladin into Warrior Ret Paladin is really intense. Both of those specializations right now do a lot of damage with burst and sustain overall, so it's going to be really tough to figure out who's going to come out ahead in a matchup like that. That's what I want. That's what I'm expecting. I don't really think there's any like curveballs. Like Nixie is the 4th on Oldness Strikes, but he plays Rogue, Windwalker, and overlaps with Warrior on Nerd Rage. Like he overlaps quite a bit with the classes Nerd Rage has. So I don't think they have a Death Knight. We saw Death Knight as kind of the go-to for anti-ret, Frost Death Knight, and I'm pretty sure
he has a Death Knight.
He has a Frost Death Knight, so maybe they'll do that. Yeah. They might go for a Frost Death Knight play in game 1, but I still want to see the Rets. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, well, we'll see shortly if they do bring out that red. It is game number 1, Oldness Strikes versus Reload Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this should be an interesting one, and it looks like... Whoa. Okay. Oldness Strikes, they're going to be locking in what we thought, which is that Ret Warrior Resto Shaman, and then Reload Esports, they are going to be mixing it up. Mercy going back on the Warlock and Valet on the Shadow Priest, so... playing a bit of a Rot and Dot specialization here. Composition is Reload Esports. We'll have to see if it ends up working out for them. I feel like if there was a composition you probably would not Rot, it was be Ret Warrior Shaman, so I'm not sure if this was a great pick.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to work out, but Mercy, back on his main here, you know, we've been seeing him on that Warrior all tournament long, but now he's going to be on that Warlock. He gets a nice Howl of Terror here onto Kara. Kara now gets dispelled into a Hammer of Justice. Tana with a nice silence as well. Delay, getting a lot of damage here with that Power Infusion. Actually, surprising amount here of rot damage onto everybody. Kara rotting down slowly, Tana rotting down slowly, but as soon as they catch Mercy on that Warlock, he is going to be in a world of trouble here. He needs to make sure that he is always kiting, and kiting.
He's doing a good job so far. He's got Dark Lair, Dark Soul out. This is going to be a big momentum swing for the Warlock, and Resto Shaman actually does struggle a lot to heal through damage over time effects, so I think that they locked the Affliction Warlock as like a mini counter to the Restoration Shaman that they knew Tana had to play on this roster, and you can see that it's working out well, unlike the Holy Paladin that doesn't really care about dots. But Valet now getting swapped to and just dropped, didn't trade cooldowns, got one tapped, had everything available. Didn't press
he
it.
He actually died through Blessing of Protection. So they used Blessing of Protection, and he died from 30% through Blessing of Protection. So, I mean, they did try to trade something, but the Ret Paladin said, yep, I don't care, goodbye. And I think it's kind of funny that they spent so much time going after the Warlock, they couldn't catch him, and then just look at the Priest for a second, and then evaporated him.
All right, well, Oldness Strikes starting off the morning with a bang, currently up 1-0 versus Reload Esports here. Is that something that you think they're going to be able to repeat here? Here's the replay as well from the first game.
All right, so here we got Mercy just doing a good job kiting. He's got the Blessing of Freedom, Nerd Rage, deciding, okay, well, let's go after this Priest. We're not going to reach the Warlock. The Warlock activates his Dark Soul. He's trying to pump out big damage here. And there's some decent fears there onto Kara, but now he finally gets out. Valet wanted to gate right there. He gets Storm Bolted, and there is the Shadow Fury. So he thought, okay, I got a false sense of security there from the Shadow Fury, but he gets trinketed by Kara, and then he's just, he's the victim of that red damage right there. And actually, they were losing on mana as well. I don't know how significant that was, but Lontar was slightly behind of Tana in terms of mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunate to see Valet go down there. A bit of a Shadow Priest legend in the European realm, so kind of unfortunate we didn't get to really see that composition play out for them. Do you think this is going to be something that they try again, then, with Valet on that Shadow Priest?
Well, I would say they knew exactly what Oldest Strikes was going to run, and they picked that composition as a counter. So if they go in and they pick a large map, and once again, we see the side of Oldest Strikes lock in that same composition, I think Reload Esports might try the same matchup. It's just like you said, I mean, it's just one of those things where you have a composition, you think it's going to work, and then you kind of just get unlucky, you get crit on really, really hard, die through Blessing of Protection, and you kind of just misread the situation a little bit, because it did seem like it was actually working out for them a little bit, so I would like for them to try it again.
Yeah, and you know, we've kind of been seeing a lot of that as well, just these like one-shot deaths. What can we attribute this to, CPTs? Is it these players kind of getting used to like the pacing of being on a tournament realm, or what are we seeing here?
Well, there's old cooldowns and new cooldowns. So against a paladin, usually you're worried when Avenging Wrath is up. So if they sprout wings, you're worried and you're afraid. But there are other cooldowns like Seraphim that are a little bit more invisible, which you activate every 45 seconds and you gain a lot of your base stats. This is scaling with the Divine Toll Pelagos conduit. Now I'm getting like really specific. So when you Divine Toll, you get a bunch of mastery. Then that mastery is scaled by your Seraphim. So now all your holy damage is just as scary as it is during wings, but it's a little bit more invisible. And you might be looking at the Paladin like, he didn't press wings, or they didn't press wings. I don't need to disperse, right? But he pressed Divine Toll. He got that mastery buff. He probably had Seraphim. So he was just as threatening, and they needed to trade something, and they under-responded. So as players adjust to those new cooldown icons, I think that they'll be like, oh, that's when I trade. That made sense. I died there because Divine Toll and Seraphim, and I needed to press Dispersion in that instance and use something else later on for Avenging Wrath. But yeah, so readjusting to the new icons, getting used to Rep Paladins having more than just one threat. But obviously Rep Paladins do a lot of damage and a lot of healing at the moment, but if you make the fair trades, I think that this comp will work for Reload Esports.
Yeah, and also, unfortunately, they don't really have a lot of time to get used to the new pacing here, especially on that tournament realm. They only have 4 cups, including this one, to make it up into that circuit series later on in the season. And these guys are in the lower bracket, so loser of this series is unfortunately knocked out of the tournament, and that's going to be less points for them. But we've got both compositions here out on the board, picked by both teams, going to be going to Tolveron. Reload Esports opting to choose that Warlock Shadow Priest composition once again. Zico, do you feel like they're going to have a better chance now that they're on Tolveron?
Oh yeah, for sure. Tolveron is going to be great for them, but I'm not sold on this composition. I feel like maybe, well, we only have that one game to go after, and it was kind of an unfortunate ending there, but I feel like Reload picked this because they don't want to mirror Oldness Strikes, and I don't think they have another option that's as good. Because I feel like you don't want to mirror Nerd Rage on Warrior with an alt warrior on your team, because he's definitely going to outclass most warrior mains even. So I think this is kind of maybe an experiment here, but for sure Tolveron is going to be very helpful with that Warlock Legendary that slows everybody. You're going to have freedom, you're going to have tons of room to move around with, but I also feel like Tana is going to be able to sit down and drink whenever he wants to. Kara can just kind of sit back and throw out some Word of Glories and just line of sight, or even just hard somebody and get a lot of burst. And that's going to give Tana a lot of time to just sit back and drink and make sure he's ready for the late game.
Mm-hmm. All right, here going into Tolveron game number 2. Reload Esports currently looking to tie it up here. It is Oldness Strikes versus Reload Esports 1-0.
Well, let's see what they can get done here. I think, obviously, so from my personal experience against Ret Warrior on a balance druid, is if they're attacking you, you're dead. So you have to kite and avoid damage basically the entire game. You have to always be ahead of them and trying to outrun them, and that should be the main goal. Mercy was obviously doing a really excellent job of that, so much so that they gave up hitting him and attacked the Shadow Priest. So I want to see cooldowns traded effectively on Valet and kind of the same sort of kiting tactics. Play and anticipate the damage a little bit ahead of time, and I think they'll be able to pull this off. Kara, Tana, and Nerd Rage are running in. I think Mind Games, Hammer of Justice actually needs to go into Kara. He's a better healer than Tana on that Restoration Shaman for this type of damage. So if you Mind Games the Word of Glory, you Hammer of Justice the Word of Glory, you'd be good. But we see that Divine Toll right off the bat, cleaving 3 members of Reload Esports. They respond appropriately, though, using the Demonic Gateway to escape out into midfield. They swap to Valet. Valet greater fades. Good trade on that Spear of Bastion. However, now the fade's over, so they're going to stun Kara with Psychic Horror, try and slow down his advance. Really good rot pressure from Mercy. They've left that Warlock open. Look at this damage right now. Tana in a silence gets sanctuaried out. No, he's actually just going to have to sit the full silence down to half, has Ascendance available. He's playing it patiently and kind of greedy, not popping that Ascendance immediately on the Dark Soul, but it looks like he's going to make it out alive. Mercy on the back foot. Lone Tar trading Sacrifice to restabilize. Like I said, if the Warrior and Ret are connecting, you basically have to have a cooldown up. So I like Lone Tar just anticipating that ahead of time with the Sacrifice, but he needs to get ready. Kara's in pursuit. Mercy is on top of his port, gets life gripped away from his port, and now he can use that body and soul sprint, it looks like, from the power word shield of Valet. Is Valet actually running body and soul? That's pretty risky. His dispersion is a very long cooldown. If he does that, he is.
Yeah, I guess he's willing to risk it at this point. He did use the dispersion, so Kara once again and Nerd Rage are opting, hey, this Warlock appears to be very slippery. He's got the demonic circle, he's got the gateway, he's getting life grip, he's getting freedom, everybody's snared. Warlock actually has a lot of mobility to survive. The one thing for Reload Esports they really have to be careful of, and the one thing that's difficult for them in this matchup, is they have to kind of just rot everyone down. They have to play an incredibly good job. They have to do an incredibly good job defensively to stay alive. And meanwhile, they have to avoid the one-shots from Oldness Strikes. So Oldness Strikes, they just have to stay up on a target. If they can for long enough, they can just absolutely obliterate them like we saw in game number 1. And that really is the scary thing here for Reload Esports. If they don't play well defensively, this matchup could be an absolute nightmare for them. And you can see a preemptive Blessing of Protection as Valet is still getting chopped up here.
Oh, this could be a scary moment here. Lontar is going to need to do some big heals here. And Mercy, whenever he's left up, he does a lot of damage here. He needs to make sure that the pressure is happening. Nice setup here coming out from Reload Esports to get the silence. They get the Psychic Horror onto Kara, but now Valet in a lot of trouble here. Activates the Greater Fade right there. He gets stunned on it. Sacrifice is going to come out there by Lontar. And Delay with that long dispersion cooldown. Had to use it early on in the match, and it's still 45 seconds away. It's not going to look too good for him in the next couple of seconds here. No Greater Fade, no nothing basically. Mercy's just going to have to spam out those fears. Kara needs to just try to get on his target, and Mercy needs to basically just play goalkeeper at this point. Right now, they're actually going after Mercy here, trying to lock him down, but Valet, with a nice leap of faith, is going to keep him alive. They actually like that they're going after Valet more than Mercy. Mercy takes more damage, but Valet just is easier to stick to because he doesn't have that demonic circle and all those slows. He's also playing Venthyr over a Night Fae, whereas Mercy's playing that Night Fae, so he can blink around with that soul shape whenever he wants to, basically.
They have a really interesting build. So like body and soul, so the power word shield sprint to target. Lontar's playing a legendary where every time he spends holy power, it reduces the cooldown on Blessing of Freedom and Sacrifice and Blessing of Protection, so he can sprint his partners around. They're playing like a mobility dot cleave where they're just trying to run as fast as possible and get away from the Rep Paladin. It's an interesting strategy. I have to wait to see if it works out. Right now, they're targeting down Tana with heavy focus fire. They interrupt Kara. Tana's in trouble. Drops that Spirit Link Totem. They caught him out in midfield and forced a very important cooldown. If Lontar can maintain his mana, their pressure is substantial, but Valet is now getting targeted. He's going to use that Demonic Gateway, try and cross midfield and get out of there as soon as possible. Even Mercy running the Demonic Gateway honor talent so that the players can use the gateway more frequently, and it's a longer distance. So this is an entirely unique strategy. I've not seen a team focus all of their talents and legendaries into this heavy mobility, but it makes sense. Rep Paladins and Warriors, probably the lower mobility melee options. Enhancement Shamans are cringing at me right now, but they're definitely on the lower end of mobility. So if you can just outdo them in that arms race of mobility, it should work out for them. And I'm curious to see if it does.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this build, and so far it is looking pretty good. Lontar has burned through a little bit of mana here, but I think if things play out like this, Reload Esports will eventually win this game. But Oldness Strikes, they just need one opportunity where they can throw down the Spear of Bastion and have high uptime on a target, and they can take them down very, very quickly, like we saw in game number 1. So, have to be very careful. Tana right now in the open, getting swapped to. Big drain life coming in from Mercy. Let's see if Tana can escape. Looks like he will be able to get to the pillar, potentially throw out a Dispel on himself, but Valet, once again, with freedom, just sprinting around. Dispersion did get forced out there, but Nerd Rage and Kara are really struggling to find a target in this match that they can consistently sit on, and that really does come down to this build that they play. Reload Esports as well. Mercy, in particular, he's playing the Void Elf, so he has even more mobility by being a Void Elf, being able to use that racial. So it's intelligent decision, and this is a matchup you wouldn't think that the Shadow Priest Warlock could actually win, and maybe they won't. It's getting a little bit close there on Valet. Fade does come in. Valet's still just running around. Now on top of the gateway is going to be able to use that. And of course, one of the great things about Affliction Warlock this expansion is their new legendary that makes it so anytime they corruption, they put a snare, and that's why this build is so successful. If Mercy just puts his corruption on everyone, everyone is basically snared the entire game. Valet can purge off the freedoms that Kara is able to put up, and it just makes it really difficult for this cleave to stick on a target.
Oh, here we go. Big push onto Valet here. Lontar is going to have his work cut out for him. Valet right now in a very dangerous situation. He has nothing. Nice cap totem into Hammer of Justice. Valet might need to be very careful here. Couple of seconds left on that fade. Actually choosing to go aggressive here. Mercy now counter pressuring here with his Dark Soul as well. Valet activating that power infusion right there. Now he's going to have that greater fade rotating back up. Beautiful gateway right there. He's going to target Tana a little bit as well there with those dots. And now they can't really reach him anymore. He is also going to have that dispersion. So they're going to go after Mercy. Oh, they actually get the spear on the port right there. Mercy forced to use his unending resolve. He gets life grip there by Valet as well. But Nerdridge's all over him. Still nice pressure here by Nerdridge with that avatar active. Valet has no trinket as well. But he does have that void shift. His trinket is going to come up in about 10 seconds. Night Fae, Soul Shape coming out onto Tana. They get the silence there. And Nerdridge gets erased right there. Did he dispel you away or what was that?
I don't think he can dispel you away. But
Wait, no, yeah, he can. He's a warrior.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think Valet was able to just get out a bunch of bursts there, and that's the thing. I mean, you're trying to go after this Warlock, such a slippery target. In the meantime, the Shadow Priest, if he can set it up with the big mind games, he can drop someone really, really quickly. And you got to give it up to Reload Esports, bringing in the Shadow Priest Warlock, making it work against this cleave. I didn't think it would work, but it seemed to do great.
Okay, so we got a replay here. Let's see. I actually didn't see that at all. I was just checking. Okay, he's kiting. He's looking good. So we get a Howl of Terror here. This is the Spear of Bastion that forced out the Unending Resolve. There's the grip, and now they're like Nerdridge chasing after Mercy here. What does Kara do here? This is the big question right now. So Kara, he's sitting in that Hammer of Justice, and Belay, he's just pushing back here, getting the Shadow Word Death, just doing a lot of damage. Kara had his trinket, had probably a Word of Glory. I feel like they still had a lot of response there, but just I guess a really surprising amount of burst from those Roth classes coming out.
All right, well, Reload Esports making it work, tying this up 1-1 in this best of 5 series here. They made it work in game number 2 on Tolvaron on the side of Reload Esports with that Warlock Shadow Priest. But the question is Skill Cap DU gonna choose a map that's able to counter this composition, Zico?
Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna go to a small map now. Probably gonna see like Hook Point or Dalaran Sewers or something come out in that next game, but I feel like the strategy was actually, it looked kind of good. Like they were just running around.
I'm gonna go Void Elf on my Priest and play with a Void Elf Lock. Night Fae Void Elf Warlock. Just infinity blinks.
Man, all right, well, that was a super good second match here. Now we're tied up 1-1. Game number 3 should be coming up shortly here. Skill Cap DU to choose their map pretty soon. Zico predicting they're going to choose a small map. And is it likely that they switch off this composition then, Ben? I mean, how well would Shadow Priest Warlock even work on a map such as Hook Point?
Not as well, that's for sure. I feel like if we go to Hook Point, this is not going to be something that they're going to want to lock in. And of course,
look at that.
It is going to be Hook Point. Yeah, would you look at that?
Yep.
Now Reload Esports are taking a bit of time trying to figure out what they want to do. But if they locked in the Shadow Priest Warlock here, I would be really surprised. I mean, maybe it could work, but I mean, it's just so small in comparison. They are going to try it, so going to that smaller map, still going to be able to implement and utilize a lot of that mobility, but it's going to be much easier on this map for Kara and Nerd Rage to sit on their target. Also, for Tana to throw in, purges on the freedoms, which is massive. If he can immediately purge off those freedoms, it becomes a lot more difficult for Valet and Mercy to kite. I mean, it's not an unwinnable matchup for Reload Esports, but definitely harder on this map.
Yeah, and it's something that we've seen pulled off before as well. And even on the last map, Supities, I didn't really feel like the melee classes on Old West Strikes had much of a difficulty making that connection, increasing their uptime on Reload Esports. And I feel like now it's just going to be even easier. And it seems like it's going to be a difficult game here for Reload Esports.
I don't know. I actually feel like they have so much mobility that I think Valet should be more afraid. But if I'm Mercy with Port, long distance gateway, Night Fae blink, Void Elf blink, my Paladin's freedoming me, I get sprinted by my Priest. Like, I feel like if I'm Mercy, I'm kind of happy. I'm having fun. If I'm Valet, maybe I'm a little bit worried. But that's the threat, right? Having the Warlock there. If you attack Valet because he's easier to hit, the Warlock free casting is going to kill your whole team. So it's a bit of a clock there. Can you kill Valet? Because he's easier to hit, faster than Mercy kills all of you. And that's where the intensity is going to be built in this game.
This is where you kind of wish Nixie was like an enhancement shaman.
Oh, yeah, that would... Yeah.
I feel like enhancement shaman, if you put an enhancement shaman with the warrior instead of a retribution paladin, it would decimate this comp. But they are going to once again lock in the same thing. Not too surprising, honestly, especially on the smaller map. They got a great shot in this one, but Reload Esports, you really can't count them out. And I mean, this isn't a matchup I've seen too often, and it seemed like it was actually going really well for them on the Grand. It just kind of randomly got gibbed, and then that was very convincing on that last map.
Why do you think this team decided to sort of hold off on playing this composition until today? I mean, this is the first time that we're seeing Valet sort of play here on Reload Esports so far this season, Zico.
They probably just figured that in this matchup, this is their best bet. And in the previous matchups, they had Mystic in there on the Rat. They had, Mercy on the Warrior, and it went pretty well for them so far. I mean, they were in upper semis, I'm pretty sure, when they lost. And that was a close series as well. So I feel like now is just an opportunity, I guess, going into this melee cleave. And I don't know, the first game was kind of a random gib. The second game looked convincing, but I feel like the second game looks convincing partly because of the map. If Reload wins on a small map now at this comp, then I'm 100% convinced that, this comp is really good. This is a great answer.
Oh yeah, well, we'll see soon here if Reload Esports can win on a small map with this double caster composition. It's Oldness Strikes versus Reload Esports tied up 1-1.
And Nerd Rage also went Kyrian Warrior for that spear, and it worked out. It got the portal one time on the Warlock, so good to cancel out those mobility cooldowns that Reload Esports is trying to play around. I like that adaptation from Nerd Rage. Valet wants to position far away. Mercy also already has a gateway. Is he going to gate out of the spear? He does. Look how, even on a small map, that's still a pretty long distance. Now, Mercy has options. He can Night Fae Blink, or he could get in range of his port and try and port. Right now, he's just fearing Kara and line of sighting Nerd Rage, letting Valet poke them for free. Valet can even go after Tana. Now he's in a stun. He breaks out of the stun. Night Fae, Soul Shape. Oh, they overlap with Life Grip. They can't afford to overlap like that. They only have a limited number of mobility options. Nerd Rage is going to get a bit of uptime here on Mercy. Needs to get in a position where he can use that portal. He's going to portal, get sprinted with freedom right when he portals. So he's super fast. He's so fast, and they're slowed by the corruption. I like that timing on the freedom with the port, and look at the enemy team just getting decimated. This is where I want to see Hammer of Justice on Kara, mind games on Kara, like CC the Ret Paladin. Kara heals more than Tana, period. So put your crowd control on Kara, and then the rot damage will really start to sink in. I think if they start allocating it like that, they're going to build some momentum.
This is crazy. I mean, finally some uptime coming in from Nerd Rage and Kara. Like you said, that little bit of an overlap with the Soul Shape and the Life Grip. He
got pulled on it.
Spear of Bastion on his portal. Beautifully done there by Nerd Rage, but Mercy still manages to escape for a moment. But this is where it's really dangerous as a Warlock. You don't have freedom. You don't have any more mobility, and you are getting chopped up. Mercy's struggling in this moment. Does he have a gateway soon? He's sitting on top of his gateway, potentially looking for a Life Grip, and that gateway is just across the entire map. But guess what? Nerd Rage is back on top of target. Mercy's going to have to hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah, and that previous time when they got the spear, they actually Hammer of Justice Lontar. He had to use his human ratio to get out of that one and his sacrifice. So they're starting to get some cooldowns here. They already got the unending resolve as well. So on the smaller map, definitely getting a lot more uptime here. But also Valet here reigning supreme on that Shadow Priest right now, doing a lot of damage with that Void Form, doing tons of burst. Lontar now in a Hammer of Justice. If they can reach Mercy here, could be very, very scary. Kara lands the interrupt. Nerder is about to reconnect on his target, but I feel like Mercy now has his Night Fae Blink, he's got his gateway, he's got his port, he's got everything he needs. He resummons his pet right there, and there's the Spear of Bastion. Here we go. Here comes the damage. Tana in a counterspell. Valet looking to set up a Psychic Scream, and here we go. Valet now also launching big burst damage. There's the offensive Blessing of Protection. Big damage here onto Tana. Tana gonna use the Trinket Ascendance and his Shield Wall ability right there. Now Kara chasing after him here with his wings active as well. Lontar's gonna have to do some serious work here. Nice grip there by Valet. He's gonna keep Mercy all the way on the opposite side of the map once again, and the raw pressure is looking great so far for Reload Esports.
Oh, a swap over to Valet. Valet's not nearly as slippery as that Warlock, already down to half health, trying to avoid damage. And it looks like they're even swapping to Lontar on the small map. That could be an option for them. Just hit whatever's nearby. Mana is even between the teams here. Definitely more pressure overall. Maybe an even amount of pressure actually between the teams. 3 minutes in. I feel like Mercy has been under fire. Tan has been under fire. It's back and forth. It's still anyone's game, which you don't actually want to see as Oldness Strikes because you picked the small map to try and get an advantage. So if it's looking even on your advantaged map, that's bad news. Kara's going to Sanctuary the Hammer of Justice here. Finally, I see Reload Esports getting some crowd control. It feels like they were just only focused on moving around the map and not getting crowd control. They need to balance both, and if they can, they'll find victory here. But there's the Spear Bastion. Mercy is pinned down. Lots of damage. Lontar's trying to recover. Life grip from Valet, waiting for that spear. Kara in pursuit with Nerd Rage, Blade storming at the target. Now switching to Valet. They're not going to chase after that Night Fae Warlock any longer. Valet's got Void Elf though, so if he's got his little image slipping away in any moment, he might be able to teleport. I'm not sure if he can tank this for too long. It's going to cost a lot of mana. He's interrupted on Vampiric Touch, but Mercy is left open. Nerd Rage doesn't want that. He's going to charge over. Kara freedoming in. Stormbolt, connect. They stun Nerd Rage. They peel him off of Mercy. Howl of Terror out. I like the crowd control engagement here from Reload Esports. Dark Glare is up. Power Infusion. That's a double Power Infusion. 2 targets with a ton of haste. Dive of the Sword forced out on a Nerd Rage. Tana in the Hammer of Justice. No Sanctuary available. Everybody rotten down. Kara trying to support the team, tossing out some Word of Glories and begins to recover, but Dark Soul is still available. Mercy at any moment can pull the trigger on that. Lontar and Hammer of Justice, though. Mercy trying to focus on surviving. He's caught in a Stormbolt. Big hit there. Nice bop on the spear. Mercy going to Soul Shape away. Now they swap over to Valet, trying to keep them on the back foot. But Mercy, he's open. He's getting a lot of unstable afflictions. He's got Dark Soul. Mercy could pull the trigger on this whenever he wants. Maybe Portal, go for a Gateway Dark Soul. There's the Warbreaker. He ports the Sharpened Blade. Freedom sprint away from the Sharpened Blade. Mercy doing whatever he can to avoid the damage here. Try to deter them from hitting him so he can get that Dark Soul off.
Whoa.
They have silence. They've got the stuns. They just need to engage.
They get the dispersion. I mean, they literally look at Valet for a second. He's forced to use the dispersion. Mercy doing a great job with this mobility. This entire team is doing a great job with this composition. Now you see Nerd Rage getting rotted down. Hammer of Justice on Tana. Kara's going to have to back him up a little bit. The Blessing of Sanctuary does come in. Oldness Strikes is able to stabilize. And I feel like because Tana can kind of stay a lot closer to Kara in this match, it's not nearly as scary for him as on Pulveron. He was constantly split up from his team, but still, this rot pressure from Reload Esports is immense. Tana's burning through a lot of mana, but still not too far behind compared to Lontar, and I feel like it's really unlikely either one of these healers is really going to get to drink. Mercy gets bursted. Gateway comes in. He's able to cross the map to safety. Kara and Nerd Rage now going after Valet, and Valet still no dispersion for quite some time. This is a nice swap from Kara and Nerd Rage. Valet has to be very careful. If they can get the sacrifice from Lontar, that would be massive. Hammer of Justice on Lontar. He's going to use his Trinket, the Gladiator's Medallion, to break out of that. Continue the heals on his team, and unfortunately that swap to Valet. I mean, I guess it did get the Gladiator's Medallion, but not able to get too much more.
And Mercy taking a lot of damage right now. There's the Void Shift coming out from Belay, and now he's trying to counter pressure with that Power Infusion. Tana responding there with the Ascendance. And Tana's mana is not looking great. Now Nerd Rage taking huge damage right there, but the Ascendance is active. Should be enough to keep him alive. Belay now casting Shadow right here. A little bit scary for him. Won't be able to use that Greater Fate. If he gets locked here, takes a kick right there to the face. And now Kara with the wings doing a lot of damage. There's the Blessing of Protection coming out. Lontar does not want to be risking that one at all. And Mercy gonna have his cooldowns rotating back up kind of shortly here, 20 more seconds or so. So Valet right now looking like the main target, taking huge damage, gating away to safety. Is it going to be enough? Do they have the damage? The spear comes out. Nerd Rage, one execute. He's going to take him down.
All right, Oldness Strikes winning game number 3 here, 2-1 now on match point for this next upcoming game. They were looking pretty good on the side of Reload Esports. It looked like they almost got that composition to work, but in the end, it just wasn't quite enough now, and now these guys are really feeling the pressure, Super D's.
I still feel like they misplayed that at the end. I feel like Valacia, he cast Door of Shadows here on the replay like 8 times trying to get away. He could have just walked to the gate. I'm pretty sure he can use gate right now. He hasn't used it. But he just kept casting Door over and over and over. And then they bop him after he gets kicked twice. Like he gets kicked here. Why not just bop him here? And then he tries to cast again. And then he gets kicked again. And then he gets bopped. It's like, great, I can't do anything. I'm bopped and I'm kicked. And then he could move to the gateway. but he just wants to tank them. Again, it's because you kind of feel comfortably, like, I'm bopped, I'm safe, I can be here. Then he starts moving to the gate, but then he's already too low. He gates. Lone Tar doesn't have many cooldowns. Bubbles crowd control. It's just unrecoverable at that point. I feel like the end of that game just unraveled. They needed to just start moving away, not try to attack
Do you
right
think
at
they
that
just
moment.
didn't move? Valet didn't move out of the way close enough. He just held on too long.
It's really hard to gauge, like, because you're thinking like, oh, it's our turn, well, I'm going to attack, and it's like, no,
Right.
if the Ret and the Warrior are in melee range of you, you're dead. So you need to be out of melee range, like, as soon if they're both on you, you are dead. I just feel like they could have managed it better and avoided getting interrupted twice. Like, Valet just got taken out of the game for 20 seconds, and that could have been avoided.
Well, he also used his fade there in that bop, and then he instantly cast
Yeah,
which
that was-
removes the fade. I feel like if he just held on to the fade after the bop, he could have gated and then faded, and probably bought enough time to get that dispersed too. It was like 10 seconds away.
I think so. Yeah, it was off cooldown after he died. So it's
I feel like
definitely a
that's
mismanagement.
That's the tricky thing about this matchup, though, is they have to not mess up their. Basically, they have to rotate perfectly. If they ever make a mistake and Oldness Strikes capitalizes on the mistake, they instantly lose. And for Reload Esports, it's a rot, it's a dot. You put up your dots. You maybe by some miracle, Valet can take someone down, but that is a big if. You're playing the mana bar, you're playing the long game, and if you mess up at all during that long game, you can get taken down. So definitely a really scary matchup for them. And Oldness Strikes winning on game number 1, honestly, I feel like this series is looking really good for them because they can always go back to another small map, which is going to make it really difficult for Reload Esports to actually pull off 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, they were looking pretty solid on that. I mean, you guys saw Nerd Rage almost go down just a few times. So I definitely wonder if they're going to decide to play this composition again. It is their map choice, so they do have the option of going to a larger map that will play into the caster composition just a little bit better here. So we'll see shortly what they do decide to do. But what do you think Super T is do? Do you think they need to switch it up, or are they going to try this once more?
You definitely go big map and play the same thing. That comp, I feel like if you play it perfectly, should win. If you're anticipating and moving away all the time and using your mobility cooldowns, I feel like it should win. It's specifically because it's a Resto Shaman. If they were Holy Paladin Ret Warrior, I would say get off this. There's no way. You're not going to do enough damage through the Holy Paladin to make it work, but it's specifically because it's a Shaman. If they get more crowd control in the Ret Pally, like stun Ret Paladin, stun Healer, more coordination like that, then they'll have more windows to win before the deep dampening and maybe get Kara afraid. And force them off with damage. So if just flipping between a little bit more of coordinated crowd control on top of the mobility. I mean, it's a lot of mobility, and this might be something that they're not used to because like Warlock didn't have Portal in Battle for Azeroth. So now Mercy needs to get used to having Portal and then get used to having Night Fade Blink and get like, you play a Warlock, you went from literally just being a stick in the mud stuck in one spot to like, oh my God, like I have 6 things I could blink right now. And you've got to like, is that the right one? Did I blink the right way? I could door here. Should I fade now? Do I gate over? Like, you have to figure that out in the game against a team that's just going to kill you in 2 seconds when they're in range. So if you mismanage it, they catch you. If you don't use it, they just kill you. And then if you use it perfectly, you win. If they can figure it out, I feel like this is a comp that could do wonders for them, though, specifically in a matchup like this into a Shaman Healer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm sure that no matter what happens at the end of this series, that's probably something we're going to see again. You know, Mercy and Valet and Lone Tar, well, of course, and Mystic as well, all super powerful players here, but I'm loving this composition from Reload Esports. But we are going to go to Empyrean Domain here, the new map of Shadowlands here. We've seen it picked quite a lot. Seems to be favored over Ashmane's Fall. I could be wrong. I'd love to see the statistical data on that one. But it is game number 4, Oldness Strikes on match point versus Reload Esports.
I think you're right. I think what I said yesterday might be true, where this is now the new second favorite to these wizard compositions. I mean, there's just so much open space. That being said, there are some conveniently placed pillars for, you know, Tana, Kara, Nerd Rage to retreat to if they need to, but lots of open space on Imperium Domain, and it seems like this is kind of the new go-to outside Tolvaron Arena instead of Ashmane's Fall. But Kara and Nerd Rage, they're going to be starting off on Valet very early. Gateway is actually positioned across the entire map, and I don't know how much I like this because if Mercy has to gate, look at where Lone Tar is. He is so far away. He gets caught. He's going to take a long time to actually reconnect to Mercy, but beautiful demonic circle, and you can see Mercy, look at him sprinting with the body and soul. portaling away, and now it's up to Mercy to get out as much damage as possible as they go after Valet, and Valet's going to have to do a really good job managing all that mobility to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and that's a gateway out of the way for Valet, and now he's casting out those mind games, looking for some damage. Mercy already forced to run away here with his trinket and that soul shape. He's now in portal range, so he's going to be able to port and then gate. And of course, Kara and Nerd Rage, realizing this, they're going to go after Valet here instead. He still has that gateway debuff, so Valet, not sure why he's standing in that earthen wall totem right now on top of the gate, but he's not going to be able to use that for a while here. Gets to the boring plague out, and he's taking a lot of damage. He's going to be forced to use that dispersion right there because of that hammer of justice onto Lontar. Now Mercy being the victim of tab targeting, as we call it over in Europe, and right now he is in that spear. He's going to use the Dark Soul right there, and now Valet as well with that power infusion. Power up Nerd Rage, taking a massive chunk of damage from that Dark Soul and that power infusion, and that is exactly the kind of place we need to see here from Valet. Anytime Mercy's under pressure, he needs to just go and activate those cooldowns, and Mercy needs to do the same for Valet there. Excellent offense.
I like that, coordinating the Power Infusion and Dark Soul together. If they can do that again in 2 minutes, they might just close this out. Tana won't have Ascendance to recover. They're still feeling the pain. Kara has to bubble behind the pillar to the dot damage. Now they need to start worrying about mobility, though. Nerd Rage is in pursuit. Kara's on target. Valet stunned up. This is a huge hit. They bop it immediately, like that reaction. Here, they need to get them away from Valet. Maybe consider using the Door of Shadows now. They've got to get them away. They're still on target. No dispersion. Lone Tar in a stun. Lone Tar in a Hex. This could be the Void Shift for Valet. Still 3 seconds left on that Hex. Double Shadow Fury from Mercy. He should be spamming Fear in here onto the Red Paladin and get them off the Shadow Priest. They need to get some distance here. Mercy's just focusing on damage. He goes for an offensive Howl of Terror. Kara going to break it out with the Sanctuary. Here's the Sharpened Blade. Valet's in trouble. He's stunned up again. These Storm Bolts, your health just disappears. Mercy is trying to carry with counter pressure. It's going to be difficult, though. Valet repositioning to the gateway, getting ready. He has it available. Maybe waiting for a stun, but needs to use it. How much mobility do they have? Nerd Rage leaps back on target. Kara saved his freedom to sprint Nerd Rage in himself, but that was a nice fear on Kara, stopping him from connecting for a moment. But Lone Tar is stunned. Here comes the Divine Toll, potentially. Valet immediately using Disperse. I like this. Kite with the mobility that it grants. Try and get away. Oh, but there's the Spear of Bastion. Where's the Fade? He gets stunned on the Fade. He's stuck behind the pillar. Lone Tar goes for an Avenging Wrath, but this is the final Reckoning Divine Toll. Huge hit damage. Void Shift barely slips through from Valet to stay alive. They just can't get them off of Valet. They're just stuck on target. If Valet doesn't get distance and get away, he's dead.
That was sacrifice. That was dispersion. That was fade. That was everything. Valet's in so much trouble. He uses the Door of Shadows with Aura Mastery, finally able to get a little bit of distance, but I think Oldness Strikes has found their new target. Running after this Void Elf Affliction Warlock hasn't seemed to work out for them too well, but they are just going to attack what they can for now. But once they pull up their mobility, once Avenging Wrath is up, I expect them to once again go after Valet. It seems like he is the best target for them to go after in this matchup, as he's the one that's gone down in their 2 victories. But Oldness Strikes, they just want a moment to breathe. They're going to be hiding behind the pillar, topping themselves off.
Why?
And is everything okay?
Why did Valet power infuse? That was so random. He just powered, like, that's the big hit moment. He just pressed it and did nothing because there's no crowd control and no coordination with the Warlock. I don't know why he power infused like that.
Oh, Valet here in a big moment. Blade Storm coming out from Nerd Rage, getting a beautiful damage here. Valet gonna activate the Fade right there, and he's gonna have that dispersion rotating back up finally, and he might need to use it right away. Takes a lot of damage right now. If Kara can connect here, that could be it. No, Lontar gonna respond there with the Blessing of Protection there. And Valet now in a great spot here. Gonna get out some damage. Mercy as well. Beginning to rot everybody down now. Tana in a hand of justice there, and Tana takes a lot of damage. If they can get this mind game off, Tana could be in a world of trouble. They silence up Kara there, but Tana activating that Ascendance is going to keep himself alive, going to keep everybody on his team alive. Nice and offensive here. Nerd Rage still looking to build up the pressure. Lontar actually getting soloed here on the opposite side by Kara. Now Kara activating the wings. Lontar in a Hex. Nice CC chain. Beautiful reflect there on the Fear on Mercy as well by Nerd Rage, and that's going to net them the dispersion. Nice place here from Oldness Strikes.
Valet's getting connected to. He fades, but fades before the spear. He's interrupted. Trying to stabilize here. Caught in a stun. Lone Tar needs to power through this. Divine Toll. Big connect. He got a ringing clarity on that proc. Lone Tar Avenging Wrath. Divine Tolls himself back to full health. Valet still low. He's caught in the spear. Do they have a demonic gateway? They need to get away.
Sacrifice
like
is up.
right now, but sacrifice is over. Void form. Valet's trying to counter pressure, but there's no crowd control. They damage is not enough against a Ret Paladin. Free healing. They have to be stunned. They have to be silenced. They're just trying to overwhelm them, but you're not going to overwhelm Word of Glory. It's just too much healing. You have to prevent it from happening, and now they've just fully connected. I think that's it. One Divine Favor slips through, buying a couple more seconds. Where's the gate? Valet uses Demonic Gateway. Lone Tar gates. Kara in pursuit. Nerd Rage chasing after. Valet trying to recover. Mercy trying to stop them from chasing down his Shadow Priest, but so difficult to do. Valet is absolutely getting smacked right now. All three members right on top of him. He's trying to bait the interrupts, trying to go for a Door of Shadows to escape, but now he's pummeled, and I think I saw this last game where he's going for Door over and over.
Oh.
Manages to finally get it, kiting with that freedom. Valet's got to get out of there.
He does manage to buy himself a little bit of room to breathe, but Nerd Rage does finally reconnect, but Kara without freedom, unlikely to get there for quite some time, and Mercy's doing a good job, sets up the double howl and interrupt on Tana. He dispels UA as well. Tana getting bursted down, needs to retreat back to the safety of the pillar. 10% dampening. Mana relatively even for both these teams, but Valet has bought himself enough time to get that dispersion back, so he's going to be feeling safe, but I don't know for how long. Immediately having to press it on that Spear of Bastion. He is still getting chopped up as well. Tana's in position to dispel the freedom. This is so crucial. If Tana can be there to dispel the freedom.
Oh,
see
God.
if we get it. The Fade comes in. Nerd Rage and Kara, they just need a little bit more uptime. Lone Tar, he trades the sacrifice as well. Full Stormbolt comes in. Valet is absolutely getting decimated. Can they take him down? Oldest Strikes. If they drop Valet here, they send Reload Esports out of the tournament. But Valet manages to hold on a little bit longer.
Ooh, big hit here. Valet activating that big damage from the Shadow Priest. He gets the Mind Games here as well. Kara bubbling here just to spam heal Nerd Rage right now. And Kara takes a massive chunk of damage here as well. Valet as well. Nothing left in the tank. 10 seconds left on that Fade right there. But finally, Holdness Strikes are going to have to go back to the pillar. Kara getting actually interrupted right there by Mercy. And now Nerd Rage leaps in. There's the Fear. They have 2 seconds before Valet has that Fade right there. And he's going to Trinket Fade on that Stormbolt. Now they have about a 30-second window, 20 seconds before that Void Shift is up for Valet. He's mounted with freedom, but there's the Spear. Nerd Rage all over him. Kara all over him as well. Here comes the damage. They have nothing to answer this push with. Valet just needs to heal. He needs to survive somehow. Battle Mask comes out. Desperate Prayer comes out, but is it going to be enough? He's on 1%, and Nerd Rage is going to claim victory. Holdness Strikes gonna send out Reload Esports out of the tournament.
Oh man, Oldness Strikes 3-1 versus Reload Esports, but what an intense last game that was. I felt so bad for Valet. They're just not able to get away, not able to finish off any of those casts. And you know, they looked like it was pretty close a few of those times, but in the end, Oldness Strikes is going to be the victor here, Supatees, and what an intense final game of that series.
Why is he Night Elf? Why isn't Valet playing Void? He's trying to meld a Stormbolt maybe, but I mean, that could work, but why is he? He could just be human and get out of it and be stunned less and move more. You could be. I feel like Night Elf. Why? What is? I would like to know the reasoning why Valet's playing Night Elf. I thought he was Void Elf, but he's not. He's Night Elf. I'm actually almost now. I'm like theory crafting in this matchup. If this is actually a case where like maybe you don't need mind games, you could be Night Fae, Shadow Priest, just to kite even more and get into deep dampening and just let dampening be the mind games on the whole team. Like now, because I've been playing my Shadow Priest a lot, and now like watching this build that they're doing is making me think like I could optimize this, and like I want to go like Void Elf, Night Fae, Shadow Priest, and play with an Aflock and just never let people touch me, kind of.
You need to message Valet for some tips.
I think you're gonna be in for some long games, but
it'll be long, yeah, but it'd be fun.
Also, just look at the healing of Kara as well. I mean, the Ret Paladins are insane right now. Super exciting to see them make a comeback here. This Warrior Paladin comp looking pretty solid here, winning their first series. Well done by Oldness Strikes. Will be moving forward in the lower bracket, and unfortunately, that's going to be all we're going to see of Reload Esports for this tournament. So hopefully, we see them in Cup number 2 for Shadowlands. And yeah, overall, I mean, do you feel like though in the future, Zico, that that's a composition that could work for Reload Esports if they were to try it again?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if they optimize the builds a little bit more, they can definitely make that work. I don't know about the Night Fae. I don't mind the Ventir pick. What I think is overkill right now is the Body and Soul. I feel like
Yeah.
you're picking Body and Soul to protect the Warlock, but you're actually making the Shadow Priest way more exposed. I feel like every time Villet was the one who died, and every time it was because his dispersion was so close to coming back up. And I don't think you actually need the sprint for the Warlock. The Warlock, he's already playing Void Elf, Night Fae, Warlock with the Gateway talent. Like he's chilling right now, and you got the grips as well for him. So maybe you go, instead of the PI Legendary, you go the Grip Legendary, or you go with the Shadow Priest just playing regular dispersion talent.
All right. Well, once again, well done by Old Miss Strikes. We'll see them play later on today. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Skill Capped EU versus Method. Stick around. We'll be right back.
use Ice Block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but it gets caught on a polymorph. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud Ride's about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Growth, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. Second match of the day here, EU Upper Final. It is Skill Capped EU versus Method.
Wow. All right. Well, here we go. It is going to be Rogue Mage Priest. And this is actually, I think this is the debut of Waz so far, at least in the top 8. So Method leading with the Rogue Mage Priest. Skill Cap EU, this is a composition we've seen from Maro and Zeepai for such a long time. The Elemental Shaman Fire Mage, Asgrath going to be backing them up on that Paladin. And Waz going to be trying to initiate crowd control here early on. It looks like a sap over on Asgrath. Cheap shot onto Zeepai. And let's see how Skill Cap EU responds.
Zeepai so far doing an excellent stun here with his pet onto Waz. Gonna be using that Earth Elemental shield wall effect as well to just withstand that opener. And now they're doing a big go here onto Asgarath. He's gonna use that Blessing of Protection, and now Chaz could be in a lot of trouble here. Maru activates the combustion, gets ripped off immediately there by Tessia. Tessia now landing a counterspell onto Zeepai. Chaz under heavy fire using his pain suppression. Now Asgarath caught up in a polymorph. Zeepai going to be the target of choice. Waz looking for a re-stealth, potentially into a resap here onto Asgarath. He finds it, and he's looking to set up onto Asgarath out of this one. Tessia looking for the damage here, getting counterspelled, and Maru shutting down Tessia already before the setup even happens. Now here we go. There's the setup. Beautiful damage here onto Asgarath, and he's gonna play with the Pro Legendary, and that's not gonna matter. He's gonna use that bubble right away.
Yeah, 50% reduction combust, still not enough. Asgarath gonna have to Divine Shield on that attempt. I think it's more than a fair trade, although it is a trade and he can't make infinite trades. Zeepai's trying to solo Chaz. Zeepai is just smashing Chaz right now with that Lightning Lasso. Lava Burst in the sky. Big Radiance comes out from Chaz. Recovering now. Maro, Zeepai, Double Dragons with Kidney Shot on Asgarath. How is he going to escape the situation? Divine Protections. I don't think that's going to be enough. Having to break out with the Human Racial, connect the big Word of Glory with Battlemaster, and survive. The trades are fair, but again, he's running pretty slim on options. Another Blessing Protection, a Gliders Medallion to stabilize for the next assault, but that combustion is going to be the main point for Asgarath. How does he survive? 2 minutes and counting, 1 minute and counting. Theja reducing that cooldown dramatically. 45 seconds left till that combustion. It might just be the end of Asgarath's life. He's stunned up right now into a Ring of Frost. Are they attacking him? They're going to go after him with the Kidney Shot. They're trying to bait more cooldowns here. If they can bait a Blessing of Protection, he's certainly dead, but they don't find the bait. Asgarath is not falling for it. Theja and a Hex. Meteor down. Chaz swap to once again. Lightning Lasso around the corner. Huge damage coming in from Maro. That's it. They're just going to close it out before Method even get a shot.
Yeah, and that's all it is. I mean, against the Discipline Priest, you got no trinket and you have no pain suppression. You are really susceptible to being swapped to. That was actually beautiful peels there as well. I mean, when we see the replay, Waz managed to get a blind on Maro, ruining most of his combust, and then immediately when he did Ice Block it got dispelled, but just that Meteor, the Elemental Shaman damage was enough, and Skill Cap EU will claim game number 1.
All right, starting off pretty quick here. Skill Capped EU taking a victory so quickly against Method. Here's that replay for you, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it right now. Chaz, no trinket, no pain suppression at the same time. Asgarath is under assault, but we see a double Dragon's Breath, which kind of sets it up. Chaz preemptively drops the barrier, but it was a little bit too early. Maro and Zeepai, they're going to play it patient. They realize if they can just get the full stun, they will end up winning the game. And we'll see that in just a few short moments. I believe it's actually Maro who leads with a double Dragon's Breath. Tessia and a Hex. The Hammer of Justice has to land. You see Maro's actually getting peeled. He blinds. He blocks it immediately, but it's just the damage is completely overkill. And Skill Cap EU is managed just to put the first point on the board, but that was a really back and forth game. Short too. I mean, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and both these teams are trading cooldowns like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, but skill cap EU taking that first victory. Maro on the Fire Mage, Zepo on that Ellie shop. Did I say Zepo? Maro and Zepo. Zepai on that Ellie shaman. I mean, what a lethal combination, Zico. Those are just two really insane players at their classes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I to be honest, I feel like everybody on this scoreboard is definitely an insane player here. But
Absolutely.
It's gonna be that Ellie Mage taking the first victory here. And honestly, I'm pretty sure that this is the matchup that Method expected and that they wanted to play. I feel like Method's best answer is that Rogue Mage Priest. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see this more, but maybe on a smaller map in the next game.
I kind of wonder. I mean, the priest is the number one option to go after in this match. He's playing Night Elf. We're seeing a lot of people opting to play Night Elf, and it is really strong with that Shadow meld. But is Relentless, like human Relentless, just not a good option? I mean, if you're the only target that's being taken down, or you're being taken down in stuns, I feel like that's maybe one adaptation they could make, because he could have, if he just gets a Radiance off, he lives, and he would have gotten it off if he was playing Relentless.
Yeah, I feel like right now the thought process of a lot of people in Europe is that the Relentless, it's just, the game is just too fast for human Relentless to be like real right now. So a lot of people are opting to run with the Night Elf. Actually, a lot of people consider Night Elf to be top tier. Even the mages, I'm pretty sure Tessio is running a Night Elf mage as well. Obviously, they haven't discovered the real meta, which is gnomes, but they'll get there.
And why do you say that, Zico? Gnomes?
No particular reason. I just think gnomes right now is it's the flavor. They'll see it.
Gnomes.
Nah, it's got to be the real gnome. You got to go with the gnome and night phase.
Hey, they're
soul
real
shape,
gnomes too.
And then Eka gnomes, please.
Man. Hate for the new BFA class. All right, well, skill capped EU choosing their composition. We are going to be going to Ashamane's Fall here. Now that we're seeing them lock in this map, Super Tees, is it pretty likely that they play this same composition? Is that what you want to see?
I feel like they're going to play Shadow Priest Mage.
Yeah.
Skill Cap to U. Skill Cap to U is probably going to play Ellie Mage until they're forced not to, but I feel like Method's going to play Shadow Priest Mage with Zuniaki. There's no way, right? The Rogue Mage Priest on this map is going to beat Ellie Mage. They're so spread out that they're going to run out in the open and just get blasted. This doesn't smell like they're going to be pulling out Waz again here in game 2. Skill Cap to U are taking their time though, which is interesting. What else could they be considering? Maybe they would lock Warrior Ret blind because they want to try and counter the Shadow Priest Mage with Warrior Ret, but it's not a good map for it.
Who's Ret?
So. Oh, why? Am I thinking of a different team? I'm thinking of a different team. Oh,
I don't think they have a solid.
No, they can't. No, they can't. So it'd just be Ellie Mage, Ellie Warrior, Ellie Mage Windwalker blind. But even that, no, I think Ellie Mage is their best comp. It's always been their best comp.
I feel like Ellie Mage is good into Shadow Priest Mage as well. Like, it's definitely not bad at all. Zepa is going to be able to throw out hexes on the mage. They have two answers. I mean, as a Fire Mage, going up against an Elemental Shaman and another Fire Mage, I mean, you're just asking for your combustion to get dispelled and grounded and kleptomania immediately. So it's really difficult to get anything going as the opposing Fire Mage. But we did see them do a good job yesterday with that Shadow Priest Mage, and maybe if they get the cross crowd control, they can pull it off. But I think Method was expecting this. I wouldn't be surprised if they opted to go once again for the Rogue Mage Priest, but also, I mean, you can't fault them for wanting to switch it up after that game. I really do feel like the Discipline Priest is really susceptible to these swaps.
Would they have been better off then on the side of Method then to choose a smaller map rather than this one if they wanted to stick with that Rogue Mage Priest, or are they fine here?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe the map is a telltale sign that they do want to play something else. But I think even Method isn't 100% sure. They're like, oh, what do we? Okay, we'll pick Ashamane's, but let's see what they do, because I mean, they're still taking quite a long time to lock in. If they had a solid game plan on exactly what they wanted to run into this, I think they would have already picked it by now. So really running out the clock, considering all of their options. Definitely feel good in skill cap EU's position where you're playing your best comp and it's solid against everything. And yeah, got to be feeling confident for them at this point.
Yeah. Plus, Method's still getting kind of used to their new roster here. Only 2 of their original members, and then Zuni and Thesia are new additions here. So they're still kind of finding their synergy, finding their stride here. Chaz locking in Disc Priest, and then we've got Thesia and Waz on their Mage Rogue once again here on Ashmane's Fall. We're seeing all the compositions now, Supatis. What does this next game look like for us?
Why did they... I mean, they're afraid of Chaz dying, so does this map help them prevent Chaz from dying? I'm not sold on it preventing Chaz from dying. They want to play a long game into a Paladin. That can't be right. Are they not going to go Asgrath? Maybe they do just play a normal game, sit back, attack Morrow, try and crowd control Asgrath, don't let Chaz overextend like he did. That game really only ended fast because both teams were just standing on top of each other. So if Method plays a more passive game and Chaz doesn't go near them, maybe that works for them. They just want to kind of do damage, sit back, and try and burst somebody down with Smoke Bomb. That could be an option that they're thinking on Ashmane's Fall. It's not typical though, right? It's kind of atypical. I feel like when you pick a priest, you're thinking fast, run the other healer down.
I think when I think about the map, I feel like a big map actually isn't as bad as we typically see for the Rogue Mage Priest. Because, I mean, the biggest weakness of big maps is you're going to have the sub-rogue having a hard time kind of stunning the healer and stunning a DPS is one thing. And the other thing, of course, is the priest has to run really far to get fierce. But not in Shadowlands. He can just door of shadows across the map and get that fear anyway. And the playstyle of Rogue is very different now. You're just going for re-stealth all the time anyway. So I feel like if you actually sit back, if the other team also sit back, you're just going to get guaranteed sap openers and you can just door in anyway and get those fears. So I think the thought process is let's keep Chaz alive longer by having the enemy team not sit on top of him the whole time and still get those setups. So I don't know. We'll see if it works out for them.
Like a hit and run. Just go in, get the stun lock, then get out. Go in, get the stun lock, get out. I think that's likely the strength of the Rogue Mage right now. So let's see if the map works out to that. Asgrass sapped. They're starting on Zeepai, so they're definitely mixing up their targeting, not going after the healer. Morrow needs to try and help out here. What's he going to be able to really do, though? Not too much, but they didn't commit any cooldowns, so Zeepai basically takes no damage. That Earth Elemental provides you some damage reduction as well. They swap over to Asgrath, though. Maybe it was just a mix-up. Now Asgrath stun lockdown, trades Divine Protection, and manages to stabilize. They're swapping around a lot. Waz back to Zeepai, onto Asgrath. Now Asgrath's getting aggressive. Hammer on Chaz, but I don't think they're going after Chaz. The shadowy duel onto Zeepai prevents him from attacking anyone. Chaz and a Polymorph. They could Lightning Lasso. Are they going to go for it? Lightning Lasso here on Thesha. Dropping a Meteor. Combustion. Trying to combo it together, but Thesha strips that off with the Medallion. Now dropping a Smoke Bomb, and Method are all over the place in terms of their targeting.
Yeah, they definitely are. Such a nice grounding totem by Zeepai. And that grounding totem was the only reason Asgrath might be able to hold on. Dragon's Breath. Oh, once again, the legendary coming in out onto Asgrath. And that will leave him more than confident to survive. And I mean, if you're a Rogue Mage Priest, you're trying to take down a Paladin, that 50% damage reduction every 45 seconds when you're getting low. I mean, that is going to be so strong for the side of Skill Capped EU. Method might need to change up their game plan. I really don't know if they're going to be able to take down this Paladin. We'll have to see, though. If they can get the Divine Shield on the next setup, that would be big. Desi, of course, does have that Combustion available as well. So big Combustion go, but they need to go, and they need to try to get some cooldowns rolling, because so far they haven't gotten anything.
Ooh, big counter setup here. Chaz, though, is in a lot of trouble still. Activates that Battle Master right there out of the stun lock. Chaz has been playing fantastic so far with those preemptive barriers as well on that previous setup before this one. And he is going to recover, but his mana bar is definitely going to be a big point in this game, already down to about 60%. He gets a nice triple Psychic Scream. Waz now looking for the restep, looking for the sap here potentially onto Asgrath. No, he's just going to go for the straight up opener. Morrow in a Polymorph, and here we go. There's the Combustion. And that is going to net them that Divine Shield, getting Master Spell there as well. And now once again, Door of Shadows from Chaz, going to use that map here to his advantage. And now Waz looking for Zeepai here, potentially looking for a blind onto Asgarath out of that sheep here. Big damage coming in. Tessia snagging a sheep there onto Asgarath. Waz with the follow-up, potentially with that blind, still holding onto it a little bit longer here. Going to go for that re-stealth. And now Chaz is actually going to be the one under heavy fire. Waz now looking to set up onto Asgarath here as well.
Soul shaping over, looking for a re-stealth. Waz is all over the place, really making it difficult for Asgrath to predict his moves and attacks. Ring of Frost on tomorrow. Waz Shadow steps in, stun lock on Asgrath. Will the Divine Protection be enough? Is his Prop Paladin Legendary off cooldown? Lightning Lasso onto Waz, stops the attack. Asgrath will more than easily recover. Good defense by Zeepai. They're just trying to run the clock. Chaz down to half mana. No, they swap and almost drop him instantaneously with that Meteor Combust. Mara with a massive hit, getting the Gladius Medallion from Chaz and a ton of mana, but now they swap back to Zeepai, trying to take him out, but Asgrath isn't controlled. He's got a lot of healing. Waz falls further behind. Chaz is trying to pick him up. Very difficult to get aggressive as the priest on this map, though. It protects him, but it's hard to get in and out. And right now, Waz is under fire right now. Is he going to have to cloak? He has to on 10%. Things are unraveling. I feel like Asgrath, skill cap to you. They're in a solid position. Waz is just simply dying. Caught in a lightning lasso. Trinkets out. Shadow steps over. Stuns Morrow. Stuns Zeepai. He's panic mode to try and stabilize. Chaz finally out of crowd control. Gets a penance. Tries to pick him up. Deja polymorphs Asgrath. Zeepai is going to trade the astral shift. This is an opening. If there ever was one, Smoke Bomb and Combustion are up. If they can catch Zeepai out of position with Asgrath, they can kill him, but it might be too little too late. Waz is stunned up, taking huge damage. Pain suppression. Chaz grips Waz back to safety. Morrow soul shapes into the enemy team, looking for Polymorph, trying to fake the Shadow or Death. Fakes out the death, lands the poly. Zeepai wrapping around the corner. Waz Shadow Meld re-stealths to avoid the incoming attack here. Clutch play by Waz. Now setting up damage onto Zeepai. This could be the game if they're not careful. Asgrath can't escape the Polymorph. Morrow ice blocks to try and save the day. Is Morrow going to be able to stop them? Polymorphs on Thasia. Interrupts on Chaz. Morrow with the hero block, saving Zeepai.
Yeah, and Waz once again going to be going for a re-stealth, but Chaz has no mana left. They cannot let him drink. He's sitting down for a drink right now. Zeepai in hot pursuit. Morrow as well. They realize this priest is out of mana. We cannot allow him to recover that. A major win condition here for skill cap. You can see Asgrath way ahead on mana at this point of the game. Essia has no ice block combustion available for Morrow. Chaz no trinket and no pain suppression. Preemptively drops the barrier. He realized he's a great target right now for the side of skill cap. They're just going through barrier. They're trying to take him down through barrier, and they almost do it. That was insanely greedy there by Morrow and Zeepai. And now Zeepai pays the price and gets dropped. Great turnaround there by Method. I mean, Chaz with that preemptive barrier. I cannot believe skill cap to you were that greedy that they thought they could go through it. And as a result, Method was able to just turn it around. Chaz is okay, and they are able to get the counter kill there on to Zeepai.
That was just an insane read by Chaz as well. He was going to have his trinket up in about 20 seconds. He had no pain suppression. Realized, if I get stunned right now, I'm KO'd. Maru is on top of me trying to set it up. I'm going to go ahead and drop that barrier. And I feel like it's also Method kind of pushing the pace there, forcing their hand a little bit there. And of course, that mind games at the end to secure the kill.
All right, Method tying it up 1-1. Here's a replay of those final moments where Method secured the victory.
Yeah, so we can see it right here. So Chaz out of mana, he gets stopped there by Morrow. And now Morrow trying to set up a Dragon's Breath ring right here. There's a counterspell on Tessia. So now he has time here to go for that cast. Chaz depths the Ring of Frost right there. And now he drops the barrier. And there's a kidney shot onto Asgrath to prevent him from using, I guess, anything really there. And now there's the swap. Waz cheap shotting Zeepai and then deciding to do a go with it. There's the polymorph onto Asgrath. There's the mind games here by Chaz. And that Nature's Guardian, I do believe, procs with the mind game on him. And I'm pretty sure it has the same effect as like a cauterize there when that happens. And Zeepai just actually almost kills himself with that.
All right, heading into game number 3 here. Skill capped EU gonna have to figure something out if they want to come back on top here and get it up to 2-1, find themselves on match point. Winner of this series, though, moving on in the upper bracket, and loser will drop down to the lower bracket. So this is not quite an elimination round. Pressure's not crazy high right now this early in the series, but these guys are tied up, and these two teams are both playing on fire. And I feel like these two teams, either of them, I could potentially see them in the finals today, Super Tees.
I mean, this is a final that we've seen time and time again between these two teams. I was starting to think like maybe Rogue Mage isn't going to work out for them, but they played the map out well. Chaz protected himself a lot better, and it was a lot easier for him to protect himself as the main kill target for Skill Cap EU. Now, this is where things are going to be interesting. Does Ellie Mage really go for small map into Rogue Mage? Do they even want to play Ellie Mage? Would something else be better? I feel like having a warrior when you know it's Rogue Mage. I don't know why you wouldn't want to have a warrior of some kind whether it's even Warrior Death Knight or something with Zeepai, just a warrior in general, Thunder, some sort of warrior. I feel like Blizzo is going to be important in this series. I would like to see him come out if Method lock in Rogue Mage blind.
Yeah, I mean, you've got basically one of the best warriors in the world, Blizzo, on your team, and we haven't yet seen him in this series, and I would love to see them utilize him here in this next game. What do you think, Zico? What do you want to see them do? If they do a warrior, how do you think that would be best used?
Well, yeah, I think they definitely have some options. They could go Warrior DK, for example, with Zeepai on his DK. I think that would be a pretty solid move. I also don't mind Warrior Ellie, but with that said, I feel like the best RMP at kind of dismantling these warriors is actually Method. I feel like a lot of people are still using the BFA strats of kind of just CCing the warrior and going after, the Ellie Shaman, which would be a lot more of an obvious target. But in the current meta, it's super good to go after the warrior just because you can't fear the warrior. You can't set up triple crowd control. And with Combust being, as good as it is right now, you do have enough damage to take him down in a stun lock. So it's easier to set up those triple CC goes. And if you actually do get them, you can definitely take him down. So I'm not sure if they're going to bring him in. I actually think Skill Cap, they're going to lock in the Mage Ellie once again. From the insider info I have had from Method has been that Ellie Mage has been really tough for them, even as a Rogue Mage.
All right, well, we'll see shortly if they do decide to lock this in. We can talk about a moment from that last game as well. Asgrath, quite a bit of times getting his life saved by that Prout Legendary. I think it was you, Supatiz, who was talking about how we're going to be seeing that quite a bit with any of the Paladin classes utilizing that Legendary. Go into a little bit of detail about why that is so powerful right now or why we're seeing them use it.
So if a Paladin isn't crowd controlled, no one's going to die. The healing is so high. So if that's the case, the only time you die is when you're stunned. So you want to build your character to prevent yourself from dying in a stun. If there's something that procs when you're stunned, that reduces damage you take and stops you from dying in the only situation you can die, you've made yourself bulletproof, right? Like that was your weakness, you've canceled out your weakness by wearing that. So you don't need a little bit of a more absorb on your Holy Shock. You're already healing everybody to full health. It's like overkill to go for a throughput legendary on a Holy Paladin in my mind. So going for the survivability legendary or the tank legendary on the Paladins makes a lot of sense to basically just make them have no weakness.
All right, we are seeing Skill-Capped EU bring out Blizzo alongside Maro on that Fiery Mage. How are we feeling about this, guys?
I mean, it is interesting to me because I feel like Skill-Capped EU, even on that game number 2, they were looking really good. I mean, Chaz was completely out of mana. They're like one setup away from winning the game. So a bit surprised to see them swap off it, but maybe they feel like this composition is even better. A lot of subtlety rogues right now, they're not happy with the strength of some of the tools warriors have. Like Intervene is a really, really strong counter, but like Zico talked about, I mean, if you just go after the warrior, the Intervene really doesn't do too much. You're not able to actually get that utility off. And I feel like for Method, if they can really nail down the crowd control, maybe they can take down Blizzo, maybe even make swaps over onto Asgaroth in this matchup. But I feel like Skill-Capped EU, this is a composition. I mean, Maro and Blizzo together playing Warrior Mage, they've had great success with it in the past, and I'm excited to see how this one does play out.
Yeah, I'm excited too. These teams are shortly going to get ready here for this next game on Tiger's Peak. What are these setups going to be looking like, Zico? I know Ben touched on it just a little bit here on the side of Skill-Capped, but what is Skill-Capped going to be trying to do versus Method? Who do you think is a reliable target for them?
I think for them, they're going to be going after the Rogue as much as possible, but the Rogue is going to be making their life kind of hard by just doing the stuns and then immediately pushing back to the pillar, going for those restuffs, trying to be as slippery as possible. So I think that the main win conditions for both sides is for Method, try to set up triple CC, try to get a sheep shot onto onto Maro, and then maybe a kidney shot on the healer, go after Blizzo. And if they can do that, they can set up a lot of pressure, swapping around Blizzo and Asgrath, and even Maro, if he doesn't have a trinket. Anybody is pretty much a good target as long as they get those triple CCs. And for skill cap, it's going to be all about shutting down those setups, especially Blizzo here. He's going to have to do a lot of work, preemptive blade storms, preemptive war banners, things like that. He's going to make sure that when they don't have cooldowns, they live and they can stall the game out for that next rotation of defensives to rotate back up.
I trust Blizzo. If I had to trust a warrior, I would put my trust in Blizzo to be able to shut down everybody left and right here. So Waz is sneaking in. Chaz is really far away. Maybe they just wanted to try and get a sap, but they do get it. They're not going to start. They want to get on Asgrath and maybe here, maybe Blizzo. Blizzo to getting softened up a little bit. Cheap shot by Waz. Triple cheap shot set up on Asgrath. Triple connect. Beautiful setup. Asgrath respects it, breaks out, but will it be enough? Shadow Blades from Waz tearing in. But Asgrath escapes around the corner. Holy Shock, Word of Glory. Doesn't need to cast. Tops himself off. Now running in, maybe to stun Chaz. He's in position. Blinding Light set up on Waz as Skill Cap EU look to turn the fight in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, not the worst start here, and we'll see what they can do. Power Barrier does drop down from Chaz. That major defensive cooldown. Maro manages to fake out the premonition or the death from Chaz. Make a swap over onto Asgrath, though. They dispel the Blessing of Protection. Asgrath's in some trouble. And it looks like he is able to top himself off with that Divine Toll. Now going to be A-OK. Didn't have to trade out the Trinket. Did not have to trade out the Divine Shield as well. Tessia under fire right now. Blizzo's all over him. Meteor landed there by Maro as well. As both these teams exchanging blows, trading cooldowns in the early stages. But I wouldn't say anyone's too far behind. Method is kind of the one that's on the time limit right now. Ooh, big swap once again on Asgrath. Can they take him down? He's in a kidney shot. It's going to be a lot of damage reduction if he is using that Legendary. He greeds it. Legendary comes in clutch, holds on to the Trinket as well as the Divine Shield. That was a huge output of damage there by Method. Now Waz actually getting swapped to, and a counter kill potentially. The Stormbolt, he's in the seed. Can they take it down? Chain Suppression comes in from Chaz. Oh, Rapture Shield as well. Waz is going to survive. The cheat death is effective, and it looks like Waz will get out of that one scot-free. And Skill Cap EU cannot believe it.
Yeah, that is the extra life there. Now Asgrath, no pro legendary, no blessing of protection. Gonna have to use that bubble right there. Waz immediately, wasting no time there, comes out of the seed and instantly starts clucking away on this paladin. And now Blizzo again all over him here, looking for the damage here. But the next setup, Asgrath needs to trinket it, and that's gonna be very scary because Waz is gonna have his blind as well, rotating back up. But now another setup here, Maro looking for the Ring of Frost, but Tessia is there, polymorphing Maro and counterspelling him. Great shutdown there by Tessia. Blizzo now caught up in the Ring of Frost, preemptive barrier there, and here we go. Here comes the push. Tessia missing his Dragon's Breath there. Maro doing a great job dodging that one, getting a triple Nova, getting a counterspell there, and that means Asgrath is going to survive, but he had to use his trinket in that exchange. Now Chaz getting crowd controlled up here. Maro getting counterspelled, once again being shut down by Tessia on that setup. Chaz though getting faked on the Shadow of Death, and now Waz has nothing here, activates the Shadowy Duel here, trying to buy a couple of seconds, activates the evasion here as well, and he's going to be able to survive here. Now big damage coming out from Maro. Chaz one more second in that sheep, going to be able to top him off with the Radiance, and now once again Method looking to aggress here onto Asgrath.
Oh, he's stun locked here. Can they connect? Asia, power play, combustion, huge hit. Asgrath down to 10%. It's that Prop Paladin legendary procs, reducing damage and buying time for Asgrath to instantly heal himself to full HP. No KO there for the team of Method. Now Waz on the back foot again. He doesn't have that wild seed. He's not going to have it for the rest of the game. I believe it's a 10-minute cooldown, but he manages to vanish away from sight. No one can see Waz at the moment as Chaz gets time to top him off. But Chaz's mana isn't looking healthy either. Thasia used Ice Block on an attempt there. He's now being targeted a bit here from Blizzo and Maro, softening him up and trying to tap the rest of Chaz's mana. Waz got one opportunity here. One last shot. Double fear initiated, but Waz is patiently waiting. Maybe he's trying to sap out of the fear. Yeah, no kidney shot. This is it. They need to win with this stun lock. There's no Prot Legendary, I believe. Meteor comes crashing in. They have to win here. No, the Prot Legendary procs. It's just enough to get the Battle Master. Now he's going to use Word of Glory. Holy Shock, Divine Toll, back to full HP, instant cast, and it will be more than enough to survive. And look at the mana. Paladin basically full. Priest zeroed out. I guess they've got maybe 18 seconds again. This next combustion to try and overwhelm him if they can crowd control Maro and Blizzo at the same time, but it's quite a tall order. Here it comes. They need a win here. Can they take it? Asgrath breaks out of the stun with the human racial, and it looks like he's gonna be able to instantly get himself back to full out of line of sight. Chaz is trying to drink.
Yeah, Chaz is sneaking away. He's actually recovering some mana right now. Morrow lands a nice Flame Strike. Pain Suppression does land as well, and we are seeing so many of the tools available in Shadowlands for this game to prolong. I mean, Asgrath with that Legendary has been able to keep himself alive, was already surviving with that Seed. This game is just so back and forth, but right now in Method, they may have ran out of time. There's no mana left. If Chaz can somehow get a drink, but Blizzo's just attacking him right now, realizing we just need to stop those drinks. We just need to put out damage. We can inevitably win this game, but it's not that easy. They need to survive a few more setups that Method inevitably has. We've got Combustion available. Was has basically all his offense available as well, and this is where skill cap to EU has to be very careful.
Yeah, and that was another setup attempt there, but Blizzo gets dispelled there very quickly by Asgrath and then drops the Blade Storm, and now Chaz behind the pillar here has to soak some damage here. Waz taking his time there, and there's the blind attempt now. Asgrath, he does have the Pro Legendary. Is it going to save him is the question. Doesn't even risk it here. He's just going to activate that Divine Shield, realizing, hey, we're going to win on this next setup here. Big damage coming out from Morrow. There's the Cloak. There's the everything from Waz. Battlemaster coming out. There's the Vanish, and he's going to stealth with that damage shield conduit from the stealth, and Waz right now has about one more go left in the tank. Asgrath doesn't have his trinket for maybe 20 more seconds, has his Pro Legendary. UI is not showing his trinket since he used his Everyman for himself. Let's see what they can get done here. Blizzo, preemptive banner, preemptive beautiful intervene right there. Tessia now just trying to buy the team some time here, but Blizzo's all over him, and he's looking to close out the match here, Sid.
Yeah, Pain Suppression active, but 0 mana remains, and there's a lot of cooldowns for Asgrath to flip through. Blizzo has everything, Morrow has everything. I mean, Method are facing a brick wall here in Game 3. Can they scale it in time? Meteor comes down here on Athesha. He's going to Triune Barrier. Blizzo intervenes back, disarms Waz, totally shuts down Waz. Thasia has no damage. Asgrath survives another stun. Thasia getting chased down by Blizzo. He's at 30%. Asgrath is hammering Waz, preventing him from re-stealthing. Mirror Image is on 1%. They proc the Cauterize. They alter time. He gets Stormbolt. He soul shapes the Stormbolt. He can alter time back here and reposition. No, they proc Thasia's Wild Seed. Do they have a cooldown? No, not enough to stabilize. Morrow's combusting that seed. That seed is burning. There's no way they're letting that happen again. Skill cap to you, move to match point.
Oh my gosh, Wild Seed, what an insane ability from that Night Face. So by seeing it twice in one game, a little bit rough here, but Skill cap to EU taking that second victory, and now they're finding themselves on match point, and that just was so back and forth for quite a while there, Zico.
Yeah, that was, I mean, honestly, hats off to skill capped EU there, especially at the start. The play that they made to actually kill Waz that first time around was really nice. They got that Hammer of Justice, then Blizzo actually stormbolted Waz Trinket and just took him down by himself, more or less. And after that, the game was spiraling out of control quickly. But again, you know, Asgaroth here, just optimizing his character build so well with that Pro Legendary, rotating his trinket, his Blessing of Protections there as well with that Legendary. And there was a couple of close calls, but it came through for him. Battlemaster as soon as that thing procs. And here, I mean, at this point, Chaz has just run out of time. No more mana left in the tank. Tessia with a nice alter time, nice Night Fae blink, but it's not going to be enough with Morrow having that combustion there at the end and that seed. It's not going to save them again.
So heading into this next game, then, do we think we see Chaz swapping to another healer? I mean, was that like the main factor there, that they just ran out of mana too quickly, Ven?
I mean, just look at the scoreboard. Waz and Asgrath did about comparable damage. So the Holy Paladin and the Subtlety Rogue did comparable damage. So
the Holy Paladin did more, double Chaz's damage, and didn't run out of mana. I think that's pretty good.
His damage.
Asgrath did 160k. Chaz did 80k. That's double.
No, I'm saying Waz.
Oh,
so
sorry.
It's comparable to Waz, but this is where you see. I mean, Blizzo and Morrow, they're able to just put out so much more consistent damage, so they burn through the priest mana really, really quickly, and that's one of the strengths of their composition. Is they're not really setup based. It's not a hit and run. It's just hitting the whole time, and that's why you get to a point in the game where Chaz just starts really struggling with his mana. And skill kept EU as long as they can survive, and that's where little things like that protection paladin legendary do come in to keep the paladin alive for as long as possible. It's like Supert says, if you're not losing in those stuns, you're probably not going to lose. So it's a heads up play by skill capped EU, And I feel like Method, this is a really difficult answer for them because, I mean, if they practice this composition, like let's say they practice this on the live realms and maybe they've consistently taken down Paladins, and without that legendary, maybe they could have, but on this server where you have all the different options available, matchups like this can get turned around really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, on the live server on retail, you don't really have that freedom of swapping between legendaries and conduits and covenants as easily as they do on the tournament realm. They pretty much have free reign over whatever they want to do. Since they are competing in TR, you can go to exclamation signups if you want to do that yourself. But yeah, I mean, that's a good point you make, Fen. Like, they're still kind of getting used to, like, not really expecting. Like, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, Supatees, but you can almost predict what people are going to play on ladder, because I feel like there's a general answer that a lot of people are going for, but that's definitely not the same, like Fen was saying, on TR.
I think a lot of people they got max level in Shadowlands and they're Holy Paladin, and they looked at the Holy Legendaries. They're like, which one looks the best here? It doesn't even show the prod options when you do that. But then if you really look deeper and you're like, wait a minute, does that work for me even if I'm not the spec that it's for? Because if it does, that's really good, but it doesn't even show up on the recommended for your, like, you don't even know that legendary exists unless you look at the prot tab on a live server. So you really have to dig deep to even know that that's an option for you. And then it's basically replicating similar things to like the Mechanome Racial, Zalzek's Veiled Eye, those like shield trinkets that were proccing when somebody dips low. It's the same mechanic. It's a different variant of it. It's damage reduction, but it's the same thing. You get low, this thing procs, you don't die. I think the 45-second cooldown in PvP specifically is probably too good. Like, that's what, every second stun. That's making it kind of out of control at the moment, at least for Paladin specifically. Paladin is also just really good outside of that. So the one situation where you might be able to beat a Paladin, now they have something to answer for that one situation. I feel like it's going to be pretty tough for Method overall, but they're going to Ruins of Lordaeron. I like this.
Yeah, of course you do.
Do you like this for skill cap then?
I mean,
is
this skill? No. This is Method's
no,
pick.
I know, but this is where, you know.
Oh,
you know,
I mean, it doesn't matter. It would be fitting, but it's not like it's the end of the world. If they don't,
well,
you know.
You'll have your chance soon enough.
This is interesting, though. I mean, Method, they're just sticking with the Rogue Mage Priest. Just tried, true, and tested throughout this entire series. I mean, it's been an uphill battle for them, it seems like. The Elemental Mage looked really convincing from skill cap to you, but I'm getting the feeling that this Warrior Mage Paladin is looking even more convincing, to be honest with you. So skill cap to you, still figuring things out, and now they have a great solution here for Method.
I think they're going to go after Morrow this game.
Really? I could see it. It seems like it's like the long strategy, like you just run the priest out of mana and kill the mage.
I feel like the opener is going to telegraph for us what's going to happen here. If we see Chaz just AFK in the room like that so that they can get the sap, then I feel like it telegraphs that they're going to go after the Pally again. Most likely the Pally or the Warrior. But if I see Chaz run in and Tessia run in and they just start PvEing the enemy mage, it's going to telegraph that they're trying to break through the triune barriers. And then when it gets reapplied, they want to dispel that off and then do a fat opener on tomorrow. And that's a very real strategy as well. I feel like if they go after Asgarath again with that Pro Legendary, it's going to be more of the same, because I do feel like their setup was really, really clean last game.
All right, let's see if they can get a clean opener here on match point. Stress is at its highest. They'll be dropping down to the lower bracket here to face Oldness Strikes. And I'm sure both teams want to avoid that and just lock their grand final slot. Z-Pi is the initial target, but with that Earth Elemental, he's reducing a lot of damage on himself. He's going to easily survive this starting situation. Chaz is in Ring of Frost. Who are they going to go after? Waz is getting poked a bit, but now Waz is switching to Asgarath. Asgarath immediately trading Blessing and Protection during that stun lock, not wanting to get caught out of position. However, he is on Forbearance, and Combustion is still available. Morrow and Z-Pi need to get ready to protect him if Waz wants to engage again. They're switching to Z-Pi, so they're playing that same strat they did on Ashamane's Fall. When Elemental Shaman is off stun DR, they attack Shaman. As soon as they've stunned him, they go Paladin, and they're going to keep flipping between two targets to try and catch skill-capped EU off guard. But while they do it, Morrow is absolutely decimating them. Switching to Chaz with 1 second left at match point. Desperate Prayer. Chaz recovers. Close call, but he does survive. Now Zeepai needs to focus on surviving. Will Maro be able to support him?
Ooh, I really like how greedy Chaz is playing this. I mean, he didn't trade out the trinket or the pain suppression on that last go, and that's really, really important, especially on that combustion of Maro. Those are the two tools that he can use to live. So if he can greed it one go and just try to play it patient and rely on his team to get those peels out, really important in terms of long-term survivability. Lightning Lasso now out on Chaz, but nice peels there from Waz. He interrupts the Lightning Lasso, gets the cheap shot onto Maro, and now Zeepai's actually in a lot of trouble. Asgarath, he gets dropped. Beautiful smoke bomb coming in from Waz, and Method puts another point on the board. They tie up this series. Beautiful peels, beautiful setup there by Method, and now Skill Cap to you. They get to decide what map, what composition do they want to run, but Method's looking really strong with this RMP.
It's a good thing I didn't say it.
I was just gonna say that. You never had a chance, did you?
It's a good thing I didn't. I would have been wrong.
All right. Super Teams. Master of predictions here. Method tying it up 2-2 in the game number 4. We are going to a game 5 here, and I gotta wonder what either of these teams are thinking going into this last game. Here's the replay.
Yeah, so here they get the Ring of Frost, and Zeepai gets cheap shot here, and they get the Fear, I do believe. Yeah, there it is, full Fear. So Zeepai here gets sheep shotted into a sheep, and they just kind of stalling it out a little bit. Waz now looking for a kidney, I do believe, onto Asgarath, or a sap. I'm not sure. He's just sitting in stealth here for a second. And Zeepai trying to max range and also line of sight. He's going aggressive here. But as soon as that kick lands, Waz is going to get his stun DR back. And there it is. He gets stunned behind the pillar. Asgarath should just bubbled here right away. And that smoke bomb comes out. Asgarath responding way too late right there. And that is going to be the game for Method with that smoke bomb push. I feel like, Zeepai, a rare mistake there, going aggressive. Maybe he thought he could go aggressive there, but definitely was, line of sighting the counterspell of the enemy mage, but ended up getting kicked behind the pillar into a stun lock. So not the best situation to be in, and that map definitely doing some work there for Method.
All right, but now Method is going to have a difficult game number 5 here. If that map was really the deterrent of their victory in that last game, it's now Skill Capped EU's turn to choose a map here. They're obviously going to be picking one to their advantage here, trying to mess a little bit with Method, maybe throw them off a little bit. So what do we think they want to do here, Ven, to try and get another victory over Method and win this series?
Warrior Mage Paladin. I think that's where we're going. I feel like basically what's happening right now is Method has no option except to play the RMP. So the reason why we saw Skill Capped EU switch to the Fire Mage Elemental Shaman again is because if they play Warrior Mage, they're afraid of Shadow Priest Mage. So winning that blind was really important for Skill Capped EU. Method, unfortunately, in a situation where they have to win with a comp disadvantage now, and I think it will be the Warrior Mage Paladin, just because Method has no option. If they lock in the Shadow Priest Mage, they're going to be met with the Elemental Mage, and that's not a great matchup for them. But RMP is like the most well-rounded composition that they have. However, Skill Capped EU with that Warrior Mage Paladin looked really, really good on Tiger's Peak. I do believe Skill Capped EU will end up just going to some sort of neutral map here. Nothing crazy, just enough room for Asgarath to sort of maneuver around. Doesn't have to be too big, doesn't have to be too small. I'm trying to think of what maps have already been played. It is going to be Dalaran Sewers, so Dalaran Sewers definitely not a bad option here. And I do expect Method to go with the RMP, and they will. And I think Skill Capped EU will lock in that. Yeah, I think Skill Capped EU is going to go with the Warrior once again, bringing in Blizzo. Just makes their team so durable. Lots of consistent damage from that Warrior. And I think this is going to be really, really exciting Game 5.
Yeah, I think so as well. This is definitely a good map choice for them on Dalaran Sewers. Skill Capped EU taking their time, though, a little bit. Definitely more so than we saw Method instantly locking in that composition here. It seems like they are fully confident in what they could do with this Mage Rogue composition with Chaz on that Disc Priest. Now we're just waiting for Skill Capped EU to decide what they want to do with this composition. Just remember, guys, they picked this map choice here, so it's likely that they kind of already knew exactly what they were going to do, but they're probably just taking this time to sort of figure everything out, talk it all over, discuss their strategies here, because this is the last game. This is a super important victory for both of these teams here. Winner moves on in this upper bracket, and the stakes are so high. There it is. There's that composition. Maro on that Fire Mage, Blizzo on that Warrior, and what an unstoppable force. I feel like you've just got these stacked classes here on Skill Cap DU, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is where the strategy changes are going to come in. Method, I feel like if they go after Asgarath, I mean, they should go after Asgarath, but I don't think they should only go after Asgarath here. I think they need to do some swaps to either Morrow or Blizzo here and try to take somebody down, because if they try to do those scripted setups, I feel like Skill Cap EU is going to have that response. They're going to have the Prot Legendary. They're going to have the cooldowns rotating up from Asgarath. And the reason why the Mage Ellie looks a little different in this matchup is because they have that off target to swap to. They can, open up onto Asgarath, get that Blessing of Protection, then go after Zeepai, blind Asgarath, and get something on Zeepai, and then they can swap back to Asgarath, and that way they're accelerating the game. They're constantly forcing cooldowns from two people, whereas if they're just doing a go and then running and then doing a go again on the same guy, there's just so much cooldowns that everybody on the team can rotate with that one healer that they're trying to take down, that it becomes almost impossible to take him down, especially when that free damage reduction from the legendary is in play.
All right, game number 5 starting shortly here. Match point. Winner moves on in the upper bracket. It's Skill Cap DU tied up against Method.
All right, these teams always go to game 5. It's just inevitable in Europe. And right now, Blizzo will be stepping up to the plate again. Again, this is a player I would trust my life with in World of Warcraft, I think, out of all of the players, especially on the Warrior here. Let's see what he can get done. He will have to dismantle go after go and protect his Paladin. And Waz is sneaking in. Blizzo just leaps into battle, trying to get combat, using taunt from range to get combat for his team to deny any sap. That was a clutch play by Blizzo. Map paying off. Thasia gets found. Blizzo blade storms to try and avoid being stunned. Chaz is cheeky. He wants to go in with a Door of Shadows, looking for a Door of Shadows Psychic Scream, trying to time it at the end of the polymorph here. Waz not finding a target. Likely wants to go on Asgarath out of the polymorph. They swap over to Asgarath. Let's see what Blizzo can get done. He intervenes Asgarath, denying a lot of damage and soaking a cheap shot. Nice play from Blizzo. Total shutdown right at the start. Now charging Thasia, looking to pressure him and run Chaz out of mana. Asgarath pokes Waz, preventing him from re-stealthing. Needs to keep his eyes on him. Waz now out of line of sight, not going to be able to stop him. Looking for a re-stealth. Blizzo in a polymorph. Thasia pausing the fight. Method look to try and get their composure and find a target.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice intervene from Blizzo early on. Good denial. See Azrath just sitting there. He's going to get combat. Waz was moving in. He wanted to look for a sap, but unfortunately wasn't able to. Morrow actually blinks over on top of Asgarath. That allows Waz to get the double cheap shot. Big situation here on Asgarath. He's going to be in some trouble. He trades out the trinket and I think that's a great decision by Asgarath. Basically, anytime there's combustion, he needs to be trading out the trinket or the Divine Shield at the same time. Waz gets swapped to, I believe, the Powered Barrier and Waz's Gladiator's Medallion. But what I was saying is, if there's combustion up, Asgarath cannot rely on the Protection Paladin Legendary, but outside of combustion, I feel like he's going to be A-okay. So just have your cooldowns for that go. Big swap on Morrow now. Can they get the Ice Block? Method is all over the place, targeting all 3 members. Morrow gets a little bit low. He gets the intervene with Triune Barrier. And Waz once again just going for a re-stealth, consistently setting up for his team. Who are they going to go after now?
Very, very nice swap there onto Morrow. Morrow, though, surviving with that Battlemaster Trinket, did not have to use his Ice Block. But in that previous setup, Waz used his Trinket and Chaz used his Trinket. So there's a very real opportunity that Waz gets stunned and Chaz gets polymorphed at the same time. And this could actually be it. Full polymorph security. If Asgarath just trades and hodges Waz here, that could just be it. He's going to sit through the stuns there. The Prot Legendary, not even going to trigger. Saved by the Light is going to be enough there. And Asgarath, he could have tried to do something offensive there, bopping himself and just hodging Waz and trying to do 100 OM behind the pillar. Might actually have worked, but playing it safe here. This is a game number 5. There's a lot on the line here. Loser dropping down to the lower bracket, and they do find themselves a secondary target here. Going for some polymorphs onto Asgarath, trying to set up onto Morrow in between the ghosts here. But so far, I would say Skillcapped EU definitely are holding the lead. Chaz, though, still looking good on mana, honestly. He's been playing very well in terms of mana conservative, and also having his trinket rotating back up. So this is going to be a big moment here. Blizzo now chopping through with that Spear of Bastion, and now they're going after Blizzo with a cheap shot onto Asgarath. There's a combustion. There's the full polymorph. Blizzo now taking massive damage, activating that fear defensively, using his human racial there, holding on to his die by the sword, drops the war banner, and that should be enough to keep himself alive. DR Poly comes through. Tassia kills the banner and gets it, but that's going to be enough. Waz now going to go and retreat for that reset. stuff. So I like that they're going for the warrior more and they're swapping between these targets more. Chazman is looking good, and so far I would say the game is very even.
The mind controls on Morrow have been devastating here, just pulling him out of the fight, stopping him from resetting his combustion. A lot of disruption and crowd control on Morrow this game. One major adaptation by Method. Also mixing up the targeting. Blizzo, though, pre-die by the swords, that incoming stun. I feel like that would have been an Asgrass trinket if he had not done that. Maybe they still will find it. Blizzo's at half health. He disarms Waz. He intervenes, trying to overwatch, reflect, and intervene a potential sap. Pre-barrier here by Chaz on the Hammer of Justice, that purple barrier reducing a lot of damage on his whole team. That was an insane read by Chaz. That's absorbing so much damage right now. Waz is going to easily survive. Chaz has been making hero play after hero play in this series, keeping his team alive in those tense moments. Now, though, in a Ring of Frost, Waz is isolated. Meteor's coming in. He's got to be careful. Cloaking at 10%. Barely staying alive, now trying to set up damage on Asgrath. Asgrath's Divine Protection looks like it's going to be more than enough here, topping himself off instantaneously. Now caught into a polymorph, though, as Method look to switch back. Who are they going after? Likely Blizzo, but Blizzo stuns Waz right on his attack, denying all of the damage. However, the crowd control is still there for one more second. Asgrath's Divine Shields, is that enough? He needs the sack. He got Dragon's Breath. He got Mass Dispelled on his bubble, Dragon's Breath on his sack global cooldown, and Blizzo is taken out. Method pull it off 3-2.
Absolutely insane plays there by Method from start to finish. They just adapted in this matchup. Complete control, these consistent setups on the Blizzo. I mean, I don't even feel like Skill Cap EU played that game bad. Blizzo had a preemptive die by the sword that was absolutely sick, that kept him alive and prevented some cooldowns, but Method just with those mind controls, with the constant resells, the constant goes, constantly switching it up in the matchup, really kept them guessing. And finding that kill on Blizzo was just, it was beautiful.
Yeah, it certainly was, Ben. Method going to be moving forward to that finals, and Skill Capped EU will drop down to the lower finals to face off against Oldness Strikes. Here's the replay from that very last victory.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Method, so good at taking down these warriors, and you can, if you have combustion, you can definitely take down a warrior here. And Mara right now ripping through that combust onto Waz. They're doing a fake setup here onto Asgrath. There's the intervene coming out, and that means they're gonna have a kind of free reign here on whatever they choose to go for. There's a full polymorph, and Tessia here looking for the combust, Chast looking for the mind blast here, getting counterspelled, and that's gonna prevent him from fearing. Tessia extending the chain right there. And here we go, Morrow in a sheep, Blizzo getting destroyed right there. And that shadowy duel there to prevent Asgrath from using that sacrifice is exactly what they needed. And while you're in that shadowy duel, of course, you're going to have Tessia on the outskirts, throwing out the air supports with the flame strikes and the meteor there. And that's going to be enough to take down the warrior. And yeah, warrior's a great answer to Rogue Mage. But if you go for the warrior, it's definitely a doable matchup.
I kind of wonder if this matchup's going to continue to evolve, because I feel like on the side of skill capped, I don't know why they wouldn't play Horde. I feel like playing Horde and playing an Orc Warrior with Sephuz would be a lot better in that matchup. I mean, the Mass Spell Reflect Legendary is great, but if Blizzo turns out to be the only target, I feel like if he's playing Orc with Sephuz, they don't really lose that much going to Horde. So maybe that's something, an adaptation that they're going to want to make in the future. But for sure, I mean, I would not bet against these two teams meeting again in the finals.
Really? You don't think so?
No, I mean, I think they will meet again in the finals, is what I'm saying.
I thought you were saying they probably weren't. But speaking of finals, that means Method is in the European finals. They're going to wait for an opponent for this next matchup. That's going to be the lower finals, Skill Capped EU versus Oldness Strike. We are going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to check out that lower finals series.
owned by Jazz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's going to fall. Battlemaster's going to fall.
Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. They take down.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows down. The K-Nation, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back from that break, everyone. We are in the European lower finals. We're about to see skill-capped EU face off against Oldness Strikes. Winner of this series moves on to face off against Method in the European finals. We kind of already heard Venruki's prediction before we went to break, but Zico and Supatis, I want to hear what you guys think about this next matchup. Who moves on to the grand finals?
Supatis.
I mean, it's a rematch, right? So last time these teams met, Skill Cap EU had the upper hand. I'm trying to remember the exact compositions. I feel like Oldness Strikes were trying a Rep Paladin comp most of the time. And we saw the Death Knight coming out from Skill Cap EU. So do they have an answer for Skill Cap EU's Zpai's Frost Death Knight? If they don't, and judging by Mez's success yesterday in North America too on the Death Knight, I feel like Skill Cap EU still have the upper hand here. I would give it to them.
I would have to agree here.
Yeah, you agree as well? Sorry, I was about to cut you off. We need your prediction as well. You agree though, Zico?
Yeah, I think Skillcapped EU are going to come back, and we're going to get the Classico over here in Europe once again in the finals.
All right, we will soon find out as these teams get ready. While they do, let's take a look at the games that we've seen so far play out on this European bracket here. We can see all of these teams that have been knocked out already. Method up there in that European finals position, still waiting on an opponent from this series. That's going to be either Skill-Capped EU or Oldness Strikes. And this is another best of 5 series here. Pressure definitely on. All these guys want to make it up to that circuit series at the end of the season, so they need those points. And loser of it, they get third, so it's not like a horrible position to be in. They definitely still have a chance to get into that top 8 of this region to make it into the circuit. But obviously, that finals position is where you want to be in. It sounds like there's not a lot of faith from Oldness Strikes. What can they do then? Let's brainstorm a little bit, Venruki. What would you like to see them do if they could have a chance, get some edge over this competition in the form of Skill Cap EU?
Well, we can't totally count them out because, I mean, when the last time these two teams did meet 2 days ago, it was actually a really close series. So although it was 3-1, every single one of the games was incredibly close. It could have gone either way. So I feel like if things just go a little bit more in favor of Oldness Strikes, this is definitely a series they could win. It's a very volatile matchup. Warrior Frost Death Knight versus Rhett. Warrior, lots of cleave damage. The healer's mana is being taxed quite heavily throughout the match. And I feel like it's just going to be one of those series that comes down to little outplays. If Oldness Strikes can kind of rise to the occasion, they can play their best. And Skill Cap EU, I mean, they could be a little bit tilted from that last series if they don't rise up. If they don't play their best, Oldness Strikes can definitely capitalize on that and find themselves in the grand finals against, or in the finals against Method.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. We definitely don't want to count these guys out. Oldness Strikes, a couple of BlizzCon winners too on this roster, so they are no stranger to feeling this pressure on them. So based off of that answer from Venruki, Zico, what do you think? What do you want to see these guys do?
From Oldness Strikes, I think I just want to see Kara go with the Pro Legendary. Yeah, that's what I want to see. The more Pro Legendaries, the better, I think. No, but I feel like the last time they met, it felt like the Shaman
like
was
me now.
What can I say, Sid? You're rubbing off on all of us here on the desk, man. No, I feel like the Shaman was ahead on mana when they fought, but it felt like the Frost DK could get through the cooldowns faster and win with one big setup with the shield streak bounces. So I feel like if you live one of those setups without actually investing in a real cooldowns, just because you're legendary procced, I actually think that could be a legit way to win, and then maybe they can just win with that mana advantage a little bit later on. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Frost DK is still the king of those melee matchups, so definitely would give the edge still to Skill Cap EU.
How about a triple paladin super tease, all with the Prat legendary?
Ooh, holy.
How do you ever
He's
die?
considering it. He's considering it. Exactly.
I'm gonna have to maybe talk to some paladins and make this happen. I might have to
Please
make this
don't.
happen.
Oh man, I don't know if we'll see that. I mean, we have seen though in the past like triple, I think like shaman
Triple
with,
monk.
Was it with the
Monk.
triple monk with, was it 85% Jamie's team when they did that? You know, it wasn't too bad. It was a fun time. I think they were all pandas as well. But anyways, we are going to get to this series here. It is game number 1, Skill Capped EU versus Oldness Strikes. Winner of this moves on to the finals.
Yeah, moving into the finals. Method going to be watching this game patiently to see who does come out ahead. We are anticipating in the blind pick the Frost Death Knight Warrior versus the Rat Warrior. And guess what? We are right. It is going to be that exact same matchup. And although Skill Capped EU did beat Oldness Strikes 3-1, this is going to be an incredibly close series. Very back and forth, little outplays. Who can set up and who can deny setups just that much better. I'm going to be taking a look at some of the gearing and see what legendary Kara is going with in particular, as I am curious to see it.
All right, here we go. We're going to see Kara, Zipai, Blizzo. Look at Blizzo. He's not even dismounting here. He's just chilling on his Kara. But here we go. Asgaroth taking a fat hit of damage right there. Has to use his trinket, his wings right away. You can see Oldness Strikes here. Definitely looking kind of young in that opener here, forcing out big cooldowns right away. Now Kara here on that red. Last time around, he chose to kite a lot in this matchup. He's trying to spread out with Nerd Rage for those chill streak bounces. And now they're going to connect onto Tana, potentially grip somebody in. Most likely going to be Kara here. And there we go. There's the stun. There's the grip. Where's the blinding sleep? Nicely dodged there by Tana. Kara as well, dispelling him with that Sanctuary. Excellent play so far from the old man. And now they're looking to set up a Hex here and cleave it up here. Bladestorm coming out now from Blizzo. Nerd Rage as well, looking to get some pressure here in the midfield. Zipai in a Hex. And now once again, going to be connecting on that Shaman. Tana with the Freedom though. Should be okay for now. There's the Spear of Bastion now connecting, but they don't have that big shield streak set up yet. Askarov gets purged there. All his Divine Favor and Wind Shear almost goes down there. Tana now in a fear, and here we go. Zipai looking to set up here once again. Can he find the shield streak? That is going to be the question.
And he's still waiting for Pillar of Frost. Blizzo's got Warbreaker, though, and they're all stacked up. Nerd Rage dropping his Spear Bastion. Stormbolt on Asgrath, the entire team getting decimated by Oldness Strikes at the moment here. Dive by the Sword trades for Blizzo. Big heals incoming from Asgrath. Zipai grips in Tana. They need a big hit here if they're going to pull this off. Where's the stun lock? They're not going for that Syndragosa. It's not available. They're going to have a tough time powering through this. Move cast from Tana, allowing himself to immune interrupts and stabilize a little bit here. Nerd Rage getting swapped back to these teams. Are looking evenly matched in the lower bracket so far. Zipai just getting hexed over and over. I love these hexes from Tana trying to exploit that advantage. Now Asgrath stunned up, has to Divine Shield. Where's the Shatter? Nerd Rage lands the Shattering Throw, but Asgrath looks stable. Looks like he wasn't actually able to get, maybe he intervened it. Tana, the target, it's Spear Bastion laid down, not finding Tana though. It looks like it missed. It's a little bit unfortunate for Blizzo. Asgrath now once again under fire. If there's a full stun here, he may have to use that medallion. Hammer of Justice available. Zipai counter engages. Empowered Rune Weapon. Big Frost Death Knight damage. Nerd Rage gonna respect it. Die by the Sword. Tana respecting with Ascendance. Trading effectively.
Yeah, nicely done there. It's a beautiful setup and great denial there by Zipai, honestly. Now let's see what they can continue to do. I mean, Asgrath obviously the main target in this matchup. And if Zipai, Blizzo, and Asgrath are all stacked up, that's a great opportunity for Nerd Rage and Kara to just get a bunch of cleave damage out, especially with those Hammer of Justice on Asgrath. So he's going to be trying to avoid those, and it's going to be up to Zipai as well as Blizzo to just keep them at bay for as long as possible. The Hammer of Justice does land. Nerd Rage behind the pillar, though. Anti-Magic Zone does get dropped down. Kara just cutting up everyone. Full Hex on Asgrath. Zipai's in so much trouble. He's getting low. Big damage. Intervene does come in. It's a Blinding Light. Almost an execute range. 5% health. You can tell how back and forth this game is, and now Skill Capped EU's looking to get aggressive. Kara's in a little bit of trouble right now, trying to kite away. He's getting gripped in constantly by that new ability. And Shadowlands from the Death Knight at Abomination's Limb. Just constant grips, keeping everyone in the Blade Storm. All that cleave damage, really, really effective. But now they swap onto Asgrath. And Oldness Strikes, they are not letting Skill Capped EU walk away with this one easily.
Yeah, definitely close call there on Zipa. And now another close call on Asgrath here. He's waiting for that divine favor here, trying to keep himself up with the wings. And there it is. Big save by the light. He's going to proc right there. And he is going to be able to top himself up with a couple of holy shots, with a couple of judgments. And now Zipa once again looking to find his target here, looking to set up the next shield streak here, potentially. Kara taking decent cleave damage, Nerd Rage as well now, getting changed to bias. And it looks like Skillcat EU finally going to stabilize a little bit after 2 close calls there back to back. And now Zipa in a hex, he trinkets out of it, he gets the grip, blinding sneak right there, and there we go, big damage coming out, but Kara is not in that setup. Kara now getting storm bolted, Nerd Rage taking decent amount of damage here, but he should be fine there. Spear of Bastion now onto Asgard, they're going to activate that Blessing of Protection, gets purged off, but it does remove the effect from the spear, and he is going to be able to keep himself alive. And now Kara once again kiting here, just trying to spread out the damage from Zipa, trying to not get too cleaved here as these teams keep on pushing.
All right, Tana playing that honor talent to reduce the cooldown of Hex, so you can spam Hex on Zipai over and over, try and crowd control him with those Earth Grab totems and get control of his damage. It's so far allowed them to have a pretty big mana advantage at this point, so it's just a minor play that could win them the game over time here. Nerd Rage, Sharpened Blade up, trying to get some pressure out. He's afraid of the triple. Zipai is trying to stack them up. Kara repositioning away. That's why Kara's playing ranged Ret Paladin right now, just throwing in Blades of Wrath and Judgment from range. He doesn't want to stand on top of the Frost Death Knight. Double Earth Grab Hex. Good combo. Kara's going to move in while the Death Knight is hexed and can't go for that setup. Nice coordination. Asgrath in a stun. Blizzo disarmed. Trying to gun for Blizzo. Blizzo defensively fierce, but Tana gets gripped in. Zipai is laying waste with that Abomination Limb, cleaving 3 targets here. Blizzo going to sharpen Blade as well. Really trying to turn up the heat here. Ascendant's not available for quite some time. Kara splits off, though, from the team, spamming some Flash of Lights, building up for Word of Glory. That freedom on Tana, allowing him to escape. And Kara's positioning here, his tactical positioning is excellent. Now Asgrath in trouble, getting set up on. Zipai defensively stuns, peeling the whole team, and actually hitting Braun on the enemy team as well, who's been called in. This one's been going on for some time. That little robot going to be adding some damage into the mix here. Asgrath's almost out of mana, though. If Oldness Strikes keeps up their defense and good positioning, I think they've got this.
Yeah, things certainly not looking too bad. Hammer of Justice lands, immediate trinket. He does not want to mess around. Asgrath going to be on the run, but they just cannot get this Warrior Retribution Paladin off of him. And with no trinket, super susceptible to that next Hammer of Justice. In the meantime, Zipa is just getting absolutely chopped up. Asgrath forced to throw out the sacrifice. Going to be taking a lot of that redirected damage onto himself. And if Kara and Nerd Rage, they just have to survive this. I mean, skill cap to you, they're going for it. Big damage coming in. Kara might get caught into a Hammer of Justice, but Asgrath does not want to overstay his welcome. Now Kara's just going to be charging in. Big Hammer of Justice. Asgrath has to hold on just a little bit longer. Nerd Rage going down at the same time. Both these teams just putting out massive amounts of pressure. And now, skill cap to you, they really wanted to go aggressive there. Or Oldness Strikes really wanted to go aggressive onto Asgrath, but skill cap to you was able to deny them with counter pressure of their own. Onto Nerd Rage. Zipai still getting low on the run. Just running and hiding with Asgrath. But Asgrath, he's got no tools left to work with. Oldness Strikes is looking good here.
Yeah, Zipa is still very, very low. Asgrath almost no mana left. Has to use his Divine Shield there on the Hammer of Justice. Nerd Rage now could be in a little bit of trouble here, but Zipa is just kiting, dropping out the Chains of Ice here onto the Warrior and just line of sighting here. You can tell that they're very, very scared on the side of Skill Cap EO. Look at Blizzo now taking a massive chunk of damage there from the wings of Kara, and they're just chilling in the Earthen Wall Totem. Here we go. There's the fear onto Tana, but I do believe that was a preempt. No, he gets Sanctuaried out of that one, and here we go. Spear of Bastion, triple grip. This is the big shield streak setup. They need to get something here on the side of Skill Cap EU to remain in the game. Asgrath basically completely tapped at this point. Tana dropping out heal after heal, just bombing heals now, and Blizzo dropping low. Has to use Die by the Sword. Kara playing ranged Ret Paladin now once again here, just wants to spread out, and Blizzo's Die by the Sword is finally going to run out. Tana looking for some hexes, not going to be able to find him right now. Kara just being off here at this point, and Braun once again in the battlefield looking to charge in and lay waste to skill cap EU here as they look to make their last push.
Asgrath has absolutely 0 mana remaining. Oldness Strikes just need one more advance. I think they're going to close it, but they're reluctant. They don't want to throw. Their defenses are also somewhat limited, but if they allocate it properly, they've got more than enough. But Asgrath regenerated some mana. He's got a little bit over 10% now. That could be enough for them to take the game. This is tense, 8 minutes in here in game number 1, the lower bracket final. Winner goes to the finals in Europe, and the loser will be out in 3rd place. Triple fear by Nerd Rage. Big setup here by Oldness Strikes. Tana goes for the Aura Mastery Hex. Excellent execution. Blizzo rallies in defiance to stay alive just a little bit longer, and it will be just a little bit that he needs. Nerd Rage falling behind. Trades die by the sword. Tana uses Ascendance to keep his team aggressive, and it's go time. Z-Pi getting cleaved down by the Blade Storm of Nerd Rage. Asprath gets purged, sheared on his big heal. Tana is making play after play in this game. You don't normally get to highlight the Resto Shaman, but he is definitely carrying game number 1 with all this crowd control. Another Hex casted, and that is it. Tana, in my mind, MVP here. We just usually flame the healer like you died. It's the healer's fault, and you don't really talk about like healers being like the thing. But in that game, like all the roots, all the hexes, that purge kick at the end, Poppy the cooldowns to get his team aggressive, like that was a healer carry. Give some healers some love.
Especially as well when he's playing something that's like not quite his favorite. It's kind of the Holy Paladins dominating AWC so far in this first cup. And yeah, you're totally right. Tana coming in hot on that Restoration Shaman. Oldness Strikes getting that game number 1 victory. And I this is an amazing start for these guys, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, Tana going for that short hex talent has been so beautiful. Look at him faking the kicks here, goes for the Aura Mastery kick, drops the Earthen Wall Totem. Everybody is just doing it super fine here on the side of Oldness Strikes. And there's the bop. And look at this, in about 5 seconds, Askar's gonna go for that Divine Favor, which gives him immunity to interrupts, but he's gonna get purged on it and kicked. Here we go. He's going for it right there, and there it is, purge kick from Tana. And the pressure is just immense here. Nerd Rage gonna be Blade Storming here shortly as well with that legendary, and Blizzo here doing what he can to survive at this point, but Kara just has too much damage to Asgard there to handle, and that is going to be the win for the Oldness Strikes. And imagine this, we could have a Shaman and a Disc Priest team going in the finals.
You think Chaz would play Priest in that series if that's the...
Oh, no way. But,
yeah, no way.
To get there, in a way.
Okay, to get there.
It counts.
It counts.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Shamans are real when they have Rets. I mean, I feel like a Retribution...
if there's a Paladin on your team.
Yeah, if they have a Paladin on their team, they could play too. So, yeah. I mean, I think it's great. I mean, we did see in North America yesterday the team of the boys, Space Station Gaming. They played the same. They played Ret Warrior, but they played it with a Holy Paladin instead. And I got to talking with them a little bit, and I think we might see some Shaman from them as well. We'll have to wait and see, but I think the Shaman actually fits really, really nicely in this composition. It gives you the offensive purges, wind shear, now spammable hex. It just seems really, really strong. And Oldness Strikes, like I said, they are more than a match here for Skill Capped EU. This is a great composition for them. And I'm curious if Skill Capped EU decides to actually mix it up. They're going to Tolvaron Arena. Are they actually going to go with the Fire Mage Elemental Shaman? Because I do remember, I think it was the last time they met, they actually did play that matchup. Yeah, they did play it on Tolvaron. They were comfortable enough. It's enough space where Maro can kite around on that Fire Mage. So that might be what they're trying to set up here. And I would expect that it is.
All right, Oldness Strikes, about 30 seconds left to pick their composition. Do we think that with this with Tolvaron Arena as their map, Supities, they opt to stick with that melee cleave?
I don't know what else they'd play. Like, legitimately, what? Like, other than other than playing a DK themselves, which would be risky blind locking, I don't think you can do that. Like, they could maybe Windwalker Ret. We saw if Nerd Rage has a Windwalker all, or Nixie wants to play Windwalker, we saw Windwalker Ret a lot in North America as a substitute for the Warrior, so that they can port away from the AoE from the Death Knight, and that seemed to be more effective than the Warrior that was kind of just stuck in it. But I feel like they're just going to do the same thing. I'm just wondering, maybe, I mean, Windwalker would be, I think Windwalker might be like a heads-up pick, maybe. They're past the timer at this point, so they're really thinking about it. They're definitely worried about the Mage Ellie, I think, but okay, they're both locked in. Same thing. I really don't think
something.
I don't think Oldness Strikes is gonna change anything. They got to keep with this comp.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Going to be going to Tolvaron Arena. Maro Zekai going with that classic Fire Mage. Ellie Oldness Strike sticking with that Red Paladin Warrior here. What are these setups going to be looking like then now that we're going to a larger map on Tolvaron?
Well, normally when you're playing this composition, playing against this composition as a Fire Mage, it's rough. I mean, the Warrior and the Retribution Paladin, they're able to sit on you with the backup of the Shaman who can purge and ground. It's a lot of consistent damage on the Mage, and it really prevents him from getting combustions quickly. But on this large map, what Maro can do is he can use a lot of Scorches, do the run casting, pull them out into the open, and allow Zepai to get hexes and basically bully Tana, landing hexes of his own and setting up Maro. So Maro's not nearly as reliant on actually having to get crowd control. He's got the Elemental Shaman to kind of do that for him. When he does get it, that's when you can combust. You can get Divine Shield really, really quickly with the strength of that combustion, and you can kind of strike back. So on the large map, I think this is a great option. On the smaller maps, I don't think it works nearly as well. But still, I think this is one of those matchups where either team could win.
All right, well, we'll soon see here. Game number 2, Skill Cap to you, down 1 point versus Oldness Strike on Tolvaron Arena.
All right, so last time they fought, it was kind of a close call on Maro a couple of times, but ultimately the game went kind of deep into Damp, and Skillcap EU was able to win by forcing out the Dispel on Nerdridge, I believe, and then they got that big Hammer of Justice combustion onto Kara, managed to erase his account, and now we'll see if they can set something like that up again. We'll see. Maro right now is just going to be dragging everybody back here, and here we go. Here comes the setup. Maro, immediate Blessing of Protection is the response here. He's going to go for a Sheep Tana with a beautiful Grounding Totem, beautiful Wind Shear, and then he's going to reposition, outranging those Polymorphs, but that means no heals for Kara and Nerdridge for a little bit. There's the Dragon's Breath. He snipes it on max range. Here we go. Combustion onto Kara, Lightning Lasso. A big setup there, but Kara going to use his Trinket and those Words of Glory, keep himself alive, and now they are going to be able to weather that storm. Maro activating the Alter Time, ports back to his position there, shifting power as well, resetting his blinks, and now once again, this is scary time for Maro. Both melees all over him. I do think he might have a blink or two here. He's going to use that Night Phase Soul Shape to get away here. Zepai now needs to pressure the team, needs to try to land a Hex and set up that next lasso to get his mage kind of mobile.
All right, let's see if they can get the setup here. With those medallions out of the way, this is prime time. Maro's just farming Combust every fireball, 5 seconds off the cooldown of Combustion. You can see it 39 seconds and counting. That's going to be a big swing of damage. I think Zepai should hold on to his Sky Fury Totem for that moment. Maro stunned up first, decides to break out, double blink in, try and look for a Rune of Power, gets a Poly on Tana. Gonna go for a Rune of Power lasso combo, big damage on a Nerd Rage here. Kara supporting in the backline with Flash of Light after Flash of Light, while Tana is polymorph. Nerd Rage charges in, disrupts the fireballs, and now Zepai gets interrupted by Tana. I love the teamwork of Oldness Strikes, the way they coordinate together, and Kara supports when Tana can't heal, and then Tana breaks up stuff when Kara can't. Like the teamwork and synergy, watch them just move together like this melee blender ball, just totally shutting down everybody while they're moving across the map. It's really good coordination. It can seem scary as a healer against mages and shamans to run into the middle of the map, but with this team specifically and their coordination, they make it look easy. Here we see a lot of damage on Maro and sacrifices force, but now Kara in trouble. Tana got counterspelled, combustion available. Are they going to pull the trigger?
Ooh, have to see. I mean, it's available. How are they going to respond? Tana and Kara look like they're playing a little bit safer. They don't want to overextend too badly at this point. Maro, is he going to combust? He actually does. Combust. Most of it gets grounded, though. Just the Meteor lands. Beautiful response there by Tana. And I feel like if Tana has his grounding totem, he's got no crowd control on him. That was not a great combustion there by Maro. I feel like that setup was a little bit botched. And unfortunately now, skill cap to you, they're going to have to play it safe once again, but that is the strength of having that Restoration Shaman. You get that added utility to deal with the Fire Mage, that grounding totem, super effective, but I feel like we got to see some cross-crowd control on Tana, or at least try to get the grounding out of the way, or we're just going to see a repeat situation of that, where most of the damage is just negated completely, and skill cap to you is not forced to really trade anything.
Oh, no, Braun is betraying them. He's giving them the combustion back. Oh, no, look at Maro.
Retreat, Braun, run. What are you doing, Braun? You're feeding.
Yeah, look at Maro's combust right now. Zepai's not even attacking it just to let Maro farm as many fireballs as possible. Braun
is inting.
Yeah.
Oh, he disappears right when combust is off cooldown, too. He's on the other team.
All right. Here we go. Combust is ready for Morrow, so he's going to be able to have that big power cooldown. 30 seconds for sacrifice, though. If they can get something here on tomorrow, that could be big. They were waiting for that Spear of Bastion to get a nice sheep there. Morrow kills off the grounding totem, and look at there. That is going to be all Brawn right there, forcing out the Trinket Spirit Link from Tana. And now Kara is going to be in a little bit of trouble there with that combustion go, but finally is going to recover here and potentially look for another setup if they can reach Morrow. Now Morrow resetting his blinks, resetting everything there with that shifting power. Morrow taking a decent amount of damage. Askroth has the sacrifice if he needs to, trying to hold on to it for a little bit. Morrow now going for the Ring of Frost, lands it onto Tana. Rune of Poggers coming out here as well. Big damage onto Nerd Rage, but he gets sacrificed by Kara, so he's going to survive that one. And I think Oldness Strike should just go for a reset at this point. They didn't really force anything there, and they had to use Trinket Spirit Link in that exchange.
Oh, Kara. Is he going to keep going? Tana's at half health too. Morrow's baiting them out in the open with the Soul Shape. Z-Pie's got them all out. They're going to swap to Z-Pie. I like that. Hit the closer caster. Z-Pie knocks them away with a Thunderstorm. Well timed. Morrow supports with Polymorphs. You can tell both these teams are playing at the highest level to make it this far into the tournament, battling for a chance at Method in the finals here. And then we see Z-Pie lobbing in big lava bursts. Morrow blinks in, Dragon's Breath Polymorph, but that's a Divine Toll from Kara trying to scare Morrow away. He's not scared though. Combustion, lasso, big hit of damage over on a Nerd Rage. He gets died by the sword, squeaked in right before the hit, but it doesn't matter. Earthshock just almost cracks Nerd Rage's. He's actually just dead through rally parry. He's on 1% remaining health. His rally is about to fall. Tana has to pick him up in a hurry. Kara's helping him out with the Word of Glory. I feel like Nerd Rage is sitting there like, wait, what just happened? Okay, I guess I'm alive. I'll keep going.
Yeah, and he will keep going. And Nerd Rage and Kara once again charging in. That was a go of Skill Cap EU. And Morrow's not going to have that threat of combustion for a little while, but that was absolutely insane damage on Nerd Rage. I feel like he actually reacted to that situation appropriately, but the damage from the Elemental Shaman and the Fire Mage can be quite overwhelming, that's for sure. Right now, Asgrath just sitting very far away. Morrow kiting away from him. Morrow, he has his Altar Time up. As long as it doesn't get purged, he's going to be okay. So definitely a great play there by Morrow. You can kind of get into those risky situations if you do have the Altar Time, as long as you know it's not going to get purged off. Because Tana was so far away, he could make that gamble. And Morrow now still going to be using that Soul Shape to kite around. Z-Pie getting swapped to right now. Kara and Nerd Rage is trying to put out the damage, whatever damage that they can in this match. And if we look at mana, Skill Cap to you, they are looking good. I mean, Asgrath, his mana is still amazing at this point of the game. Tana a little bit lower, having to heal through a lot of this consistent damage coming in from the Elemental Shaman and the Fire Mage. Skyfear Totem drops down. Morrow looking for a little bit of burst, but it doesn't look like it's going to amount to too much. He does have the combustion, so Nerd Rage has to be very careful.
Ooh, combustion here onto Nerd Rage. Kara responding there with the sacrifice. Morrow actually taking the brunt of this exchange. Conrad's going to trigger. Big push there. Askarov using that sacrifice a split second too late right there. And that is going to be a massive cooldown there for Morrow Force. That Cauterize is not going to be able to save him. And Askarov actually taking a lot of damage from that redirected sacrifice. Manages to keep himself alive there with the help of Z-Pie. Now Nerd Rage in a sheep. Kara in a lightning lasso. Morrow in that rune, looking to get some damage here, looking to rebuild that combustion, and there we go. Big power play here once again from Oldness Strikes, and they force out the Blessing of Protection. Slowly but surely, they're getting some cooldowns here, and we're at 13% dampening already. You can tell here, very tense moments. Kara now getting swapped to by Z-Pie. Z-Pie actually knocking both melees into Morrow, and I think they're going to be happy about that, but Morrow actually getting that beautiful Nova there. Nerd Rage now going to reach his target here, and this could be a dangerous situation for Morrow. There we go. Tana drops the preemptive Earthen Wall Totem before he tanks that Hex. I don't think they're going to be able to kill Kara through it, but they're doing a great job there. Kara actually using his Trinket there just in case. I wasn't feeling 100% safe. Maybe a little bit preemptive there, but we definitely have seen some of these Reds just get globalized. So Kara with the heads-up play there, he's going to keep himself alive. And now Oldness Strikes looking to push back here. Morrow does have his combustion though for that next setup.
There's a Stormkeeper and a Sky Fury Totem. This is a lot of damage available for Skill Cap EU that they could pull out of nowhere if Oldness Strikes aren't ready. Z-Pie lining up Lava Burst. There's the combustion. Morrow gets tremoured out of his fear. Here comes the Meteor. Huge hit on Nerd Rage. Looks like they were ready for it though. Tana got a grounding totem down, redirecting a ton of damage, and that's the coordination I was talking about. That's usually the scariest moment in the game, but it gets shut down. Now Z-Pie gets follow-up damage with that lightning bolt. Word of Glory comes in from Kara, topping himself off. getting back onto Zeepai. Zeepai knocks him away. Kara Freedom's trying to get back on target, running that double unbound Freedom to get more mobility against the Elemental Mage. A good strategy there, but Tana's in a polymorph. Kara retreats back to the earthen wall, but all of the attacks hit so hard that I'm not sure if it'll be enough. Kara stunned up, survives it, gets a big heal with that Word of Glory, building up some holy power, looking for another Word of Glory, gets himself to full health here as Tana finally is out of crowd control. Zeepai in trouble, no astral shift. 9 minutes in, 23% dampening. He's trying to retreat away with Ghost Wolf, but that unbound Freedom is allowing them full connect. Asgrath stunned up, Kara gets polyed away, dispelled instantly. Zeepai pinned down by that Spear of Bastion. It's deep dampening. Healing is tough at this point for Asgrath. He's got sacrifice, he has to commit it. He's not going to gamble it anymore with dampening. Zeepai stabilizes. Now zapping back, Kara has to Divine Shield, and it's anyone's game.
It certainly is. I mean, getting that Divine Shield out of the way, just so important. Morrow has that combustion coming up. He's going to be able to shred through Kara's HP if he's not careful, so they have to be careful. Combustion does come in. Kara on the run! Meteor lands, but Tana in that Hex should be able to top him off once that does fade. Kara goes back to the pillar. Big Divine Toll there on Zeepai. 30% dampening. Almost 10 minutes have elapsed in this matchup. Both these healers doing okay on mana, but that combustion not netting too much in that exchange. A little bit unfortunate there for Morrow. And now Kara and Nerd Rage are going to be feeling confident until that combustion is up once again. But Morrow just spamming out the fireballs, and that's the problem. I mean, if you go after Zeepai, Morrow basically just gets to free cast. He gets crowd control on Tana. He gets lots of fireballs out that will likely reset that combustion. I mean, this is really scary for Zeepai as well. He's going for the lightning lasso. He gets interrupted. The Spear of Bastion from Nerd Rage and Kara. And Kurt, it looks like they're actually just want to switch up their targeting completely. No longer wanting to chase the mage. They're just going to put out as much damage as they can on Zeepai and basically see how Asgrath's going to handle it.
Yeah, and they don't have any cooldowns left. That next setup on Zeepai could just be game over. Kara getting sheeped. They forced out the Dispel. Mar's trying to set up here for a big setup onto Kara. He has no bubble. And look at Tana's positioning. He is basically third melee at this point, trying to keep him in range of that Trinket Spirit Link. He might need to drop it right now. He drops it. Trinket Spirit Link coming out. And that is their cue to go now. Zeepai in a big, scary situation here. Trinket's out of the Stormbolt. Kara, if he can get there with those wings, he's got to do so much damage, but Maru is making it difficult for him. Looking for the polymorphs. He fakes out the Witcher. He's going to be enough. Zeepai dropping super low here. That polymorph is the only thing keeping him alive. Asgrath has 5 seconds left on the sacrifice. Zeepai just needs to hold on for a little bit longer. Can he do it? He gets sucked in by the Spear of Bastion. The lightning lasso comes out. A big heal there from Asgrath, and Zeepai will stabilize. Now there is nothing left on Oldness Strikes. They need to try to take down Zeepai right now. They have no defense. Maru trying to shut down the situation. Zeepai dropping super low there. Battle Master's going to activate. No, nothing here. Just the sacrifice to rely on. 10 seconds left on that astral shift, and he might need to use the sacrifice just to get to that point in the game.
I mean, he survived, though. They've got defensives. Kara's locked down in a stun. He's in a poly. 3 versus 1 on Nerd Rage. Absolute eradication. Massive turnaround. Skill cap. Pull it out of nowhere. Catching Nerd Rage in midfield in just a moment. When you thought it was over, they blast back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, Morrow was able to just free cast. He did get that combustion back, and I mean, Nerd Rage, it's got to be so frustrating for them. They're just trying to get to a target, but Morrow with good control, and that damage was absolutely absurd there at the end. I mean, Nerd Rage, he doesn't have his parry, but maybe he could have preemptively used his rallying cry, something, but he got taken down just so fast in the matchup, and Skill Cap EU with this composition is able to put a point on the board.
Yeah, and
and what is it? Go ahead, Zico.
I was just going to say, this was like the all-in moment here for Oldness Strikes. They realized we got to try to take down Zeepai here with this push. Otherwise, it's pretty much game over. Tana getting caught up in that Ring of Frost into the Blinding Light. There's a Dragon's Breath onto Kara, into a polymorph. And look at that. Erased immediately. Just literally deleted. That meteor that meteor must have hit him at least like 12, 13,000 right there. Just removed 50% of his HP.
I feel like this is just going to be a difficult series here for Oldness Strikes. If I could predict this, I feel like it's going to go to a Game 5, and Skill Cap EU, they're going to be choosing every loss that they get. If it's just going to go back and forth like those series sometimes do, like we saw in that last one, it seems like all skill capped EU has to do is pick a large map, go with that Mage Ellie composition, and then Oldness Strike is going to struggle just like we saw in that last one. I mean, I guess it was kind of a little bit of a close game here, but what do you think about that, Ben?
Well, it certainly was a close game, but I feel like Maro, Zipai, Asgaroth, they can't afford to play this composition on a really small map. Like, if we go to Hook Point, there's just no way. I just don't see the composition working out nearly the same way. Whereas on this map, I mean, think about all the moments when they actually were able to get a lot of burst damage and take someone down. That's when Nerd Rage is separated from his whole team. He's being dragged out into the open. Tana and Kara just so far away. They can't work together as a unit. They're able to capitalize on that. But on a map like Hook Point, that same kind of thing does not happen. And I feel like as a result, what we're going to have to see from Skill Cap EU is them go back to that cleave setup. I mean, if we see Oldness Strikes pick a small map, we have to see cleave from Skill Cap EU, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. So let's say that they do get that next win here, Oldness Strikes, and then it's once again Skill Cap's map choice. They go for that larger map once again. Oldness Strikes doesn't seem, from what we've seen, doesn't have like a reliable answer yet. What does that spell for them, Supati, is on the side of Oldness Strikes?
I mean, it's not comfortable, but I feel like both teams can win, is what it kind of spells. It's coming down to who's going to play better, who can shut down those Fire Mage moments, who can escape the Ret Paladin or control the Ret Paladin. Like, right at the end, they removed Kara with Polymorph, and they removed Tana with Blind, and they just had the Warrior isolated. And you can see on the scoreboard, the Kara did is the equal healing with his Shaman. So they're both healers. You have to stop both of them when you're going to burst down a target. But when you do stop both of them, they die really fast. So Skill Cap EU, I think, can win, but Oldness Strikes have disruption. It's an even fight. I wouldn't. It doesn't feel like this is one-sided.
All right, going into this next game, Black Root Cold is the map that will be locked in. Skill Cap EU, first team to blind lock their composition. Oldness Strikes then has the ability to sort of counter that. And now the question is, what exactly is Skill Cap going to choose? Now that we know that they are going to be going to Black Root Cold, do we have any idea as what to either of these teams are thinking, Zico?
It's got to be Frost DK Cleave for Skill Capped. And yeah, Oldness Strikes, more of the same for sure from them. I'm curious to see if they felt like that game one was convincing enough from Oldness Strikes that they don't pick the DK, like if they lost all of their confidence in it. But if you just look at it from like the matchup perspective, for sure we're going to see that DK. Maybe we even see DK Windwalker come out of Skill Capped EU. They do have that available, Blizzard with that Windwalker and Zipai on the DK, but I'm not sure. I wouldn't mind seeing the Windwalker DK one game. I wouldn't mind seeing that at all.
All right. Timers run out. Let's see what they decide to go with here.
Oh.
All right.
They've definitely lost their confidence in the DK.
Okay, Skill Cap to you, locking in Fire Mage Ellie once again on Black Root Cold. Oldness Strikes now to respond. And I wonder how this next map is going to go with Maro and Z-Pipe going back to those Caster Cleaves. Caster Cleaves, Asgaroth still remaining on that Holy Paladin. And, both these teams so far, bit of a trade-off here. We're seeing lots of these games going pretty close, and it seems like it could really be anyone's game, but I feel like this is just gonna go to a game 5 given how these first two games have gone. Super T's, Tana, Kara, and Nerd Rage picking their composition once again. Ret Warrior. How are we feeling about this, Sid?
They have to play that. The only thing could maybe be Nixie Windwalker, but this Fire Mage Ellie might just kind of blow them up if they do that. So I feel like Nerd Rage, this is the comp they need. I think it's the comp that can deliver it. They're just going to have to play insane the whole time, and the games can go on for some time, as you've seen. So staying at that level and making sure you don't miss any interrupts for 10 minutes straight, I mean, that's not an easy feat. Or overcommitting to the wrong target when you should have been hitting something else, and paying attention to little things. Did Maro block a crowd control to do damage? There's so much to be aware of when the game is playing out like that. And if you're not, then you lose out on those little advantages over time, and you just get crushed later in the fight. So I think either one of these teams can take it right now, and I'm very excited to see how it plays out here on a smaller battlefield.
Yeah, I am as well. Do you think that we're going to see any of that crowd control that we saw from Tana, as you coined it, Super T's? He was the MVP of that first game. Is he going to be able to pull any of that off here on Black or Cold?
Well, he's kind of sad-faced shaman right now because in that first game, no one can remove Hex. Like Death Knight Warrior and Paladin can't remove Hex, so he can Hex all day. But Zeepai playing Elemental Shaman and Maro playing Mage can both remove Hex. So there's never a time where Tan is like, oh, I can Hex something. So it completely removes that utility that he would be bringing on Shaman to have double D curse. Tana's main objective is just cooldown calling, interrupting crowd control, staying with his team so they can help him with crowd control. And that's basically it, I think, in this for him.
All right, would love to see him try and pull that off again here. We've got both compositions locked in here. Now it just seems like they're taking their time a little bit as they get these teams ready to go here. These moments in this series, super crucial. Loser of this knocked out of the tournament. Winner moves on to the European finals to face off once again against Method. If it's skill capped, as that would be a rematch here for today. The game has already started. 40 seconds in. Here we go.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Can skill cap DU pull it off on a smaller map? What is Ultimate Strike's going to be able to get done? They have to play so consistent in this match. Avoid getting one shot. Really, really pay attention to Maro and his combustion. That's going to be the heavy hitting moment. Triple Fear comes in. They're looking to set up on Tana. Let's see if they can actually get anything done. I feel like he should be okay. That was combustion, and Tana does manage to survive. Good peels there coming in from Nerd Rage. Preemptive rallying cry. He managed to get the intervene to reflect and avoid a lot of damage. Now it's going to be Maro who has to basically reset, try to get that combustion back. And Olden Strikes has an opportunity to kind of strike back here and start getting some pressure rolling.
Maro now actually has no Triune Ward, so he's going to be taking a lot of damage here. Kara getting dispelled there, and this is a big moment here. Might need to be the sacrifice from Asgrath. They're going to have a decent amount of uptime there. Maro finally able to blink out of that stun lock there, and now Nerd Rage still all over him here. Kara actually doing a bit of a split strategy here, hitting Zeepai a little bit, getting some extra holy power, and then they're going to hex him out of that one. Maro with the quick dispel though, he's going to be able to remove that one. Double Dragon's Breath, there's the alter time, and now Maro, line of sighting Tana, the only guy who can purge his alter time, is going to force both melees to go off of him, and now they're going to commit a little bit here onto Zeepai. Looks good so far for them. Now Nerd Rage wants to keep going here onto Maro. Maro, once again, with the blink right there, is going to be able to survive from that Stormbolt for now, but if Kara connects onto him, it could be lights out in a matter of seconds.
All right, matter of seconds indeed. Let's see if they can set it up here. They're chasing Maro. Oh, Maro pre-blinking that Spirit Bastion. Clutch play by Maro. They're trying to go after Asgarath a little bit on the small map. Stunning him. Nope, now back on Maro. Maro soul shapes. Oh, that was a big hit of damage from that final Reckoning. Kara really ramping up, but combustion available. Let's see what Maro can get done here. Who are they going to go after? It looks like Kara at the moment. Asgarath chased Tana. They won with that Blinding Light. If Asgarath can get Blinding Light on Tana, it could be devastating. Nerd Rage charges over to Maro. Maro deflects with the Dragon's Breath, stalling. They stun Nerd Rage on the Dispel. Clutch Dispel punished there by Asgarath. Nerd Rage immediately trading die by the sword. Insane timing by Asgarath.
Yeah, nicely done. Maro now once again on the run. Great plays by Olden Strike so far to stay alive and not really use any defensive cooldowns. Nerd Rage, he's traded basically his entire defensive arsenal, but Tana and Kara should be able to back him up as long as he doesn't overextend and get too far away. About 3 minutes have elapsed into the game right now. Maro still with his Ice Block. Asgarath still sitting pretty in terms of mana. And this is just going to be one of those games where Olden Strikes, they just have to hold on. I mean, we could see Maro get one shot when the Avenging Wrath is up for Kara, but for the most part, it's going to be about consistency, just staying alive, trying to wither down the mana bar of Asgarath. Now Kara getting swapped to, big Dragon's Breath from Maro. Big damage from Zeepai there, setting up his team. He gets the Hex, and that's the thing. I mean, you go after Maro in this matchup, it allows Zeepai to get a lot of casted damage and also go for those Hexes onto Tana, and that's when they can really start capitalizing on that. So it's a difficult matchup for Olden Strikes because basically if they go after Maro, they leave Zeepai open. If they go after Zeepai, they leave Maro open. And so far, leaving Maro open seems to be the more devastating choice as they decided to just kind of train him down in this match.
Maro actually surviving that situation without having to use any cooldown there. A lot of uptime there from the Warrior and the Ret, but Zeepai backing him up beautifully with those off heals right there. You know, Zeepai is the closest target to the pillar. You're going to get a Hammer of Justice there to punish the Dispel. Zeepai taking a lot of damage, and Maro snipes that invisible Ring of Frost right there. And now they're looking to set up here onto Tana potentially. Let's see what they get done here. If they can get a sheep onto Kara, they can definitely stun Tana and go for it. But instead, Asgraf going to take this time to sit down for a drink here. Excellently played by him. Zeepai looking for the heals here, and he gets wind sheared on it. Maro in a lot of trouble here. Asgraf just sitting down still for the drink. I don't think he's actually able to find it. Now finally his mana ticking up. Maro might need to trade something early on. Mirror image coming through, and they actually reduce a decent amount of damage at this point with those changes in Shadowlands. Saved by the light. He's going to proc as well. Asgraf forced to use his trinket. He did get a little bit of mana there from that drink, and honestly I think at this point Skillcaps are trying to set something up there onto Tana potentially here. No, they're going to go for the Hammer of Justice. You got the cross crowd control, beautiful sheep, Ring of Frost, and Nerd Rage is completely isolated here, activating his Dive by the Sword very early. Offensive Blessing of Protection gets shattered by Nerd Rage. Tana now finally out of that blinding light. Nice setup there, but it is on that net them only that Dive by the Sword, so nice response as well from Odin Strikes.
Teams equally matched here in game number 3. Winner goes to match point. Winner of that then could go to the finals to face Method. Who's going to take it? Maro has been avoiding so much damage. Here comes the setup. Lightning Lasso, Hex on Tana. Beautiful setup. Rally comes in from Nerd Rage. Is Car really going to hold on to Divine Shield? He will. Battlemaster, Word of Glory now going back on Maro with the Stormbolt. Braun is called in, this time on their side, aiding in damage on Maro. Spirit Bastion pinning Maro. Huge pressure incoming from that Kyrian robot as well. Will Maro be able to survive the onslaught as Asgrath has to make a tough decision? Does he Blessing of Protection? Does he sacrifice? He's running out of time to make that choice. Maro avoids damage, but yes, Asgrath's hand is forced, quite literally, trading sacrifice to redirect damage. Now Maro should stabilize. Zeepai and Maro should start posting up aggressively. Will they find crowd control? Tana's at midfield. Zeepai is sneaking up on Tana. Who's going to get the better one here in terms of Hex? Zeepai's trying to find it.
Big damage here from Kara. This is the Avenging Wrath. Let's see what they can get done. Trying to go after Zeepai, but he gets caught into a Lightning Lasso. And Maro going for a Meteor, just a Rune of Power Meteor. No combustion going to be used just yet. And now Maro actually has that combustion available. Probably going to want to pair it with a Meteor, so I don't expect to see it for another 25 seconds, but that's the big hit Skillcap EU does have available. Maro getting almost taken down there by Nerd Rage. Kara doing a little bit of damage as well. Now caught into the Stormbolt. Needs some big healing here by Asgarath. And it will be the Avenging Wrath from Asgarath to empower his healing. Blessing of Protection does get traded out, but great job so far by Oldness Strikes to continue the pressure and really force Skillcap EU into these defensive situations. Mana could be a win condition. They're going after Kara just a little bit. Maro uses a combustion, but where's the damage to follow it up? No Meteor was committed there. I feel like it could have been a little bit more patient. And now Oldest Strikes, I mean, once that combustion threat is gone, they feel very confident to continue this push, try to get that pressure rolling, and just chase down Maro on this smaller map.
Yeah, and this smaller map is backfiring pretty hard so far. Asgraf sitting down for the second drink of the game, able to recover about 35% of his mana right now, and we are at about 20% dampening, and they got the mana lead on the side of Skillcapped EU due to those plays. Asgraf's gonna have his sacrifice rotating back up. Maro in a lot of danger right now, but he should be okay there. The Triune Barrier gonna be active for him. He's gonna drop a Ring of Frost on top of himself. He should have a Blink as well after that. Oh, big spear here. Activates the Dragon's Breath. He procs. Big damage coming out there from Kara. Proccing that Cauterize, finally getting themselves a big cooldown. And here comes Braun looking to go after Zeepai a little bit here. Nerd Rage and Kara still doing what they can here, chasing down Maro on that mage. Tana now in a polymorph, and that means it is time to retreat. Nerd Rage, they got the cooldown there.
Braun.
Cauterize, but here we go. Tana left behind here, taking a lot of damage, forced to use his trinket and the Astral Shift right there. And that's what happens if you retreat. You're gonna leave your healer exposed like that in the middle. And Skillcapped EU strike back there after they forced the Cauterize on the side of Boldness Strikes.
Oh, sacrifice available. Asgrath has to make the choice when to activate that. They've got Combustion to counterattack as well. Maro's just stalling right now, trying to crowd control. Tana and a Lightning Lasso. Are they going to pull the trigger on the Combustion here? There's no Medallion. Surprising to not see them want to commit. Maro was interrupted, putting him a little bit behind. on that potential swap to Tana. Tana's mana is not looking good. If Skill Cap to you just max their damage, but at the same time, Maro falls behind. Asgrath trades Sacrifice to reduce that incoming damage significantly. Zeepai is still chasing Tana. It looks like they do want to kill the Restoration Shaman, knocking Tana off the pillar with that Thunderstorm. Grounding Totem gets killed off. Maro sets up a Ring of Frost. Tana can't retreat back to the pillar from that Ring of Frost. He's trying to run around it and avoid it, managing to. Maro now caught in a stun. Zeepai interrupted. Asgrath needs to bomb in big heals right here, but how big are they at dampening at 28%? This is really hard for Asgrath.
It certainly is. I mean, Nerd Rage and Kara, their uptime is really high right now. Hammer of Justice on Asgrath. Maro gets interrupted. He's taking huge damage. He's trying to go for counter pressure with the combustion. There's no more options to run away. He has to force them back with damage, and he does. I mean, right now, the side of Oldest Strikes is forced to run away, but as soon as they recover, they're going for it. They're going for it once again. I don't think Asgrath's going to have much of an opportunity to sit down for a drink. As long as Nerd Rage and Kara can keep this uptime up, Maro might just get taken down. Asgrath just bombing out the heals, trying to keep him alive. This could be the Divine Shield as well, but Maro, with beautiful kiting, is able to get away. Drops a Ring of Frost as well. Kara's going to be stuck in that. Once he gets dispelled, that crowd control is going to hit Maro with beautiful kiting. The Night Fae paying off for Maro, able to use that Soul Shape, and he is just 2 minutes away from getting that Ice Block up. It could be even shorter if he's able to use his Night Fae ability to reduce the incoming cooldown. Hammer of Justice now into Maro. Blessing of Protection once again comes in from Asgrath, just trading out whatever defensives he can in order to give his team an opportunity to stay alive. Big Meteor lands on Nerd Rage. Gets soaked there. Unfortunately, not enough damage. Nerd Rage able to survive and continue this unrelenting push on Maro.
Oh, Nerd Rage now in battle stance, looking for the Blade Storm, looking for the damage. If he can reach his target there without using his charge, he's going to be in a great spot. Freedom here needs to get purged, or they need to answer with their own Freedom to allow Nerd Rage to get the time that he needs here on his target. Nice Stormbolt is going to allow him to sit on his target for a little bit longer. No sacrifice for 1 more second. Asgrath immediately using the sacrifice as soon as it comes off of cooldown. Zeepai getting cross windshield here by Tana as well, doing a great job harassing him. And here comes the Stormkeeper. Here comes the damage. They kill off the Sky Fury Totem. Big damage coming in here. Tana in a blinding light. Nerd Rage. This is the setup. Is he going to go down? He goes down, and Tana can't get the Spirit Link in time. Skill Capped EU wins the swing match.
That has to be devastating. That has to be absolutely devastating. I mean, when we look at that replay, they had so many tools to respond to that situation, but in a matchup like this, if you slip up just a little bit, you can just get one shot by combustion, and that's exactly what happened. Very unfortunate for them, because I feel like Skill Cap to you, they were at the end of the line. I mean, that was do or die for them. If they didn't win with that setup, they probably were not going to win the game, but they hold on, they go for it, and it pays off big time.
I mean, these are the final seconds of the game. You can see Kara has Divine Shield, Tana has Spirit Link Totem. They could use these cooldowns to save Nerd Rage. Even Nerd Rage has Die by the Sword. I think we're a little bit further away from the end than the Absolute. So Nerd Rage parries here, but it's not Combustion. So Maro is about to line that up, and Tana or Kara has to save Nerd Rage here. It's going to be a huge amount of damage. Die by the Sword ends. Maro Frost Novas, and he scorches. Combustion gets popped right here, I think, in the next couple global cooldowns. Meteor, Fire Blast, Combust dead through it. And if we had seen maybe a Divine Shield, a Word of Glory right at that timing, it was so close. It's all that, just that 1 second window when that Meteor is down where you're going to lose all of your health. And if there isn't something there to buffer the damage, your victory just slips away. And I mean, they were so close. Asgrath had no mana. Maro had no Cauterize, no Ice Block. But everything comes down to just that couple of seconds, those global cooldowns and the Fire Mage burst. And if there isn't something there to answer, your life just disappears.
Yeah, they certainly were. Said Skill Cap to you taking that last victory, though. Things starting to tip over in their favor, and it's looking a little bit rough on the side of Oldest Strikes here. Going into this next game, I'm sure they're starting to feel the pressure here. Time is running out for them to find themselves back in that European finals position. And like you guys already mentioned, that was a swing match. Skill Cap to you being able to pull off that victory is just setting in stone more and more their finals position to head back through that upper bracket and face off once again against Method. Oldest Strikes is gotta figure something out here for this next run. It is going to be their map choice here, and now I'm wondering what exactly they have left to do. Are they just going to try and do exactly what we've seen them do in this series already, Venriki?
I mean, yeah, I feel like I don't even know if Blackrock Hold was a great map for them. I don't know why they didn't just go to Hook Point. Like, Hook Point would have been infinitely better, I feel like. There's still a lot of room. I mean, if you just use like the outer rim of the circle, and we even saw Asgrath going in and sneaking away for drinks, as Zico was pointing out, Blackrock Hold isn't the worst map for the side of Skill Cap EU. I feel like Oldest Strikes, that was a bit of a throw from them in terms of their map selection. I would expect them to go to Hook Point, and I think that's even better for them, but we'll have to see what they decide to line up. Are they still feeling confident with this matchup? The thing is, I don't know if they have anything better. Like, I think the Ret Warrior Shaman isn't too bad into what Skill Cap EU is running. They just have to make 0 mistakes, and that's not an easy thing to do. I mean, in hindsight, it's easy for us to look at the replay and be like, oh, he could have instantly bubbled and used a Word of Glory, but in the moment, it's hard to pull that off after 10 minutes of maximum focus, you know?
Yep. Definitely hard when teams are in a position like this, when they don't really have a reliable answer. I mean, they do have one game off of Skill Cap EU, but Oldness Strikes is going to be picking their map choice soon here. A couple of answers to of what exactly they could do, but I just hope to see if they can turn it around here. Maybe get this to a game 5 here, but Skill Cap EU only 1 victory away from moving on here in the bracket. What about you, Zico? Any ideas as to what you want to see them do?
I wanted to see Hook Point like the rest of the desk, I feel like. And I don't know, I'm trying to decide if Blade's Edge would have been a better pick. Like, obviously, the other obvious
For the last
answer.
game?
Yeah, for the previous game. I feel like the downside of Blade's Edge is that you have a Ret and they have an Ellie, and if he gets knocked, it's not that nice for you. So I don't think Blade's Edge would have been the move, but I still think Dalaran would have been a lot better than Blackrock Hold. And I mean, for sure, Hook Point would have been the optimal pick there. So I do think we're going to see Hook Point, at least in this game. And that it might be enough to take us to a game number 5. And if that is the case, we're probably going to go somewhere large, like Asha Mains, or has Imperial Domain been played? I don't think so, right?
Nope.
So that's also an option for Skill Capped if we do get to a game 5.
Which is just going to, spell difficulty for Oldness Strikes again. I mean, they've been playing these melee classes, which, as we know, struggle a little bit on those larger maps, like we did see in Tolvaron. So yeah, it's quickly running out of options here. It looks like they're taking their full time here to choose what they want to do. So maybe we have an answer soon as to what these guys have picked, but they certainly are talking through it here. I guess they're really taking their time because, like I said, loser of this next one dropped out of the tournament. Hook Point is the map we'll be going to, though. Nice predictions, guys.
Yep. It's our job.
Stickers for us.
About it.
Yeah, where are the stickers? Where are the stickers?
Yeah.
Are we starting that again?
I don't know where those are. I have no idea. I have no idea where my stickers are.
Come on, I have one job.
You guys predict the maps. I supply the stickers. Is that the dynamic here? Okay. All right. And then I'll have to get some. Go ahead, Ben.
No, I was gonna say, I'm curious. Skill Cap to you. Are they gonna do it? Are they that confident in the Fire Mage Elemental Shaman? That was such a close game. Both those games just so close.
Boom,
They're actually
yeah.
Boomkin. Superdees is so happy. You know what, Superdees?
Yeah.
I am happy.
Boomkin.
I am happy for you. Do you think we're gonna see the Guardian Druid?
Convoke? Oh, please don't do this to me.
legend?
No. It's not even close to as good as the Paladin one. There's no way it's worth losing. You get so much damage. Just
You think
play
Marl's gonna
Balance
play
of All
Convoke
Things.
or Kyrian?
I think Convoke is risky against Shaman because Grounding Totem can you just put it behind the pillar and it redirects the whole Convoke. So I don't know, actually. Maybe, just YOLO Convoke. Because if you lose, you go Mage Ellie on a big map. So just play Convoke so the other team is like, oh my god, like, he's going to Convoke, we're going to die, Like, you just play it and never press it. Hope they make a mistake. And then just, like, YOLO it out after 8 minutes to just kill their whole team. I actually think you should play Convoke just in this game, just because it's so much damage. If they make a mistake, it's game over and they move on. But if you lose, oh well, game 5, Fire Ellie. Like, we're happy with that too. So I feel like Convoke would be better for them. You can't Word of Glory a full moon if it does 100% of your health. So it's going to be a good choice.
All right, Oldness Strikes shortly running out of time here to choose their composition. They are so close to being knocked out of this tournament. Hook Point was their map choice, so we have to assume that they have some sort of plan here. But even if they are sticking with that same composition, it's very clear that they are using their full timer to decide what exactly their move is going to be against SkillCap DU. They are going to be doing that Ret Warrior composition once again, where they can be trying to find those moments of opportunity, Zico, to get a setup on SkillCap DU.
I think we're going to be looking at a game of hunting down the Moonkin. And I know Sid doesn't like hearing it, but I do think we're going to have a nice Ret and a nice Warrior trying to sit on that Boomkin as much as possible. And we're probably going to go to, Dampen Land. And I don't know. At that point, somebody's getting one shot. Is it going to be the Boomkin? Is it going to be the Ret? Is it going to be Nerdridge? Who knows? Maybe the full moon hits the Shaman. We really won't know.
I think one adaptation we're going to see is the Nerdridge is going to go Venthyr. I think just get rid of the Spear of Bastion and go Venthyr for the condemned damage. It's going to be really effective against the Balanced Druid and the Elemental Shaman. So maybe Oldness Strikes, this is the composition that they wanted to run all along, but they're kind of just discussing, how can we min-max this matchup? How can we try to find a win? But this didn't, when we saw this matchup play on Tolvaron, I forget the two teams that did play it, but it didn't seem too bad. I mean, the Balanced Druid and the Elemental Shaman were able to tank a lot of the damage and survive a long time. And you get the feeling that with all that time, there is the possibility that they can find that one-shot KO.
Yep. Also, if you guys want to check out the gear that these guys are running, as well as their conduits and covenants, you can wait until this match starts, so then you can type !gear in the chat, or you can go to awc.gcd.tv and you can see exactly what these guys are running. It certainly has to be really fun for these guys to be able to be on that TR and have the freedom to switch everything as many times as they want. But it's game number 4, Hook Point, SkillCap DU on match point versus Oldness Strikes.
I want to see Wild Charge from the Boomkin. Don't play Renewal. Okay, thank God. Every Boomkin is still playing Renewal and trying to sit in bear form. You can't bear form Ret Warrior. You have to play Wild Charge. You have to be in travel form. You have to run the entire game. You're just in Cheetah, running for your life the whole time. I want to see Maro kite like that. If he kites like that, I think that they can pull this off. He should be playing Wild Charge based on the talents here. So let's see if he can pull it off. They're actually going after Z-Pi, so Cyclones are going to be important. Maro needs to land a lot of them.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it. Maro looking for a Cyclone right now, and Nerdridge all over him. And he did switch over to Venthyr, but Maro's just going for a big counter pressure here. Maro forced into bear form for a moment. This is his massive damage on the car. Can he survive? This is the Ascendance. Big healing coming in from Oldness Strikes in order to survive this initial push that SkillCap DU is throwing. And it looks like they will be able to kind of swat them away back to the pillar and give Asgrath a moment to breathe. But this matchup could really come down to mana. I mean, if they can get the consistent damage out on Maro and Z-Pi, and Asgrath basically is forced to heal through all of that pressure, Oldness Strikes could find victory that way, but it's going to take quite some time for that to happen.
All right, they're going after Maro. Nice Typhoon. Oh.
It's all good. We got Kara right now getting stunned up here in the midfield, taking some damage there from Z-Pi's Elemental, and it looks like Maro right now is the one who's being pressured. Asgrath now in Hammer of Justice. Maro getting interrupted there on the Cyclone. Kara with the wings up, and Z-Pi looking for the Hex here onto Kara, presumably trying to slow down the assault, but not able to find it just yet. Nerdridge now with a beautiful Stormbolt is going to force out Maro's Trinket right there. Maro still has the Bark Skin though. There's the Root Solar Beam. Let's see what they can get done here. Here we go. Here comes the damage. 1 Star Surge, 2 Star Surge, and a connect onto Kara, and he is going to duck for cover behind that pillar. Nerdridge now just trying to get some pressure going onto anybody he can, and for now, it looks like the mana advantage is definitely going in favor of Oldness Strikes. Z-Pi, 10 seconds left on that Astral Shift. Let's see if they can get some additional cooldowns, maybe that sacrifice from Asgrath. I'm just going to abandon that push and get back onto Maro here.
Maro ducking into bear form, innervates Asgrath when he's taking a ton of damage. It's going to buy Asgrath a lot of mana if they want to try and play a mana game. Good innervate timing. Maro bark skins the Stormbolt. Good trade, but it's still a lot of damage. Z-Pi is just trying to counter pressure them off, but it's quite difficult with Kara healing as much as Tana. There's the Wild Charge. Maro jumps over to Asgrath, but that might have been a mistake. He brings the Ret Paladin straight to his healer for a Hammer of Justice. Now using Dash to try and escape from the Warrior. Good reposition, but they're actually going after Asgrath. I don't think he's going to go down through his Avenging Wrath. Lightning Lasso, Hammer of Justice, good crowd control. Here comes the Fury of Elune, Kindred Spirits, Star Surge dump from Morrow, but doesn't even dent them here. With no crowd control remaining, they will easily heal back up to full health. Mana slightly in favor of Oldness Strikes at this point. Morrow activating Thorns, Nerd Rage switching off Thorns, then getting Cyclone. Definitely don't want to attack into Thorns in this particular matchup if it comes down to just damage output overall. Zeepai lobbing in Lava Burst off to the left here. Morrow repositioned in the back of this fence area. Lightning Lasso Hex. Good crowd control between the two targets by Zeepai. Big crack of damage here onto Kara. Star Surges and Lava Burst hitting hard. Wild Charge from Morrow. He's trying to kite and avoid some damage here from them, but he is line of sighting Asgarath. He's now caught in bear form with Storm Bolt. Pre-bear form, reducing a lot of damage. Stampeding Roar, that returned utility in Shadowlands for the Druid class, allowing him to sprint away for a moment. Typhoon, also now baseline, allowing him to knock Nerd Rage and Kara away, but now they're reconnecting. There's the Divine Toll. Huge hit from Kara, but clutch Kiri and Vile from Morrow allows him to recover, popping that Thorns. Now, if Tana uses Purge to remove Thorns, that costs a lot of mana, and it may not be necessary, so the Thorns is also maybe a bit of a Purge bait. Morrow gets reflected on his Cyclone, good reflect. However, he does use the Medallion to get a clone. Triple crowd control, nice setup. That's going to be the Divine Shield. Kara's going to respect that Celestial alignment from Morrow. I think it's more than a fair trade.
Yeah, big damage there by Morrow. Right there, that's a beautiful setup, honestly, and that I believe that cooldown is only 3 minutes, whereas Kara's Divine Shield's 4 minutes, so there's going to be a big opportunity when that cooldown is off of CD for skill cap to you to actually get some burst damage going out onto Kara. Right now, skill cap to you, just repositioning, trying to avoid damage. Morrow doing an excellent job in this game. Kiting, Nerd Rage get interrupted on that Door of Shadows, so just using Heroic Leap to get back to target. Now, this is big damage over onto Morrow, and he actually trinketed out of that Reflective Cyclone earlier on, so not going to have a trinket available if he does get stuck into a stun, and that is an opportunity for Nerd Rage and Kara to really lay in and burn through that mana that Asgaroth has. And right now he's actually sitting down for a potential drink if he can. It's going to be up to Tana to make sure he shuts that down. Root Solar Beam out onto Tana. Big damage onto Kara once again with that Lightning Lasso. What can they get done? Hammer of Justice. The crowd control chain is not over yet. Hex onto Tana now. Zeepai really doing a great job. Morrow caught into the stun. Kara manages to survive. Morrow getting absolutely crushed. And Asgaroth is forced to use that sacrifice to keep him alive, but Kara in the meantime still getting bursted down by Zeepai on that Elemental Shaman.
Some high value wings right there from Kara, keeping himself top throughout that whole CC chain and netting them the sacrifice. Those are exactly the type of wings that you need in this matchup. Now Zeepai taking a little bit of damage here. Morrow is going to have his trinket rotating back up. He's got his bark skin. He should be relatively safe for now. And Kara is actually the one taking the damage here. Tana in range to drop that Spirit Link potentially there. He's hovering around the same pillar here. Kara, though, does recover with those Word of Warriors. Now looking after Morrow here. Let's see what they can get done. Hammer of Justice onto Asgarath. And big push happening here. Nerd Rage all over him. Big damage coming out here. Morrow not even using the bark skin there. That is some ultimate greed right there. Finally, going to go ahead and use that cooldown with the Thorns. And that's going to mean that they need to go off of him and go for Zeepai. Zeepai with the lasso here onto Kara. And big damage coming out. There's the Root Solar Beam. Kara now trinketing there. I do believe, actually, no, he's just going to get the freedom there at the end of that lasso. Freedom and Tana out tomorrow, once again, in big danger here. No sacrifice and no bark skin, but Asgarath with the wings should keep him alive for now. Both teams swinging at each other evenly.
All right, Zeepai, he could win the Lava Burst lottery and just pump out 5 Lava Bursts in a row and erase somebody. That's a threat that they're leaving open. So every time Zeepai is just going to be rolling the dice on that Lava Burst and someone could just get erased. Asgarath sits down for a drink. I like the innervates from Morrow so far. His utility on the Balance Druid is paying off to get this game into the late game. They're still on match point and they could still win at any moment with that Elemental Burst potential. Zeepai lobbing that Primordial Wave at Tana. Maybe making a swap. Morrow repositions. They're going after Zeepai. Now Morrow is left open. Morrow has Celestial Alignment. His Fury of Elune comes up in 4 seconds. He's fully loaded. A full Astral Bar. He can dump 5 Star Surges in this next Solar Beam. This could be a very scary moment. There's no bubble for 17 seconds. They need to go right now if they want to find a kill. There's the Solar Beam. There's the Hex out of the Freedom. Beautiful. Celestial Alignment gets popped. Tana gets stunned on his trinket. They drop the Spirit Link immediately, realizing that could have been game over. Now they're trying to get aggressive, chasing Morrow down. Aren't able to connect. Switch over to Zeepai. Kara gets cloned. Good reaction by Morrow. Good trade by Tana, just respecting that cooldown. But Rally falls. The entire team falls to pieces with it. Will they be able to stabilize? Kara's got Avenging Wrath, big word of glory. Disorienting Roar from Maro. Jump back over to Zeepai. Nerd Rage leaps over, goes for a fear, fearing Zeepai, trying to stop some burst damage from him. Stormkeeper available. Zeepai's going to look to roll the lottery. If he gets a Hex on Tana, this could be the end of the game if he lands some big crits. Maro knocks Tana away, but he knocks Kara back on Zeepai to interrupt the Hex. Asgrath looks like he may try to drink. Now he's charging in. Tana in a clone. Are they going to go for a bash? Stormkeeper, who are they going to go after? Hammer of Justice, Kara Sanctuaries, Tana out. Maro goes for Cyclone. Cyclone on Kara, trying to just stall, buy some time, reposition. They are ahead on mana at this point, and in a match point position. The pressure is on. Here's the Stormkeeper. Big Star Surge is incoming. Rally trades for Nerd Rage again. Is the rally enough? Kara down to 30%, running around the corner. Line of sighting. Nerd Rage is soloing Maro. Charges on the Typhoon. Asgrath tries to pick him up with the Divine Toll. Is it going to be enough? Dragging Nerd Rage to the corner, but Asgrath is in a stun. Maro's low health. He trades Barkskin. Frenzied regen. And repositions with that Disorienting Roar while charging over to Asgrath. Nerd Rage leaps to reconnect. Kara's chasing him down. This is going to be stressful for Maro.
Yeah, no question about it, but he does get away and buy himself a moment to breathe, but not a moment too long. Stormbolt now out onto Maro, and it will be Asgrath who trades out the Blessing and Protection to free him. 23% dampening. This game has just been flying by. I mean, Maro still waiting 2 minutes for that big one-shot combo that's going to be available to him. But Kara, Tana, and Nerd Rage, they're all looking good. I mean, they have so many of their defensive cooldowns available. I feel like this is working out kind of nicely here for Oldness Strikes, but Skill Cap to you at any moment could still just crush them. Maro getting really, really low, though. 20% health in that execute range. Nerd Rage looking to take him down. Thorns, bear form, making Maro very durable in this situation. It gets caught into a stun. Asgrath's going to have to play catch-up. A second Blessing of Protection trades out in just a matter of moments, just back-to-back. And now Maro, what's he going to do? Root Beam out onto Tana. Kara basically the left defend for himself, but a big shield, and that Shield of Vengeance will be more than enough for him to stay alive. And now Oldest Strikes is looking to close out this game.
Maro only has that sacrifice from Asgrath to rely on. As soon as those wings run out, it's going to be the sacrifice. Takes so much damage right now. Might need to activate it. Asgrath trying to greet it here. Then the wings are out. That's going to be the sacrifice 100%. No Blessing of Protections. And there it is. Sacrifice out onto Maro. Maro, no Barkskin, no Trinket. Asgrath going to take a lot of redirected damage. He's going to have to use his bubble, combined maybe with a Divine Favor, trying to keep Maro alive at this situation. Tana actually sitting down for a drink. Zeepai stops it though. Zeepai going to be taking some damage here. Maro shadow melding into the clone there, and that's gonna be Nerd Rage won't get that reflect in time. He has to trinket the lasso. He's taking a lot of damage, but chooses to go aggressive. Maro now blinking back with that wild charge across the map, and the next time these two guys connect from the side of Oldness Strikes, Maro might just die right now. There's the bubble from Asgrath. Isn't going to be enough. Doesn't have any big cooldowns to go with it. Just the Divine Favor, and he's gonna activate it right now. Big Holy Light coming through. Zeepai needs to get the upheals, needs to get the hexes here, but so far it's being shut down by Tana. Big damage coming in there on both sides, but Maro is just getting deleted. One more judgment. Kara is gonna get to his target, and that could just be the game. One more hit, and that's gonna make the game. Zeepai doing what he can to peel here. Beautiful thunderstorm, and he does survive. I can't believe it, Sid.
The clone on Nerd Rage, that Stormbolt was 1 second too late. That might have been Maro's life, but Asgrath now in a full stun. Zeepai needs to do some damage right now. Zeepai has to carry the team. Maro is just running for his life at the moment. Can Zeepai carry the team? Maro dashing, jumping, bobbing, weaving. Nerd Rage leaps right over him. Kara looking to reconnect. They knock Kara and Tana away. They Star Surge Nerd Rage. They just can't get through all of the healing. Solar Beam's not up for some time. Maro gets pummeled, goes into bear form right away. Stampeding Roar, Shadow Meld on a cast, trying to get away. Tana's chasing him. He's Stormbolt. He's no way out of Stormbolt. Asgrath has to bomb and heals, but 40% dampening. How big are the heals really going to be? Thorns activates. Tana can't purge it. He's out of mana. That Thorns is getting a lot of value right now on Kara and Nerd Rage. Is he going to gamble the purge? He still's got Thorns up, full duration. Here comes the Fury of Elune. This is probably the last dump of the game, but Maro gets Dwarf Shadows disoriented on his burst. Here by the Venthyr Warrior. Nerd Rage chopping him up. Asgrath in a stun, 0 mana remaining. Jumping into bear form, trying to kite and get away, but Nerd Rage has just been all over Maro. Lava Bursts are lobbing in, but from Zeepai off to the side to try and carry the game here. They can't live. There's no way. They got 2 minutes left in this game. They innervate Asgrath. Free healing. He gets feared on the innervate. Zeepai not able to tremor it.
it. Asgrath breaks out. However, Maro is just absolutely getting chopped. He's trying to kite the entire game. Lightning Lasso on Kara, but Nerd Rage can solo Maro at this point. Nerd Rage condemn. Maro knocks him away at 1%. Hammer of Wrath condemn again. And that will be the KO onto 2 targets. Oldness Strikes take it to game 5.
It's beautiful to see. I mean, Oldest Strikes, they played that beautifully defensively. I like the fact that Skill Capped EU was able to mix it up and play a different composition, bringing in the Balance Druid, but just didn't seem as effective as the Fire Mage, honestly. And right now, Oldest Strikes, they're going to tie up this series, but that certainly means we are going to a large map, and that is going to be their final test if they want to make it to the finals against Method.
Yeah, and here are the last couple of moments of the game. I gotta say, Maro's been doing a great job kiting and surviving up until this point, but Nerd Rage as well, charging him there in the middle of the wild charge rotation, activating the Bladestorm to keep onto the target, fearing up Asgrath here. Kara with a beautiful Blessing of Protection just to remove the stun and stay on his target a little bit longer. Maro now is the kind of last-ditch effort, but once again, Nerd Rage all over him here, and he does manage to take him down with those final condemns. That Spirit Link as well. Kara almost getting blasted by Zeepai. Asgrath shortly falling right after that as well. And I don't think I saw a Stormbolt. Actually, no, we did see Stormbolts from Kara, from Nerd Rage, sorry. I was wondering if he actually was playing that double time maybe, but he was playing that Stormbolt. I don't know, keeping up with the condemned charges, I guess. I guess he was playing the death sentence, or is it called Massacre now? The ranged execute? I don't know how he was charging that much. I think it was ranged executes.
No, he wasn't playing ranged execute. At least not on the, on. Massacre is just you execute at a higher health at 35%, so he had really good uptime. I was surprised too.
Yeah.
I was trying to was he playing like Heroic Leap Legendary or something? But no, he's just standard 1 charge, 1 leap, no charge execute. I was surprised he was able to keep up. I mean, it's the map maybe, because eventually the Druid just hits a wall and then the Warrior catches up while the Druid has to turn. So I mean, the map definitely worked well for them here. I think Boomkin could work. But they don't need to rely on it, right? They can just go Empyrean Domain and play Fire Mage and just erase somebody, I think. But I'm glad that they experimented.
Yeah, it seemed to work out like decently for them. You know, we saw Maro start to play that Balanced Druid last year in BFA, and he had like a moderate amount of success for it, and it's cool to see him bring it back here in Shadowlands on that last map on Hook Point, and I'm looking forward to see if he decides to bring out that class once again. Gotta love Maro on his Boomkin, and looks like you guys may be right here. Empyrean Domain will be the map choice by Skill Capped EU. Oldness Strikes now to respond with their composition, and I feel like it's pretty safe to say we're going to see Skill Capped EU hop back on that Fire Ellie composition. What do you think, Zico?
Yeah, I think Oldness Strikes probably taking their time right now, trying to set up, what do they want to run? Do they go with the Ventir Warrior again? Do they go with the Kyrian? What do they want to do here? And then, once they lock in that Red Shaman Warrior, probably going to see Skill Cap lock in that Fire Mage Ellie. And then, the game on Tolvir was close for sure. This game is not set in stone at all. I feel like both teams can win, but I would give the advantage slightly in favor of Skill Capped EU, just based off of how good they are at setting up these kills. But Oldness Strikes, I mean, in both games that they lost to that Mage Ellie, they had opportunities to win the game. They had opportunities to, make some minor plays that would have changed the outcome. So for me, I just want to see them stop Asgrath from drinking as much as possible. And is there any way they can talent out of Braun as well? Because I feel like Braun is definitely doing more harm than good at this point. When they need to run and he's up, he's just like, okay, here's a target dummy in case you want to reset that combust.
Well, the nice thing about Braun is I believe the Soulbind that gives you Braun also gives you like healing when you get low. So it's like another way to kind of cheat death. When you get low, it gives you some extra healing, and I feel like against the Fire Mage, Elemental Shaman, it's really strong. But yeah, Skill Capped EU with that Balanced Druid, I feel like it actually wasn't looking too bad. I think the major strength of the Fire Mage right now is the Fire Starter, where you can actually reset, or they changed the name of it to Pyrokinesis.
Pyrokinesis.
Yeah, Pyrokinesis, where Basically, what happens is every time you fireball, it reduces 5 seconds off of your combustion. And as a fire mage, I mean, it's great, but it makes the fire mage really, really effective because you get your big one-shot burst a lot more often, basically every minute, maybe even less than a minute if you get to just free cast and you're using shifting power. Whereas the Balanced Druid, they have to wait 3 minutes to do the equivalent type of burst damage. So you're basically getting your burst 3 times more often, working through those defensive cooldowns a lot more, and you have that opportunity to actually close out the game a lot more often. Whereas for the Balanced Druid, it just seems like it's a lot more televised. You're not, kind of desyncing defensive cooldowns. It seems like Oldness Strikes kind of always had an option.
All right, well, we'll see here if they can close this out. It is game number 5 here, going to Empyrean Domain. Skill-capped EU on every big map that we've seen in this series has done pretty well against Oldness Strikes. They are still running with this Ret Paladin warrior composition here, so they certainly have it out for them, but I wouldn't count these guys out just yet. We've seen this team, this roster do some amazing things here. Even in this series itself, they won the swing match here. It hasn't gone quite back and forth as at least I predicted here, but we did end up at a game 5 here. But it is match point. Winner of this game moves on to the European finals. It is Skill-capped EU versus Oldness Strikes.
Well, Skill-capped EU, Oldness Strikes going to game 5. Winner of this game will be going. I thought we were getting into game. Will be going up against Method. Here we are. All right. The winner of this game will be going up against Method, and I'm sure Method is waiting in anticipation to see who they will be going up against. But Maro, Zeepai, Asgrath, the burst that they're able to put out with that Elemental Shaman Fire Mage, absolutely devastating. Oldness Strikes. The one thing, we saw 2 games where Nerd Rage went down, and both of those games, it's when Nerd Rage and Kara were separated. So Kara was a little bit scared. He didn't maybe want to go down, but it leaves Nerd Rage in a really vulnerable position where there's no one to soak the Meteor. The Meteor is actually a soak mechanic, so you want to make sure you are grouped up for it, reducing a lot of that incoming damage. And if you can do that, if Oldness Strikes prepares for that combustion by making sure they are kind of grouped up, I think they can survive those goes a little bit better.
Absolutely. You definitely want to be stacking up for those mechanics. And Mara right now, you're getting kind of stacked here. You're going to get that Blessing of Protection immediately. And here we go. There's the setup. Clean Meteor. Going to be hitting Nerd Rage right there. And that is going to be the die by the sword. Actually, not even the die by the sword there. Just nothing really from Nerd Rage. Finally, going to be some cooldowns coming out there from Tana, the Earthen Wall Totem, Kara as well, keeping him alive there. And now Kara and Tana both at the pillar here, chasing Maro. And you gotta love how Maro is using the map here, just running in one big circle around the entirety of the map. Now here we go, Maro looking to set up. There's a Hex onto Tana. Kara's just playing secondary healer at that pillar, making sure that as long as Tana's in that Hex, Kara is not getting cross crowd control, able to keep Nerd Rage alive. And now they're going to give up chasing Maro here and go after Zeepai for a little bit. Maro actually blinking forward here, getting a DR polymorph, and now he's going to be able to reset that combustion cooldown. There's the shifting power with the fireball spam coming out. But now Maro, another time here being an exposed target, big pressure coming out here on Nerd Rage and on Maro. This could be a Blessing of Protection or a sacrifice here from Asgrath right now, holding on to his cooldowns a little bit longer. Maro able to survive here with a couple of heals there from Zeepai, as well as that Triune barrier keeping him alive. Tana now in a polymorph, and everybody on Oldness Strikes just kind of line of sighting. There's a nice reflect there by Nerd Rage, gonna shut down that setup from Skill-capped EU, and now once again they're gonna be looking to take down Zeepai.
Let's see if they can stay on target. I don't think they can. They're going to swap over tomorrow in the Stormbolt War Stomp, trying to just combo the stuns together, get as much damage out as possible. If both these teams play at a masterful level, it's likely we're going to be going into dampening. However, the windows of time where someone could get blasted are up. Combustion's available for Maro. Divine Toll likely available for Kara here as well. Nerd Rage will lead the charge, putting that Warbreaker down with Avatar. Could be a lot of damage from the Warrior if Kara combos it together here with a Divine Toll. Mara stalls it with a Dragon's Breath, looks for a Ring of Frost, gets stunned up. Zeepai intercepts Kara, but oh, that Spear of Bastion got a lot of value, but Mara doesn't care. Combustion gets popped. Nerd Rage has to trade Die by the Sword here, along with Kara's Avenging Wrath to try and pick himself up with some Word of Glories. They defensively fear as well. Maro trying to catch them in their mid-kill attempt and counter-kill them. It was a very risky move to make. It almost nets them the kill. Nerd Rage had to blow pretty much everything.
Yeah, Certainly did, and I like the fact that Mara was just able to rip out that combustion and try to get that counter pressure going. But now Holdness Strikes is looking to strike back. Hammer of Justice on Asgrath. He has a Divine Favor up, so big heals on Morrow. We'll be able to top him off, and Morrow still just effectively kiting around the map right now. Lightning Lasso on Kara. Beautiful setup. Blinding Light on Tana. I like this. Asgrath displaying the Blinding Light, so he can go in and he can get crowd control by himself. The Blinding Light, the Hammer of Justice is more than enough time for Zeepai and Morrow to try to set something up out of that Lightning Lasso. So basically, when the cooldowns are ready, skill-capped EU can get really aggressive with their crowd control and damage. Golden Strikes now going after Morrow. Sacrifice trades out by Asgrath. That's a huge hit of damage. Anytime you see that Spear of Bastion from Nerd Rage, it basically pins Morrow down. He can't use his mobility to get away, and that's when we want to see the team of Oldness Strikes actually get off that burst damage. They can start netting themselves some cooldowns.
Yeah, and right now the sacrifice is down here for Asgarath, so definitely the next moment they get that Stormbolt and get a double connect, they're going to be able to do a lot of damage on the side of Oldness Strikes. Zeepai looking to load up the Lightning Lasso there. He's got the Sky Fury Totem behind the pillar as well. Morrow has the Combustion, so here we go. They force out the Dispel. Where is the Hammer of Justice? Asgarath actually sitting down for a drink here for a second there. Morrow getting connected on Dragon's Breath. Polymorph gets interrupted by Nerd Rage. Well played by him there with that heroic leap kick. Now Morrow resetting his cooldowns with shifting power. Kara going to be ducking for cover, and they're just kind of leaving Nerd Rage a little bit here to basically be 1v2ing a little bit in the open field. Kara now finally going to be backing him up. There's the spear on the blink. Here we go. There's the wings as well. No sacrifice. That's going to be a blessing of protection instead from Asgrath. And they're rotating through these cooldowns. And Morrow now once again taking a big hit, but Asgrath with the wings ready to respond once again. There, Morrow still not out of the woods yet. Activates the Battlemaster, drops the Ring of Frost there as well, keeping himself alive. Basically going through 3 HP bars right there with the Paladin healing. And here we go. Combustion gets ripped out, but Combustion not doing too much there. Preemptive Earthen Wall Totem as well as those wings from Kara is going to be enough to keep him alive with the Word of Glory spam. Kara now finally going to be ducking for cover behind the pillar. Nerd Rage once again looking to set up some aggression. Hammer of Justice onto Asgarath. Where is the damage onto Morrow? Morrow doing an excellent job so far, kiting, getting the Frost Nova out, getting the Sheep out onto Nerd Rage, and he's going to be able to survive for a little bit longer now.
Let's see if they can keep it going here. Mana advantage, 5.5 minutes in, dampening just beginning. Asgrath drinks to full mana. Nice play. And now Zeepai gets swapped too. They're mixing it up. Zeepai trades. Astral Shift. Might not be enough. Kara can't stay on target. Mara sneaks in for Polymorph. Gets denied by Hammer of Justice and Rebuke. Good denial by Kara. Again, that teamwork of the Oldness Strikes to be able to disrupt every chain incoming. Definitely not playing like they're old at all here in this series, looking to take on some of Europe's finest. Here comes a Meteor over on Nerd Rage. Not enough damage to really scare him too much, as he is just hacking away at Zeepai. Kara's just healing himself behind the pillar, while Tana's in a Polymorph, not wanting to overextend. Let them do all the damage into the defensive stance warrior. Wait for Tana. Tana's now out. Time to make a push. Frost Nova. Kara freedoms it. Kara looks like he wants to go after Zeepai, but he's a bit hesitant to overextend that far, so he's going to go after Morrow. Morrow blinks on top of Tana, gets rooted up by Tana's Earth Grab, blinks out of line of sight. Nice catch here by Morrow. Full Polymorph, Combustion, big damage. Nerd Rage trades, Spell reflects a Phoenix Flames, and manages to stabilize. Could have been a close call, but Nerd Rage is on point.
Yep, Nerd Rage responds appropriately, but they get the Trinket. And that's a big victory there. Morrow potentially looking for more crowd control. And Oldness Strikes, they're just not going after Morrow anymore. They're switching it up. They want to go after Zeepai. I mean, they still have quite a few defensive cooldowns left. I feel like Oldness Strikes, they're still looking pretty good in this matchup. 13% dampening, but Morrow's going to be able to just free cast. He gets a Polymorph on Tana. Looking for more potential damage and more potential burst here. Look at Asgrath's positioning just so far away. Crucial that they're moving as a unit to actually get away and kite Kara and Nerd Rage on that Ret and that Warrior. Nerd Rage caught into a DR Ring of Frost. Morrow just spamming out the crowd control, trying to basically bait them to go after him, I suppose. And they might take the bait. Morrow with an Alter Time comes back, and Kara and Nerd Rage, they want to get on target. Avatar coming in from Nerd Rage, really wanting to empower his damage here. Heroic leaping over. Morrow, does he have any more shimmers to escape? Blessing of Freedom does come in. Double Dragon's Breath to defuse it. And Zeepai in a position where he's just blasting out damage, looking for a potential Hex here on Tana if he can, but Tana with good positioning is going to avoid that crowd control. Morrow now looking for it. Montana just has to expertly avoid Maro's polymorphs as well as Zeepai's hexes the entire game, so he can keep his team aggressive, purge off the freedoms. It's just so important, that Resto Shaman utility. If he can purge off the freedoms, it's going to allow his team so much more uptime. Beautiful Spear of Bastion. And Maro is forced into an ice block. That's a huge victory for Oldness Strikes.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And Maru gets shattered on the ice block here, taking huge damage, dropping to about 20%, saved by the light. Gonna be living up to his name. Nerd Rage taking a massive chunk of damage there as well from that meteor combustion. I don't even know if they had any crowd control there onto Tana. Just almost killed him without anything on the healer with that fire mage damage. And now once again, Maru gonna look to reset that combustion here, spamming out the fireball, spamming out the polymorphs. You're going after Zeepai here on the side of Oldness Strikes, trying to get a moment here to breathe after those two one-shots coming out here from both teams. And now once again, Maru going to be the main target here. This game is very, very close so far. Zeepai now in a Stormbolt, Tana in a polymorph. Maru looking to set up here. Rune of Power gets dropped here. Maru looking for the reshape. He's going to be able to find it. Asgrath now in a Hammer of Justice. Actually, Zeepai on the back foot. Gara a little bit scared here from the Lightning Lasso, already in a healer positioning there off screen, spamming out the flash of lights. But Nerd Rage is going to survive, and there's the counterspell onto Kara. Gets sheep, gets dispelled into another sheep here. Maru trying to control the situation a little bit, but Maru is going to be an exposed target. No ice block, no cauterize. Actually, he does have his cauterize still to work with, but Asgrath no real defensives here for a little bit longer. They're actually still going after Zeepai. Bladestorm, big damage. We're on match point. Zeepai might just go down here. Big damage. The sheep comes out. Is it going to be enough? Kara, one more hit, could do it. Zeepai on 5% HP, one execute, and Nerd Rage is going to take him down, and Skill Capped EU will be eliminated in the lower finals here.
That was such an intense series between these two teams. Oldness Strikes, they did not give up though against the Fire Mage Elemental Shaman. They were able to hold on and find a victory on that large map, and they have earned their spot in the finals against Method, and that is a series I'm really excited about.
Absolutely, Ven. Oldness Strikes, an incredible comeback, taking away that victory, just like you said, moving on to face off against Method. Here is that last game replay.
All right, so here we got Kara. He's just kind of waiting right now, trying to get off DRs, trying to connect his target with the wings. And I really like that they're choosing to go after Zeepai here. Zeepai, he actually still has his Astral Shift here, but he's not using his Trinket right now. He's going to use, he's actually going to just take a lot of damage. There's finally the Astral Shift, and he's going to be just taken down there in a kick. Sheep onto Nerd Rage. He trinkets, he gets re-sheeped on his trinket, and then he comes out after that DR sheep, gets the execute there. And oh no, sorry, Zeepai didn't even have the Astral Shift during that go. I was looking at the other Shaman's Astral Shift CD, but yeah, so they go after Zeepai there, knowing that the sacrifice coming up in about 10 or so seconds for the healer. Maru still has his cauterize, so he still has one thing to kind of survive with. And it's just those, split second decisions there, choosing their targets. And after going after the mage for, pretty much the entire game, they end up taking down the Ellie Shaman there in the end.
Yeah, and well done to them. I mean, we saw them struggle that first time that we saw Skill Cap DU lock in that big map. However, they were able to successfully manage a victory on the Empyrean map here. Oldness Strikes, such a well done game by them. So excited to see these guys face off against Method here. And how do we feel like this series against Method versus Oldness Strikes is going to play out, Super Tees? Do we think that they're going to just adopt on the fly like we saw them do in this series here?
I'm actually wondering what comp they'll play, because to me, they've got Shadow Priest Mage and they've got Rogue Mage. Chaz has not been, he can play Paladin, but I feel like we've not seen him play it. So, well, actually, no, we've seen him play Paladin, Shadow Priest Mage. I feel like that's their blind lock. They'll run the double caster too, but I actually don't think it's going to work. I think Oldness Strikes Ret Pally Warrior Shaman is like so on point that they're going to cut down that type of Wizard Cleave comp, because a Shadow Priest is, in my mind, more fragile than an Ellie Shaman. So when they make a swap like that, it's going to be scary pretty much every time. And then if the Shadow Priest Mage doesn't work, I don't know. The Oldness Strikes team, like, this comp is obviously really good. Ret Paladin healing is really good. But on top of that, they're all playing solid. They're just constantly shutting things down. They're setting up their burst windows. Both offense and defense is always covered. So playing a powerful comp and playing perfectly is going to have good results. And right now, I wouldn't be comfortable if I was Method, which is very interesting because usually it's just a 2-horse race in Europe. It's Skill Cap EU and it's Method. This time, Oldness Strikes is catching up on their heels.
Oh, you missed an opportunity to
They're looking
strike
to strike
back.
back.
Or, there was a,
Oh,
there was
I was going to say
yeah,
catching up on their hooves.
That works too.
I was thinking Dark Horse.
Yeah.
I was thinking Oldness Strikes is going to strike back.
Yeah, there's lots of puns to be had here. We'll have to work on it. But we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we are going to go to that European finals. It is going to be Oldness Strikes versus Method, so we will see you soon.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polywarp, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud9's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just Trinket. Trinkets, he needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough Vanish? Garou, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. Only 2 teams remain in the European bracket. It is Oldness Strikes versus Method in the European finals, and we will find out shortly after this series who is going to be crowned our European champion for this first cup. But before we get into that, we do have some answers for you guys for that question that we prompted for you guys on that WoW Esports Twitter page, and we're going to share some of those quickly. Just as a reminder, that was, what is the most satisfying ability to use in Arena? And you guys answered that question on the WoW Esports page, and you guys here, also the casters, you guys had some answers for that one too as well, right? Was it Convoke for you, Supatis?
I mean, do I have to?
Do I even have to ask?
I'm gonna get flamed if I say yes. I feel like so. We'll just.
I think that's what you said earlier.
I
though,
did say
so.
it, but I don't want to get flamed again for saying it. So we're just gonna pretend it didn't happen. You know.
Okay, and then I think, was it Shimmer for you, Ben? Or
Well, no, Shimmer for Zico, and I said
Right,
Triune
okay.
Barrier, but I was kind of joking.
Ah, right. All right, well,
I was joking a little bit.
well, you know. Our first answer is from Daniel. His answer was A-Bomb Limb, always a good one. And as a fellow DK, even though I'm not running Necrolord, I definitely agree with that one. It is super satisfying, and it looks super satisfying. I should probably switch to Necrolord. But good answer. Thank you for answering that question on the WoW Esports Twitter page. I feel like there were a lot of answers though there's just so many satisfying abilities amongst all of these classes. I feel like every class has at least one Zico.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, most of them I feel like are the new ones too. Yeah.
They're new and
Convoke.
shiny.
There
Yeah,
it is.
it's true.
Sid.
Let the bodies
the-
hit the floor.
All of the Covenant abilities.
I want to
to
get like a WeakAura that cues that song whenever you start pressing.
Oh my
Convoke.
goodness. You could definitely do that. But yeah, here's our second answer is Convoke. And then from Philip, we have Shadow Word Death, another good answer. Thank you guys for submitting these. There will be more of these, and if you answer them, you have a chance to be shown here on the broadcast. And if you didn't get shown today, make sure you're checking in on that WoW Esports. We're gonna have some more for you guys, or you can answer right now in chat. Share with us what your favorite ability to press is. And then here's our last one. I think this is my favorite. The way the keyboard feels on my face when I press all my abilities at once. I think that guy maybe plays Demon Hunter. or
Definitely
Death
a
Knight.
Demon
Not
Hunter
sure-
player.
I'm not sure which.
Maybe a mage during combustion. Could be.
Yeah. But anyways, thank you guys for submitting those. Once again, check out WoW Esports. There will be more questions of the week, and you guys can have a chance to be shown on the broadcast. But enough of that. Let's get into talking about this grand finals. It is Method versus Oldness Strike. I want to get some predictions from you guys. We didn't predict Oldness Strikes on that last series, and they came out on top. They're here in the European finals. Zico, let's start with you.
I don't know. This is a tough one. I feel like Oldness Strikes, they have what they need here to win, and I'm trying to think, what would they struggle against? What do you guys think about Windwalker Mage? You guys think Windwalker Mage can beat? No?
I mean, maybe
No,
it can,
just no.
but I honestly, I'm going with Oldness Strikes on this one.
Yeah, I'm going with Oldness Strikes.
I'm predicting this is a best of 7, I do believe, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to say
Yes, it is.
4-2 in favor of Oldness Strikes. That's my
Okay.
prediction.
Okay.
4-2, Oldness Strike. Zico, Supa, real quick before this gets started.
4-3 Oldness Strikes. I feel like Method always takes finals to
Okay.
Game 7.
That's
Windwalker
super
Mage.
true.
Who could
I'm
have
gonna
predicted
go-
such a
Game
thing?
number 1. Go ahead, Zico.
I'm gonna go with. Actually, I'll get back to you after this, Aya.
Okay, I'm
not-
I'm
rigging it. That's
I am
rigging
not
it. What
allowing
is that?
that.
You can't just do that.
Revoked your
It's not a
privileges.
prediction if you
Never
wait till
ask
it's
you for a
over.
prediction again. You know, it's the Zika way. It is the Zika way. But anyways, game number 1 here. It is Method versus Oldness Strike in the European Finals.
Ooh, and
Making
you know
our
what? This is
predictions.
actually, you know what's interesting about this is actually the first Windwalker we've seen in Europe. It was definitely the flavor, that seafoam green in North America yesterday, but this is the first time we've seen a Windwalker monk be played in this top 8 in Europe. So we'll see what they can get done. Ring of Frost unfortunately misses onto Nerd Rage, and it looks like Nerd Rage will be able to shut that down. If you don't get crowd control on the Warrior, just so effective at soaking up that damage with Intervene. Now Thessia once again is going to be on the run.
Yeah, and that was actually the Trinket Sanctuary as well from Kara. So they forced out one of the healer's trinkets. Now they need to try to force out the second one. The problem in this matchup is it's extremely hard to actually get that combust reset if you are the mage. So Tessia can be in a lot of trouble so far now. Waz setting up another setup here, potentially with the leg sweep. They get the Hammer of Justice, double blinding light, big damage here onto Tana. Beautiful setup. What? That is just the Windwalker one-shot with Zwen the Tiger. And just like I predicted, 4-0 here in the grand finals for Method.
All right. Listen, production, we need to mute this guy. This is ridiculous. I refuse to work alongside professionalism. Go ahead, Sika.
No, I was just gonna.
Sorry,
I was just gonna say. I mean, that Method set that up so beautifully, but Oldness Strikes also really made a mistake. Kara using his Trinket Sanctuary, Waz didn't use anything. He didn't use Weapons of Order. He didn't use his Zwen. He didn't even commit images, and they just freaked out and panicked. And during that second go, Waz just popped everything and completely one-shot Tana. That was really well set up there by Method.
I feel like they freaked out a little bit about the combust, and honestly, I would have liked the Trinket Sank more if Nerd Rage was also CC'd by that ring, but since he wasn't, they maybe could have held it there. But the thing is, Combust is so strong right now, it's not that weird that they maybe overreact a little bit there in the start. I definitely feel like they underreacted though on this second setup. This was a super clean setup. They got the double blinding light, a completely isolated target there. Windwalker's popping all of his cooldowns there. You gotta just use Trinket Astral Shift there immediately, and when that stun hits you, if you are Tana, it's the only thing that's gonna keep him alive there. So I definitely feel like he under-responded there in the second setup. But the first setup, yeah, it was Combust. I think it's kind of a fair trade.
I also have to wonder, I mean, this is the European Finals, like that first game doesn't really go quite the way that you wanted to. What kind of mindset that puts you in for the rest of the series, Ben? I mean, how difficult is it to recover from a first game like that?
Well, they just played a grueling series as well, right? Like they played against Skill Cap to you. What was that, an hour-long series of them just having to survive getting one shot and then going into this game and just immediately dying instantly? I mean, it can't put you in the best frame of mind, but I mean, these guys are all kind of veterans at this point, competitors, so they just kind of have to shake off that loss, realize, okay, well, there's two scary threats, Combustion and Zwen, and I mean, they're both really scary, and that's really the power of that Windwalker Fire Mage, but you have to have a solid answer for both, because if you don't, either one of them can just one-shot you instantly, but if you're constantly responding perfectly, I do feel like they still have a really good shot against this composition.
So then would you like to see both of these, or at least Oldest Strikes, try that same thing again, Ben, especially now that they have the map choice here?
I would say so. Yeah, go to a smaller map. I go to a smaller map either way. No matter what, their cleave setup is going to do better on a smaller map. So go to Hook Point and just run at the mage, no matter what method picks. Unless they don't pick a mage, and then don't do that. But yeah, small map for sure.
And, you know, even though we saw Oldness Strikes on that last series as well, able to secure a victory against a caster cleave on a larger map too. So I feel like even though they did lose that first game against Method here, definitely have some room to recover. But Oldness Strikes will be choosing the map here. And if they were to do that all over again, Zigo, on a smaller map, maybe like Hook Point or something, depending on what they lock in, what exactly do you want to see Oldness Strikes do differently? And then what setup would you like to see them try and pull off against Method as well?
Well, I feel like for Oldness Strikes, they're gonna win if the game drags on for a long time. The Fire Mage has a really, really sick burst, but the consistent damage in between the combustions is pretty much non-existent. So it's all going to be about Oldness Strikes and their off healing and their burst damage as well. So they can take down the Windwalker, they can take down the Mage. The main thing for them is just to survive these ghosts. It's kind of like you have one comp that's the aggressor and then one comp that's kind of the defender. And if the defender does their job good enough, they're going to be able to win against the aggressor. So for Oldness Strikes, they just got to shake that one off. I think Trinket Sanctuary is a good response to the first setup. Then the second setup, they got to use that Paladin, the Shaman Trinket maybe. And then on the third setup, maybe a Trinket War Banner from the Warrior or an Intervene, a Fear, something like that. And then you're going to have that Sanctuary again from that red. And you can kind of keep rotating your cooldowns indefinitely like that. And if they manage to do that, then they're going to be in a good spot. But Method, they look extremely hot in that first game. And we're going to have to see if they can repeat that setup that they just did in that first game.
Well, let's see if they can here. We see Deja stunned up. They're trying to blast him down, but he deflects it with that Dragon's Breath. Tana getting set up on again. Here comes the Wazwalker. And it looks like Kara trinketed, but it was a bit of a bait go. No Zwen, no combustion. So they get the Rep Paladin's trinket, but here comes damage. Deja, alter timing back, but getting crushed through it. Chaz trying to recover with that Avenging Wrath, big Divine Favor heal, but the damage isn't stopping. Deja, soul shaping, back into the starting room. Line of sighting, getting back now to his Paladin. Waz getting swapped too, waiting for that Paralyze. Shifting power, getting that Meteor back off cooldown a little bit faster. Trying to combo that together. Maybe they're going to go after the Rep Paladin with no trinket. Interesting to see where they go here. Leg sweep not available. They need Hammer of Justice. Is Chaz going to get to Tana in time? Chaz is moving in. He's getting close, but Deja's dipping low health. They blind Kara, paralyzed, triple crowd control. This could be an explosive area of time. They're trying to bait cooldowns. They're not popping combustion, but here comes the Zwen Tiger a little bit late on the setup to try and overwhelm them. Maybe a swap to Nerd Rage with no trinket. Leg sweep comes up in 3 seconds. They could eradicate the warrior in that leg sweep. I like that Oldness Strikes are rotating their trinkets, but Deja has not committed combustion, and they're running out of medallions. Only one left.
Yeah, they need to get crowd control on Kara for this next setup, and you can tell Tana is on the run. Kara gets the cross Hammer of Justice, and Theseus in a lot of trouble right now. The sacrifice comes in, and Chaz is forced to use the trinket as well, so big damage coming out from Oldness Strike. So far, they're rotating appropriately, and Tana has been able to hold on. They've got the Sanctuary back up. Tana has his trinket. Chaz almost getting taken down from sacrifice damage, and this is looking a lot more consistent here for Oldness Strikes. But still, Method, they have the combustion, and that is a massive amount of damage available. We'll have to see how Oldness Strikes can deflect.
Oh, Tessia going for the Dragon's Breath ring, and this was another setup attempt here from Method, but Nerd Rage avoiding that setup. Here we go, Ring of Frost, Sheep. Let's see, do they have a Paralyze? They do have a Paralyze there onto Tana, but nothing onto Kara right now. They need to try to get something. They're actually swapping to Nerd Rage here. Combustor, big one shot, and he's gonna get destroyed in that swap there. What a beautiful setup there. But once again, I don't know actually. Tana was so far away there, expecting to be the target the entire time there, but they just went for Nerd Rage. He previously trinketed that setup. And Kara also staying in line of sight of Tana, completely expecting that to happen on his healer. And Method just switched it up there and completely destroy the warrior.
My gosh, we're seeing Oldness Strike struggle here. 2 games in a row, someone just insta going down. Is this a different team that we're seeing in the series than we did in the last one, Supatis? What exactly is happening here?
Well, they're just baiting goes now with the Windwalker. They're using the Storm, Earth, and Fire, trying to bait a trinket. They get it. They use Storm, Earth, and Fire again, bait a trinket, and they hold on to combustion. They're spacing their cooldowns because each one of those could kill you 100-0. And so every stun, they commit one of those cooldowns and eventually run out of answers, or you anticipate yourself as the target, but you're not the target. Like Tana thinks he's going to be attacked right now. Waz is hitting him. He's been hitting him all series long. They paralyze him, but then Waz is like, nope, I'm hitting this warrior way over here. Leg sweep, combustion, dead. You're not healing through that, even if you're Rep Paladin in that position. It's just so much damage. It was a perfect bait and switch. They definitely know what they're doing. They're not tunnel visioned onto anything, and that game proved it.
Yeah, Wad's especially looking super solid on that Windwalker. A bit of an alt pickup for him, a little bit newer as well. We're just kind of starting to see him play. This is the first Windwalker of the day, I think, as well, that we've seen, and he's looking really good on it. Ven, is this something that we think they're going to continue to play in this series as well as the rest of these cups?
Yeah, this is looking really solid from Method right now. I have to say, I mean, they're making this composition look like it's like Rogue Mage with the way they're swapping around and baiting cooldowns, and so much of that is just a beautiful, I mean, communication, coordination, realizing who doesn't have their trinket, who they can kind of exploit, bait into the open, like Super T says. They're basically just trying to isolate a target, combustion on it, especially if they don't have a trinket, they're just going to die. And I mean, the way they did that, there's no way you could read that situation. Like, Oldness Strikes, they like, I don't know. If I was them, I would have done the same thing. Waz is just sitting on the Shaman with a paralyzed. That's how we got globaled the game before. Chaz is rolling over, and then Waz just flying serpent kicks across the map, leg sweeps the warrior, completely out of the picture. And you can't blame them for that situation. That was just a beautiful display of coordination and teamwork by Method.
Yeah, it certainly was here. These first couple of games going very smoothly for Method. Oldness Strikes on the back foot here, just insta-dying 2 games in a row. And I gotta wonder, especially like you guys were saying, against that last series against Skillcat, where it went pretty long there, all the way to a game 5, lots of them going into dampening. They're probably feeling that struggle right now. Oldness Strikes choosing their composition. We are going to be going to Hook Point. Method, not much of a surprise, locking in Fire Mage, Windwalker, as they are looking so solid on there. And Oldness Strikes, they're running out of chances. I mean, this is a best of 7 series, so if they lose this next game, they are not quite out of it. But even if they win this match here, this next match, I just feel like this is going to be a difficult uphill battle for them, Zico.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they're gonna have to essentially win 2 swing matches, but the good thing for Oldest Strikes is that they're playing the one comp essentially. I mean, they could tag in Nixie, but I find it a little bit unlikely to happen. So if they want to, they could do that. But for them, I think it's more about figuring out what they want to do in game. With that last game, though, I really don't know. Like, you can't really blame them for it. It's like, you got Tana, he's behind the pillar, he's trying to stay as far away as possible from that Fire Mage, knows that he's been the target, for pretty much all the previous setups so far. Kara, of course, staying in his line of sight, staying away from the mage so he doesn't get cross-crowd controlled, so he can heal Tana, dispel him from the stun and the swap. But Nerd Rage, he's left behind, in a sheep. He doesn't have Trinket. And yeah, it's just a perfect swap with that Meteor as well, not being soaked by anyone since they're so far away from each other. That little Swifty skateboard ramp as well, keeping, the Ret and the healer. They're keeping both healers essentially away from the warrior so they can't back him up with any word of glory or anything like that. And yeah, it's just a perfect situation there. On Nerd Rage, so I feel like they just got to shake that one off. The stars kind of aligned there for Method, and I don't know. I really don't know what they're like. They need to survive, but I don't know how they're going to be able to survive for that long. It feels like Method they're swapping to the perfect target. They're never overcommitting. They're never giving any openings for Oldness Strikes to do anything.
Yeah. And I feel like as well, back to kind of your point about keeping their cool here, I feel like a lot of the times in situations like this, it really is what separates people from first and second place. A lot of the times, the pros to the newcomers is keeping calm under pressure, keeping their composure. You see a lot of times teams sometimes will break down under pressure like this, and we have no idea what's going on in their comms right now, but I can only hope that these guys are sticking to their gut here, staying together as a team, keeping their composure, because we saw them turn it around in that last series against a super difficult opponent here, and they are down 2-0 in the European final spot. So we'll have to see if they can pull it off going into this next game here. Method also looking so strong, so it is certainly looking difficult for them. Supatis?
I kind of wonder if Skillcap DU are kind of biting their fingers, why didn't we do that? We could have played Windwalker Mage. Blizzo plays Windwalker, I mean, Method's making it look so easy. It's practically every paralyzed, someone is going to die. I mean, that's every 30 seconds you have a chance of killing somebody. That's some pretty good odds, I think. So Windwalker Mage finally getting broken out here. This is the comp everyone was saying, this is such a good comp, but no one was playing it. But now here in the final round, Method kept it as the final boss, just like, we didn't need it, but here it is. This is our full power. And then Oldness Strikes are like, oh, okay. Well, what are we gonna do here? They go Hook Point. A smaller map makes sense so that they're not split up and they get caught out like they did on Blackrook. Seems like whenever they pick Blackrook, it backfires on them. I feel like they need to stop picking it.
This needs to be their new pocket pick, please. Ooh, the game started. All right, here we go. Game number 3. Method up 2-0 right now in this best of 7. Big combustion coming in. And this is the first time we've seen a combustion just not one-shot in this matchup. So Nerd Rage, Kara, Tana, they are able to hold on. Tessie is going to be just kiting around right now, likely to try to reset his combustion if he can. Let's see what Waz is going to be able to set up. Who doesn't have a trinket? Nerd Rage once again, as well as Kara, going to be exposed targets here. So we'll have to see how Method is going to look for those vulnerabilities and what crowd control they're going to set up to go after one of these targets.
So that was a double trinket on that Ring of Frost. So they kind of overlapped there. And now here we go. The next setup coming in. This has got to be Tana's trinket. He's the only one who can answer this. If he doesn't trinket, he's pretty much dead here. Nerd Rage actually does come out of the CC, does get the intervene there, and he's able to keep him alive. The Zwen is rooted there alongside with the images. So Tana doing a pretty good job here, keeping himself alive. And now counter pressure here onto Tessia. Big damage coming in here. Tessia needs to be careful here. Chaz gonna Hammer of Justice, doing an excellent job here by Tessia, keeping himself alive. That was a massive heal coming out of Chaz there, keeping Tessia nice and healthy here. Tessia now waiting for that double Ring of Frost, and here we go. Paralyzed, double Ring of Frost going to be secured, and Nerd Rage actually dodges it, gets the intervene once again, shuts down yet another setup. That was actually a scary moment there for Tana as well. Could have easily been his trinket, and now because they were able to do that, it looks like Kara and Nerd Rage are going to be able to have their trinkets for that next Ring of Frost. So Kara should be able to trinket and save Tana on that next setup, but Nerd Rage could get erased behind this pillar as well. They need to be extremely aware of who has the trinket and who doesn't, because Method definitely are.
Yeah, those medallions are very important. You can see them next to the class icon. Kara's is available 15 seconds. Nerd Rage's is now available. So they've got a lot of options to trade. Leg sweep up in 20 seconds for Waz. That yellow icon below his health frame, that's his stun lock. That's when he's going to hold a target in place. A lot is going to happen when that's available. They're trying to force it here, but Thesha gets stunned first in that Stormbolt, caught in the Kyrian Spear Bastion. Will he survive? Nerd Rage laying in, but it looks like Chaz traded sacrifice. Kara swaps over to Chaz, trying to drop him, give him the 1-2 hit. Not able to take Chaz down. Obviously, a master healer here on that Holy Paladin. Is not going to get caught off guard. Thesha, combustion available. Where is he going to allocate it? Are they going to hold it the whole game as a threat, or are they just going to blast it through and try and overwhelm a target here on Hook Point? They're still waiting. Leg sweep was utilized there. It didn't actually net any medallions, so not a super high value leg sweep. Chaz is chasing Tana, looking for crowd control. Tana repositions away from Chaz. Thesha is getting shredded. Stun on Chaz. Thesha, this could be dire straits. Dragonsmith Polymorph on the Warrior, trying to stall, buying time. Triune Barrier, blinking away. Big shield there. Chaz is now chasing Kara, looking for a Hammer of Justice. Kara's running away from Chaz. Paladin after Paladin. Who are they going to go after? Maybe a Blinding Light on Kara, swap to Tana. I think they want to go after Tana. Waz is all over him, but there's no stun available. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get too much here. Maybe they're just threatening it, but right now there is no real threat. It's Thesha in trouble. They block the Cauterize. Nice, they catch his blink, and he has to block the Shatter on the block. That was the best combo we've seen from Oldness Strikes, showing signs of life. Maybe enough to close the game out.
Yeah, this is looking a lot better. They get the Divine Shield, they get Ice Block, they get Cauterize, they get absolutely everything. Looking for a setup here. Tana once again with a preemptive Earthen Wall Totem. It will be Kara using his trinket and that Blessing of Sanctuary to free Tana from the stuns. And now Tessia is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got no cheat death, needs to be very careful. Chaz can't greet it. He's got a Blessing of Protection. If he gets caught into a stun, might need to just preemptively trade that out. Tessia just line of sighting, trying to just buy some time for Leg Sweep to get off cooldown, Storm, Earth, and Fire to get off cooldown, allow Waz to build up his damage just a little bit. And I don't actually mind if they go after Waz here, especially if Tessia is going to be playing so safe. Finally back in combat, big Triple Fear comes in, and here it is, Avenging Wrath. Tessia is going to be in so much trouble. Alter time is up. He should be able to keep himself alive with that for just a little bit longer. The Spear of Bastion does come in. How is he going to avoid this damage? Full Stormbolt, no crowd control on Chaz just yet, but the sacrifice trades, just trying to keep Tessia alive for a little bit longer.
Beautiful trade there by Chaz, but he's running out of mana. He's running slowly out of cooldowns. Now they're swapping to him. No real defense there for Chaz. He gets the blinding light now. They're going after Kara, and I really like this swap here. Kara gonna respect the damage there from the Fire Mage, immediately using his Divine Shield on 70% HP. Doesn't want to get destroyed by that Meteor. And now once again, they're getting back onto target. Tessia now gonna be the target of choice here. Tana has his Trinket. Tana has his Spirit Link as well. Kara has nothing. So the next time Kara's in trouble, they're going to need to make sure that either Nerd Rage or Tana saves him with their own cooldowns. They have a lot of time to work with because Tessia just uses Combustion. There we go. Hammer of Justice onto Chaz. Bladestorm onto Tessia. He's got nothing here. Nerd Rage look for the Fury. Potentially not going to have it for another 20 or so seconds. Tessia now look at the setup here. We go. Here's the Spear. Chaz with the wings active. Should be able to heal through this, but Tessia taking so much damage from that Retribution Paladin, faking out the Wind Shear, trinketing the Stormbolt here, and they need to go. If they don't get aggressive here on the side of Method, Tessia just gonna die, and there we go. They get the full setup now onto Kara. No Divine Shield. They knock him out of line of sight. Beautiful Ring of Peace. And Tana, though, sitting through the CC chain comfortably. There was no combustion there. Just a Zwan there from Waz, and that's not gonna be enough to take Kara down. And now Tessia needs to run. Chaz getting swapped through here as well. Big damage coming out. Nice disarm there from Waz. Should keep Chaz alive for a little bit. Tessia resetting his combustion here as Method look to get their next setup. And Oldness Strikes, they're not far away from just straight up winning this game here.
Yeah, Oldness Strikes are in a good position here on hook point. Thasia in trouble. Big heals bombing in from Chaz. He's got a Blessing of Protection, but there's no Zwen. A Combustion comes up pretty soon. They need to net a kill basically now, can they? Nerd Rage fears the attackers away, but he's still low on health. Tana's in a full polymorph. Kara has to substitute as the healer, proccing that final Reckoning, Avenging Wrath. His heals are going to be very big during Avenging Wrath, and I think he's going to stabilize. Waz is actually scared of him too, having to trade that Karma. Everyone is getting decimated on Method. They swap to Chaz. That could be it. He's got no Divine Shield. He does manage to slip away though. Nerd Rage charges him. And Nerd Rage and Tana are right on top of him. Kara's going after Chaz too. 10 seconds away. 12 seconds away. Can Chaz manage to escape here? Polymorphs come in from Thasia just in time. Kara not able to connect. Big Holy Light. Chaz back to full health. Waz is pretty fragile right now. So is Thasia. But at the same time, no trinket on Nerd Rage. Tana drops the Spirit Link, but he's not inside of it. He isn't able to get there, but Ascendance does. Now they swap to Kara. Kara, Word of Glory, Word of Glory. Wake of Ashes, Word of Glory. Back to full health here. Both sides stabilized. That cost a lot of cooldowns on Oldness Strikes. They need to close this out, but Thasia actually has Ice Block again. Nerd Rage is going to shatter it. They swap to Chaz for a moment, but the defense is kind of blown open here. They could kill Tana with Zwen and Leg Sweep, which are available in about less than 10 seconds. This is very scary for Oldness Strikes. Method look to move to match point.
Yeah, no question about it. Kara really has to use his Trinket in the Sanctuary on that next setup, or it's going to be lights out for Tana. As they're looking for a Ring of Frost. He's getting low. Keep in mind, still no Cauterize. He goes for the Dragon's Breath. Going to get the Polymorph. Full Polymorph lands. Kara's completely isolated. He uses his Trinket Word of Glory on himself to keep himself alive. Beautiful, intimidating shout by Nerd Rage. They're continuing the assault. They deflect that attack by Method, and now they're pushing forward to close it out. Thessia on the run. He's got mirror images up. A little bit of damage reduction by Kara, and Nerd Rage trying to get there. Beautiful plays and maneuvering by Thessia to completely avoid that situation. Now looking for a polymorph once again. Kara completely isolated. Crowd
5
control on
seconds.
Tana. That's a full
4,
polymorph.
3, 2.
He's got a couple seconds left. He looks like he should be able to hold on. Doesn't want to greet it. Hopefully he realizes Divine Shield is off cooldown, and he will be able to hold on.
Excellent stuff there from Kara, but they're running low on cooldowns now. They got pretty much nothing, just the Blessing of Protection here potentially to work with. Tana could easily get erased as well if they choose to go after him. They could just paralyze Tana, get a Sheep onto Kara, Dragon's Breath onto Nerd Rage or a Blinding Light, Hammer of Justice, anything like that, and that could just be the game. But Nerd Rage does have his Trinket and his Rallying Cry finally back on CD. They're going to Sheep Tana, they're going to Dragon's Breath Nerd Rage, and they're going after Kara. He gets knocked behind the pillar. There's the Blessing of Protection, removing the stun. Kara's gonna keep himself alive with his final defensive cooldown. Both of these healers going out of mana here. 27% dampening. Game has just flown by. Tessia has nothing though, and this could be the final push. Saved by the light procs. Shaz doing what he can. 10 seconds left on those wings. He has one Blessing of Protection to work with. One combustion here for Tessia. One shot, one opportunity. Let's see who goes down first. Is it going to be Kara? Is it going to be Waz? Who is going to go down here in these final seconds of the game, Sid?
I mean, it could be it. Waz is rolling, bobbing, weaving, dodging, ducking, and diving, but he could just be going down. Caught by the intimidating shot out of line of sight. Chaz wraps around the corner, bopping him at 10%. No shattering throw available. They need to top him, though. Rep Paladin can still hit the bop. They paralyze Kara, but Wake of Ashes cracks Waz's skull. They're dropping the meteor. They're going after Kara. They have to close it out here and now, and they do it. They close it out. Nerd Rage is trying to solo Waz. Chaz is totally out of mana, trying to take this to a cross kill, trying to catch up with that ring of pieces, denying the reconnect, and Nerd Rage is going to tap out. Method moved to match point. That was Oldness Strike's best map, looking like their best situation, and they still didn't get it.
All right, you know what, Zico? If you get this prediction right with your 4-0 after the first game, I'm out of here, man. This is looking not good for Oldness Strikes here. Method 3-0, currently 1 game away from being our first champion of these Shadowlands Cup here. Here's the replay.
I just feel like... No, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is insane. I mean, Waz is just dancing with death. Transcendence behind the pillar. He barely holds on. He's rolling, just trying to avoid it. But while this is happening, I mean, they're trying to set up for that final kill. Waz just barely holds on, 20% health, gets the Blessing of Protection, still getting low. Paralyzes Kara, is the only one that could damage through the Blessing of Protection, uses the image, and this is where they just go for it. They turn the situation on its head, and it's one of those situations where Kara, he was so confident they were going to be able to take down Waz. You know, maybe not sure they had the Blessing of Protection, but Waz has no cooldowns left. He's so low health. He just decides to go for it and gets punished. Method is able to turn it around expertly, and they're up 3-0 in the series, just 1 away from claiming this first cup, and it is looking really, really solid for them. Honestly, I can't believe how well they're playing this composition.
Yeah, they are looking really clean on the side of Method. Oldness Strikes really close to getting knocked out of this tournament here, losing this European finals. Certainly not where they want to be, but Method, like you're saying, Ben, looking unstoppable right now. It's going to be Oldness Strikes map pick once again. However, we've seen, you know, in this series already, they choose their map. They're supposed to play to their advantage, and they just can't quite pull it off. However, we've seen them pull off a miracle, pull off what seemed like the impossible in their last series against skill-capped EU, and they have more chances to try and turn this around. This is a best-of-7 series, so not over quite yet, but I just gotta believe that Oldness Strikes is not feeling so hot right now, Super D's.
Yeah, I mean, that was, if you were going to beat that was on that map. So,
yeah.
Dalaran, I guess, next, but then you're stacked up for triple leg sweeps. That could be pretty scary. Blackrock Hold backfired. Like, what are even the good maps left? Runes? I mean, I'm not just saying that, you know, but
Blade's Edge.
Blade, yeah, I feel like that was.
Oh, even with the Windwalker's gonna knock you down.
Ring of Peace is really annoying.
Yeah.
And you know, the problem with being in these situations as well, even if they do pick this next map and they win that game, then that's Method's turn to pick their map, and it's going to be completely optimal for them, and it's just going to be super difficult from here on out, especially when they start to run out of those smaller maps as we're seeing right now. But I don't know, Method looking really good on this composition. I don't really see them changing much to what they're doing, Venriki.
Definitely not. It was predicted by quite a few players that this was to be the composition that wins essentially both cups, I feel like, or both in North America and Europe. The Windwalker, Fire Mage, Paladin. You got the best healer, what some people would consider the best melee, and then what a lot of people would consider the best caster as well. You pair them together, very explosive, really durable, and I mean, you have to give it up to Method. I mean, they're playing this extremely well. If you don't play this composition extremely well, you're not going to be beating a team like Oldness Strikes playing the Retribution Warrior Shaman. It's not an easy matchup, but they're making it look easy, which is quite remarkable. I'm curious to see what map we're going to be going to. Probably Ruins, something small, I think. And I kind of wonder if they should turn their attention on Waz earlier on in the match. I mean, it does leave Essia open to reset his combustion, which is really scary, but maybe switching up their targeting. Something needs to be done. I mean, they could just try the same thing and just hope that they don't.
Ashermains.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising.
That is very surprising. I don't know.
Are they just gonna like pull out? All right. Sorry, go ahead, Zico.
I was just gonna say, I feel like in the first game it was like, yeah, okay, they under-responded. You know, it was a clean setup and they didn't use a trinket. You know, they popped all CDs. The guy deserves to die. The second game was a little bit more sketch. It was like, okay, well, you had 2 players out of line of sight. You didn't really expect that. You can kind of attribute that to just a really good swap, but also, you know, a big burst there. But in that third game, I feel like they played really well on the side of Golden Strikes. Like, they rotated the defenses pretty much perfectly for up until 30% dampening, and they still couldn't finish. I think that's the biggest problem. They couldn't kill anybody on the side of Method. And I just feel like on Ashamains, that's going to be even harder. And eventually, one of these combusts is going to one-shot somebody if you can't close out the match fast enough. And I feel like on Ashamains, you're not going to be able to do that.
This is the point I make, and you guys don't ever agree with me when I say it, but I feel like they pick their enemy team's best map because they're just like, if we can't beat it, because they're going to have to play their best map 3 times in a row. They're like, if we can't beat it, we may as well just get it over with. Like, just pick their best
fair
map.
Point.
Try to get it. If you can't, you're gonna have to play it anyways. They've been playing all day. Like, they had to beat Skill Cap to you. They're probably tired. It's like, screw it. This is final boss mode. If we can't do it here, we're not gonna be able to do it. So let's just try.
I agree with you actually this time. I think that might be exactly what they're trying to do. Like, because there's no question about it. They have to win 4 in a row, and they're gonna have to play these big maps anyways. So if they can't do it now,
like, here you go.
yeah, I mean, Method 1 away, putting on a really dominant display with this new roster, bringing in Thesia as well as Zuniaki. They're looking really, really solid with Waz and Chaz, looking like an absolute force in Europe right now. And let's see, Waz and Thesia, who are they going to set up on? They've been really keeping Golden Strikes guessing. Nice Stormbolt there by Nerd Rage. Immediate Stormbolt on that Dragon's Wrath. That was well done, stopping this initial assault from Method.
Yeah, and we're going to see them just retreat back to the pillar here. There's plenty of space to work with on Ashamain's fall. Now, they are going to be going after Waz a little bit more here. I do like that. Trying to keep him off of Tana here, but Waz just that Terminator right now, just waiting for his team to set up the in-cap. Right now, Bladestorm active from Nerd Rage. Thesia just going to try to drag him out, get the crowd control, and there we go. Beautiful setup here. Somebody's going to have to trinket something here. It's going to be Kara trinketing and using that Sanctuary right there. Overlapped a little bit with the wall there from Tana, but honestly, that was a clean meteor, so maybe it even would have been necessary there. Just been doing so much damage, and they are going to be able to escape just with that 1 CC breaker, though, from Mr. Kara. So very nice setup, but also a nice response here from Oldness Strikes. Now they're looking to get aggressive here. Nice Shadow Meld there on the Hex by Thesia, but he is going to get Hex right there, and he does actually trinket out of it. There you go, double Dragon's Breath. Nerd Rage now going to be able to intervene this setup here, and they knock him out of the Earthen Wall Totem. Beautiful damage coming out from Waz, but that preemptive intervene from Nerd Rage, combined with that fear on Thesia's Trinket, should be enough for Oldness Strikes to survive that setup as well.
Oh, Thesia taking a huge hit here. Chaz going to sacrifice redirect damage to himself. Stop it on Thesia, but it's a lot of damage. He's down to half. Cars chasing him. He repositions. I love Chaz's positioning. Oh, but actually Nerd Rage catches him. And Thesia is still low health. Waz is setting up on Tana. Leg sweep available. Polymorph cast. Dragon's Breath. Not able to get the follow-up polymorph on that, unfortunately. Now finally getting it. Paralyzing Kara. This could be devastating. Nerd Rage pre-intervenes, but will it be enough? Meteor hits. Big Fist of Fury damage flying in. Kara activating Shield of Vengeance. Big Word of Glory. Tana's out of poly. It's time to get aggressive. Chasing down Thesia. Big hit of damage. Huge hit of damage with that Shield of Vengeance breaking right when they comboed it. But not enough to get the cauterize, unfortunately. They were so close, but not enough. Now Chaz has time to recover. Waz looking like he wants to find a target. Who's he going to go after? Healing Thesia, waiting for that leg sweep. His Zwen coming up in 17. Combustion available. They could combo those together. They could drop someone out of nowhere, and it's match point. So that big threat could just overwhelm Oldness Strikes. They get a double spear here. Good value from that. Nerd Rage Stormbolts Thesia. I love the damage they're dealing right now. They actually get an ice block. Where's the shatter? Shattering throw. Breaks the block. Chaz, low health. Gets blinded up by blind on Akara. Tana trying to stabilize. This could be the trigger pulled. Meteor not going to combust. Trying to bait something here. No bait though. And Oldness Strikes keep a level head.
Yeah, they do. Was really trying to trick them there that he was going after Tana, but they kind of read the situation, and the damage really just wasn't there. I mean, Kara and Nerd Rage were stacked up. The Meteor really didn't hit that hard, but didn't commit any damage. So it was kind of a bait. No combustion used, no Zwen used. Here's a lag sweep. Looks like Tana will be able to get out of that with the Sanctuary. No cross on Kara as well, which means Oldness Strikes, all 3 of them have their Trinket. And this is looking not too bad for them. I mean, right now, all the defensives are available. Going after Tana just a little bit. Double Dragon's Breath. Let's see. They see it really doesn't have that much damage available. With no Ice Block, he's going to be feeling a little bit scared. Chaz luckily still has a Sacrifice, a Blessing of Protection if he does need it. Gets caught into a Hammer of Justice. Kara just going after him while throwing a ton of Vivifies in this game. Really just playing the Windwalker Monk for that big one-shot combo, and then just throwing off heals when he can. Here it is, big Meteor. Once again, Tana doing a great job with his preemptive Earthen Wall totems. Equally so, Waz denying it with the Ring of Peace, but the damage just hasn't been there for Method. That was a combustion, and I think Tana's going to be okay.
Yeah, Tana using his Trinket there in that exchange, and Waz is still going to have his Zwen the Tiger here, so Waz going to be the one who can one-shot in that next setup. They get a Polymorph onto Nerd Rage. There's the Paralyze. Chaz, do you have the Blinding Light? He gets it. This is going to be a big push here. Kara Trinket, Sanctuary, and he dispels Tana, but look at Waz cooldowns. He did not pull the trigger on that Zwen the Tiger, and that is going to be a nice victory there, actually, for Method. But now Tessia taking a lot of damage here. Nerd Rage finally going to connect. There it is. Freedom with the Soul Shape right there. The Night Fae coming clutch in for Tessia here. Going to be able to kite. And now Chaz going to be taking a few hits here. Sheep onto Kara. Potential swap there. Nice. Sheep into the Ring of Frost. Now Tana getting the intervene there from Nerd Rage. So Nerd Rage should be able to keep Tana alive in that push. They still have a window here of about a minute where either Tana or Kara can get blasted with damage, and either of them would have to use, or a swap like that would force out the Divine Shield. Tessia still taking a lot of damage here. No ice, but for 2 minutes has his Cauterize here, and right now Waz just looking to play Goalkeeper here, keeping these guys off of his mage, and then making his way back to Tana to set up that next Paralyze double CC setup.
All right, let's see if they can set it up here. They've got all of the cards in their hand right now. Deja under fire though with no Ice Block. And Oldness Strikes are putting the pressure here. There's the double. No Zwen. There's the Zwen combust. Big hit. Kara bubbled instantly. I've never seen someone react so fast to that. Nope. That was just a straight NOPE nope from Kara as those cooldowns get pulled. Despite playing such a long and brutal day, Kara is still on point, but maybe it doesn't matter. He's actually just dying after Divine Shield is over. Ascendance clutches through for Tana. Oldness Strikes stay in the fight, but they need to reverse sweep. Not just win this game, they have to win 3 more after it, all on Method's picks for maps. This is going to be devastating. 30 seconds away from Theja's Ice Block being available again. Dampening stacking higher here. Theja stunned up. Nerd Rage is trying to carry, dropping that Warbreaker avatar. Big combo of damage. Chaz going to Blessing and Protection it, but it looks like that Blessing and Protection was removed. Oh! Theja in trouble, but a big heal comes through from Chaz with that Divine Toll. And now Waz attacking Tana. Tana pre-walls. Anticipating an attack. I don't think that was 100% necessary. There weren't any cooldowns available. He could be in a bit of trouble here. Leg sweep. Tana and a Hodge. Triple crowd control. Beautiful setup. Meteor gets dropped, but intervened by Nerd Rage. Good defense by Nerd Rage. Nerd Rage now leaping onto offense. Theja soul shaping, getting caught with the Storm Bolt. Nerd Rage is on fire right now, proccing that Cauterize. Sacrifice trades from Chaz. And despite this long day for Oldness Strikes, they are not getting weary.
No, not at all at this point. And there's no Zwen, there's no combustion for just a little bit longer. But Method's still going to have a huge opportunity. And Kara with no Divine Shield, I really am worried about him. Tana's going to have to keep him alive. There's the Paralyze. Double Dragon's Breath. Here we go. Big damage coming in from Method. They pull the trigger on everything. Nerd Rage getting low. And they manage to get everything from Tana. The Spirit Link totem drops. Die by the sword by Nerd Rage. They hold on and they want to continue this push onto Tessia. But he does have the Ice Block now, and they're not going to be happy about that one. Method is able to stall long enough. Tessia to hopefully get that Ice Block off. But with the Retribution Paladin, it's definitely dangerous. He gets low, gets topped off, forced to use the Ice Block. Immediate shattering throw there by Nerd Rage as they continue to make this push. Oldness Strikes, they want to put a point on the board. They do not want this to be a blowout. But who are they going after? Full Polymorph onto Tana. As Kara does get swapped. Does he have any healing? One Word of Glory. Nice War Stomp on the Fist of Fury. Double Dragon's Breath comes in, but there's no more crowd control on Tana. Oldness Strike should be able to recover, and this is such a back and forth game.
Very, very back and forth there. Kara actually has his bubble rotating up in about 2 minutes, so still plenty of time here for Method to set something up. Tana has his trinket, Nerdridge has his trinket, so they can potentially stop 2 more goes. Tessia, though, is the big vocal point here. He has nothing left. Nice fear here by Nerdridge in the middle of the setup, stopping another one, but that was his trinket. Now Tessia taking massive damage just with a big heal with that Divine Favor. He's going to keep Tessia alive, but he doesn't have much healing to work with here. Sheep comes out onto Tana. Kara in a lot of trouble here. He's gonna have to keep himself alive there with the Word of Glory spam was all over him here. Might be Tana's trinket here, trying to greet it. Another sheep into the Dragon's Breath here potentially. Tessia gets it. Nice meteor. It's not gonna be hitting him though. And Kara now making his way back to his target. Tessia in so much trouble here. Chaz, what are you going to do? There we go. Wings comes out. Big Divine Favor comes out as well. Tessia getting topped off here, but now he's stunned once again. Could be another HP bar going down. Chaz realizing it and trading out the sacrifice. This game is looking like Oldness Strikes are finally going to be able to take a point on the board, but we don't know for sure yet. Chaz still has that Divine Shield, and they still have that combustion. They could take somebody down with it.
Big damage on Thesha. Let's see what he can get set up here. Reflected on his polymorph, looking for another attempt. Rebuke available. There's a lot of interrupts. Thesha being pressured, altering back. Sharpened blade, though. Big Divine Toll, not winning that Judgment Lottery. He blinks the Spear Bastion. Nice play by Thesha. Tana and a Paralyzed, though. Oh, they break it early. No stun. Are they going to go for the stun lock here? Kara Sanctuary, is it getting sloppy towards the end of this game here at 30% dampening? I don't think they can afford that. Not many defensives remain. They're just trying to overwhelm Tana. Maybe just press Zwen and Combust and kill him with raw pressure at this point. He's so low on health, but Thesha is equally low. Chaz connects one big heal. Leg sweep DR. Are they really going to go on a DR leg sweep? They're going to pull the trigger on Zwen the Tiger. I don't think a 1 second leg sweep is enough, is it? Tana's just going to Astral Shift. He can get healed up by Kara. Is the Windwalker really going to kill Tana through Astral Shift? They're going to bop him. That's it. Thesha gets cracked. Oldness Strikes put a point on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Waz was going for it there, trying to pressure down Tana, but this is the kind of cooldown rotation what you want to see from a team like Oldness Strikes. They go to the large map, and that's a good map for Method as well, and they managed to just do a great job putting out pressure, staying alive. Nerd Rage as well, playing excellent defense for their team, and eventually Tessia does get taken down, and this is not going to be a 4-0.
Definitely not. Oldness Strikes making a comeback here. Things starting to turn around for them potentially, but now they're going to have a difficult climb if they want to win this series here. They cannot drop another game. They're 1 loss away from losing this series, but Oldness Strikes looking super solid in that last game, and just like Ben was saying, on the larger map here. So now it's going to be Method's map choice here, and we've seen what they can do on a larger map like Ashmane's, but here is that replay.
Yeah, so here, once again, they're trying to do that setup. They don't get the Ring of Frost here, and that's because of Kara's freedom onto Nerdridge. Kara's just been playing excellent support, excellently positioning back and forth. And this is the moment where, Method are getting a little sloppy here. Waz looking for the double leg sweep here, potentially, onto Kara and Tana, but I'm pretty sure it's DR right there, and he doesn't get it onto Kara. They get the Blinding Light. Kara trinkets out of that, gets the Hodge, Chaz bubbles that, and here comes the damage. No sacrifice, no blessing of protection. And that's what happens to a mage when you don't have those paladin cooldowns with you and you're tanking a ret and a warrior. The egg is going to get procced and cracked, and that is finally going to be a point on the board for Oldness Strikes.
Indeed it is. This is the first time in this series Method has lost a game, and now it's going to be their map choice here. Supatis, what do you think their next move is?
Empyrean Domain, probably Tolvaron. Those are likely, and then after that, if they lose, I mean, where do they go after that? It's pretty tough. It just seems like they were getting more sloppy. They were very tactical in the games that they won, and they knew exactly when they wanted to use stuff, and they were using it. Whereas in the last 5 minutes of this game, it was like they were shoving stuff and not trying to line up perfect moments, and it just didn't work out as tactically as it had in the past games because it wasn't as organized. So if they just reorganize themselves, I think they can still take this here, especially with their map picks. They could change comp if they need to, but I mean, they only have Shadow Priest Mage. I don't think we're going to want to see Ziniyaki into Ret Warrior after watching Valet. I feel like Shadow Priest is probably not going to have a great time. They pretty much have to rely on this, I think, to be able to take it.
Isn't that what they used to win their series yesterday, though? When they played against Reload? pretty sure they used the Shadow Priest Mage to beat Reload.
It was close though. Was it
was
as
close,
close
but
as
if
the
you go to-
Windwalker Mage?
If you go to Tolvaron, maybe it makes it less close. I mean, it
True.
seems like to me, as these games goes on, Oldest Strikes is getting more and more comfortable in the matchup. Like, every game is looking a little bit less convincing from Method. Game number 3 was like, you really got the feeling Method was going to lose, and then they managed to pull out a miracle kill, a little dicey. And then game number 4, honestly, that was all Oldest Strikes. I mean, they looked great from start to finish, denying all the setups. So maybe Method wants to keep them guessing just a little bit, bring in Zuniaki on that Shadow Priest, play the Fire Mage, or they could just keep going with this comp and see how it goes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they decide here as they go through this draft process here. Definitely interested to see exactly what they have in store for Oldest Strike. Like Ven was saying, like, do they switch it up or did they keep doing what they've been doing throughout this series? They were looking pretty solid on that Fire Mage Windwalker in the beginning of this, but Oldest Strikes looks like they're starting to starting to come around, figure things out here. And, you know, like you guys were saying, they're going to have to win 4 games in a row. They've done one, and they had that really long series ahead of them as well before this. So they've been playing for quite some time, which sometimes can be good, Zico, and sometimes it can be bad. I mean, you know, they're nice and warmed up, but I feel like at this point, do you think that fatigue is kind of setting in, or they're just kind of finding their swing now?
Well, I feel like fatigue was probably setting in, but you know, they kept going, and I feel like momentum is a very big thing. Like once you start picking up those wins, all of a sudden you're getting a little bit more excited, you're getting a little bit more ready. Zuen is being summoned in the background, you know, here on the desk, and you can see, you know, everybody's just excited and they're carrying that momentum forward here for these games.
Yeah, sorry I jumped. I think something got knocked over by one of my cats back there. But yeah, it looks like we are going to be locking in Tiger's Peak both compositions here on the board. Method's map choice. How are we liking this one, Super Tees?
I think it's still a good pick. If it starts to be noticeable that it's not working, then you could try Zuniaki. You've got a lot of games to work with, right? You almost have technically like throwaway games if you really wanted to. So here, just stick with this, keep it going. It worked really well when it worked, so just clean it up and repeat the same. Tiger's Peak, a good open map, still has good line of sight points for Waz if he needs to kite with Portal or Thasia to bait targets away. Not really upset. I'm not personally upset with the pick, and it still leaves Tolvaron open for Shadow Priest in the future as well. So I think this is a good plan strategy-wise overall in the series from Method. Just cleaning up the cooldown commitments, trying to catch them off guard, and just blow them up. That's basically what they're going to need to do here. Oldest Strikes got to be on point with their defense for 3 more games, and this could be 10 minute, 10 minute, 10 minutes. So can you keep it up that long? Any mistake, slip up, it's over.
Okay, game number 5 here. Method on match point. Oldest Strikes, though, finding their stride, potentially could turn this around in their favor. It's Method versus Oldest Strikes, 3-1.
Yeah, let's see here. Gates are now open. Method on match point. They just need one more to close this series out. Let's see if they can do it. Looks like was positioning a little bit further back right now. We'll have to see who they decide to set up. It's all about setting up those 3 versus 1 situations. And in the first couple of games, SEO was able to get off the double Dragon's Breath, double Ring of Frost, or Polymorph. Really shut down Nerd Rage and Kara with that crowd control. Let's see how they do it. Paralyze on Kara. They're just trying to keep Desi alive right now, playing a little bit more defensive. Double Dragon's Breath comes in. Can they get the Polymorph? Unfortunately, not able to find it. Sanctuary immediately coming out there by Kara Sid. That was nicely done to deny that leg sweep.
Yeah, definitely was. Let's see if they can keep it up here. Tana just on the back line trying to get away from Waz. And Chaz and Thasia are repositioning. They're actually attacking Waz a lot more here. Cleaving him down. He rolls in. Could be a bit reckless. Chaz is there to support, but double stun combo. Love to see it from Oldest Strikes, but Triune Barrier activates for Thasia. Big shield while Chaz crowd control. Chaz rolls up, hammers down, Meteor flying in, Nerd Rage double fear, peeling away the Zwen Tiger. Earth grab on it. Thasia now in trouble. Chaz was feared as well.
Wincher on Thasia's cast. Waz is going after Tana still with that Zwen the Tiger. Nerd Rage pulls back to try and help, but he's actually just getting AoE'd. I'm not sure if Nerd Rage actually wants to be here. It's not really helping. Tana's like, get away, I can't heal both of us. Pops Ascendance, roots the Zwen once again. I love those Earth Grab totems on the Zwen Tiger. Tana is definitely stepping up.
Yeah, doing a great job, and I think that intimidating shout on all the Windwalker Monks cooldowns, really important. When you see Weapons of Order, you see Zwen, that's when the Windwalker Monk televises he is about to go. If you can save that intimidating shout, you can save the roots from the Shaman. Really, really effective at shutting down that damage. That's here right now. Still, no Gladiator's Medallion. Going to be pressured if he does get caught into a stun, but Chaz still looking nice and healthy in terms of his defensive cooldowns. If you look right now, Kara has no trinket and Tana has no trinket. This is a perfect opportunity for Method to try to set something up. Nerd Rage is going to have to be the hero and save the day. Blessing of Protection does land on Tana, and that was nicely done. It was the Hammer of Justice. All they really got there was the Blessing of Protection. I mean, that's a great trade for Oldness Strikes.
Yeah, Combustion for a Blessing of Protection. They're going to take that any day of the week, and they have an opportunity here on the side of Method to force out that big Divine Shield of Kara. They need to get a perfect setup here onto Tana or Kara to set that up. The sacrifice comes out from Chas, and here we go. This is the setup. Let's see what they get done. The Dragon's Breath breaks on Nerd Rage, and that means this setup is most likely to be botched right here, unless they can fish for a sheep onto Tana and stun up Kara. I don't think they're going to get anything here. They go for the Paralyzed. They get the sheep onto Kara. Nerd Rage is there disrupting the setup. Big damage coming in, but it's not going to result to anything because of that intervene right there. And most of that is because of the fact that that Dragon's Breath broke for Tessia there. So now, all of a sudden, Kara's trinket is rotating back up, and they're going to have that. And they're going to need to force that again, force Tana's trinket again, and then they have that opportunity to force the bubble.
Let's see if they can work their way through all of these cooldowns. It's going to be a long road. Kara getting caught in a ring. Waz laying into Tana. Popping that Zwen. Really taking it to him. Where's that Earth Grab totem onto the Zwen? Not seeing it here. That Zwen is getting a lot of uptime on Tana. Waz is still chasing him down. Whirling Dragon Punch. Pyro off to the side. Rising Sun Kick. Another Pyro off to the side. But there's that Earth Grab catching Waz. He Tiger's Lust, but Thasia is falling behind. He's taking so much damage right now. Are they? Oh, that spear was MVP. They proc cauterize. They go for the hammer anyway. They're trying to take down Tana here. At least get a medallion, but they're not finding it. Rally comes through for Nerd Rage, and Oldness Strikes are looking like a completely different beast in this series now.
Oh, they really are. I mean, this is the kind of rotation you really want to see. Waz is having a lot more difficult time setting something up, and they're just reading it. I mean, Method really kept them guessing the first couple of games, but now that they've been experienced to those swaps, I feel like they know what to do. And this is looking really good. They get the Cauterize from Thessia, and that... honestly, I feel like I'd rather have Cauterize than Ice Block, but a big Combustion comes in here from Thessia. What is he going to be able to get done? And it's really not much. I mean, they get the Astral Shift from Tana, but I guess they got the Trinket from Kara as well. So getting the cooldowns that they need to. Thessia's on the run now. They're all over him with that Soul Shape, but that Soul Shape plus Blessing of Freedom is... You're not going to keep up with that. There's just no way. The only way you can is Spirit Bastion. They actually swap over to Chaz, trying to punish him with Thessia running through him. He's a great target to just go after. Ring of Peace gets used. Double Blinding Light comes in onto Tana, onto Kara. Hammer of Justice lands onto Tana. Do they have the damage to actually take him down? Once again, beautiful intimidating shout. And now it is Chaz on the back foot.
Chaz almost gets global out of that fear. Nice setup there by Nerd Rage, trying to take down the healer right now, trying to force that Divine Shield. Chaz still not out of the woods yet. That's getting cross-kicked there by Kara. Excellently done there. And now Chaz sitting up for a drink in the middle of everything. And Tessia is going to get a sheep here onto Kara, swapping it over to Tana. That means they're going to go after Kara here. Where is the banner? Where is the intervene? Finally, Nerd Rage drops that intervene. They don't get a resheep. Actually, they do get a resheep, but at this point, the go is over. They don't force anything. Once again, Nerd Rage shutting it down here, getting back on his target. Double Dragon's Breath, but now they're going for a swap back onto Tana. Beautiful setup, and Tana's going to respect it with the trinket, with the Ascendance right there, keeping himself alive, nice and healthy. Now, all of a sudden, the game is wide open. They have a 30 seconds-ish window to force out Kara's bubble with a setup onto either Tana or onto Kara, but Nerd Rage also has his trinket, could stall that out and reset the game if he wants to. Let's see what they can do. Oh my goodness, Waz almost soloing Tana here, but Tana playing it patiently, playing it greedy, holding on to that Astral Shift, Very nice stuff here from both of these players. Tana still running around the pillar here, trying to get to safety. And now Tessia is the one doing a lot of trouble here. Uses the Shadow Melt, uses the Triune Barrier, double Dragon's Breath, gets the Sheep. Now who is he going to go after? They go after Tana. Nerdridge is free. They could just intervene and stop the setup in its tracks. And Kara dispelling it with that Sanctuary means that they are going to be completely fine here. And now Tessia once again on the run.
Really good disruption here from Oldness Strike. Stun on Thasia. Nerd Rage going into battle stance. Tearing in with a ton of damage. Tana backing him up with Lava Bursts as well. Thasia can activate that Triune Barrier. Chaz still crowd controlled. Kara is looking to reconnect. If he makes it there, it could be scary. Mirror Images. Alter Time. Thasia going back. Tana the target though. Meteor Combust. Big hit onto Tana. Are they ready for it? Avenging Wrath. Big heals coming in from Kara. In good support. They survived the combustion. Great timing by Oldness Strikes. Waz still needs to make something happen with that Zwen, but it's looking like this is just a brick wall, and suddenly Oldness Strikes makes this composition look like it's its counter. Very interesting series to say nonetheless, as Method and Skill Cap to You were looking to be like the favorites. Oldness Strikes comes out of nowhere, takes out Skill Cap to You, comes into the finals. They're down 3 points, and now they're looking like they could reverse sweep Method. This is absolutely insane. Kara locked down in a stun. Waz porting away from the fight, avoiding the damage, but there's the Divine Toll connecting onto Thasia. Chaz sacrifices immediately. Chaz rolls up onto Tana. Hammers down. 2 seconds away. 1 second away from the trinket. Will Tana survive? Meteor comes in, and it looks like Tana will survive that pre-healing tide totem, the earthen wall totem. The timing from Tana is excellent.
It certainly is. Thessia on the run once again, and Oldness Strikes are just trying to find their opportunity. I mean, they've gotten close on Waz a few times, so maybe switching their targeting up here a little bit. Tana's actually burning through his mana. Waz is just all over him with that Zwen. Big leg sweep. Can they take him down? Are they just going to kill him with raw damage? It is going to be the Spirit Link totem. It's going to be the Rallying Cry. It's going to be the Sanctuary. They freaked out. They panicked. This is the first time Method has been able to cause a panic in this map, and we'll have to see how that ends up playing out. I mean, they still have a Trinket and Astral Shift, so Oldness Strike still has tools to work with. Combustion gets used. It's a random combustion here over on a Nerd Rage. Can they take him down? We're at 21% dampening. Just do damage, I suppose. They're literally just trying to him, and he gets taken down. Astral Shift comes out, but the Touch of Death completely nails it. Method managing to go 4-1 in this series, and they will be the finals victory, or finals winner.
That was just an insane amount of damage there at the end. They just reset the combust, and Tessia is like, you know what, we don't need setups anymore. We forced out the link. We're just gonna brute force this one with damage, and surprisingly enough, it works out for him. There wasn't really any real setup there. I mean, we're gonna have to look at the replay exactly what happened, but yeah, just combust came up and they did a lot of damage with it. I feel like this was kind of the turning point here. This was like the panic moment. They have so many cooldowns here. Kara's looking super healthy there. And there's the Word of Glory coming out from Kara. Slight overlap there with Tana Spirit Link, as well as that Intervene. So they use 3 of those micro defensive cooldowns to stall damage. And they don't have them anymore. Tessia just resetting his combust there, and now finally gets it. Here we go. Combustion gets dropped. Meteor there onto Nerd Rage. He takes a bunch of damage, and he kills, he actually hits Kara a little bit, then he goes after Tana a little bit there as well. Tana responding a little bit late there with the Astral Shield, but I just feel like Tessia was just tab targeting anybody in his line of sight with that combust, and yeah, combust definitely pretty strong there.
Something else interesting to note with Waz on that Windwalker, he was not playing the Fist of Fury talent, and he also didn't have Expel Harm, so basically full damage build on this Windwalker. So if he had gotten targeted, I wonder how, if they would have survived or won that last match, but clearly this worked out for them here on the side of Method. They are the European champions for our cup #1 in Shadowlands. Congratulations to those guys. I have to wonder as well, I mean, I know that Oldness Strikes did lose that last game, but we saw them kind of pick up the pace there in those last 2 games against this Fire Windwalker composition. Do you feel like, Zico, if they had started out at that level in the beginning of this series, that this would have been a little bit closer, or they could potentially even have won it all?
I'm trying to think. I feel like the only game that they really lost at like a back of a big mistake was that first game. I think they played it well in the other games. I think that Method also played it really well, and just looks like if both teams play super well, it looks like the Mage Windwalker comes out ahead. Yeah, I think the only game, Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by the hook point game. I'm kind of surprised by this game as well because it felt like, I mean, when I looked at the cooldowns up until that, random panic there at the end, it really looked like oldness were going to win that game. It looked like they were in the driver's seats, and then all of a sudden Combust comes up and Tesha's just tab targeting, and they managed to find the victory.
They certainly did. 4-1 will be the final result. Method will be getting first place in the first cup of Shadowlands. Pretty solid start for this whole expansion. For sure, looking forward to these two teams and what they have in store for us for the rest of the season. But both of these guys were just looking on fire throughout the rest of this tournament, as well as all of the other European teams that we did see. But that's going to be wrapping it up for the weekend on the side of the European realm. We are going to hop over to North America now. We have 4 teams left on that side as well. We have to go check out those games, and we can look at the bracket as well before we get started talking about that. Here it is. You can see all of those matches played out today in Europe. Method coming out on top there, all the way over to the right in a 4-1 fashion, and hopefully we will see these teams come back again even stronger for cup number 2 here. So North America here, looking forward to this. We had some explosive games, Supatees, yesterday. Do you think we're going to see that level tomorrow? We can see the bracket right now for these games as well.
Yeah, I mean, OTK have just been dominating right now. I feel like they're pretty happy with the meta currently. Trill on that Windwalker has been able to really shine. I think moving into Cloud9, that like last year, basically all of BFA, they couldn't beat Cloud9. Let's just speak frankly. They just were kryptonite. There was no hope. Every time was just, come on, we can't beat Cloud9 Mage Lock. I don't even want it. Like, they didn't even want to probably go into the game at some point after so many times they lost to Cloud9. Now I feel like they're coming into this re-energized, and they can rely on their main classes like Mage, Windwalker, and Death Knight, and this is kind of their opportunity to punch Cloud9 back.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that happen as well. OTK versus Cloud9 up there in the semifinals, and then Space Station Gaming versus Kawaii. That will be an elimination round, but only one victor will come out for this North American bracket here. Ven, what about you? What match in particular you're looking forward to?
All of them, to be honest with you. I think both of these are going to be really, really interesting. I'm curious to see if Space Station Gaming decides to make an adaptation with their healer, put Gorecki on the Restoration Shaman. Maybe we'll see that in their lower bracket game. But of course, OTK versus Cloud9, how that one's going to go. Like Sid said, Cloud9 has basically been the kryptonite for OTK, but OTK has an opportunity. I feel like right now they're extremely hot. They are more focused than I've really seen them in a long time, and I think they're looking good to win this tournament. So we'll have to see if Cloud9 can stand in their way.
That is so true. Looking forward to seeing these teams battle it out and see who exactly makes it to all of the way into that North American finals for the first cup of the season for this region. So we're going to go to a bit of a longer break since we're kind of swapping things around here. But when we come back, we're going to get started on that North America finals. It's going to be Space Station Gaming versus Kawaii first. We'll see you soon.
needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall.
Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, everyone. We are hopping over to the North American region. It is Space Station Gaming versus Kawaii, game number 1.
And here it is. We get two things that are exciting here. We get Gorecki on the Shaman. And in addition to that, we get Rev on the Moonkin. And he's really excited about this.
Excellent.
Would you say Previ is probably the best? Wait, would you say Previ is probably the best Moonkin? Or one of the best Moonkins?
In NA, yeah, I think so. So it's going to be a treat. If he can't win, it's confirmed Boomkins need buffs. Just saying.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's find that out. If Boomkins needs buff or Reds needs buff, maybe Fire Mage, we don't really know yet. We're going to find that out right now here in this first game. We got Drake leading the charge here with a double leg sweep. Thug immediately going to use his trinket, and they are going to chop through that shield there from Thug, and that's going to be the first setup of the game there. Now, Prev looking to set up some CC.
Let's see what he can get done here. I think he's playing he's Kyrian, so he's not going to have any Convoke the Spirits. He's stunned up, though. Big damage from Thugonomics, laying it down there. Prev trying to retreat away with Barkskin active. Brain and Prev and Drake all retreating away. This team is known for just defense and deflection, and they're living up to that name, but Chun-Li and Thugonomics are staying on target. Thugonomics gets cloned away at low health. Drake tears into Chun. Brain charges in. Blinding Light on Gorecki. Good opportunity to turn this game around. Star Surge number 1. Previ loading up. He's got 2 more in his back pocket, looking to get that Divine Shield. Thugonomics denies it with the Battle Master, but Prev holds on to Celestial Alignment. Still a very big threat. And, I mean, he's doing a lot of damage just flat out, period, against Chun-Li and Thugonomics here. Gorecki managing to restabilize. Chun-Li cycloned. Prev free casting on Thugonomics. Thugonomics waddling his way over to that Boomkin. Looking to smack him a little bit. As soon as he gets there, he's getting there. Now connected with Templars. Prev tries to retreat. Chun gets Ring of Peace away. Chun-Li looks for clone. Gets stunned on it. Good denial by Chun-Li. Now Thugonomics laying in with that Divine Toll. Getting a proc onto Prev. Brain with Avenging Wrath recovers. Thugonomics on the back foot. And this is basically just a game. They're all just yo-yos. Their health bars are going to be going down to 0, then back up to full, and then down to 0, then back up to full, because that's how much burst all these classes can do in terms of damage and healing.
Yeah, I mean, let's see who can do it and actually get the job done and take someone down. 2 minutes into the game, Chun-Li getting a little bit low. Both these healers are burning through quite a bit of mana as well. Just 2 minutes in, Thugonomics down to 20% health, taking a huge hit of damage. And Previ deciding to pull the trigger with his cooldowns, getting the damage rolling, and that's why we see Thugonomics' health get so dangerously low, but Ascendance does trade. This is the Avenging Wrath from Thugonomics as well, looking to empower his own damage. Actually, it wasn't, it was just a proc. He does have his Avenging Wrath coming up in just a few short seconds, and this is when Space Station Gaming can really get aggressive.
Oh, we got the Cyclone here onto Gorecki. They got the Root Beam ready. Let's see if they do it. Beautiful setup here. Gorecki forced to use his trinket right there. Overlap there with the Blessing of Protection from Thugonomics, but it's going to keep Chun-Li alive for that. And now, once again, you can see Kawaii experts at running here. They're going to be running away as soon as they force that cooldown, waiting for their beam to come back up, waiting for some of those cooldowns to come back up. Look at Prev already staying so far away here. Nice damage here onto Chun there, overextending a little bit. Now Chun looking to get something going here onto Prev. Ring of Peace on the Ring of Peace, and now Prev looking for the Cyclone. He gets it onto Thug. Thug actually very low. He has the Root Beam here. If he can land it, he's going with the hard cast, the Entangling Roots. He gets it, and there is the Blinding Light from Brain. They could follow it up with the Solar Beam right there, but I'm curious to to see here, it doesn't look like Prev is playing the mass entanglement there with that Moonkin. He's hard casting roots every time, so that makes me think he's opting for the bash or something. And right now, still kiting back and forth here on the map. Drake now looking to get some big damage with that leg sweep. Sean is going to be trading his trinket, I do believe, right there, and now getting cycloned here. So far, Kwai looking excellent in this match.
Nice cyclone here on Gurecki. Brain into paralyzed though. Both teams in trouble. Drake gets blasted. Huge damage on the Thugonomics. 2 star surges with thorns. Gurecki in a stun. Thugonomics in trouble. Dips lower and lower. Refusing to trade.
Ooh,
very bold,
nice
but he is
legendary.
running that Prop Pally legendary. That Prop Paladin legendary procs. Thugonomics takes 50% less damage while it's active, so he is sitting pretty. Chun-Li could be a target though, as he's unlikely running any tank legendary. Drake gets caught in a leg sweep. Huge swing of damage. But huge healing from Brain, turns it around, immediately recovering. Socio alignment coming up in 45 seconds. Prev with the Wild Charge Typhoon trying to kite. Kind of difficult to kite Chun-Li though. Chun-Li does get cycloned. Thugonomics marching forward. Drake tossing some off heals. Drake going after Gurecki right now, and it looks like he wants to get back onto Thugonomics and Chun-Li. I'm a bit surprised to not see the root beam in this comp because they have double leg sweeps, so they can stun both Chun and Thugonomics and stop freedom from both of them. It means that they're going to have to hard cast roots, or they'll just have to go after Gurecki, or they can drag it into dampening, maybe try and win with the Paladin healer advantage and just win with throughput. But I feel like throughput's going to be tough because you're fighting 2 hybrids. You have Thugonomics healing and Chun-Li healing, so winning on that is going to be pretty tough. We see triple crowd control. I like that they're targeting Chun-Li now. I feel like the Ret Paladin, unlikely to die with that Prop Paladin legendary. Shield of Vengeance active. Prop Paladin legendary procs. Is he going to die through it? They dropped Spirit Link. No one was in it, but Word of Glory healed himself back to full, I think. And now Chun-Li looks like he's okay. As I said, maybe the Ret Paladin can't die. They get almost everything. They didn't panic, though. I'm almost wondering, like, did they actually stay calm and collected there, or were they just being greedy? Divine Shield held onto. Celestial Alignment available. And we're waiting to see when Previ decides to allocate that. He's got full astral power, that blue bar. He can dump a ton of Star Surges with that Dreambinder legendary. Let's see if he can get some work done here. Yeah, Thugonomics says, no way. I'm bubbling that. That's going to be too much damage, and then looks to turn it around, and Brain says, no way. Bubbles himself and turns it around. You can see why the Paladins are so important in this meta, having immunities to that high burst damage.
Yeah, we're going to be really effective, but Thugonomics is still getting low. I don't think he has the proc.
Whoa!
He does. The proc comes in, and somehow he lives. I mean, Thugonomics just cheating death there, able to survive. 8% dampening. Gurecki landing some heals, but he's burning through a lot of mana. Equally so, I mean, Brain is as well. The sheer damage from both these compositions are really taxing the mana of these healers. Previ getting a little bit low right now. Chun-Li throwing in a Fist of Fury on the run, chasing him down. Thugonomics in hot pursuit as well, but doesn't want to overextend behind the pillar just yet. There's the full leg sweep. Thugonomics gets caught in a double leg sweep of his own. Nicely timed there by Drake, shutting down both the Windwalker and the Retribution Paladin. Beautiful Ring of Peace, not allowing Previ to escape. And right now, Drake is just playing defense for Previ. And Thugonomics and Chun-Li are just trying to stay on target as long as they can.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be difficult for him. He's in that Ring of Peace, gets a Cyclone onto Chun here. Got a lot of damage coming out here onto Thug. Let's see what they can get done here. Nice kick there onto Prev. Going to keep Thug nice and healthy. He's got the wings active. There's the disarm. Double fists coming in here. Drake going to toss out the Vivifies. Very, very trademark moves here from Drake. And let's see, Prev now wild charging back to Brain. He is playing that Mighty Bash, so they don't really have the root solar beams here. You're just going to have to go for the bash and then maybe interrupt the cast with the beam or maybe use it onto Thug. He's taking a lot of damage right there. Going to activate that Shield of Vengeance. Still taking a lot of damage through it. Gurecki caught up in that blinding light into this root solar beam here. Here we go. Thug, though, with the freedom. He gets rooted actually inside of it. And nice, beautiful Cyclone attempt there as well with that roar. Nice stuff here from Prev. They get the Cyclone out of the Hammer of Justice. Thug responding with the Blessing of Protection. Gets Cycloned on it. And now they're trying to take down Drake, but he's going to be completely fine due to that offensive/defensive Cyclone. Chun-Li now taking a lot of damage here from Drake, answering with his own Fist of Fury. There's 2 cats on the map right now as well, doing a lot of work here. And now finally both teams having a moment to breathe here for a second.
A cat fight between Space Station Gaming and Kawi here in game number 1. No Divine Shield for 2 minutes here. Thugonomics already low on health. Thorns is active. They got to be careful. Grecky's lobbing in Lava Burst, though, trying to punish Drake. Huge combo hit there between all 3 members of Space Station Gaming, looking for liftoff. Drake rolling away. Thugonomics in pursuit. Drake rolls again. Thugonomics going to connect. Gets cloned right before he could KO Drake. Nice clone from Prev. Brain is struggling, though. 22% dampening. Very little mana left for him. Grecki even lower on mana in this position. This game is going to be coming to a close soon. Celestial Alignment available. Prev needs to get high value from this. It's likely his last Celestial Alignment of the game, but currently stunned up by Chun-Li in that leg sweep. Brain in a paralyzed. Prev ducks into bear farm, looks for a clone, trying to peel away, but Drake is tearing in with that double leg sweep of his own, going after Gorecki a little bit, maybe stacking him up for some triple damage here. Fist of Fury gets stunned by Thugonomics, but now Thugonomics is cloned. Previ repositioning. Brain maybe perhaps needs to try and sneak away for a drink. Gorecki is there. He can totem him around the corner. Lands that earth grab totem. Now we see Thugonomics the target once again. Healed up. Big heals coming for Gorecki. Paralyzed. Thugonomics in trouble. Celestial Alignment. Lots of Star Surges potentially from Prev here. 1, 2. The Prop Paladin Legendary. Divine Shield gonna trade. I think that's more than fair here from Thugonomics on that Celestial Alignment. I think it's a smart tactic. Save Gorecki's mana. Now getting aggressive. Blasting Drake. Karma. They're going to crack that Karma real quick. It's already over. That Ring of Peace, though, from Drake prevents Thugonomics' advances. Now he's cycloned at low health. Love that timing by Prev. Now switching it to Chun. Really showcasing the balance druid well here in this series. Gorecki paralyzed. Trinkets into a stun. Nice punish, but the Spirit Link Totem did connect. Stabilizing. I kind of like Gorecki using cooldowns instead of mana to try and even the mana, but Zwen is out on the battlefield. This is going to get scary for both sides.
Oh, yeah, Chun-Li getting really low, having to trade out the touch of Karma. Thugonomics really susceptible to damage. Gorecki definitely has his work cut out for him at this point of the game, but at the same time, things are very unstable on the side of Kawhi. Prev forced into bear form. He's going to be running away. Zwen finally fades from Chun-Li, and maybe Kawhi is going to be feeling a little bit safer. Looks like a double stun does come in, and Chun-Li will trinket that immediately, just trying to pressure down Previ. At the same time, Drake's on Thugonomics, and Brain's mana doing a little bit better than Gorecki, surprisingly. Kawhi has managed to hold on. Brain snuck away for a few drinks in this match, and those drinks are really starting to add up for their team. I mean, Thugonomics and Chun-Li right now, they really want to stay on Previ, but Drake is just not making it easy for them.
Yeah, and right now, Gorecki is pretty much tapped. Sean has no cooldowns left, could easily get KO'd here, and he's going to be in a little bit of danger there. Gorecki getting kicked on cast by the Solar Beam Brain, pushing forward here, gets the blinding light. This could be the game here. Thug or Chun could both die here. Gorecki with the pre-wall there as well, thinking he might get hodged and swapped to, so that makes him an exposed target now as well. The Thug in a DR Cyclone here. Prev loading up the Starfire, building up the Astral Power. Here we go, looking to charge in here. The Mighty Bash comes in onto Thug. 1 Star Surge up. There's the Pro Legendary. Is it going to be enough? Is he going to die through it? Gorecki in a Hammer of Justice, and that is going to be the end of Space Station Gaming here in game number 1.
My goodness, what a first victory by Kawhi. It really just goes to show how powerful this class can be. Balanced Druid in the right hands. Prev just dominating that last arena there. And what an insane game by these guys, Super T's.
Definitely a good showcase, and finally a Boom King puts a point on the board. Unfortunately, that means I think it's not going to get buffed, so a little bit, it's like bittersweet for me, honestly.
Yeah, the day is young.
I mean, this is just such a back and forth game that we witnessed, but it just seems like eventually these consistent setups, the blinding light, the instant crowd control coming in from the Paladin, Previ landing a nice Cyclone. And what exactly do they get out of the blinding light? We'll have to see. Maybe a Paralyze. They're trying to set up the damage. Another Cyclone does come in. Chun-Li is basically trying to spam heal. They realize they really don't have too much left to work with. Previ moves forward. Does he get a Root Beam? Paralyze, that's all it is. A Paralyze, a Bash on Thugonomics. The Protection Legendary was not enough this time. Although it was close, Drake had the touch of death in store, and they were able to put the first point on the board. And I'm curious if Space Station Gaming actually makes any adaptations into this composition. What else could they really run?
Warrior Windwalker, maybe? And just kill the Boomkin with pressure?
I wonder, Smexon...
Warrior Shaman.
Or that.
One thing, I actually played a good amount of games with Smexen on his Elemental Shaman, his Handsman Shaman. I wonder if that has a place in this matchup at all. It just kind of depends. And what is Kawaii going to do on the blind pick as well? Maybe depending on the map, they don't even lock in the Moonkin again. They bring in the Fire Mage as kind of their base comp. And sometimes we'll see teams do that, even though they win on the blind pick. They decide to just switch up their composition just to keep the other team kind of guessing.
Yeah, curious to see what they have in store as well. Back on that note with Smexen, pretty notable shaman on Ellie as well as enhancement. Why is it that we haven't really been seeing them at all, Zika? Are they just not as good right now as Ellie? Is that kind of, it seems like that's usually the case here. Like you could play, Ellie's really good, but enhancement just not quite as much. What's going on with that class?
I feel like right now, anything that Enhancement Shaman can do, you can just get a ret that does it better. You're going to have more healing with the ret. You're going to have more defense with the ret. You're going to have, burst is definitely high for Enhance if they get those chain harvests off. But aside from that, I just feel like a ret is just overall a better pick. So like maybe if you pick like Enhanced ret, but yeah, I just feel like right now the other melees are just kind of outshining the Enhanced Shamans, especially with that lack of mobility that they have. They don't really have too many gap closers. Sometimes they can go, Ascendance and go basically ranged Shaman. But aside from that, you're basically just losing out on too much if you don't go with that ret, in my opinion.
All right, so we'll see what Space Station Gaming exactly decides to do. Would be interesting to see Smexen come out, play Ellie, but Kawaii currently up 1-0 in this best of 5 series. Is also a lower series, so loser of this unfortunately knocked out of the tournament. Winner goes on to the lower finals here. Looks like we're going to be going to Hook Point. Now Kawaii choosing their composition here. How do we like this map choice from Space Station, Supatees?
Well, they're a cleave team, and then Kawaii is not playing a cleave, so it makes sense that they're going to want to go to the small maps. This is where they have to debate, is Boomkin or Mage better. I actually wonder at some point if we'll see Boomkin and Mage from them. It's a combo we haven't seen that I still want to see the best players play here. So, but I feel like you just keep playing the same, don't change. The way they're playing the Boomkin Windwalker is just paralyzed, healer, stun, kill target. Do that as much as you can until it dies. And it's pretty safe strategy. You don't have to worry about getting freedomed on your root beam, and you get to stun the target more frequently. Also, Touch of Death is different in Shadowlands, right? Is it completely a flat execute? Like, no matter what, you have more damage reduction if you're at a certain... So that kind of gets through the Prot Legendary, because I think that's what killed him, is that even though the Prot Legendary was up, Touch of Death kills you anyways. So it's nice that kind of... It gets through that a bit, having a Windwalker.
It's a ton of overkill damage, but it won't just kill you through anything. Like, if there was a world you had, like, 99% damage reduction, you wouldn't die from it. So it doesn't just immediately kill you, it just does a huge amount of damage. So, but even so, when you're at 10% health and you're taking, what would be a 30k hit, it's still going to take you down really quick.
All right, also looks like they're swapping out that Boomkin Force Rallium on his Fire Mage. Now Space Station Gaming just started their timer. Gonna see what exactly they do here, how they respond to this comp. But, I mean, we've seen this composition here on this with Windwalker Fire Mage just absolutely dominate today, as well as this entire weekend. And this comp, I mean, was it you, Ven, who was saying that a lot of people were kind of predicting this as being just one of those dominating compositions for the AWC?
Yeah. I mean, for a while, people thought, Windwalker Monk, Fire Mage, and Paladin, all kind of the best at their roles, respectively. So you put them all together, you get a really solid composition. Windwalker Monk, a little bit squishy, but when you're backed up by a Fire Mage and a Paladin, it kind of overcomes that weakness, and you just have a lot of raw damage output. I mean, Kawaii, this is a composition that they kind of popularized. I mean, they were the only ones that were playing it in Battle for Azeroth for quite some time in the tournaments. And eventually the composition became like super duper meta, and they were just the best at it. And they were able to actually win the North American finals last year. And they're kind of just riding that momentum. They brought on Prev, excellent Moonkin, and we saw him actually play the Shadow Priest as well. So that gives them a lot of different composition options. And Kawaii is looking really well-rounded at this point.
Yeah, they most definitely are. I mean, like you were just saying, they had a really strong finish to last season. They were a little bit of an underdog, I feel like, up until that point, and then they just had such a solid last last bit of that BFA season. And yes, with the addition of Prev, it's going to make them, I just feel like, that much stronger. And that's why we're seeing them here today. A super solid team all around. Also, Space Station Gaming, really stacked roster. These guys have been playing together for quite some time. They were for a while like the first people to take. Were they the first people to take off a game from Cloud9 last year on Blade's Edge? They hadn't lost a single game, and then I think it was Space Station Gaming that did it first, right? Or was that someone else? I know that they did at one point when no one else had been able to do it. I'd have to look at the.
I'm not sure. Either them or Golden Guardians, I feel like.
Yeah, both of them did at one point. I don't remember exactly who did it first, but either way, my point is that this team, super strong roster, their synergy is so solid at the moment, especially in this Cup #1, while everyone else is still kind of figuring things out. It seems like these guys are already there. We've got the same composition here, Thug on that Ret, Chun-Li on the Windwalker, Gorecki on his Restoration Shaman, and they're on Hook Point as well, Ben. Now that we're seeing everything locked in on the board, what do we feel like this next game has in store for us?
I mean, what's interesting is this is basically just the finals we saw in Europe, pretty much. I mean, except Chun-Li's on a Windwalker instead of a Warrior. So, I mean, this is a matchup we've kind of seen play out. Kawaii, their objective is to isolate a target and just absolutely decimate it. What was interesting, though, is what we saw from Method in the finals is they kind of just went for a damage approach. Like, didn't play overly safe. They weren't forced to win in cooldowns and in big setups. They just attacked. They just attacked until someone fell over, and that was able to get them that final win. And I'm curious to see if Kawaii is going to adapt a similar strategy, if they're going to try to go for those consistent setups, and if they do go for those setups, how Space Station Gaming is going to respond.
Yeah, we're going to find that out. Usually Kawaii definitely play a bit more defensive with their Windwalker Mage, but could also be, depending on what matchups they get. Actually, Surrounding blinking in, gets the Dragon's Breath, doesn't get the Sheep there onto Gorecki. Nice shutdown there by Chun-Li, snipes him with that Ring of Peace across the pillar right there, and that's going to mean that they don't get any pressure here in the initial stages on the side of Kawaii. And now Drake looking to get a Fist of Fury here onto Thug, and they could actually go after Suralium here. They get a nice Hammer of Justice. Brain gets paralyzed, but Brain is so quick with that Dispel, actually. Brain getting one-shot in here, trinketing immediately. Might actually have to use something more here. Wings coming out. There's the damage reduction as well from the Divine Protection. Brain running to the starting room. Drake now getting cleaved up, and that was a nice push there by Space Station Gaming. They're going to get the first cooldown there with that, and now Brain charging across the map for the blinding light. Suralium now popping the combustion. Thug! Oh my goodness, Thug! Almost dies before the Pro Legendary can even trigger from that Meteor, doing like 60% of his HP. My goodness, this is some fast-paced action, gentlemen.
Oh, Suralium, Thugonomics, both players in a bit of trouble here. Crowd control engaged by Space Station, intercepted by Drake. Drake laying in with that Fist of Fury. Thugonomics trying to stay on target here, has to decide to allocate that Holy Power, picking Word of Glory over damage right now, buying time for Gorecki to breathe and recover. Medallion out of the way, still on Brain. This damage is endless at the moment. Chun-Li looking strong on that Windwalker Monk. Suralium is not comfortable. Drake grapples Thugonomics' weapon away, denying some damage here onto Suralium. Buying time for Brain, but how much time? Blessing of Protection trades here. Suralium needs to get aggressive with that Blessing of Protection and immunity. Get crowd control on Gorecki. There's no Medallion. There's no Divine Shield. If they reset Combust right here, it's game over. Suralium's getting a lot of fireballs. Combustion 25 seconds away. Just a couple more fireballs. Good interrupt by Chun-Li on fire. Resetting that Combust is definitely the most important thing for Suralium. One more fireball, just two more. He gets interrupted again. If he resets his Combustion, they have Zwen. It's over. It's pretty much just game over. If they get Combustion up right here and now, I have no idea how Thugonomics will stay alive. Zwen is available. Drake could pop it. Shield of Vengeance. Here comes the Zwen. Suralium has Combustion. This could be a KO. Suralium, are you going to go for it? He's holding on to it for some time here, despite the full crowd control chain. They get the trinket from Thugonomics. Maybe they really just want to make sure it's a 100-hit KO. Still 30 seconds until Gorecki gets a trinket. Thugonomics is low on health. Drake might go for a paralyze. Looks like they're switching to Gorecki maybe here. Drake has a leg sweep. Suralium is just waiting eagerly, just mouth watering over that combustion key bind. Here comes the combust. Here comes the damage. Thugonomics Word of Glory is hit. He is absolutely getting roasted at Prot Legendary procking, retreating away, managing to survive the attack for now. Thugonomics gets dipped low again. Gorecki out of crowd control. Drops that Spirit Link. He is not playing around.
No, not at all. Thugonomics manages to survive. Non-survivable situation. Ceruleum now on the run, and Chun-Li and Thugonomics trying to get some pressure rolling. Brain used the Blessing of Protection there. Ceruleum also used his Trinket to make sure he could get that damage off. Thugonomics still not out of the woods yet, though. Gorecki luckily has his Trinket, but no real emergency healing. I guess he does have the Ascendance, so that will come in handy for Gorecki. Thugonomics once again taking a huge hit, getting topped off really quickly. If we look at mana, Brain is doing such a good job, man. I don't know if he went and snuck away for a drink, but still at 90% mana, and that is not something you typically see against a composition like Ret Windwalker. They just have such high consistent damage. York spending a lot of mana to heal. Double leg sweep coming in, paralyzed on Brain. Big combo, and they do get the ice block. Drake could just fall as well. He's got no karma. Drake could be in a lot of trouble. They might be able to drop him. He's on the run. Beautiful Ring of Peace by Chun-Li. He's just so low, but Drake holds on with the Turbo Fist, Fist of Fury parry, and now Thugonomics is the one that's in trouble.
Oh, beautiful hodge there on Gorecki's Trinket. That's going to force out the Sank as well there from Thug. Nice sheep there by Ceruleum. Preemptive blink there when Shun tried to shut it down. Gets them the Trinket, gets them the Sanctuary as well there from Thug. And now this game is wide open. Thug has his bubble in about 10 seconds. Ceruleum is the one on the back foot. He still has his Color Rush to work with. Brain, though, doesn't have any of his big blessings to work with. Still, oh my goodness, Thug right now getting destroyed. The Pro Legendary coming through once again. And now he does have his Divine Shield. He might need to use it right away. Nice paralyze. He's going to have to use it for sure here. No, Word of Glory with the wings is going to be enough to keep Thug alive there. Thug cheating death twice in a row. And now Ceruleum on the back foot. What crowd control do they have for Brain? Brain has his Trinket, has his bubble. No big heals though. Right now, he's going to be in a paralyzed. Chun is looking for the damage here. Ceruleum activates the ult time. Going to be teleporting back, and he's going to be fine for now. Now Ceruleum looking for the sheep here, gets it onto Gorecki. Thug, no Pro Legendary. That's it's got to be the bubble. He Trinket, Word of Glory, and that's going to be enough. I do believe here, if he has a couple of more Word of Glory, unless they have a DR stun, doesn't look like Drake wants to go for it just yet. He's waiting. He might actually go for it right now. He's thinking about it, but he's going to go ahead and keep that for the next setup, and that means Thug is going to survive.
Let's see if they can keep it going here. Mana even between the teams, 5.5 minutes. Big connect. Cauterized triggers. Massive damage from Thugonomics. He is ready to close this game out. Big window of opportunity. Damage is endless. Let's see if they can stay on target. Ceruleum's health is just going down and then up and then down again. Drake intercepts with a double leg sweep. Fist of Fury. Tons of damage flying across the board onto 2 targets here. Ceruleum blinking back, trying to avoid the fight here as Hawaii try and avoid damage, but Chun is in pursuit. There's the stun. This could be it for Ceruleum if they're not careful. Brain's into paralyzed. Thugonomics is connecting. Down to half, double Dragon's Breath, double Ring of Peace, knocking both attackers away. Spam polymorph attempt by Ceruleum. Buying time here. Thugonomics proccing that Avenging Wrath, looking to go for the KO. Judgment connects. Is Divine Toll available? If it is, he could be in trouble, but here comes the Combust. Are they ready for it? A full crowd control landed. Thugonomics gets blasted. That Prot Legendary proccing, trying to heal himself back up with that Word of Glory, building Holy Power, topping himself off time and time again, but Fist of Fury are still flying here onto Thugonomics. He's trying to keep his cool, popping those Word of Glories time and time again, saving himself, managing to stabilize now, trying to get aggressive. Where's the crowd control? They need a hammer, they need a paralyze onto Brain. They could close it out. They decide to hammer Ceruleum. Brain Divine Shields. Is that going to be enough here to save Ceruleum? It looks like it will. Ceruleum navigating these close quarters on hook point like an expert.
Yep, and Thugonomics wants to chase down Ceruleum right now, but at the same time, he doesn't want to overextend. He's just got a few seconds left on that Trinket. Divine Shield's up as well. All the cooldowns are looking good here for Space Station Gaming. There it is, big leg sweep attempt. There is no combustion, but Thugonomics, hold on! He's getting low. Gorecki caught into a Dragon's Breath. They can't throw away the game. Things are looking so good here for Space Station Gaming. They're so close to a victory, but they gotta hold on. Just a little bit longer. Word of Glory lands. Thugonomics tops himself off. Now in hot pursuit of Ceruleum, who's caught into a full stun. No crowd control on Brain. He's still got both the Sacrifice and the Blessing of Protection to keep his mage alive. And Ceruleum just needs to buy a little bit more time for that combustion, but there's not too many openings. Everyone from Space Station Gaming has their Trinket. And this game is looking like it is going to go in favor of the Ret Windwalker, but Hawaii still has lots of opportunities to try to make something happen.
Oh, Thug!
What to do?
Oh my
Oh!
goodness! Almost going down. There's Seralium now as well, forced into the Ice Cube. And both of these teams, all of a sudden, they had all of their cooldowns, and now they just had to use all of them. Brain dropping kind of low on mana. Somehow has been able to keep up with the Shaman right now. Seralium, no Cauterize, no Ice Block. Brain with a big fat heal, but he only has that Sacrifice and that Blessing of Protection to potentially remove a stun with. That is it. That is all you're working with on the side of Kawaii. Meanwhile, Thug, he still has one Blessing of Protection, and of course, correctly, with that Trinket Link in his back pocket. Let's see if they can force that right now. Thug getting that Blessing of Protection, and now Goreki here in a sheep. Thug just kiting, keeping himself alive with that Word of Glory, and I think he's going to be okay here. That last sheep now coming out. Big damage here onto Thug. One Word of Glory connect, and there is the Trinket. No, yeah, the Trinket Spirit Link coming out, and Chun actually using his Trinket. Thug has no Trinket, so now no cooldowns left here on this Retribution Paladin, and there's still cooldowns left on the side of Kawaii. 30 seconds ago, Vance said it looks like Space Station are winning. Now, all of a sudden, it looks like Kawaii are winning.
Yeah, they're in the driver's seat here. Zwen coming up in a couple seconds. Combustion about to be reset by Seralium's Fireballs. This is dangerous, and Space Station Gaming need to close it really quick here. Seralium gets stunned up, Brain into Paralyzed. Good cross crowd control. Drake intercepts with Grapple. Thugonomics has no weapon, just laying down some hammers, trying to kill Seralium. Drake trying to stay on target. Double Dragon's Breath, Hammer of Justice, Paralyzed. Beautiful setup here from Kawaii. Can they close it out? I think they are. Thugonomics on 10%. That Proc Paladin Legendary, but maybe it's not enough for the Combust and the Zwen. They go for a stun. Double stun lock combo, huge damage to Thug, really gonna stay alive. War Stomp on 1%, it's not enough. Kawaii take it, and they move to match point.
That was really, really sick. Like Zico said, they managed to turn around a situation that did not look good for them, which is good crowd control, good setup. They're just getting cooldown after cooldown. Just a short matter of time, we're able to pull out a victory. Absolutely insane. Even on the small map, Kawaii, with their Windwalker, Fire Mage, Paladin, managed to pull out victory. And now the question is, I mean, for Space Station Gaming, what are they going to do? Are they going to keep Chun-Li in the game on this Windwalker Monk? Are they going to switch it up and bring in Smexon on the Arms Warrior? We do have a replay here we can take a look at. And if you look, Thugonomics right now, no Trinket, no Bubble. Goreki, no Trinket as well. And we just see a huge setup. Drake, he eventually just pulls the trigger. Once they stabilize, he decides to go. Use that Zwen, give himself Bloodlust, put out a lot of extra damage. Leg sweeps rotating back up as well. You see a Paralyze into a DR Polymorph onto Goreki. It actually gets grounded, but the damage is just too overwhelming. Goreki with no Spirit Link Totem just doesn't have the throughput. Gets caught into that double leg sweep. Big spinning crane kick. And eventually Thugonomics does fall. Kawaii is looking really strong in this series.
All right, guys, I went and looked it up. It was Space Station Gaming. that one game, not series. I wasn't saying series. One game against Cloud9. They were the first to do it in Cup #1 of BFA. So point proven. But you're right. It was Golden Guardians that won the first series against them. Either way, well done to Kawaii. 2-0 right now, putting themselves on a match point, and that is a very solid question from Ven. We can talk about that. What exactly is Space Station's next move here? What exactly are they going to have to change up, Super T's, if they want to try and turn the series around for them?
I mean, it's so hard to say because I feel like they're doing what they need to do. They're paralyzing Goreki. They stun the mage so the mage can't escape. They got the cooldowns. They were in the lead for 5 minutes, and then Kawaii just doesn't die. And Seralium knows how to dampen. I mean, that's what this entire team has just been dampening for over a year, maybe even hitting close to 2 years. So they know what to do to not die, basically. So even if you're just one step away from victory, they know how to stop you. I like going to Dalaran. Keep picking the cleave friendly maps. You're a cleave team, so that's anticipated. But what do they have? Like Warrior Ret again, they could try, but even Warrior Ret wasn't working in North America. Windwalker Mage is just getting a little bit ahead every time I feel like we see the matchup. And I don't think they have any other options. I know like on the ladder, things like Enhancement Shaman, Windwalker are pretty threatening, but we haven't seen anyone even try it. So it must not be worth the time, or otherwise they would have, I would imagine, at some point. I'm just trying to think of options. They're all pretty much the same kind of archetype, just land a big burst window every minute with Doom Winds and a Chain Harvest and drop somebody, but you could do that as a Ret and also Word of Glory for no mana cost as opposed to Healing Surge, which costs mana. So, or you don't have Divine Shield, to immune the
Yeah.
big damage when it hits you, and sometimes you just get overwhelmed. So I think that's why Enhance is not getting seen. Kawaii just staying with the same thing though, not getting Prev back in on the Boomkin, but they do have him as backup if they need it.
You know, and looking at the rest of the teams that are still, you know, in this North American bracket with OTK as well as Cloud9, it kind of seems like Kawaii is going to be Space Station Gaming's toughest opponent here, Zico. Just it seems like they just have so many counters to all the compositions that Space Station Gaming has in their pool.
I'm not sure. I feel like all of the teams remaining here are definitely going to be, you know, difficult for any of these teams. But right now, it definitely seems to be that way. Kawaii just looking super solid here, and Space Station Gaming, I don't know, they need some new rocket fuel or something in that spaceship, because what they're doing right now, it's just not working. I'm going to vote Red Warrior Shaman, but at the same time, like, do you really want to bench Chun-Li here? I'm not sure. The enhancement shaman thing, I just want to say, if you pick the enhancement shaman, I feel like he's kind of a sitting duck there. There's not going to be any prot legendary saving him. There's not going to be a trinket word of glory saving him. He's just going to use his trinket astral shift, and then he's kind of a sitting duck until he has that again, and that's going to give you plenty of time to kind of set up these big one-shots with Combust. So I don't know. I think Space Station Gaming, they're just in a tough spot right now, and I'm not sure what the right choice is for them. They are going to go for the Red Warrior, not with the Shaman, though. I feel like as a mage, it's definitely harder to deal with the Shaman, but you know, it's also a lot more safer to pick that Paladin. You're going to have more cooldowns, a little bit more uptime with the freedoms and stuff, so I don't mind it at all. I like that they're changing it up.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at that game for Space Station Gaming, they didn't really even lose to a setup. It was just damage. I mean, they lost in like a paralyze and then like a double leg sweep, but there was plenty of time. I mean, if Gorecki was a paladin in that matchup, Thugonomics would be full health instead of dead. So I think that's probably the line of thinking, is we just need healing at this point. Shaman's just falling behind. Thugonomics is going down even without crowd control. So let's get the healing ramped up, play on a smaller map. But one thing's for sure, Space Station Gaming is going to have a little bit more of a difficult time taking down Cerealium. You have no purge whatsoever now to get off those freedoms, to get off that, you know, Blazing Barrier and Triune Ward. So that makes it harder to actually get offense, but you can stall out the game a little bit longer with this composition, and maybe they feel like they just need a bit more time.
Yeah, we'll see. Have to see what they do here. Dalaran Sirius Space Station Gaming's map choice, so hopefully they can get an advantage here. This is their last shot to stay in the tournament. Both of these guys want to try and have another chance to get back up to that North American finals position. If you guys are just tuning in and not sure about the format this year, these guys in the first 4 cups, top 8 teams from both regions go on to that circuit series here. So Kawaii absolutely dominating this series with this Windwalker Fire Mage composition here. And it looks like these teams are ready to go soon here. Gates are opening. Here it is, Kawaii on match point on Dalaran Sewers versus Space Station Gaming.
All right, let's see what they can do. They need to win 3 in a row, and after this, you know where we're going. Sands of Tolvaron, the Empyrean domain of Bastion, these big open battlefields. I feel like it's going to be a really tough series here for Space Station Gaming. Kawaii are looking just as strong in Shadowlands in my mind as they were in Battle for Azeroth, so they're looking for that rematch. They want to try Cloud9 again here, as they were pretty close to beating them yesterday, actually. Now, Gorecki switching over to Paladin will get a lot more throughput than the Restoration Shaman, get access to more crowd control breakers with Divine Shield, more immunities like Sacrifice. However, they remove Purge and Grounding, so Cerealium will be able to do everything he wants to do, and that could be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Cerealium is going to be able to get done. He's going to have Smexen and Thugonomics looking to shut him down in this matchup as much as possible. I'm curious what Smexen's going to be running in terms of legendaries once it updates. I'll let you know, but I think he'll probably go with a Mass Reflect legendary, so he'll be able to Spell Reflect for his team in 2 different ways with the legendary, and then, of course, with Intervene. Cerealium taking a big hit of damage early on, but with Alter Time, able to bounce his life back up to full. Right now, Space Station Gaming looking to make an aggressive push here with Thugonomics and his Avenging Wrath. But lots of tools left for them to work with. Drake actually trades out the Touch of Karma, so potentially go after Drake a little bit more often in this match. If Ceruleum's going to play really, really defensive and run away, try to just hit Drake, try to get that damage up, but a big combustion does land. Looks like Thugonomics is going to be okay, but the sacrifice is redirecting a lot of damage on Gorecki, and they manage to not only get the sacrifice from Gorecki, but they get the wall, and they get the Divine Shield, and then they look at Smexen and get him down to 50% health. What a huge hit of burst from Kawaii.
Excellent opener here for Kawaii. They forced out pretty much everything. Gorecki's almost in a checkmate position to get a sheep here, and now Thugonomics, what are you going to do here? He's got the Pro Legendary waiting for him, but he's going to be able to sustain himself with those Words of Glory. Nice war banner here from Smexen. Things are not looking good right now for Space Station Gaming. Smexen is going to need to do some MVP plays here to keep his team in the fight here, to allow their cooldowns to rotate back up. Anytime Thug gets a setup on him, could be lights out for him. He's going to go back to the pillar here with Gorecki. They're going to reconvene here with each other. Nice freedom here onto Smexen, keeping him mobile and in the fight. And now the next setup's happening here. Brain now in a Stormbolt. Drake in a lot of trouble here. No Trinket Karma from Drake. Brain going to be using his Human Racial, I do believe, right there. I'm not sure. And he's going to be able to get a big heal there onto Drake. Divine Favor with the wings. He's going to top Drake off there. That was a scary situation. Nice response there from Space Station Gaming. Unfortunately for them, I don't think it netted them any real cooldowns there. And now look at that combustion. It is ready for Ceruleum. My goodness, Ceruleum takes a massive chunk of damage. Defensive Dragon's Breath in that spear. And now Ceruleum potentially looking to get a setup here with Brain. He's pushing in for the Blinding Light. Ceruleum just wants to press that combustion. And there it is. Big damage here onto Thug now. And Thug is going to be able to survive there, ducking behind the pillar. But that was another close call there.
The combustion still rolling for a moment here. Gorecki and Polymorph Hammer of Justice. Can they close the game out? Thugonomics clutches out a heal. Sanctuary out of crowd control. Now they're looking to get back on target. Shifting power from Ceruleum. Not interrupted. That was a lot of value. Resetting those cooldowns like Meteor and Combustion. Very important for the Fire Mage. Ring of Peace down on Ceruleum, preventing Thugonomics from connecting for a moment. This map could backfire, utilizing that knockback on the sides of this upper platform. Drake gets swapped to in a Stormbolt. Huge hit. Is he going to go down? Is Brain ready? Looks like Brain is ready here, but it's tough, man. Healing through that Rep Paladin Warrior damage. Drake trades Karma. Looks like we'll recover. Brain's falling behind on mana, and that's the name of the game for Warrior Ret. Just smack them till they're and then drag their dead bodies across the floor. Can they keep it going here? Smexen's trying to stay on target with the freedom. Getting kited. Doesn't want to jump downstairs in line of sight Gorecki. Waiting, but that means Ceruleum had time to reset Combust. This is when the Tiger's available. And right now, Kawaii are very threatening. They polymorph the healer. The Dragon's Breath the Ret. Double stun. Beautiful setup here. Are they going to pull the trigger? Combustion gets pulled. Thugonomics takes a huge hit. He's going to duck off the side, try and catch some heals. They swap back to Smexen. He spell reflects a Pyro. Hits Drake. Looks like he's going to recover. Spear Bastion on Drake. Buying time for Thugonomics to get over there and connect, but a polymorph from Ceruleum stops his advance. Great peels from Ceruleum. Grapple weapon on Smexen. Denying the Ret Warrior's burst. Brain repositioned downstairs out in the open, so if they chase him, they're exposed to crowd control. Love Brain's positioning. Now they swap to Drake, and Brain has to keep track of 3 targets. He has to remember to switch his beacon, and sometimes doesn't have globals to switch his beacon. It's going to cost him a lot of mana to heal a non-beacon target, so the swaps from Space Station Gaming are building a pretty big lead right now.
Ooh, Ceruleum getting low. Doesn't want to greet it with that Alter Time. Decides to use it. Well done by him, preventing a lot of damage and a lot of healing that Brain doesn't have to use mana on. Let's see what goes on. Drake right now just throwing out the Disable Snare on Smexen, on Thugonomics. Ceruleum still just spamming out the fireballs if he can. Caught to a full Hammer of Justice. Nice Ring of Peace. Good backup there by Drake. Just really doing a great job peeling for Ceruleum in this matchup so far. We're about 20 seconds away from it dampening at this point. Both these healers doing pretty well on mana, but I would say Gorecki is actually surprisingly behind. I don't know, Brain, he manages to just sneak away and get drinks. So when the White Tiger is out, as well as a Combustion, who are they going after? No one's health is really moving. The sacrifice does land. Are they going to make a swap on a Gorecki? His positioning is really good right now. Just on this pillar, using a Holy Light to top himself off. And with that sacrifice, he was able to prevent a lot of damage, but they're still going. Swen is still just shredding through. They trade out the Touch of Karma. They actually break through Karma immediately. And Thugonomics is going to be eating all that redirected damage. Now Smexen and Thugonomics turning their attention onto Ceruleum, putting a lot of pressure on him. Brain in the back line, just bombing out the Holy Lights to keep him alive. But these healers aren't going to be able to maintain this amount of healing for much longer. Dampening is ramping up, and things are starting to get really interesting between these two teams.
Yeah, and we're gonna see now Ceralium activating the Alter Time, looking to get aggressive here onto Smexin. Thug as well, taking a little bit of damage there from Drake with that cleave damage. Ceralium looking for Gorecki. Ooh, nice moves there, trying to get those shimmer blinks. Very satisfying feeling when you can get them, but Gorecki very experienced on that healer, positioning very well right there, avoiding the crowd control right there, and that's going to give them an opening here onto Drake. Drake taking a lot of damage, no touch of karma here for another 30 or so seconds. Ceralium with the offensive blessing of protection there as well. You're going to look to turn the tides of this fight with that combustion. Nice spell reflect though on the sheep there by Smexin. He's dropping that Blade Storm now as well. Smexin's been an all-star so far in this match, keeping his team in the fight. Gorecki has his bubble, Thug has his bubble. They got one blessing of protection to work with. They're swapping to Thug. He's behind the pillar. Scary situation. Brought Legendary might trigger here. Thug, there it is. Brought Legendary comes through, but Gorecki does not trust in the light, and he's gonna use his Divine Shield. Nice setup there by Kawaii. Gonna net them the biggest cooldown on the table.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. It's match point. They could just close it out and advance on the lower side, and that's devastating for Space Station Gaming. Only coming in at 4th here in the first Cup of North America. Gorecki and a Polymorph. Ceralium just avoiding the fight, using that soul-shaped Smexin charges. Ceralium likely to blink again. Now in a position to spam Fireball and reset that combustion. An expert at this Fire Mage, playing at the highest level for so long, and now this is a scary moment. No Divine Shield for Gorecki. They could swap to him with Zwen and Combustion. Everything's available for Kawaii. They're even sitting down for a drink and resetting for the late game. This is devastating for Space Station Gaming. Practically nothing going for them at the moment here in this what could be last game. Drake is getting ready. Lined up on Thugonomics. Ceralium moves to center field. Brain moving in position to go for crowd control. Who's going to get the hammer first is really the question. Dragon's Breath, Polymorph, reflected by Smexin. Spear Bastion down, Warbreaker. Smexin's trying to charge forward and push Ceralium back, looking for a KO. Denied on the kill, but by that Alter Time Triune. Maybe not, though. Huge pressure coming in from Smexin, really making a final stand for his team, but they deny the kill. Gorecki's paralyzed, double leg sweep. Huge push of damage right here onto Smexin as they swap. He pops dive with a sword at 10%. Sack on Thugonomics. Major cooldowns pulled, but Space Station Gaming stay alive.
Man, if you have all your Fire Blast, you got all your Phoenix Flames, you got a lot of Pyros in store for the enemy team. Going after Thugonomics, going after Smexin, just such a large amount of pressure available to that Fire Mage during combustion. 20% dampening at this point. Space Station Gaming just need to hold on a little bit longer. Can they get away with it? They're not using the Divine Shield just yet. Big healing coming in from Gorecki with the Avenging Wrath. The Thugonomics, they managed to force it out, and now Drake is just going insane with his Zwen. Windwalker Fire Mage just looking like an absolute force in these tournaments so far. Thugonomics on the run constantly. And now, once that Zwen fades, maybe Drake can actually get swapped to. They're looking like they want to maybe go after Drake. He took a huge hit from that Shield of Vengeance, and maybe they should. He's got Karma up right now, but after that, there's not much defense. But Thugonomics, he's getting low. He's got the Divine Shield. He does not want to greet it. That Legendary has already procced. He needs to make sure he's very careful, and it will be the Divine Shield. They're just getting everything from Space Station Gaming.
Very nice push there by Kawaii. Once again, they get the Divine Shield, and now it is time to run. Ceralium, nice Alter Time. He's got the combustion, that big power hit there in his arsenal. Let's see what they end up doing here. Drake rolling over to Brain here, just kind of stalling out, waiting for their DRs, waiting for their stun. Brain has the Hammer of Justice. They're waiting for that paralyze, waiting to set up some nice crowd control here. Ceralium, though, under pressure here. They're actually swapping over to Drake because of that excellent positioning. Drake, though, he is just predicting the moves here, going back behind the pillar. Brain now using that Blessing of Protection. He wants to get aggressive with this. They're sheeping up Smexin. Smexin is completely DR'd now on Poly. We're expecting Smexin to do some big hero plays here to shut down this next setup. Here we go. Fear onto Brain. Drake actually taking a lot of damage here. Could be in trouble. Ceralium polymorphing up Thugonomics. They knock him behind the wall. This is their opportunity to get clean cross crowd control onto Gorecki and go after Thug. Here we go. Ceralium goes for the Dragon's Breath. He gets the polymorph Thug now. What are you going to do? They're actually going after Smexin. Beautiful war banner by Smexin. Yep. Does never disappoint when it comes to those moments. If he's off the arc, he's going to be able to save the team. They're beautiful triple leg sweep by Drake, and that's going to be Smexin's trinket. That's going to be the last line of defense here for Space Station Gaming, and this rocket is about to blast off here, where Cauterize just gets randomly triggered on 80% there. Thugonomics has had enough here, Sid.
Brain gets swapped too. This could be Divine Shield too. Brain tries to hold on to it. Doesn't want to throw every single cooldown out in that assault. Both teams are heavy hitters here in game number 3. Match point for Kauai. Ring of Peace prevents their attacks for now. Brain trying to get out of crowd control, caught in a blinding light. Thugonomics retreating. Drake in pursuit of him, but will he go win toe-to-toe while Swen's out? That's going to be it, I think, unless Gorecki can do something soon. Swen the Tiger providing a ton of support to the team. Cerulean trying to reset Combustion, laying in here with that shifting power. Look at the damage across the board. 3 members at 37% dampening, starting to get whittled down. Gorecki even dying, potentially, popping that Divine Protection. Grapple on Smexen. Smexen gets that spear onto Drake, but he pre-dampen harms the incoming damage, reducing a ton of it, and then redirecting it with the Karma. Sick reads by Drake here. Cerulean 1 fireball away from resetting Combust. He might just pull the trigger on it. There's the Combustion. Huge hit of damage across the entire team. They are absolutely getting devastated. Gorecki on 1% Divine Shielding. Die by the sword. They are cowering around the corner, waiting for Combustion to fade, and while they do, Brain is drinking. Ring of Peace prevents them from getting to Brain. Brain's mana bar is going back to full.
Ooh, this is so good for the side of Kauai. I can't believe it, Gorecki. That must have been a Battle Master's falling or something. He went down to 1% health in that Divine Shield, but now Space Station Gaming, they've fully recovered. Gorecki still got some mana left in the tank, 42% dampening, but when Swen is out, when Weapons of Order is available, Combustion's available, Kauai can basically just go after anyone they want, just tab target, put out maximum DPS, then Space Station Gaming is going to be unraveling, and you can tell they're a bit shaken up at this point. They need to stall. Divine Shield available in 10 seconds for Thugonomics. Gorecki he doesn't really have too many cooldowns left. Drake's just going to be transcendencing away, spamming out some heals. Cerulean, though, he has no cheat death. He has to be very careful. Without that Cauterize, you are not feeling safe on that Fire Mage. When Thugonomics decides to use his wings, and he does, he could just get taken down. You cannot greet it. But he's going for it. The Ring of Peace, spam out heals from Drake. They just want to stabilize till their cooldowns are available once again. Smexen trying to get some damage rolling. He gets Grapple Weapon on his Spear of Bastion. Good plays here by Drake, just playing such a good defense for his team.
Excellent stuff here, but this game is this is like the eye of the storm right now. At any moment that Combustion is gonna come, and here we go. Thug, what are you gonna do? There it is, Combustion. Thug immediately bubbles. He's like, you know what? No chance. I mean, I'm not just instantly using here. But Gorecki was sitting down for a drink there. He does get stopped by Drake, and Brain now in a blinding light here. Drake actually taking a lot of damage here. Gorecki looking to try to turn the fight around here. Beautiful stuff here coming out of Space Station Gaming. They're not giving up here. They're going after Brain now as well. Brain does have his Divine Shield. Drake keeping him alive with the Vivify is now getting back onto target here. But he needs to be careful. He just uses Karma, realizing, hey, I'm trying to take down a red Paladin right now. Cerulean still no Cauterize here. Could definitely go down without using his Ice Block. Definitely not a stranger to that one myself. And right now, Thugonomics using that Blessing of Protection behind the pillar on that leg sweep, trying to counter pressure onto Drake. But Drake just sitting there with his Swen the Tiger right now, doing a lot of damage. There's a Spear of Bastion. Smexen trying to take down Drake, but Smexen actually the victim of tab targeting behind the pillar, gets disarmed and almost gets taken down there as well as Drake rolls around back to the box there. Smexen now trying to charge back in here and trying to close this game out, Sid.
Oh, that's it. Smexen goes down, had died by the sword, but didn't trade it out in time. Overwhelming pressure from Kauai here in Game 3, asserting dominance over Space Station Gaming. Looking to get that rematch against Cloud9. A valiant effort from Space Station Gaming nonetheless, but denied.
Denied they did, said Kauai dominating that series a bit against Space Station Gaming, and what a tough opponent they were. However, they are going to be moving forward in this lower bracket here, and unfortunately that is going to be the end of Space Station Gaming for this cup, and I am so excited to see this replay here. I mean, they just were looking so clean in that last game there, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this game went on for quite some time there. 13:37 on the clock. Thugonomics. Here is the Blessing of Protection. They're trying to turn things around here onto Drake, bopping the Karma, trying to get aggressive here. And Smexen at this point, he's just trying to end the match here. He's feeling safe. There's the Spear of Bastion. Drake pairing with that Turbo Fist, gets disarmed, and he just turns it around there with one spinning crane kick. Here, Smexen feels extremely safe. He's got the Reflect up. He reflects the Pyro, but Gorecki gets counterspelled there, sniped by Cerulean. Dispelled spells the Divine Favor, snipes the counterspell, smacks in there, unfortunately, trying to Blade Storm around, trying to keep himself alive, but isn't able to get that Die by the Sword off, and as a result, falls there. Excellent counterspell there by Ceralium as well to get that pressure.
Do we remember our longest game so far this weekend? That has to be close if it's not the longest one.
I think we've done better.
I feel like there's something in the 60s so far, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe not.
We've watched Europe play.
Either
For sure
way.
it's in the 60s.
We've watched Europe play.
Yeah, there was a Moonkin using Guardian Druid Legendary. That one went for a little while, but yeah, it's surprising. I feel like this is how I feel. I feel like the more I see these Windwalker Fire Mages play, the more it's just like they just wait for his Wind and Combust and just use them. Just do damage. Do as much damage as you can, and then don't die in between doing your damage. The classic strategy: do damage, don't die, and when you have your damage, you do a lot of damage, so you can make everyone scared. And it was Smexton. He was caught off guard, I think, by his Rallying Cry fading. That's what happened. He used his Rallying Cry, got a big boost in HP, and then that fell. And I think he might have even got Touch of Death in that moment. But what a horrifying matchup for them. I feel like Space Station Gaming, they didn't even play that bad. It was just why playing the Windwalker Mage and even showcasing the Moonkin Windwalker in the blind pick, really showing the flexibility of the roster.
Absolutely, and it definitely counts in series such as these against an opponent like Space Station Gaming. 3-0 is going to be the final score for that series, and they are going to be moving forward in the lower bracket. They don't quite have an opponent yet. That's going to come from this next series in the upper finals. That's going to be OTK versus Cloud9, two of, I would say, some of the strongest teams currently in this North American bracket, and this is going to be an explosive next series, Super Tees.
Yeah, I mean, this is OTK's chance. They've been kind of just getting like trashed around by Cloud9 for the better part of over a year, like just getting owned, just smashed, like devastated, like no chance, no hope. It was really bad. It was really bad for a really long time. But now it's Shadowlands, and now you have a Trill, and you're really happy about having a Trill, I think, in Shadowlands. So this is the time to kind of break all of that Cloud9 domination, and it's their shot.
You know,
it certainly is. Go ahead, Ben.
I was going to say what's interesting to me about this matchup and OTK in general is in the North American region, Trill, obviously a phenomenal player. He PvEs and he PvPs, and he has had the most incredible gear. And a lot of people, when OTK beats them, they go, oh yeah, it's just Trill. He has the most insane gear. Like, his item level is so high. That's the only reason they're winning. But still, somehow on the tournament realm, they find themselves in that upper bracket. And I'm curious to see if they are going to be able to, you know, go all the way and kind of silence that, oh, it's all the gear nonsense.
All right, well, we're going to find out pretty soon. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to go to that lower semis. It's Cloud9 versus OTK coming up next.
away from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but he gets caught on a polymorph. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away. 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud9's about to trigger. 4 seconds away. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough Vanish? Growth, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Meta Black go through to the grand final.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. If you're just tuning in, we are now playing out these North American games. Up next is OTK versus Cloud9, the first North American series of the day. That we did see, however, was Kauai versus Space Station Gaming. Kauai taking that victory 3-0 and knocking Space Station Gaming out of that tournament. But OTK versus Cloud9, we were talking a little bit before we went to this break. Both of these rosters are insane. We saw Cloud9 absolutely dominate pretty much all of BFA last season, and then OTK really finding their stride towards the end there. And like Ven was saying, they kind of have Mr. World of Warcraft, as he's been dubbed, Trill. And now his class Windwalker has been so good, as we've seen in these past games. And Super Tees, this is going to be a super intense series, I feel like.
This is revenge. This is revenge for all of BFA, where Cloud9 versus Oni OTK. This is their chance. It's a grudge match. It's a grudge. Sea-Doo can't stand Snuts. I heard that. I'm totally not making that up.
All right, well, it's game number 1. OTK versus Cloud9. Winner of this series moves on to the grand finals. And look at these compositions.
Okay, he's a Convoke Boomkin.
Oh.
Hey.
Okay. Here we go. OTK, they are going to be bringing in Sam I Am, playing the Windwalker Mage Paladin, what seems to be one of the most popular and best comps right now in World of Warcraft. Cloud9 trying. I do expect that Cloud9 thought that this was going to happen, so trying to lock in what they think is a counter comp. But the best option, Trill getting a little bit low right now. Diffuse Magic does come in, and seeing Chanimal on a Moonkin, this is quite a sight to see. Let's see how he can perform, going for a Cyclone. Cubsy right now into a Polymorph. Sam I Am getting out good control. Finally a full Cyclone comes out. There's a Convoke. It's just shooting out on the pest now.
Wow.
Sea-Doo might just get absolutely destroyed. How close was that?
I want a replay for that moment.
Yeah, we're sure our clippers are definitely working on that. But Sea-Doo there, I think that was a non-full moon crit. I think he would have straight up just died right there. And Chanimal here coming out strong here on the Convoke Boomy. And this is a comp that Sid wanted to see. This is a comp that I definitely want to see as well. Moonkin Fire Mage, the spicy chicken cleave here. We're gonna see what they can do here now. Wealthy Man getting some crowd control onto Sam I Am. Chanimal getting a nice cyclone there on the Trill, porting out of danger there. And this is not too bad for C9 actually, getting their Convoke back here. And now once again, Trill rolling in, looking for Wealthy Man as the primary target. I feel like OTK so far, they haven't really had any great offense. They've gotten a Chance Trinket, they've got a Wealthy Man's Trinket. Wealthy Man has that combustion. Sam's gonna have his combustion very, very shortly here. And I do believe that next setup, he's going to be going out onto Wealthy Man here, maybe a Klepto with that big combustion, with that paralyzed or something onto Cubsy. Let's see OTK, who's gonna pull the trigger first? Trill, in a Hammer of Justice. Chanimal looking to load up some crowd control, goes to the Cyclone, gets it onto Sea-Doo. Trill might be in a little bit of danger here. Gonna trigger that Saved by the Light, and now once again OTK are gonna take that and just run with it.
Yeah, Cloud9 just waiting for that Incarn, waiting for the Convoke. That is basically the win condition for Cloud9. So big crit full moon on the Convoke. If they can get it, they're probably going to win this. If they can't, I don't know. I think Trill's going to be laying down a lot of damage here. Stunning up Wealthy Man. Combustion from Sam. Big hit. Chan intercepts Sam with a disorienting Cyclone. And it looks like that will be more than enough to stop the assault there towards Wealthy Man. And this is still very similar to that Destro Mage comp that we saw in Battle for Azeroth. The Boomkin kind of taking the place of the Destruction Warlock.
Cubsy in a polymorph, Trill in a polymorph, not able to connect any damage. Both mages just shutting down each other's teams at this point. Followed up by a Cyclone. Root Beam by Chan. Where's the Tiger's Lust? Doesn't look like it's off cooldown. Sea-Doo now into a Cyclone, but no damage. This is the problem with Moonkin Mage, is kind of just getting to your target if it retreats away before you locked it down. So Trill with some good evasive maneuvers there to prevent the attack, but that threat of Convoke is still a ticking time bomb.
It certainly is. What is the cooldown on
2 minutes.
Convoke? Okay, 2 minutes. So it is available here for Chanimal. 3 minutes into the game, and the thing is, Moonkin Mage is incredibly durable. That's the great thing about this composition is, although you're kind of like a one-hit wonder with your Convoke and with your Combustion, you take a really long time to get taken down. Trill is going to really struggle in this game. When he goes after Chanimal, he's going to get caught into spam polymorphs. When he goes after Wealthy Man, he's going to get spam Cyclones. So they need beautiful cross-crowd control if Trill is to be effective in this matchup. Big Meteor go here. Immediate Kleptomania cancel by Wealthy Man on Samayam's Combust. And Chanimal looks like he will be able to survive and has all of his damage cooldowns ready and available. OTK has to be ready to have a solid defense.
Yeah, and that was a nice push there. And now it's Cubsy here on the back foot. Nice counterspell onto Chanimal. Cubsy not going to be taking any risks there. Immediately using his Gladiator's Medallion now. Nice cross CC
Convoke!
here.
Convoke!
Sola, baby. The Convoke is here. He gets a full moon, but he does have... Oh my goodness, he do! Oh my God, 100% HP. He's dead!
He died! He's dead! He got taken
going
down,
Night
see,
Fae
and
after
the
this.
cross- Yeah, I think you should. You're just talking up Night Fae all the time and Convoke, and here you are, Kyrian Moonkin.
No tournament player at a high rating would play Night Fae Boomkin. You need to play Kyrian. Only play Kyrian at high rating. Why would you troll? Why would you say play Night Fae Boomkin? Don't good Boomkin plays Night Fae.
Come on, man. You don't got to make fun of me like that.
That's what everybody says. That's what everybody says.
I know. But seriously, look at this replay, okay? Watch this. Chanimal, they defuse the situation. Cloud9, they stay alive, get the crowd control out on Trill. And I just want you to watch Sea-Doo right now, okay? Because he uses Sacrifice on Trill, and he's just out of line of sight and just dies. Watch this, okay? Chanimal getting ready. Here we go. He's going for the Cyclone. He gets paralyzed. He gets counterspelled. Oh, no counterspell? Well, thank you very much. Here comes Convoke. So he gets the Cyclone. He goes for the channel. Root Beam on Sea-Doo. Convoke comes out. Sea-Doo forced to use the Sacrifice. Some of the damages. Oh, he actually does get out of line of sight, but ends up rotting down to the Sacrifice. A little bit greedy there by Sea-Doo. He could have used the Divine Shield, but Cloud9 with crazy burst. And this is such an interesting answer from them in game number 1.
I think the best part about this whole replay is that Trill activates the diffuse magic as soon as he realizes what's happening. He gets full mooned into the diffuse magic, and it still does like 30% or 40% of his HP, which is enough to transfer it to Sea-Doo and destroy him afterwards. It is truly a sight to see these Night Fae brothers repping the Winter Queen here in the upper finals.
It certainly is, Zico. Yeah, cheers to that. I forgot the word for that for a second, but yeah, well done to them in that first game. But the question is, Super Tees, I'm going to ask you this one since you are such a stand for those Night Fae Boomkins. Is that something that they are going to be able to repeat in game number 2 here? Is that something reliably that they'll be able to repeat?
He did line it. So it's possible. Sea-Doo obviously he could have bubbled, but bubble's not a 2-minute cooldown, so it's not going to line up too effectively with Convoke. I was still surprised that it actually killed Sea-Doo because they were intending to kill Trill, and with the Solar Beam on the healer, and then the Solar Beam ended, and the remainder Star Surges, because it generates Astral Power too while you're channeling the Convoke. It just gives you this crazy burst window, and it's insane amount of damage. I think it was Wealthy Man's Combust too. So if those line up together, like you basically throw everything but the kitchen sink at them to stay alive. But if you do that more than once, you might not be able to do that more than once. So I don't blame them for trying to be greedy.
All right, looks like we're going to be going to Hook Point, smaller map. OTK has chosen Cloud9. Are they even? Would it even be wise of of them at this point, Zico, to lock in that same composition then? How would it do? I mean, we did see Maro play Boomkin on hook point here. They didn't lose that game, or they didn't win that game, but I mean, they did look pretty good. How do you think that OTK will do on this if they decide, or Cloud9 if they decide to play that Boomkin once again?
I think Cloud9 blind locks Windwalker Mage here. I think that's the move. And they go for the Convoke maybe on a larger map when they know what they're up against. I feel like if they blind lock the Moonkin here, I mean, there's still a chance that, you know, the Winter Queen takes the steering wheel, decides to get, you know, some big full moon crits and take somebody down. But I feel like Trill, he's going to play Windwalker. Mez might come in on his Warrior, and then they might just sit on that Moonkin. And it's going to be a little bit more of what we've already seen. Okay, no, I like it. I mean, I like it, but I don't know if it's going to work.
That's my wrong buzzer noise. I don't know if that was a good impression or not. Okay, well, let's talk about this one then. We've got Chan back on that Boomkin. Do you think he's still going to be running Convoke here?
Yeah.
Yes. For sure. I mean, it just gives you a win condition out of thin air, right? Like, they basically, Sam-I-Am, when Convoke's available, Sam-I-Am has to really make a decision. Am I going to use Counterspell on Clone? Am I going to use Counterspell on Polymorph? Okay, well, if I do, Convoke's coming my way. So it is a difficult spot for Sam-I-Am to be in, and I just think that extra threat, especially, I mean, Cloud9, like I was kind of talking about in the Grand Arena, Moonkin and Fire Mage are incredibly durable right now, and they back each other up very nicely. So you can stall the game for a long time. You basically one-shot, stall, one-shot, stall, one-shot, stall. And you can do that for a really long period of time. Maybe with this composition, it'll be a bit different. OTK, they're saying, you know what? Here it is. Windwalker, Death Knight, bring in the Restoration Shaman as well. The Grounding Totem probably going to pay dividends for Sea-Doo to survive that Convoke. What are your thoughts on this, Supatis?
I don't feel like I really like it. I mean, it's a good map. I guess the map could make it work more than anything, but if I was Boomkin Mage in the ladder and I queued into this, I feel like I'd be if I was a Convoke Boomkin, I'd be pretty happy about it because it's so hard to stop everything. And this is Ore Mastery Bop territory, potentially for Chanimal with Cubsy on Paladin. I would like to see the combo. Maybe they can go for the Exodia combo.
Yeah, I would like to see it as well. We've got both compositions locked in here. We are going to be going to Hook Point. Cloud9 having an explosive game number one here. Certainly not a good way to start off on the right foot for OTK, but they're going to be locking in, as we can see here, that Frost Mage Windwalker here. A pretty classic composition, I feel like, as well for OTK, so I feel like they're going to be looking pretty comfortable too, Zico.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is their bread and butter. This is basically this is what they love to play. You know, this is what they always play. Whenever it's meta, they always play Windwalker DK, and they always do super, super well with it. So definitely going to be a tough match here for C9. But with that said, you never know. With the Winter Queen in play, anything can really happen here. And Cloud9 right now, after that first game, they're going to be feeling really good because they have that, double advantage. Even if they lose here, we can go to the beautiful sands of Tolvir, and you can definitely bury someone there with a big Convoke or a Mastery combo. So we're going to have to see what they end up doing here, but we are going live here with game number 2, C9 Spicy Chicken Cleave versus OTK, Windwalker DK Shaman.
Yeah, Cloud9 are looking finger-licking good in game 1 there with that Convoke the Spirits victory. Let's see what they can get. Let's see if they can dunk them again into the sweet and sour sauce of the Convoke the Spirits. Oh, Sea-Doo getting solar beam. Are they going to go after Sea-Doo? Trill stunned behind the pillar.
Oh! Wow! Are you kidding me? Lots of streaming.
There's the
and lots of
Convoke
noise.
just
That
lined
wasn't
it. Oh, he
even the
kicked it.
Convoke.
Look, he countered it. He kicked it. They're
oh my
good.
goodness gracious. That's one of those cases where it's meteor in the air and like you just don't care. I mean, he did drop the AMD, but the meteor ended up hitting him. The meteor hit him anyways. We're going to see it. I mean, what? Cloud9, they have to feel so good about this. That is the most tilting thing that can happen to OTK. And I mean, well, that was, how long was that game? That was under a minute.
It was like 24 seconds, but if they play a replay, I really want to hear the comms on that from you guys because the simultaneous screaming was killing me, but here it is right now.
Let's take a look right now what happens, okay? Wealthy Man and Cubsy are trying to move into position. They get the root beam on Sea-Doo, and then they're ready to go. So Cubsy, about to use his Divine Steed, pushes in, gets the Hammer of Justice, and Mez is just a little bit too late on the anti-magic zone. And I'm pretty sure that was all Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man just sold him with Combustion. 100-0 in 1 second.
Goodness.
So
what a lethal composition here. And I just want to remind you guys, this is Cloud9 that we're seeing do this here. This is the kings of dampening, and now they are. This series hasn't even been like 10 minutes yet. Both of those games were shut down so quickly, and this may be a 3-0 against OTK. They're just not holding it together for very long here. So I gotta wonder what they are thinking right now, what they want to do for game number 3, if they want to try and turn this around in their favor, Zico.
Well, in that instance, you probably want to just insta-trigger diffuse magic. With that said, though, I mean, Mez, he was pretty quick on the anti-magic zone, I want to say. And the Meteor, what do you guys think that Meteor was? Like 12,000, 13,000?
20,000?
I don't know about
that
that.
much.
It wasn't 20,000, but it was definitely a fat hit, like 40-50% of Trill's HP right there. And it looks good. So that was the spicy of the spicy chicken. So we saw the chicken, and now we saw the spice, and yeah, that looks good.
It wasn't so nice for Trill. No?
No, that was good.
You didn't get that?
That was a pretty good one. I'll give you. I got it. I'll give you props for that one. You guys, puns are on point right now. But Cloud9 up 2-0 here, very close to getting another win on OTK, shutting it down before dampening. Not something that we're used to seeing Cloud9 doing, but they're pulling it off so beautifully. And I just want to see what OTK decides to do here going into game number 3. Do you feel like if they were able to survive this opening from that Cloud9 is doing against OTK, then that they're pretty like safe from there, and they're not going to get any like 1 to 100 to 0 deaths, or is it just kind of going to be like that throughout the game? Those just super bursty moments.
Well, it's definitely going to be like that throughout the game. It's just the nature of Moonkin and Fire Mage, right? Like, they're just incredibly bursty. And the thing is, with the Root Beam, you have a lot of instant crowd control as well. So basically, Trill has a great option for Root Beam, which is Tiger's Lust. But if he gets caught in Dragon's Breath, Hammer of Justice, there's no Tiger's Lust. And then Sea-Doo just eats that instant crowd control from Chanimal, and they can get off those big one-shot combos. So, I mean, this is basically the worst situation you can be in as OTK. You're down 0-2, you just tried something new, and you lost in 1 millisecond. So they could still be thinking, you know what, this is... I feel like they've been in the situations so much where, like, they come in, it looks like they have a solid counter, and then everything goes wrong, and they just lose instantly. But OTK, I feel like they could lock in the same comp and try to get another smaller map, but Cloud9, with the nature of the composition they're running, it's just... Like I said, it's just all about you get the one shot with your instant crowd control, and then you live. You just stall, live, crowd control, polymorph, Dragon's Breath, Cyclone, do everything you can to survive until you can one shot again. And it's really hard because if OTK, they mess up even a little bit, they're just going to die instantly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no room for mistakes here from either side. Both of these teams have been in that top spot for so long. We are going to be going to Dalaran Sewers Cloud9. Not much of a surprise, locking in that Boomkin Fire Mage once again, and OTK running out of time to choose what they want to do to try and counter this composition. How do we feel about this map choice, Suptees?
I mean, they need small maps. Boomkin Mage is going to be just Wizard Overlord on anything else, so it's a good map for them overall. However, it seems like Cloud9 are getting more comfortable with getting aggressive, and you see what happens if they get crowd control coordinated. It's just practically nothing they could do. Like, maybe Mez could have trinketed instantly, or AMZ literally is his first global on Trill. Like, he's just pre-planning it, has his cursor where Trill's body is, and just presses it. But then what if Wealthy Man doesn't combust, right? It's like... You only have like a global to make a choice, and if you make the wrong one, you die. If you use it and they don't commit, you're gonna die later. If you use it and they do commit, you might live, but you have to use it literally within that global.
So the way I see it is Trail for sure, Trinket, and Diffuse Magic there. But with that said, I mean, sure, you live that one setup, right?
Exactly.
It's going to keep happening. And the problem is you can't kill anybody on the opposite team until you get 30-40% dampening. So how many combusts can you get in between there? At some point, somebody is going to slip up, even if it's not on the first combust. Sure, maybe you answer that one, but 5, 6, 10 minutes into the game, somebody is getting globalled, and I think that's the real issue here. So for OTK, they don't even get to see kind of how the matchup plays out, how there goes, how much they force. They just immediately get erased, and they want to swap it up here for the Windwalker Mage now.
So I know that OTK wouldn't be able to mirror here, but what would a mirror look like against this Boomkin Fire Mage composition? I'm just curious how you think that would go.
I don't know.
Nervous laughter.
People often ask what happens when the unstoppable force hits the immovable object, but what happens when the unstoppable force hits the unstoppable force? I mean, that's kind of what it would be. Just everybody one-shotting each other the whole game. Probably a lot of Paladin goes if you were to play a Moonkin Fire Mage mirror. Just get crowd control on the Mage, Hammer of Justice the Paladin, and try to one-shot him. But that's something we'll have to find out at a later day. Right now, we are going to Dalaran Sewers. OTK, they got one more chance. And here's the thing. I mean, if you were OTK or you're Cloud9, neither one of you wants to go down to the lower bracket and play Kawhi. Like, that's just not something you want to do. This is an unbelievable team with insane compositions in that lower bracket. And guess what? Guess what Kawhi has? Imagine OTK loses this. Guess what Kawhi's going to play into them? They have Previ. They have Cerealia. I mean, they're going to be playing Moonkin Mage as well. So OTK, they have to figure it out here, or they're in for a lot of trouble in that lower bracket.
All right, I'm excited to see what we're gonna see here in the opener. Wealthy Man is an Invis, Sam I Am is an Invis. Now here's a kicker for you guys. If Sea-Doo and Trill stack up, they get double root solar beamed. If they split up, they meet your one taps Trill. What do? It's definitely an interesting situation here. Chan is gonna go for the Cyclone out of stealth here onto Trill, so they're not gonna opt for like a big CC opener here. Instead, they're gonna just choose to drag Trill back here, dragging him into that dangerous territory, giving Sea-Doo an opportunity here to push forward. Cubsy immediately going for that big heal, and there we go. Here we go, big damage on the Trill. This time around, Trinket, Diffuse, Karma, everything, and that is going to keep him alive for that combustion. But now there is Convoke on the table, Sid.
They just paralyzed him. Oh no, they just paralyzed him. I feel like it's coming. It's going to happen any second now. Channel got counterspell too. Oh no! Wealthy Man in cauterized though has to ice block. Is Wealthy Man just going to die? Oh my goodness. Trill turns it around, putting his team back in the game. But Incarn is up. Where's the Convoke? Trill on the run. Did Channel commit it? I don't feel like he did. But his Incarn is up. He wants to combo those together. Sea-Doo, Trill, and Sam I Am are just, no way. No. Incarn's up. Run away. Chanimal, you smell bad right now. Get away. We don't want to be anywhere near you during that cooldown. And they're going to avoid it. But I'm just waiting. I feel like Chan hasn't convoked yet. He's in stealth. He's sneaking up on Sea-Doo, looking for a Cyclone, maybe baiting some more interrupts. He gets paralyzed again. Trill going to set up on Chan here for a moment. Is he going to be able to get into bear form in time? Doesn't even need to. Sam I Am catches Cubsy. Dragon's Breath Polymorph, but Trill gets cloned. It's just damage from Sam here. I don't think Sam is going to solo force anything on Chanimal. Trill getting cloned over and over. Regrowth's coming in. Sea-Doo now in a poly. Trill on the run. Chanimal not chasing him. Chanimal coming back towards Sam. Sam is very split up from his team right now, all by himself while Trill and Sea-Doo are together. This could be scary. Sea-Doo getting swapped to for a moment. And again, it's just a threat in Chanimal's back pocket, sitting on that Convoke. Root Beam. Looks like there's no lust. The Sea-Doo gets lusted out of the Root Beam. Now, big damage coming up from Trill onto Wealthy Man. No Ice Block. They made a mistake. Overlapping Sacrifice. This is OTK's chance to get a kill onto Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man denies it with Triune Barrier, Frost Nova, outranging Trill with Cyclone. And this is the Chanimal Wealthy Man you know from all their history. Cyclone one, Poly the other, switch it over. Nobody's going to be connecting to Wealthy Man when Cloud9 are on point.
Yeah, the nice thing about Wealthy Man playing Night Fae and that shifting power is he gets to lower the cooldown on his Ice Block as well. So if he consistently gets those off, get a lot of time off. Trill now in a little bit of trouble. Polymorph on Cubsy at the same time. Wealthy Man definitely needs to be a little bit careful. Trill trades out the Touch of Karma, and he's just going for it. Cubsy's still in crowd control. Wealthy Man on the run, just trying to avoid Trill at all costs. Potential Dragon's Breath here. He's going to use the Night Fade Blink in order to get away. Cyclone comes in from Chanimal, and that's going to be slowing down the game quite a bit. Big burst damage available for Chanimal and Wealthy Man relatively soon. And keep in mind, Trill with no touch of Karma going to be vulnerable. And a big meteor comes in. Wealthy Man getting dangerously low. Cubsy forced to respond with that sacrifice, and that will keep Wealthy Man alive. Wealthy Man still just, a little under 2 minutes left on getting another ice block. Cloud9 needs to hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah, and that was the trinket sacrifice there. So slowly but surely, OTK are kind of getting some cooldowns here. Wealthy Man still in a little bit of trouble there. Trill with the 16 fists right now, doing a lot of damage there onto Wealthy Man, bursting through the Triune barrier. But look at Chanimal, crowd controlling Trill. Now we're going to swap it over to Samayam here potentially with that next Cyclone. And now looking to potentially set something up here with the Root Solar Beam maybe. Sidu, very aware of that win condition. He's going to go ahead and just line of sight. And there we go. Chanimal with the Root Solar Beam. Trill immediately ports back to safety here. Where is the Convoke? They're waiting for it. And there it is. DR Ring of Frost. Here we go. Chanimal. Samayam getting blasted there. Kleptos. The combustion of Wealthy Man cancels it. And that means he's going to be surviving that setup. And now Samayam actually looking for his own setup here. Gets a polymorph onto Cubsy. Gets Dragon's Breath. Wealthy Man shutting Sam down. Chanimal now as well with the Cyclones there onto Samayam. And that means that C9 are going to stabilize from that situation. Samayam had to use his trinket with that setup. So right now both mages kind of exposed. Wealthy Man though has his ice block coming up very, very shortly here, Sid.
Hardest hitting attacks are available for OTK and Chanimal. Both sides are a big threat right now. Wealthy Man stunned up. Pre-alter times. Trinkets out anyways. Doesn't want to get locked down here too badly by the Zwen. Healing himself back up thanks to his healer Cubsy, who used Divine Shield. Chanimal is setting up though. He's trying to bait interrupts with Cyclone so he can go for it. He Cyclones the mage. Where's the Convoke going to go? Incarn's up. Wealthy Man's in trouble. He needs backup. They Cyclone Trill. They poly Sam. Pause the fight. Blinding Light on Cubsy though. Still in crowd control. Sidu now in a Cyclone. Trill at low health on the run. Trying to line of sight the Boomkin. Root Beam on the whole team. Hammer of Justice laid down. Chanimal popping some Star Surges on Trill. Gets the Karma pulled from him. Sidu still controlled. Looking for Cyclones. Not finding it. Now maybe Cycloning Trill. Gets paralyzed. Paralyzed out of the way. Counterspell still up for Sam. Dragon's Breath too. I feel like Chanimal's getting baited into Convoke. Sam's saving Dragon's Breath for him, so he needs to wait. Disorienting Roar, Cyclone attempt. Chanimal tries to fake the interrupt. He's not getting the counterspell. Cyclone, but on diminishing return. Bit of a mistake there. Now Sam should be able to stop the Convoke. Zidu is in a poly. They need to get ready for it. Chanimal triggering his Eclipse, activating that Fury of Elune. Gets Dragon's Breath, but before the Convoke, Chanimal has an opening here. If he's able to find it. Sidu's Avenging Wrath is up. His team's looking okay unless he's crowd controlled. Sidu charges in, looking for a hammer. Are they going to swap to Cubsy? He has no Divine Shield. They could. Looks like they're committed to Wealthy Man. Meteor connects. Chanimal's healing Wealthy Man with Regrowth. Trill gets Cycloned. Good shutdown by Chanimal. Chanimal on top of Sidu. Cyclone Sam. Convoke the Spirits on Sidu. Sidu's in so much trouble. Huge damage. He wraps around the corner. And Divine Shields. Chanimal saw the opportunity and almost took it completely on his own, but Sidu was ready this time.
Yeah, Sidu tried to line of sight. Unfortunately, still had to use that Divine Shield. And he's got no Trinket as well, so not many cooldowns going to be available here for the side of Sidu. Trill could be vulnerable as well. Wealthy Man, it wasn't his combustion. It's about a minute away, and if he can get off some fireballs, he's going to lower that cooldown. So Chanimal and Wealthy Man just trying to load up on their damage once again. Cubsy sitting down for a drink, and this is kind of reminiscent of their Destro Warlock Frost Mage. Just a lot of control, slowing down the game. Cubsy goes for lots of drinks, and eventually they find their crowd control, they find their burst. Big damage on Trill. He gets a preemptive Karma. Are they going to just push through it? This isn't even combustion from Wealthy Man, and Trill is just getting absolutely shredded. Now Wealthy Man, when he has combustion, Trill's going to have to be so scared. Siege's going to have no crowd control break, and Trill's going to have no diffuse or Karma. This is a nightmare for OTK.
Yeah, this is basically a checkmate situation here. They could take down Trill. Oh, Cubsy, though, takes a lot of damage here. Trinket's out. There's going to be enough. Doesn't have his Divine Shield. He gets stunned there. Ring of Peace on his Divine Favor. Cubsy's taking so much damage here from the fists. He activates that Curion Potion, Blessing of Protection, and that is going to be enough there. Now, Trill, he has pretty much nothing except that Trinket. Maybe a port as well with that Trinket. Here we go. There's the...
Trill!
Oh, he's dead. That's it. He gets Hammer of Justice behind the pillar on top of his port. Good night, Trill. That's going to be the combust. That's going to be 3-0 for C9. And that is largely because of that setup that Enrique was talking about before that, where they get the Hammer of Justice, they bop off the Karma, they force out the cooldowns from Trill, then the combustion finally comes around, and that is just going to be KO.
Rich Campbell on Twitter tweeting at Warcraft saying nerf Boomkins, and I can't imagine why here. Cloud9 3-0ing OTK, and they will be moving down to the lower bracket to face off against Kauai, and what an explosive series that was. Here is the replay.
All right, so I think was this the no? This is already been, the karma's already been bopped here. So at this point, they're just waiting for Wealthy Man to basically get ready. It's 10 seconds left on that combust. Wealthy Man now getting counterspelled as well, which means they have no peels right now. Cubsy getting all in. This is a big push here from OTK, almost taking down Cubsy in that situation. And here we go. Cubsy now gonna be retreating back to the pillar. Look at Trill re-dropping his port there, but he gets hodged on it. Even if he trinket ports here, he's just gonna port into another pyro basically and drop dead. So yeah, pretty good setup there. And yeah, that's Boomkin Mage. So that's the comp we wanted to see, said.
Yeah. What do you think?
Now,
you want
all
to
the
queue?
mages. Yeah, now you all want to queue. I was saying like Boomkin Mage is really good, but everyone's like, "No, I got my Windwalker. I don't want to play that." And then it's like,
Wait.
I don't know.
Wait. Ben was asking you to queue Windwalker Boomkin.
He wanted to play
with him this
Windwalker
morning,
Boomkin,
man.
not Mage Moonkin. Mage Moonkin is the.
Oh, okay.
I'll play either one.
Are you gonna go Fire or Frost? Because I don't want to be. I don't want to be
Frost days
Bible
are
thumping
done.
here as Frost.
The Frost days are done. I'll tell you that.
I'm gonna be forehead Fire Mage, not Bible thump Frost Mage.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what's really interesting to me is Cloud9 has kind of shown, okay, well, if you play Windwalker, Fire Mage, Paladin, Moonkin Mage is here, and I'm really wondering if Kauai is going to opt to go for a mirror, or they're just going to say, hey, that looked kind of fun, and do the exact same thing, because, I mean, Chanimal played the Moonkin really well. He had really good control, really good burst moments. I mean, no shade at Chanimal, but I feel like if, they could do it, Prev should be able to do it as well, so OTK definitely have their work cut out for them in that lower bracket.
Yeah, however, they did last quite a bit longer, OTK, in that third game there. So do we feel like then they might have a little bit more success than when facing Kauai in this next series, Super Tees, if they opt to go with that Fire Mage Boomkin once again?
I feel like they know what's going to happen. It's just a matter of, is there really much they can do? Like, at the end of that game, it was just they ran out of cooldowns. It wasn't like, oh, they're uncomfortable. Like, maybe the first game was they didn't know it was going to happen, and then the second game they tried a comp, and they just died instantly. That third game looked like just a solid game played by them, and they couldn't win. And they would have had to go to bigger maps, right? So maybe this is very important. They win the blind pick. Maybe you just go Windwalker Mage, because that's your best odds, and then just bite the bullet on Tolvaron Mage Moonkin maps and then try and take the small maps. It's going to be tough. It's also, were they ready for it? Like, how much planning did they have for this? Were they expecting Mage Moonkin? Because this is the first time we saw it.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll have to see. I think that may be the shortest Cloud9 series we've seen ever on broadcast. I'm not sure the exact data on that, but I'm going to take a guess and say that it probably is. But we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to see OTK face off against Kauai in the lower finals.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but he gets caught on a polymorph. Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away. 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud9's about to trigger. 4 seconds. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinket. Trinkets, he needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Growth, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the second to last series of the day. The lower finals loser of this series, knocked out of the tournament winner, moves on to the North American finals. It is OTK versus Kawaii. We just saw OTK face off against Cloud9, and unfortunately they lost 0-3. We saw them struggle against that Fire Mage Moonkin composition. And if you're just now tuning in, Kawaii also may be playing that up next here. But I feel like towards the end of that last series event, we kind of saw them figure it out a little bit. So how do you think they're going to fare against Kawaii here?
Well, I mean, they had two kind of, to be honest, in that series, they did have two kind of throwaway games, but I think that's also kind of the nature of the composition, right? Like the Fire Mage and the Moonkin can just one-shot you at any time, and when you lose, normally you can look back and be like, okay, in that 1 second, I should have done this instead, and I would have lived, but that just happens so frequently, it's hard to always play perfect against it. That being said, it did seem like OTK was getting a little bit more comfortable in the matchup, so I'm really curious to see what Kawaii decides to do. Are they going to play the Moonkin Mage? Or are they going to lead with something else? Maybe the mirror match? Maybe they're feeling confident in that? I'm not exactly sure, but I guess time will tell.
Time certainly will tell. These players are getting ready to go here for this next series. OTK just came off a pretty rough one, so they may be just taking their time a little bit here as Kawaii gets ready as well. What about you, Supatees? Do you think that they kind of like played all of the options that they had against this composition against Cloud9, or do you think there's something that we've yet to see from OTK?
I feel like it's still winnable. I feel like Windwalker Mage could still win the matchup. It's just, if you're not certain 100% on a strategy, you weren't expecting it, like that's the worst. That's the best case scenario as Moonkin Mage, is that the other team is unprepared because you just, any split second mistake, your game is over. But if you're ready for it and you're always on top of it, looking at it, stopping it, I feel like Windwalker Mage still stands a chance, especially on the smaller maps, which is why this first game could decide the whole series.
All right, it's game number 1 here. OTK versus Kawaii. Loser knocked out of the tournament. OTK moves on to the finals.
We're not going to see the Moonkin Mage here from Kawaii. We actually had a word from Sidu after that game on Twitter saying that they lost pretty hard, but 2 of the games were a big throw and the matchup is winnable. He's excited to get a rematch potentially. Let's see if they can do it right now. Kawaii leading with that Moonkin Windwalker so far. It's been treating them very well so far on the day, taking out their previous game against Space Station Gaming. Now looking to do the same here against OTK. OTK going to be leading with that Windwalker Mage here as well. Prev immediately going for the roar into the Cyclone, and look at Trill there. Beautiful shutdown. Now Samayam getting swapped to there with that leg sweep, but he's going to be able to survive that no problem. Sidu now getting a nice crowd control here onto Brain. Ring of Frost gets interrupted. Drake doing everything he can here to shut down Samayam. Ooh, big damage there. That was the altered time there, I do believe, from Sam, and he's still taking a lot of damage. Prev on that Moonkin is not kidding around, and we see Sam almost paying for it.
Let's be fair, that was Drake's When the Tiger. Prev is still waiting for his chance with Celestial Alignment, but he's still playing Kyrian. He's not Convoke the Spirits. Feels not Convoke, man. Unfortunately, here playing for the standard play. Doesn't want to go for the kind of all-in play there. That
you play Kyrian.
I know, I'm switching though. Maybe I'll wait and see if something changes. But
all right, here we go. Samayam getting some control on Drake with the Dragon's Breath, potentially looking for crowd control, but Prev's been able to get a lot of Cyclones in this game, and it is really difficult. I mean, Right now, OTK, they could go after Prev in this matchup, but going after a Moonkin is extremely hard. They might even be more durable than a mage. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Maybe not, I guess. There's a sacrifice going out. That was combustion. A lot of incoming damage there by OTK. Brain at the same time taking quite a bit of damage. He's behind the pillar right now. A huge sacrifice dot. And maybe they could just take Prev down. Absolutely insane. Certainly durable against that Windwalker Monk, but combustion, I mean, they can just shred through all those defense. And right now, Sam taking a huge hit of damage as well. He's grouped up with Sea-Doo. Dragon's Breath diffuses that. Looks like Sam should be able to completely stabilize here in terms of mana. Sea-Doo a little bit ahead right now, but I don't think it's going to be a big factor at this point in the game.
Very nice setup so far there onto Prev. Almost taking down Brain as well with that sack damage there. And Drake as well getting kind of blasted right now. Sam is going to have his combustion rotating back up. He's just spamming away with these fireballs. Sea-Doo getting crowd control right now. Let's see what they can get here. Prev getting shut down once again there by Trill. Excellently done. And Drake as well in the polymorph. And now Prev, he's got all of his cooldowns up during that setup. And they're actually doing a counter go here. Prev has to run with his cooldowns. He has no sacrifice here onto Brain. Brain still in crowd control. Frenzied Region is going to trigger, and you hate to see that as a Boomkin, forced to use your Trinket and your Barkin and sit in bear form with that Celestial alignment up, and that means that Sam should be fine here. Sea-Doo actually trinketing here to keep his mage in the fight here, and that's going to be a nice low cyclone there by Prev. If they can get any crowd control onto Sea-Doo, Sam could still be in trouble, but I don't think they're going to find it. Trill in a cyclone. Big damage coming out with the spinning crane kits. Saved by the Light is going to trigger onto Sam. Big fat holy light by Sea-Doo is gonna keep Sam alive, and here we go. Combustion gets pulled. Beautiful bash there. Sam trinketing, blinking, gets cyclone on it. Prev playing this one expertly here defensively.
Yeah, disorient Trill into Cyclone to stop all the damage during the cooldowns. Good peels here from the side of Kawhi. Let's see if they can keep it up here, but because they're falling behind on mana. Prev is baiting Trill back into the room. Brain's trying to drink. Brain gets stunned by Sea-Doo. Prev's just line of sighting Sam. Sam blinks in. Ring of Frost around the corner. Can he snipe it? He snipes it. Prev Barkskins. Will it be enough here? He does have that automatic Frenzy regen. He's going to pop a Battle Master, boost his health up, get that Iron Fur going in bear form. Tank Trill out for a moment here. Wait for Brain to get out of crowd control. As soon as he is, he's looking to fake the interrupts. He fakes Trill, gets the Cyclone on Trill. Nice Cyclone by Prev here. Sea-Doo in a stun. And now Sam could be in trouble. Cyclone swapped over. Beautiful crowd control here. Sam, they're looking for the caught. Remember, this is an elimination series. Loser is out of the tournament in third place. Winner gets a rematch against Cloud9 in the finals of North America. A lot on the line here. Sam gets blasted once again by that Fury of a Loon Star Surge combo, still taking a ton of damage. Sea-Doo needs to recover. Is he going to be able to? Popping that Avenging Wrath, clutching out some big heals. Now Prev falling behind a bit. Brain has his Avenging Wrath. Both sides look stable, but Paladins are right on top of each other. Brain gets the first crowd control. Trill gets cloned on his spell there. Cloned again into a root. Sea-Doo caught in a root beam. Trill in a bash. Trinkets to Tiger's Lust it. And it looks like Sam's going to blink away with the Vulpin, but his healer, Sea-Doo, is still crowd controlled, trying to get away from Drake. Still really hard to get away from a Windwalker. Managing to get topped off by Sea-Doo. Prev taking some hits from Trill. Sea-Doo's chasing Brain down now. Brain needs to get away. He can't. He's caught in a Hammer of Justice. He pre-Blessing of Protections, though. And Prev just runs away from Zwen. But they swap to Brain with the Combustion. Clutch swap. Maybe they swap to Sea-Doo, too, as he's caught in that leg sweep. Not going to be able to. But netting the Divine Shield is a massive lead, and they're ahead in mana right now. OTK are in a good position.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, Sea-Doo looking like he's going to be able to completely top off his team. Sam still hasn't had to use the Ice Block or Cauterize. Mana in favor of OTK right now at 4% dampening. Good control. Sam just pulling back. Just wants to avoid the fight, basically. Just bait Drake in the open so we can get the Dragon's Breath Sheeps on him, control him up. But there is a full Hammer of Justice, and they are go, go, go. Sam, does he have alter time? Does he have anything to survive? The crowd control ends onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo should be able to easily top off Sam in this situation. Not many cooldowns rotating in from Kawhi. I think they are going to be able to hold on. Actually, Prev decides to just pull the trigger and get really aggressive. Sacrifice trades from Sea-Doo. But behind the pillar, he's not really a target they can swap to at this time. Sam just spamming out polymorphs on Drake, controlling all that Windwalker Monk damage. Trill's going to portal away. Does not want to get caught into that Cyclone. At the same time, they make a big swap on Drake, and Brain is able to get the sacrifice. Going after Brain now. Can they take him down? He's getting lower, down at 20% health. And it looks like he will be able to retreat to the pillar. Sea-Doo in hot pursuit right now, continuing some of the damage, but Doesn't want to fall behind on his own team.
Yeah, that was the Battle Master there for Brain, and I gotta say, I love these swaps to Brain. He doesn't have anything to break out of the next stun, so if they paralyze Brain and they set up a clean one-shot here with the next Combustor of Samayam, which is up right now, he can definitely be a target, but right now Samayam in a lot of trouble. Sidu in a Blinding Light, Hammer of Justice combo, has his trinket, no sacrifice though. Samayam going to use his Battle Masters right there, and he should be fine here with that alter time. He's gonna go back in time, and now he's going to use that Soul Shape, and they are looking to set up the next go here potentially. Sheep onto Drake. Brain, what are you gonna do? If you expose yourself, you could get swapped to. If you don't dispel Drake, he's gonna lose a lot of uptime with that Swen the Tiger on the map here. Samayam going to be surviving that one, and Brain using his brain right there to make the right call, in my opinion. Still very, very exposed target there. Sidu is there, and Trill as well. I think Brain knows it's coming here. There's the Dragon's Breath. Here we go. Big damage. Here's the one shot. Samayam ice blocks offensively. Where's the Bob Sidu? There's the Root Solar Beam. Very nice defense there by Kawaii. Excellent read from Brain, from Previ, and from Drake to stop that. But Drake's still taking so much damage. Blessing of Protection on the Karma, and he does survive by the skin of his teeth there, Supertees.
Yeah, Drake porting, rolling away. That was a close call, certainly. And Sam used block to go for the kill there. So now he is an exposed target. Celestial Alignment coming up soon, but Prev's under fire. Brain's trying to recover. His mana's getting taxed hard. Trill in a Cyclone. Bashes Sidu. Powers down Sam with a Star Surge. No follow-up, though. Prev gets denied. Sidu moving in on top of Brain. Looking like maybe they want to make another swap. Drake and a Poly. It's Counterspell and a Cyclone. It would be a good time to go while Cyclone's interrupted, but Sidu can't get there. He's trying to charge in on Brain. Blinding Light. They're going to go after Prev in the leg sweep. He bark skins. He's in bear form. He shouldn't die here. There's no cooldowns. He trades effectively. Should access that Frenzy regen. Drake even paralyzing Sam, stopping the chain. Brain now stuns Sidu. Sam in trouble. He blocked earlier. Drake's pushing for the kill. Sam Vulpins. He gets ringed on his Vulpin. Blink into a leg sweep. Beautiful denial by Drake. Tons of damage. His sacrifice going to be enough as Sam gets lower and lower. Blazing Barrier activates. He's on the run. Sidu managing to recover. Now Sam Cyclone for a moment. Prev building up damage. Casting out those Ras. Generating some Astral Power. He's got Celestial Alignment. There's no answer for it. If he just pops it here with a couple Star Surges, I think it's absolutely unhealable. He has Solar Beam. If they crowd control Trill, this could be the end of the game. If they can set this up. Root, is he going to get it? He's not able to find it. He's trying to root Sidu. There's the Paralyze. Where's the alignment? They could just totally KO Samayam right here and now. They're fully loaded. They're ready to go. They've got Zwen. They just have to pull the trigger on this crowd control. They could absolutely... There it comes! Celestial Alignment. Multiple Star Surges incoming. Sam, he was the dealer of those Star Surges a few BlizzCons ago, but now he's the receiver.
Yep, and right now, I mean, OTK is still in a lot of trouble. Zwen is available for Drake. He's got leg sweep rotating back up. Samayam has no Blessing of Protection available from Sidu. He's got no trinket. He's going to have to eat all of that damage, and it's going to be up to Trill to potentially keep him alive, but he's caught into a Cyclone. Drake not looking like he wants to overposition just yet. Doesn't want to overextend. Brain is actually, I think he sat down for a drink. Massive mana now lead for Kawaii. This is looking good for them. This Windwalker, Moonkin, Paladin composition's looking good, but definitely cannot count OTK out yet. Still a lot of events of cooldowns ready for them, but I feel like Sam is the most trouble ever. And here it is. This could potentially be the Zwen. He doesn't actually use the Zwen on this go. Maybe a mistake there by Drake. He's holding on to it for some reason. I feel like, why hold on? Just use it. It's so much damage. Maybe he's waiting for the Avenging Wrath to fade, so Sidu's healing is lower, but I feel like Samayam would have been in an absolute nightmare situation there. Finally, this one comes in, 33% dampening. Can they take him down? But now Drake's just hit a full polymorph. Brain is so far away. Previ might get taken down. He has the renewal. He has the bark skin, not even opting to use it. This late in dampening could backfire, but so far he's going to be able to get away with the greed.
Yeah, and we're going to see Prev still taking a lot of damage here, though. Trill is all over him. It looks like he will recover there. Still decent damage coming out here from Sam with those Pyros. Now Sam in a lot of trouble here. Nothing left. Drake's all over him. He's behind the pillar. I hope he has all the time up. He does for sure there. Gonna go back in time, and now Drake all over him once again, but he is in line of sight of Sidu. He's got the freedom right there. Samayam finally 30 seconds remaining on his ice block, and now Prev pulls the trigger. Trill immediate in cap, immediate immediate, vivifies Drake now. Leg sweeping, Trill right there, looking to go for the kill here. Sea-Doo in a Cyclone, they got the CC, they got the damage here. Sam, what are you gonna do? Dragon's Breath onto Drake. He's gonna be able to keep himself alive a little bit longer with that. Sea-Doo has the sacrifice, opting not to use it. There it is. Beautiful Battle Master there from Sam I Am. He gets Cyclone on low HP. Now Sea-Doo pushing in for the CC attempt here. Prev now getting counterspelled. Full sheep secured onto Brain. He might need to trinket sacrifice here. Prev trying to keep himself alive. Nice roar right there, and good kiting there by Prev, playing the defense expertly, and he's going to be able to hold on to some of Brain's cooldowns there because of those defensive moves.
All right, let's see if they can. Prev's at half health through Bark Skin, 42% dampening. Brain has a mana lead, though. Suddenly that is in favor. Combustion up for Sam. That's a big hitting attack. Incarn up soon, or Celestial Alignment up soon for Prev. That's also a hard hitting attack. Zwens are coming off cooldown. This is going to be over as soon as those abilities are up. I don't think we're seeing another round of them. Sea-Doo gets crowd control. Sam has his block, but he might have to press it almost instantly after it comes off cooldown. Sea-Doo sacrifices immediately, but it's not the ultimate sacrifice. He's still taking damage through it at the moment, getting absolutely decimated by Drake and Prev. Trill's trying to pressure Prev away. He interrupts the Cyclone. Brain stabilizes Prev. Sea-Doo stabilizing Sam. It's costing a ton of mana to do so. Now we're waiting to see when of the Tigers. Combustion gets pulled on Prev. He doesn't have a trinket. Sacrifice from Brain trades. Now Sam in a stun. Incarn comes out from Prev. Huge counter assault. Where's the block? Sam tries to blink. He's trying to be greedy. Drake's in pursuit. He line of sights here with the Vulpin Shapeshift. Another Star Surge. Big Starfire. Sam I Am gets cycloned at low health on Sea-Doo's big heal. If they can crowd control Sea-Doo's big heal here, it could be devastating. He bashes it. That has to be a block. There's no way. Ice block was forced. That low Cyclone netting more cooldowns than would have otherwise been gotten. Trill now cycloned. And Kawi looked to retreat away. That was the big hit from all the members of each team. Things are going to be a little bit of a calm moment here as those powerful cooldowns look to reset.
Yeah, but 50% dampening. Both these healers are going to really start struggling. Brain maybe even sat down for another drink. Sam under fire right now. Drake is all over him. Prev just tanking Trill's damage in bear form as long as he can. He's got Bark Skin. Renewal's not available just yet. Both these paladins running in fumes in terms of cooldowns. Sam I Am taking some huge hits. And it does get interrupted there by Prev as well. But that Blessing of Protection going to be super effective. There's no Dispel. Sam I Am's going to be able to basically sit pretty. Previ's still just kiting away in bear form. Sam I Am, Ring of Peace on top of Drake. Drake gets the double stun. Beautiful double stun at the same time. Previ gets interrupted. Still in bear form. Maybe looking for a Cyclone. He gets the Cyclone on Trill. Trill trinkets out. Big damage on both sides, but Sam I Am could be the one to fall. He's on the run. He's so low. He has to cauterize, though. He has to cheat death. He might be able to hold on. Sam I Am literally dancing with death. He uses the Dragon's Breath to survive. Cauterize does proc, gets a little bit of a heal. He's just going to be kiting it out. Previ low in the meantime. Blinding Light on Brain, and Prev could be the one that falls.
No!
He might just fall. Are we going to see
Sam.
Sam I Am gets the sacrifice.
It's not ultimate. It's not ultimate.
It's not ultimate. They might take him down the siege.
The Wild Seed. The Wild
They
Seed.
take down the siege. They take him
No
down.
way!
Oh! Windwalker Paladin 2v2. Here we go. 57% dampening.
Sea-Doo out of mana, Trill out of actually out of HP, out of everything here. What are they gonna do here? Windwalker, Paladin, Mirror, who has the advantage right now? I would say Kawaii, slight advantage due to that mana lead. Let's see if they can snowball it. Drake, double leg sweep, rolls in, and there comes the damage. Trill has no trinket. He has his karma, he activates it immediately, and he gets chunked through it right away here. Drake doing what he can here, trying to redirect some of that damage. He couldn't even karma the karma right now. There's the sacrifice by Brain. Brain looking to set up for a drink. Sea-Doo chasing him, but Sea-Doo just keeping the Trill alive right now with the wings. He has this Divine Favor as well. Trill doing what he can to cut the situation, but it takes too much damage. Sea-Doo needs to go for the Divine Favor. Doesn't even have the mana for it, and that is going to be Trill going down there. What a devastating loss for OTK. They get the kill, but then they get caught up in that crossfire. Drake takes him down. He takes Sam down, takes the egg down, scrambles it, takes Trill down, takes everybody down.
My goodness, Kawhi on fire here in this series, turning that game around in their favor. And we've had a number of close moments too where they almost became cross kills, and I feel like this is happening a lot more than normal. Am I wrong in that?
No, we definitely have way more cross kills this season.
Yeah.
Do we know why that is?
I don't know. Faster
Team's
pace.
playing really good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
we're just seeing these teams that they're really cutting it close in terms of cooldowns, and when the game gets that late, and you see Zwen up, Drake's able to make some huge plays in order to actually take down Sam IMC, who was just in an unrecoverable situation. Such a close match, 63% dampening. Windwalker Paladin 2v2, and I kind of feel like, is that the matchup that Kawhi wanted? Like, were they anticipating a cleave composition coming in, like maybe the Death Knight Windwalker, and they were trying to counter that? Because that did not look stable. I mean, I feel like they probably would have been more comfortable in like a mirror match than that, because that was an extremely close matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, just look how close this was. Sam I am so low here. He's got the cauterize. He's trying to do what he can here. Sidu in a paralyze. Sam defending for himself here with these sheeps. He gets the sheep swap there onto Brain. He gets the sacrifice. And at this point, he just realized, okay, I need to spam damage. Spams out the fireball. Goes for the resheep. Gets one more pyro. And there it is. Combustion comes back up. He gets one final pyro. But then at this point, Trill trying to incapacitate Drake. Beautiful double blind there by Brain, setting this up. Drake chases him down, procs the Nightface Seed, takes down Sam I Am right there. And then here, of course, the 2v2 situation. Drake with his leg sweep rotating back up before Trill. Trill has no trinket, so does Drake. Sidu has no mana as well. And Brain has a sacrifice, Sidu does not. So definitely a slight lead here. Actually, a significant lead, I would say, in terms of that 2v2 here for Kawaii. And at this point, I mean, Trill, he just needs to try to force Drake off of him with that, with pressure, so that they can maybe try to reset a little bit and get some cooldowns back. But at this point, they're just too far behind. Brain drops the sacrifice and just line of sight Sidu. Doesn't want to get crowd control. Sidu now going for the heals, but just 0 mana left in the tank, 0 cooldown, so not able to use that Divine Favor. And that's going to be the end of Trill.
What a frustrating couple of games in a row as well for OTK. If they weren't frustrated from that last series, they've got to be feeling it now. And it's just not looking good at the moment. However, we have seen this team pull together and do some incredible things here. I wouldn't count them out just yet, but their backs are definitely against the wall here. Kawhi already up 1-0 in this lower finals here. If they lose here, they are knocked out of this tournament, and they no longer will have a chance to be in that finals position for a rematch here. OTK now really needs to figure out what they're going to do here against this team. What map do we think they're going to pick, guys? Soup Teas?
Something small. Dalaran probably. Sounds like pretty neutral. Maybe Blade's Edge for the Mage to get more crowd control on Brain. I feel like Mage probably gets ahead if it's just like an open field fight to the Boomkin. So I feel like there's not... What if Prev goes Mage Moonkin blind? No, they're not going to. But they got Prev out of there. So
we don't even have to guess at anything.
I feel like that says something.
Oh my goodness, a mirror.
That says something. Like they weren't comfortable with the Boomkin, so...
I really think they locked in the... Basically, the way I think the blind pick went is Kawhi said, well, they just lost to Moonkin Mage and probably think we're going to play Moonkin Mage. So what are they going to play into that? Okay, they're going to play a Cleave. Let's play a comp that's good into Cleave. And then OTK just opted to play Windwalker Mage Paladin, maybe looking for the mirror match. I don't know, but I think that's kind of where that logic came in, because this is what I expected. I expected that we see the mirror match all the way. OTK versus Kawhi. Kawhi kind of defending their territory right now as the best Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin in North America. I mean, they are the champs from last year, and I mean, let's see if they can do it, or if OTK can rise to the occasion and beat them at their own game.
Yeah, we're going to find that out right now. Game number 2 is live. After those nail-biting game number 1 that we just saw, going down to the Windwalker Pally 2v2 situation, 60-something% damp. I mean, I don't know if we can get a better game than that, but it's going to be exciting. We got the Windwalker Mage Mirror here right now, and I do believe in the Windwalker Mage Mirror, it's all about those Paladin setups and those Mage setups. Sam I am immediately getting erased there by the first combust. It's going to be Seralium pushing the trigger right away right there. Sea-Doo responding with that Blessing of Protection. And now let's see what OTK decides to do here. Sea-Doo looking for crowd control onto Brain. He gets the Hammer of Justice. Sam I Am now pushing the combustion. But look at Drake, paralyzed, and Ceralium collects the combustion here. Actually keeps it onto him right now, just going back onto Sam I Am with his own combustion. Sam I Am must have clept it back there earlier because he didn't have it now for the enemy combustion, and that's actually going to be 2 small victories in favor of Kawaii so far in this major race.
Sam falling behind here in the mirror, dangerously low. Sea-Doo in crowd control. That's an ice block. This is absolute domination right now by Kawaii. If they can keep this going, I mean, this is devastating. Zwen's out. Trill needs to make a play. He's pushing forward on Ceralium, but Brain is just bombing in heals off to the side. It's no problem with Avenging Wrath up. Sea-Doo gets interrupted. This is absolutely devastating. Sam down to half. Drake all over him. Looking to stop these polymorphs in Ring of Frost. Dodges the Ring of Frost, but Sam is edging it at the moment. Drake needs to try and move very closely to the line there. Walks into it. Brain dispels. Sam gets a huge Rising Sun kick. Now Ceralium getting blasted down by Trill. These Windwalkers going at each other's mages pretty aggressively. Double stun lands there from Drake. Sea-Doo moves in, but gets paralyzed. Ceralium gets stopped by Paralyzed. Both teams shutting each other down excellently here. Trill now engaging with a stun of his own, trying to get some pressure out onto Sam. Not finding it. Blessing and Protection from Sea-Doo denies it there. Brain trading at Blessing and Protection as well, but Kawaii are in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. How is OTK going to come back in this one? Ceralium still ahead in Ice Block. Let's see. Sam I Am actually a full Hammer of Justice now onto Sea-Doo. Can he land the Ring of Frost? Beautiful Ring of Peace there by Trill to deny, but the Polymorph might land. No, Paralyze comes in. Trill doing a great job, but finally Ceralium sneaks in that Polymorph. Sam I Am all alone once again. Is this the Divine Shield? It's the Cauterize and the Divine Shield and the Sacrifice. OTK, they have nothing left. There's just nothing left for them. In the meantime, they're trying to get a counter kill here on Ceralium. Hammer of Justice does land. How is Ceralium going to survive this one? It looks like Blazing Barrier might be enough with that Triune Ward. Full Blinding Light out into Sea-Doo. Keep in mind, Sea-Doo's got no trinket for another 18 seconds. It's it. Oh, it's over. Sam I Am's gone. And if they could take down this seed, and they will, Kawaii will claim game number 2. Incredibly dominant performance. I mean, you look, Brain Cell, so many cooldowns. Ceralium as well.
That's like a perfect game. They literally got perfected, I feel like.
Got
Like
the
they didn't get
OTK.
it. They got okay.
I stole that from the previous one. Shout out to Matt.
Yeah, shout out to Matt. Shout out to everyone working behind the scenes also. I mean, now that we're nearing the end of the day here, everyone behind the scenes has been working so hard to bring this production value to you guys, even though we were still all working from home, and it's been such a pleasure to cast alongside you guys. But here is that replay from game number 2 of the series.
So here they invest so much. They invest the Blink, Dragon's Breath, everything to try to shut down that Polymorph, and they do get it. And here Sea-Doo just got to immediately respond there and try to hold on to that Cauterize at least, but because there's no way only the Cauterize is going to keep him alive. And here's kind of a Desperado attempt onto Ceralium there, trying to get some pressure, but Brain not in CC due to that excellent positioning. Brain still has his string of sacrifice, worst case scenario, doesn't even need to use it because of a lot of those peels from Drake. Double leg sweep on Sam and Trill stacking up, and that is just it there. Ceralium getting a nice Ring of Peace. That egg is going to get cracked, and that, I mean, look at the damage here as well. Yeah, actually a bit closer between the majors than I thought. Actually, yeah, very even all across the board, but I feel like there's a lot of scoreboard damage coming out of OTK, whereas there's a lot of, you know, meaningful damage during setups coming out from Kawaii in this match. Honestly, they just played a way better mirror game start to finish here.
All right, heading into game number 3 here. OTK on their last chance to make their way back into that North American finals position here. Best of 5 series loser knocked out of this tournament. Kawaii looking incredibly strong right now. If you weren't considering these guys a top dog team before today, I seriously hope you are right now. These guys are dominating this bracket right now, and they may just find themselves back in that finals position here. Empyrean Domain will be the map that we're going to be going to here. That is from OTK, as they did just lose that last game here. Kawaii now halfway through their timer to pick their composition. Do you think it's likely we're going to see another mirror here, Ven?
Maybe. I feel like probably. I think Kawaii is going to lock in. Why would they not? I mean, that game looked great for them, so they'll likely lock in the exact same composition. And OTK, I guess they have an option, but probably their best option is to just lock in the mirror, I would think. So I think we will end up seeing it. They just need to clean it up a little bit. And I know that at least on the ladder, these teams do go back and forth. It's not completely one-sided from what I've seen, just like watching streams and stuff. So OTK still definitely has a shot in this one, but Kawhi kind of showing, you know, they're not messing around in this series. They want to get their rematch at Cloud9, because Cloud9 is actually the team that sent both of these teams down to the lower bracket. So the only team that both these teams have lost to is Cloud9. I think that's going to make for really interesting finals, but Kawhi confidently locking in the same composition. OTK, what are they going to do?
Yeah, that really is the question, and it's so true. On that note about Cloud9, Ven, OTK, and Kawhi, both really wanting to get back in that position here. OTK locking in that composition once again. We're going to see 2 mirrors in a row. Special treat for us, not something that we often get to see. It kind of seems like once one team loses in a mirror, they sort of shy away from it, but OTK said, not today. We can do this. We can make this happen. We can win this mirror against Kawhi, and I hope to see them do that in this next game here, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually like this. I think, you know, with mirrors, they can look like that, you know. If you have a bad start to the mirror and the other team is riding the momentum and, you know, things aren't going your way, you're trying to stop a setup and you end up investing a lot to try to stop something and it sneaks through anyway. You know, one guy maybe makes a mistake here or there and all of a sudden things can spiral out of control very quickly. You become a little bit desperate. You try to do a desperate push and that puts you even further behind. All of a sudden, it just looks like you got stomped, right? And that happens. So I like that OTK. They still have the confidence here. They know they're top tier players. They're going to just shake it off, go for a new mirror match here, and try to bring it back. I like it a lot.
And, you know, also, even though these are mirror matches in terms of specs, there's still a lot of customization that they can do with their build. They are in a tournament realm. They have that freedom to swap around and do basically whatever they want with Covenants and Conduits and Soulbinds and Racials. Do you think that there's anything special to note that they may be doing here, Ven, in this next game, either team?
I think it's going to be, I would expect Kyrian, Windwalker, Monk, and Paladin, and then Night Fae, Mage for both sides. I don't know how much adjusting they're going to do. I think at this point, until we start seeing more Soulbinds available, it's pretty standard. These teams have kind of figured out what they want to do in these mirror matches, what they think is the best. So I think it's just about, at this point, who can really just play better, who's going to execute on the crowd control, who's going to execute on meaningful damage. Like Zico said, I mean, it's one thing to just put out a lot of damage. It's another thing to actually get that damage out with crowd control and, you know, hit them when it actually hurts the most, and you can actually force out those cooldowns. And we'll see which one of these teams can do that better in this matchup. Tournament life on the line here for OTK. Kawhi just 1 away from moving to the finals.
All right, gates are open. Last time we saw Ceralium pull the trigger first on that combustion. Right now, both mages trying to PvE down those triune barriers. Sam I Am, no shields left, and you can see his HP already spiking pretty hard, and now Ceralium as well. They're going to get a kick there on Sam I Am. Now there's a sheep onto Drake. This is their cue to go. Trill, though, also polymorph there on the opposite end, and both of these Windwalkers, they want to go and press Paralyze here onto their respective healers, and then try to allow the enemy heal or your own healer to push across the map, get the Hammer of Justice, blinding light setups, and here we go. Sam I Am in a leg sweep right there. Sidu going to respond here with the Divine Favor, doesn't trade out the sacrifice. Ceralium using that combustion. Actually, Sam I Am is going to Klepto it and not cancel it this time around. Then Ceralium actually not going to Klepto it back, which means if Sam uses his combustion, Ceralium can Klepto it as well. Let's see what they do here. Ring of Frost onto Brain, gets shut down, but Sam does get the polymorph. Excellent opportunity here to use the combustion, but if he does, Ceralium is going to steal it. They need a stun on Ceralium. Takes a lot of damage here, but Brain out of crowd control. Now initiating back onto Sidu here.
All right, let's see if OTK can get a cooldown out of Kawhi here. That last game was devastating, so they need to pull something off here, come together as a team. Sam clutching out a big heal there, while Sidu is in a polymorph. Mirror Image is down to reduce damage. Sidu breaks the Hodge, goes for Avenging Wrath. Sacrifice preemptively here, just anticipating Drake's damage on that Zwen. Blind on Brain, this is their opportunity to push for a cooldown. Ceralium on critically low health, trying to kite Alter Time's back with that Soul Shape, but Ring of Peace bounces them into Trill's clutches. Frostnova gets freedomed out onto Trill. Trill still connecting, but no cooldowns of any significance forced just yet from OTK, and they're on match point. They have to win 3 games in a row if they want to stay in the tournament for that rematch against Cloud9. Drake Nova'd up by Sam. Sam down at half. Shadowlands pulling away out into midfield, maybe trying to bait Trill into a bad position here. Maybe they're setting up a drink, but Brain gets paralyzed. Trill, Dragon's Breath Trill on the paralyzed. Polymorphing him away, trying to stop some damage. Instant dispel by Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo sneaking up on Brain, looking for a hammer. Finds the hammer, but Shadowlands in trouble, and it looks like a bot from Brain is going to trade out here for that connection. 1 cooldown finally out of the way here for OTK. Sam and Shadowlands still the targets. There's a combust, stripped off instantly by Sam. Nice reaction time. Cedar still in a poly. Sam still very low health, although with that triune ward. Brain in position. Hammers down. Trill in a Dragon's Breath. 3 versus 1 on Sam. Drake runs into the ring, dispelled to reconnect. Blinding light out of Hammer of Justice. Insane crowd control from Brain onto Sea-Doo right now. Sam in a lot of trouble with 1 second left here. Leg sweep for follow-up. They're pushing for that cauterize. Trill is denying it, buying time for Sea-Doo to get Divine Favor off. Sam hovers at 50%, but they are holding strong.
Yeah, they're going toe-to-toe at this point. Sam, I am a little bit behind. Do they have the damage to force the cauterize? Just all-out damage at this point. Sam, I am finally deflecting there with the Dragon's Breath Polymorph, and Drake is going to sit that Polymorph as Brain. He's just positioned so far away. A little bit of a mana lead, in fact, for OTK at this point. Cerulean just spamming out the fireballs. Is he going to be able to get done? Trill finds the Paralyzed, but a beautiful Blessing of Protection on Cerulean before the Paralyze goes off. Brain reading that situation beautifully, and as a result, Trill really not going to be able to get too much damage rolling. He's got this Wen. He's got the Storm Earth and Fire. Samurai has Combustion. They are ready to go. Who are they going after? A big swap on the Paladin. Brain, what are you going to do? It is going to be the Divine Shield that is forced out. Brain manages to hold on, but that was beautiful by OTK. I like that they're mixing it up and getting offensive.
Yeah, but Sea-Doo now in a Hammer of Justice. Sam, I am excellently kited here with the Battle Master. Should be enough to keep him alive. Sea-Doo gets the sacrifice, but now they're swapping over onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo is going to be completely fine there. Sheep onto Brain now. Cerulean on the back foot here. Sam, I cannot get that alter time with his Cleft. Unfortunately, Cerulean just running all the way to the opposite side of the map, but still very, very low. 1% HP, gets the Triune Barrier. Brain coming out there with a big heal as well. And honestly, I would say OTK definitely in the driver's seat so far. No Blessing of Protections there. Nice counterspell by Samayam on the Blink Polymorph attempt of Cerulean. And right now, OTK, they need one more setup here, and they can force out Brain's Trinket and then potentially win the game here. But it's Cerulean who gets his first crowd control. There it is, trinketing out of that Sheep, trying to keep Samayam at bay here. Sea-Doo in a Dragon's Breath into the DR Poly. Rune of Power gets kicked there by Trill, which means Samayam now has an opportunity to go for a Polymorph. He gets it. No! Brain excellently positioned on that horse. And now Sea-Doo, though, chasing after him, looking for the Hammer of Justice. Samayam and Cerulean both resetting these fireballs as both of these teams keep on swinging.
Oh, hammers down on Sea-Doo first. Sam in trouble here on match point. Dangerously low. Cauterize triggers. He's on the run. He's burning down. Sea-Doo still locked down in crowd control. Are they going to get the ice block here? Sam, desperation. Frost Nova trying to control the fight. Stalls it out. Holds on to the ice block. But now Sea-Doo in a full polymorph. Sea-Doo Divine Shields out of the polymorph. Now he has no medallion. No Divine Shield. Cerulean has Combust. Zwen comes up in just a couple seconds. If they swap to Sea-Doo, he's going to flop, I think. I'm not sure what could really save him if they set up the perfect swap. They're getting crowd control on Brain. They're trying to push Cerulean over. Cerulean has to respect the push and ice block in this position. Both teams on a razor's edge here. 5 minutes in, almost 6 minutes in game number 3. Who's going to connect first here? Who's going to be the target? Cerulean appears to still be Cauterize available, but that could get shredded through. Brain trying to power him up with Avenging Wrath. Divine Favor, big heal. Cerulean back to full. Avenging Wrath from Sea-Doo. Sam gets sacrificed. I'd love to see them swap to Sea-Doo now at this point. Zwen is out at the moment for Drake. It looks like Drake wants to go after Sea-Doo. Is he going to be able to survive? Trill protects Sea-Doo with the Ring of Peace. Sea-Doo line of sights. Good teamwork between Sea-Doo and Trill in that position, anticipating the attack. Definitely in the heads of their opponents in that moment. Sea-Doo still line of sighting, along with Sam, waiting to find a target. They've got the medallion, but not a ton of healing to trade if they get caught. Certainly Sam is going to be more comfortable with Ice Block as opposed to Cerulean only with Cauterize, and he's very low. Brain goes for Divine Favor, bouncing Cerulean up just a tiny bit. Sea-Doo in Polymorph, not getting targeted just yet. Drake trying to get back onto Sam, but Cerulean is falling behind. He's going to Dragon's Breath Trill, Polymorph Trill, Not able to get a poly on the Dispel just yet here. Drake in a Dragon's Breath. Samayam switches poly to Brain, though. Surrounding him in trouble. Is he going to be a Trinket Sacrifice? He's trying to hold on to it to pair it for the cooldowns, but we know how quickly you can die during that combustion.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Surrounding keeping himself alive with... is he going to use the mirror images? Waiting to use that for the damage reduction, but Samayam with his combustion ready to go. Surrounding him, he does have the Cauterize, but still vulnerable without that Ice Block. Such good exchanges by both these teams. Little mini games between these two Paladins. Who finds the Hammer of Justice? You can see Brain positioning in. It's Ring of Peace away. Nicely done there by Trill. Buying Sidu just a moment. Samayam taking a huge hit of damage. Paralyzed on Sidu. Brain there to follow it up with the Blinding Light. Trill just spamming out heals in desperation. Brain gets the Hammer of Justice paralyzed. Trill tries to shut it down, just trying his best. Now, Suralium just so far away. Dragon's Breath on Trill. Good crowd control here on Brain, but Suralium diffuses that situation with a Dragon's Breath of his own. Trill just cannot get back to target. He used a lot of his rolls in order to deny Brain's crowd control on Sidu, and as a result, they punish Drake! He just gets swapped behind the pillar. Samayam and Sidu just get the Hammer of Justice, a two-person mission, getting Drake's a lot of his defensive cooldowns. At the same time, Samayam getting swapped to, almost getting dropped. Drake still going after Samayam. Samayam, how is he going to hold on? Sacrifice comes in from Sidu, 20% dampening at this point of the game. That was the combustion from both mages, as both of them get a lot of cooldowns out of the way.
Yeah, and Brain sat down there, got himself a nice juicy drink there, about 20% mana recovered, and now Kawaii have the mana advantage here, a little bit of a cooldown advantage too. Both of these Paladins bubble rotating back up basically at the exact same time. Brain has his trinket though, might need to use it right now. Drake in a polymorph, Brain in a blinding light. Where is the damage? Where's the stun onto Suralium? Beautiful all the time. DR Sheep coming out onto Brain, one more, potentially into a Dragon's Breath here. Samayam trying to get some more crowd control, trying to push Suralium over the edge, but Suralium is going to survive there. Sidu sitting down for a drink, but Drake stops him immediately here, and both of these Paladins completely tapped on mana very, very soon. Samayam has his Ice Block. Suralium is going to have his Ice Block in about 20 seconds. Samayam actually might need to use his Ice Block here as they push for crowd control onto Sidu here. They get the blinding light there. Samayam trying to look for a Dragon's Breath, trying to get a polymorph here, and trying to set something up maybe onto Drake here. Still doesn't have his cooldowns from that swap earlier. Let's see what they end up doing. They go after Suralium once again. Both Pallies in crowd control. Brain's going to break out first, and he's going to keep Suralium alive right now. Nice counterspell onto Suralium. Big push here with that combustion. Samayam gets the trade, and he's going to be able to push that cauterized. Brain now super low as well here.
Yeah, Trill's going after Brain, trying to take him out, but not able to find the kill. Two targets are low. Suralium pops mirror images. They polymorph Trill. Kawi are trying to recover here at 28% dampening. It's going to be very difficult. They're kind of behind at this point. Maybe it's closer than I think. It's just momentum in favor of VOTK right now. Brain stops the damage with that sacrifice. Divine Favor, big heal. Trill gets Frost Nova on his images. Well timed by Suralium. Drake is laying into Samayam right now. Sidu's trying to heal him through the damage, but it's quite hard at 30% dampening. Ring of Peace on Sidu. Brain looks like he's trying to drink. If Brain can get a mana advantage here, that's huge. Brain is getting mana. It's match point for OTK. Brain is putting his team back in the game. Look at that mana bar. Look at the mana bar. It's almost back to full on that side. That's a lot more in the gas in the tank. Sidu is now trying to drink. Brain's trying to stop him. He's not able to get there. He does scare Sidu into stopping the drink, but Brain's now caught in a poly. Suralium could be in trouble. Sidu's on top of Brain. Are they going to go after Brain? He's got no medallion. They want to go after him, but Sidu got crowd control. They're actually intercepting Sidu. Maybe both Paladins in trouble. Brain in trouble first, though. 1 second left on the hammer. They crowd control the entire team. He has to Divine Shield. OTK, they're behind on mana, but ahead on cooldowns.
Yeah, that was a beautiful swap, capitalizing on that situation. Brain used his mobility to move in and kind of got stuck there. And then they got the Hammer of Justice and were able to force out that major cooldown. 35% dampening at this point of the game. Full leg sweep here on Suralium. OTK all over the map at this point. Sidu moving forward for crowd control. Paralyze on Brain. Can he get a Hammer of Justice? A blinding light. Two follow it up. Suralium looking for a polymorph of his own. He gets interrupted. Samayam taking a bunch of damage now. Cauterized procs. He's got the ice block. Needs to be very careful. Oh, such a scary situation. He gets low. He trusts in Sidu. Sidu uses the Divine Shield to bomb out some heals and keep him alive, but that was not the combustion of Suralium. Both these mages have Ice Block. Both these mages have combustion, and sparks are about to fly.
Yeah, both of these mages, both of these teams have pretty much the exact same cooldowns right now. One trinket ahead on the side of Kawaii. Let's see what they can do. Who's going to pull the trigger? There it is. Ceralium immediately rips out the combustion, and that's going to be the ice block from Samayam. Samayam still has his combustion, sitting that ice block, waiting for the enemy mage combustion to fade, so he doesn't need to waste his Klepto. But Ceralium could Klept Sam's combustion and cancel it. Still a lead here for them if they don't stun Ceralium or go after Brain. Now they're doing a swap over onto Drake. I don't like that at all. That swap didn't net them anything there onto Drake, and now Brain gets the sacrifice actually off onto Drake, and that's about it. Samayam now, what are you gonna do? Sidu in a polymorph. Samayam, no cooldowns left. Sidu, no breakers left. No blessing of sacrifice as well. If he comes out of here, Trill spamming out the Vivifies, trying to keep his teammate alive for these final moments here, Sid.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going. Ceralium ice blocks. That's it. They stayed in the game, but that drink from Brain could just win it all. He's got quite a bit more mana over Sidu. Sidu has Avenging Wrath up, though. He's got to keep his team's momentum going here with that Avenging Wrath. Just doing overwhelming amount of damage. 46% dampening, 46% healing reduction. Ceralium blinks back to Brain, waiting for some cooldowns. But really, what cooldowns are you waiting for? It's so long before anything of substance is going to be available. Sidu has a sacrifice. The cooldowns are still ahead slightly for OTK. Brain is running around the map trying to stall, maybe even trying to drink again. Really, Brain? You're going to try to drink again? I mean, if he gets it, it's going to be massive. I think he is. Brain's mana over in the corner. He's almost back to half. Sidu's totally tapped. Sidu's working with nothing. Can he keep it going? He goes in for the Hodge. Ceralium has nothing. Ceralium is running to the ends of the world, and he uses Alter to go back to center field. Trill is trying desperately to catch up, paralyzing Drake on the fist. Ceralium blinks for a poly, catches Sidu. Sam's in trouble. Sidu trinkets out. He's got nothing. Into the full hammer. It's match point. Samayam, what are you going to do? He Dragon's Breath Drake. He Dragon's Breath, but he's so much damage. They pop at the seed procs. Are they going to be able to kill the wild seed? Yes, they will. And Kawhi pull it off 3-0 against OTK.
That was such a back and forth mirror matchup. OTK really stepped up in that second game in that mirror matchup. It did not make it easy, but Brain sneaking away for those drinks. Beautiful crowd control from both teams. Very evenly matched, but it will be Kawhi that does advance to the finals for the rematch against Cloud9.
You are absolutely right, Ben. Both of these teams playing out of their mind for that last game, really had no idea who exactly was going to go to, but in the end, Kawhi came out on top, 3-0ing OTK. Here are those final moments for you on your screen.
I mean, look at Brain here, sitting down for the drink, ice cold at 48% dampening. His mage has nothing. He's like, yeah, you're fine, man. Don't worry about it. Samayam getting the sheep there on the Drake. Drake immediately trinkets. Sam pre-blinks there as well to try to get away from Drake, but Drake just keeping up with the chase here. Ceralium now sniping Sidu. Brain and Ceralium kind of cornering Sidu on one side each. Hammer of Justice immediately there on the trinket. That's going to be enough. Unfortunately, Sidu gets the bop off just a tiny second too late right there, and that is going to be the game. And I mean, look at the scoreboard. Look how evenly matched these guys are. Mages basically doing identical damage. Windwalkers basically doing identical damage. And I swear, if it wasn't for these drinks, I think actually OTK wins this match on mana. Brain recovered like at least 60% of his mana in this game, and they were basically tied at the end there.
Yeah, right you are, Zico. So close for both of those teams here. But Kawhi going to be moving forward in the North American Finals. They have a chance now for a rematch against Cloud9 here. We saw those guys dominate earlier today against OTK as well here. So this final series is going to be a big one. OTK knocked out of the tournament, unfortunately, though. Cloud9 and Kawhi moving on. We're going to go to a break. And it's going to be this North American Finals up next. Super Teasy, looking forward to this one.
I mean, definitely. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Boomkin Mage Mirror. Because that Windwalker Mage from OTK kind of got flopped by the Boomkin Mage. And
ooh, we might see it.
Both of them.
Who was that saying? Sorry, go ahead.
That's the saying.
So someone said unstoppable. Was it you, Ben, that said that was the unstoppable force versus the unstoppable force if it would have been a Boomkin Fire Mage?
That's how the universe was created.
It's funny.
It's Boomkin Mage versus Boomkin Mage.
Yeah.
It's funny, that composition, it kind of it transfers. When you have your cooldowns, you're the unstoppable force. When you don't, you're the immovable object. So it's going to be a bit of a back and forth if we do see that. But yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting game. Cloud9 in the grand finals. They haven't lost a series yet in this tournament. Kawhi battling it back. And keep in mind, Kawhi are the champions from last year in North America. So this is a very strong team. Bring on Previ. I'm curious to see, are we going to see those Moonkins? Are we going to make Supatis happy? I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we certainly will. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to go to that North American finals. Up next, it's Cloud9 versus Kawhi. Stick around. We'll be right back.
by Jazz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's going to fall. Battlemaster's going to fall.
Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blinzo. Massive damage and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows down. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, everyone. It has been a long day of European games as well as North American games. This is the last series of the day. It is the North American Finals. I want to hear your guys' predictions. This is a best-of-7 series. Zico, let's start with you.
I am going to vote for the Convoke Boomkin.
All right, solid guess.
Yeah.
We're seeing two of them.
Super T's, what about you?
I mean, it's gonna be what comps is gonna come out. It's so hard. Like I feel like it's a Boomkin Mage mirror at the start, unless Shadow Priest Mage randomly beats it. But I don't know why. I could actually mind games on the Moonkin. Maybe one of them chickens out. Get it? Play Shadow Priest. Oh, that was good.
Just wanted to do some
what if
nice
they both-
predictions here. I'm getting a troll answer from both of you, Ven.
No, I mean,
What do you got?
I think that's a fair point. I mean, what if we see a world where both of them try to counter the Moonkin Mage with the Shadow Priest Mage, and we see Shadow Priest Mage mirrors? You know, nobody would expect that.
Well, no, it would be good.
Could happen.
All right.
Are we going to see the
could
battle
happen.
of Kyrian versus Night Fae and have the score settled once and for all?
The score's already
I
settled.
hope
if you ask
so.
me.
That would be interesting for sure.
I think so too.
You will shortly see here as these players should be in the gate already. Game number 1, North American Finals. This is Cloud9
They both chickened
versus
out.
Kauai. All right. Yeah, they did.
Well, we're gonna have the Warrior Mage versus the Windwalker Mage now. What is the big difference here, Venruki? You're a Windwalker main here. Talk us through this one.
Well, Warrior, the nice thing about the Warrior is a little bit more durable than the Windwalker Monk. I would say Windwalker Monk in general has a lot more burst damage, so when Zwen is available, he is going to be a heavy hitter. Drake is going to be able to put out a lot of damage, so look for those moments. Snuts is going to have some nice utility with the Spell Reflect, with the Intervene, but at the same time, Drake with his Paralyze. Just a little micro differences. I'll have to see how both of these teams do implement it. Right now, Ceruleum is under fire by Snuts and Wealthy Man. Very curious that Snuts is playing the Warrior in this matchup, and we'll have to see how exactly it does work out. Crowd control initiated very early on. Hammer of Justice onto Brain. See if they can get any more. There is a Blinding Light. Cubsy, actually, Cloud9 getting really aggressive here, but that Ring of Peace completely denies Snuts from getting on target. And he's basically forced to go after Ceruleum in this match.
Yeah, so it looks like Snuts wants to just be going after Drake as much as possible, shut him down, keep his mage alive, playing that warrior role, being disruptive, and then Drake, of course, wants to set up those big one-shots. Right now, Wealthy Man taking a lot of damage there. Cubsy in a full polymorph, doesn't get anything out there preemptively. Let's see what they do here. Snuts doesn't have to intervene for a couple of seconds, finally does get it off there onto Wealthy Man. Triune Barrier comes through. Ceruleum gonna get a sheep out of that Blinding Light. Still a lot of damage there. He claps Wealthy Man right there. Wealthy Man gonna get the trinket sacrificed by Cubsy, just hovering over that button. So a victory for sure here for Kauai in the opening stages here of this final.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here. Snuts on that Venthyr Warrior. I think it was expecting a Boomkin. This might be challenging that now that there isn't a Boomkin to attack for Snuts. Grapple weapon at the moment. Cubsy and a Polymorph. 3-on-1 here on Wealthy Man. Down to half health. Ceruleum looking for more crowd control, not able to find it. Gets shut down by Snuts' pummel. Double fear. Good denial by Snuts. Drake retreating away. Snuts intervening over to catch him with that Stormbolt on Drake. Brain gonna bop it off, not taking any risks. Snuts making his way back to Ceruleum. Goes for a pummel there on the poly. Ceruleum fakes him out. Now looking to try and sneak in here for a poly potentially on the healer. Not able to find it. Spell reflected on it actually. They're gonna try and set up. Brain dispels. Now Snuts and a poly dispelled. It's Wealthy Man in trouble. Double leg sweep by Drake. Ceruleum has combustion. Is he going to go for it? Holds on to it for now, just scaring his enemies. Cubsy pops Avenging Wrath to recover.
through the attack here. Starting to fall behind on mana. Drake suddenly in trouble though. Snuts tearing in. Stunned up. Trying to retreat. Grapple weapon. Snuts not able to finish the job here. Just back and forth between these teams in the North American Finals.
Yes, Snuts getting low though. Cubsy might have to use a little more cooldowns. Right now caught into a blinding light. We're about 3 minutes into the game. Snuts is getting low. There's been immense pressure on Drake throughout the entire game. Snuts for his legendary has selected the mass spell reflex, so can get multiple spell reflex on Cubsy, making it really difficult for Shadowlands to actually land crowd control. Drake right now forced to trade out the Touch of Karma. Polymorph spam coming in from Shadowlands as well. Bless Your Protection gets used on the Karma. Drake is getting so low. Immediate trinket sacrifice there by Brain. Surprise attack there by Cloud9, but Snuts is still in a little trouble. He's going to have to kite away. Dragon's Breath now onto Cubsy. Snuts still in full retreat, but Wealthy Man backs him up. The nice Dragon's Breath, the nice Polymorph. Snuts still low. The healing just isn't coming in. Sacrifice trades overlapped with Die by the Sword. Cloud9 making a bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, definitely. They used the Blessing of Protection as well offensively. They did get the Trinket Sacrifice though, so that was kind of worth it if you ask me, but still that overlap there at the end kind of swings the tide of the battle once again a little bit in Kwai's favor here. And now Drake running around on his Tiger there for a second, looking to potentially set up that next go here, but he knows he is the juiciest target on his team right now. Snuts, he just wants to get over there and try to set him up. Let's see what Snuts can do here. He's chasing off the Drake behind the pillar. Drake's trying to bait him behind that pillar. Need to go for a disarm, a leg sweep combo. Cubsy in a full sheep. Drake now getting stunned up before he can stun up Snuts. Kind of a heads up play there. And now Cubsy should be able to escape from that crowd control. Now here we go. Double leg sweep. Blessing of Protection aggressively there onto Snuts. Wealthy Man looking for the polymorphs. Not going to be able to find it. Onto Brain here. Cubsy still in crowd control. Wealthy Man taking a lot of damage here. Wealthy Man has his combustion, but right now just needs to be running. Gets the Battle Master there as well. And it looks like Wealthy Man is going to be able to live that situation through excellent kiting, as well as some nice pills there from Snuts. Double Fear comes out. Wealthy Man looking to set up the Ring of Frost. Ceradium trinkets out to stop that setup before it even happens. Both of these teams playing very, very well so far here, Sid.
Well, we're getting close to dampening. Swap to Brain. Denies it. Drake falling a bit behind here. Snuts going for a Sharpen. Combust from Wealthy Man. He's going after Ceralium. A lot of damage here, but Brain's in position. He's got wings. Should get some big heals. He's struggling. He's in a poly. Ceralium falls further behind. He avoids Snuts with that Night Fate. Grapple weapon on Snuts denies his attacks even further. Ceralium getting caught up too. Snuts making his way to that Night Fate Vulpin. Actually giving up on the chase. Switching back to Drake now. Ceralium lining up fireballs, trying to reset that combustion. Wealthy Man having a tough time finding his with Drake right on top of him. Drake cleaving 2 targets at the moment. Trinketing, trading the Karma. Aggressive play by Drake to stay on target here and try and put Cubsy behind while Avenging Wrath isn't up. Brain charging in. Wealthy Man stunned. Double stun. Cubsy pre-sacrifices it. Nice read by Cubsy, but they could swap to Cubsy. Ceralium blinks in, trying to catch him off guard, forcing Divine Protection. And now Combustion is available for Ceralium. Zwen comes up in almost 30 seconds. That's going to be a big combo. Snuts leaping after Drake. Or you're trying to keep up with the Monk. Probably not going to happen, so he's going to have to give up on that. Trying to go back towards Ceralium, who's caught in a poly. Cubsy and Brain standing right on top of each other. Brain in a blinding light. Ceralium stunned. Good teamwork here, but Drake just steals Snuts' weapon away. With that grapple, he can't do any damage. Paralyzing Wealthy Man. Brain in a Hammer of Justice. They're trying to force Ceralium down here. Can they do enough damage? Brain has Divine Favor. Could bomb in a big heal at any moment. There's a Divine Favor. Big heal. Ceralium's back to full. Cubsy on the opposite side of the map now, looking like maybe he wants to wrap around for a drink in the near future, as mana could be the main factor between these teams.
Ooh, right now, let's see. Polymorph onto Cubsy. He's got the Avenging Wrath up for the moment. Wealthy Man taking a little bit of burst damage. Snuts still just all over Drake in this matchup. He's going to be able to intervene. A lot of the damage that does come up with the double leg sweep. Nicely done. Wealthy Man forced to trinket. Big Meteor does land. Using the Shimmer to avoid that damage. Snuts actually leaping over, try to deny some of that crowd control onto Cubsy, and he manages to do it. But in the meantime, Brain, he's finding the drink. He always manages to find the drink. This Paladin is thirsty. And now, as Dampening's at 12%, his mana is almost completely topped off. And this is a great sign here for Kwai. But Cloud9, they've shown a lot of signs of life in this matchup. He swaps onto Drake, the denial of his damage, basically just protecting Wealthy Man at all costs in this matchup. Snuts has been doing a good job so far.
Yeah, but Wealthy Man has no trinket. There's no sacrifice for about 20 seconds. There is an opening here if they can get a Hammer of Justice onto Wealthy Man, combined with a Dragon's Breath Sheep here. But right now, Drake taking heavy fire here. Snuts going to enter a defensive stance there, just so he can overextend a little bit more, a little bit longer here. And that window before that sacrifice is up, is gone here. Snuts now with the Avatar dropping kind of low here. Cubsy is going to have to go for one big heal there. Snuts now trinketing out of that stun lock right there. Drake as well. Doing a lot of pressure here now onto Wealthy Man. They got a full Ring of Frost now onto Cubsy. Big damage coming out onto Wealthy Man. This could be the sacrifice here from Cubsy. Wealthy Man activates the Triune Barrier. Cerulean with the combustion gets, actually that was no combustion right there. Both mages holding onto it for a little bit longer here. Would have maybe liked to see it active. Oh, big hit. There's the combustion. And Cerulean does it with that counterspell. Now Wealthy Man kleptos it. I do believe Cerulean klept it back there, which means that Wealthy Man could set up his own combustion. Now he has a 30-second gap where he can go for it. Let's see who he decides to pull the trigger on.
All right, waiting to see who the target's going to be for Cerulean at 20% dampening. Cubsy and a Poly. Snuts with no trinket as well. Could be vulnerable. Double fear from Snuts.
There we go.
Good Stormbolt. Nice setup. Drake in trouble. Will he bust through Diffuse and Karma? They try to. Not enough damage. Despite the crowd control there. Drake holding on. Stun Snuts around the corner. Dangerous time for Snuts here in game number 1. Cubsy rolls up. Big heal. Tops him off. Brain and a Poly. Drake falling behind. If Snuts can connect, Drake rolls away. Snuts is trying to get in line of sight. Charging over to Drake. Drake grapples Snuts' weapon away. Charging over to Wealthy Man to try and slow down the fireballs a little bit here as Cerulean's and a Poly, as well as Cubsy. Not able to get any damage out here. A little bit of a pause between the teams, and this easily could be a game that comes down to mana. At the moment, Drake needs to be careful. He's caught in a Stormbolt. Double Dragon's Breath from Cerulean, but Drake is so critically low, they bop him. Will Wealthy Man use a spell seal on a bop and then risk not being able to get the combustion? He's not going to take the risk. He's just going to let Drake be bopped up, polymorph him away. Snuts now the target as both Drake and Snuts go at each other. Drake's pulling away, and this is the kawaii strategy of just kind of dragging the fight on when it's not favorable, waiting for your cooldowns and trying to blast somebody out later on in the game. How are Cloud9 going to close?
I'm not sure. Drake has just been forced to run away so much in this matchup, and it's just a result of Snuts just protecting Wealthy Man. Big setup here on Cerulean. Wealthy Man getting really aggressive with a Meteor. That wasn't even the combustion, but massive fire underway. Drake with a nice Ring of Peace, knocking Cubsy away, potentially trying to shut down that drink. Now Wealthy Man under fire. He trinkets out. Big setup here over on Snuts. He's forced to trade out the die by the sword. So both these teams exchanging defensive cooldowns at this point. 30% dampening in this game. Drake's getting low. He might just get taken down. He's got Diffuse. Bubble Sacrifice trades out from Brain. That was Karma. Diffuse everything on the side of Kawaii. They're trying to reverse the pressure here on the Snuts with the Polymorph on Cubsy. Do they have any more crowd control? It does not look like it. And all of a sudden, Cloud9, they're looking pretty good in this matchup. Cubsy still has all his defensive cooldowns. Drake's not looking so healthy, and as dampening gets higher and higher, this Windwalker Monk is going to have to run and hide, and I'm not sure if this is looking too good here for Kawaii.
Yeah, right now they also have the mana lead on the side of Cloud9. They have basically all their cooldowns, despite, well, except for Wealthy Man's Trinket right there. Cerulean is going to have his combustion rotating in about a minute. Drake right now, though, needs to be very careful here. The Wealthy Man trying to snipe him around the corner with the Meteor. Brain trinkets out of that. No sacrifice, though, for Brain. And Drake in a lot of trouble, tries to go aggressive here with the leg sweep. And now that's the only way he can survive here. Beautiful double leg sweep setup. But now, again, he needs to run. Brain could get crowd control at any moment. Drake has nothing. There it is. Cubsy now getting stunned as well. Brain and Drake crossing the map. Cerulean here playing goalkeeper, trying to slow everybody down there. Drake now finally has to roll out because of that sheep onto Cubsy. Snuts in a lot of trouble here. What he's going to respond with, doesn't have die by the sword for a couple more seconds. Cubsy breaks out of that crowd control. Doesn't use his sacrifice yet though for a few more seconds. Brain trying to sit down for a drink potentially. Snuts now blade storming in deep trouble here. Going to use that die by the sword, finally coming off cooldown. And now once again, Drake on the run. He gets the cooldown, and now it is time to run. Brain trying to get a drink here potentially as well, but Cerulean is left behind, taking a lot of damage here. Cauterize could trigger. He doesn't have it anymore. Ice block. Maybe he doesn't even have it. He doesn't have anything to keep him alive. He's running to the starting room. Brain with a big divine favor keeps him alive. And Snuts is taking so much fire on the opposite side here, Sid.
Oh, Cubsy gets the sacrifice off, and now Ceralium in trouble. 5 more seconds to the sacrifice. 5 more seconds. Can Ceralium survive? Vulpin gets store bolted. Multi-man double DBs blinking in. Ceralium Frost Novas. He's desperate. Sacrifice is up literally right now. Brain presses it on the execute from Snuts, stabilizing him at 10%. How are they going to turn it around? Cubsy and a Poly. Snuts is in trouble. Cubsy Divine Shields. He needs to protect Snuts at all costs. Bomb in as many big heals as possible here. Stabilize and try and get back on target. What a close call. Back and forth, Ceralium alter times all of this damage. Looking to go back. Did he spell steal it off though? It looks like he may have. And that's it. He's stunned up. He bops him on 1%. Wild Seed didn't trigger. The Meteor comes in. Brain takes it. He's trying to protect the seed at all costs here. Can they protect the seed on Ceralium? It looks like
No way.
No! Pretty close, but not close enough. And Cloud9 do it in game 1.
You know what? I don't even think Cloud9 wanted this matchup, but they have maybe just discovered something that's going to work out for them quite nicely. I mean, I really feel like you were right on the money on that one, Sid. They wanted to bring in the Warrior Mage Paladin against the Boomkin Fire Mage Paladin, but maybe they've discovered something that actually works out well. I mean, Snuts was able to play such a solid defense for Wealthy Man, forced Drake to run away throughout the entire game, really disruptive with his spell reflex. And this Warrior Mage Paladin from Cloud9 is looking strong.
Given that, then we can look here at this replay and figure out exactly what Ven was talking about here.
At this point, I actually still thought Ceralium had his ice block, but they force out the cauterize. They almost get him down there. Now they're going after Drake. Brain has pretty much no cooldowns. Mana is very even here. Cooldowns as well, very even on both sides, but the pressure and the momentum here on the side of C9 just so big. Wealthy Man ice blocking offensively there as well to try to close out the match. Brain soaking the Meteor right there, going for the Divine Favor on the egg, trying to keep it alive, but it's not going to be enough. Snuts there with the execute. And I completely agree with you guys. The fact that Snuts is a Ventier warrior as well, and not the Kyrian, which is typically what you see to shut down some of these mage mobility, it just kind of confirms for me that they wanted to go with this matchup into the Boomkin. And now I think they, like you guys already mentioned, I think they just kind of accidentally saw, okay, well, Warrior Mage, it's good into the Windwalker Mage as well. So now I think this is something C9 can actually just blind lock.
Yeah, Cloud9 looking more and more lethal as the day goes on. Given that, Zico, do you think that, based on what Kawaii plays, we're going to see that again? I mean, even against a different comp, do you think they'll lock it again, or is there other options that we may see here coming out of this team?
I think if they blind lock the Warrior Mage, I feel like Kawaii goes Shadow Priest Mage, and they could probably take the game late and kite the Warrior, mind control him, and eventually win the game that way. But I feel like the Shadow Priest also could die in that matchup, so I think it's not a hard counter, but I do think they would have the edge there. So C9, they have a lot of options here. They can blind lock Windwalker Mage, they can blind lock Moonkin Mage, they can do a lot of things here, and this could definitely be one of those matchups that just goes back and forth.
Yeah, and certainly with a team like Cloud9, we've seen them over and over again in BFA. People would have kind of adopt to their strategy that they dominated with last year on that mage log composition. Somebody would figure something out, take a game off of them, and then Cloud9 would bounce back real quick. But as we've already mentioned with Kawaii, they were our North American champions last year, ending the season super strong. So both of these teams super, super hot right now in the North American finals here. So I definitely think you guys are right. We're likely to see a Game 7 here. Both of these teams absolutely neck and neck here. So Kawaii on the back foot here, losing this first game. They need to pick this map here to try and throw Cloud9 off a little bit, but it seems like neither of these teams can really be shaken at all, Super T's.
Yeah, I mean, I
was going to say shooketh, but that would have maybe been too trivial. Oh, man. All right. Oh, see? Faces both of you guys made. All right, walk us through this here. What are we seeing on our screens, guys?
We're seeing the blind lock Mage Warrior.
Okay.
Mirrored.
Look how things are evolving here. Like, Kawaii didn't like that matchup so much. Is this the first? Has Drake ever played anything else in the AWC? I'm trying to think. I think he's only ever played Windwalker, man. This is his first time playing a different class. So I'm curious to see. I mean, right now they're trying to beat Cloud9 at their own game. They were so unhappy with that matchup. They did not want it again. And I guess they're just going for it with this mirror match.
All right. I mean, what are the setups that we even see here? We're going to Ashmane's Fall, Venriki. Where are we going to see either of these teams trying to find these moments of opportunity to get an edge over the competition? It's so difficult in these mirror matches, and it's going to be made even more so by this Warrior Fire Mage composition.
This is going to be one of those matchups where I think they're just going to sit on the mage. I mean, normally, yeah, I think they're just going to sit on the mage from start to finish. It's going to be up to the Warriors to deny crowd control with Storm Bolts, kind of defy burst moments with their intimidating shout, get off good spell reflex. And I know Snuts is incredibly good at doing that. He's really disruptive against mages on Warrior. Is Drake going to be able to do the same thing? I mean, that's what this matchup's going to come down to. If Drake can play Warrior at a really, really high level, then I think they have a fair shot in this one. But if Drake isn't up to snuff, I feel like Cloud9 is just, they're going to walk away with this game number 2. But I'm really curious to see what Drake's going to be able to get done.
I am as well. And as we are going to Ashmane's Fall, one of the larger maps in the map pool for the AWC, Zico, how do we see the positioning looking like on either of these teams? Where are either of them going to be trying to hone in the pillars here in Ashmane's Fall and all that space that we have to try and kill us? Either, any target really on either of these teams.
I feel like if the mages are going to be the targets, which at least in between stuns, I feel like for most of the game, more or less, they are going to be the targets. And for them, it's going to be all about dragging the melee that's tunneling them away from his healer, behind pillars, trying to basically get him away from the spell range, and then root him, sheep him, Dragon's Breath, sheep him, things like that. Give themselves breathing room, and then push in again and try to get damage off on the enemy mage. And for the mages, it's all about just kiting, running, surviving. And then whenever you have a Storm Bolt or a stun on the enemy mage, that's an opportunity for you. Push Combustion and try to get some big cooldowns there. And as far as the Paladins go, I feel like they're going to be initiating a lot of the CC. The Warriors are going to be leaping across to the Paladins, dropping the intimidating shouts, maybe sometimes for those setups, but also using those defensively. It's just going to be a slugfest here, and it's going to be kind of like the Windwalker Mage Mirror, where it's all about getting those micro advantages, who can get a cleaner combust off, things like that.
All right, well, we'll see who does just that, Zico. It's game number 2 on Ashmane's Fall. Cloud9 versus Kauai. Cloud9 already up 1-0.
All right, let's see if they can put another point on the board here in a mirror match. And there's a bit of a difference. Snuts is still playing Venthyr Warrior, and Drake is still playing Kyrian. You would typically anticipate Kyrian to have an advantage against a mage. So it's kind of, we get to have a little bit of a war of the covenants to see which one's better in the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it does play out. The Spear of Bastion for the Kyrian Warrior is going to be very strong. You can see it dropped out on Wealthy Man right now, but really not able to capitalize on it too much. Wealthy Man getting chopped up just a little bit right now. So that's all over Cerulean, but it does seem like in the early stages, Kauai just a little bit ahead. This is the Combustion go, though. Can they hold on? Wealthy Man still has a Combustion of his own. When is he going to pull the trigger with that? Looking for a Ring of Frost. Can he find the crowd control? Unfortunately, does get denied. Intimidating shout there by Drake as Wealthy Man gets lower. This is going to be cauterized. Sacrifice trades from Cubsy. It wasn't his trinket, so really close call. If they had gotten the cauterized, that would have been a big win there for Kauai, but the fact that they were able to hold on to it is super nice for Cloud9.
Still a nice, decent victory there, but now the counter go is happening here. Cerulean has the Alter Time, I do believe, active there. Wealthy Man just trying to do as much damage as possible, finally getting clept on his Combustion right there, and now no more CC there for either of these Paladins. Means that Wealthy Man, once again, just going to be playing defense, sheeping the Warrior, trying to get a little bit of damage onto the enemy mage here, but now, once again, you can see the setup happening here onto Wealthy Man's Nuts, going to be intervening here on this go, and they both getting stuck here in that Kyrian Spear. Drake actually getting a decent amount of value. Wealthy Man with the Blessing of Protection, and here we go. Big damage onto Cerulean. Wealthy Man maybe wants to push in here, look for some Dragon's Breath crowd control with that Blessing of Protection active. She opts not to go for it, and now Cerulean here on the back foot in that Stormbolt right there. Wealthy Man, counterspell. Both of these mages basically just trying to get out as many fireballs as possible. Cerulean gonna have his Combustion slightly before Wealthy Man, and that's going to be very, very scary moving forward here for Cloud9.
Oh, Brain gets intercepted by Cubsy. Trinket gets Cubsy now locked down. Both mages blinking in, trying to find crowd control. Will they be able to land it? Polymorph over onto Brain. Ceralium in trouble, but a fear onto Cubsy by Drake. Ceralium dips low in the Stormbolt. Snuts is laying in with that condemned damage. Charging in after Ceralium. Brain crowd control for one more second. Triune Barrier is going to be massive absorb shields on Ceralium, over half his health, buying more than enough time for Brain to recover on that side. And after the carnage, we have to look at the aftermath. Cubsy, it cost him his medallion, whereas Brain still holds on to his. Wealthy Man dipping low here, caught in that Spear of Bastion, the benefits of a Kyrian Warrior, cutting him down right now. Still very low. Cubsy going for Divine Favor, catching a Holy Light, but not completely stable. Ceralium falls behind in a Stormbolt. Premier images it, though. That's a lot of damage reduction. Nice play by Ceralium. Mana even between the teams, so evenly matched in North America's finals. Wealthy Man still the target. Ceralium still the target. No swaps for the Warrior anytime soon, I would imagine, but this could be a blender ball. Both mages standing really close to each other. The Warriors can sweeping strikes, hit 2 targets. Cubsy, he's charging in. Is Brain ready? Which Paladin's going to get the upper hand here? Hammer of Justice lands onto Brain. A swap to Brain in a miracle opportunity, trying to pull Divine Shield. They get denied. Drake's rallying cry. Support in the back will be enough. Cubsy's Avenging Wrath stabilizing Cloud9 as things are evening out.
Yep, certainly. I mean, very back and forth at this point of the game. Mana could definitely be a factor. Look at Brain and Cubsy, they're relatively even, but both these healers known for kind of sneaking away and drinking if they can ever find that opportunity. So both teams have to be very careful of that situation. Now full Stormbolt on Wealthy Man as he is getting bursted down. No combustion available just yet for Ceralium. Just a few moments away, but Wealthy Man, this could be the ice block. Big rallying cry coming in from Snuts, keeping him alive. Now Ceralium is the one that's under fire. Intimidating shout on Cubsy. Brain in position. Gets the Hammer of Justice. Now Wealthy Man kind of all alone. Snuts trying to defend him, but Cubsy caught in a full polymorph. Wealthy Man with a beautiful alter time. Keeps himself nice and healthy. Snuts there to deny any more crowd control. And Cloud9 stay alive.
Beautiful intervene, alter time combo there. But now Wealthy Man is pinned down here. They do have crowd control on the Cubsy. Very scary situation. Cubsy's going to trinket sacrifice there right away. The appropriate response for that situation. Now Wealthy Man looking for some crowd control of his own here. Potentially combustion was used in that go there by Ceralium. Here comes the Ring of Frost. Gets shut down by Drake. Tries to polymorph Drake. Now he gets it. Brain now looking for the Dispel. And he's going to get it. That was a Klepto right there by Ceralium. Wealthy Man in a lot of trouble here. There's a Blade Storm. Intervene comes out by Snuts, and there is the soul-shaped blink from Wealthy Man. Now he's stuck in that Kyrian Spear. No sacrifice here. Could be the Blessing of Protection there, but Cubsy with some big heals with that Divine Favor, he's going to be able to keep his mage alive and in the fight here. Brain maybe looking to top Ceralium off and sneak away for a drink here, and both of these teams now finally having an opportunity to kind of breathe here as they try to figure out their next move.
All right, let's see. Cubsy falling behind right now in terms of mana and momentum. He's trying to drink. He has to come back into the battle. Ceralium in trouble. Mirror Image is on the combustion of Wealthy Man to try and stop some damage. Both mages playing at a very high level, anticipating each other's attacks. Cubsy feared on Avenging Wrath. Big moment of opportunity for Kawhi here. Can they keep it going? Hammers down from Brain. Wealthy Man, Triune Barrier. Big absorb. Frost Nova on Drake. Snuts smartly not breaking that, but it gets freedomed. Drake chasing down Wealthy Man. Cubsy still polymorphed, charging the blink. Cubsy still in a polymorph, finally coming out here in a moment, and I think he should be able to stabilize with Divine Favor. Yeah, big Divine Toll. Cubsy, though, in a Blinding Light. Maybe not. They're trying to push for more in the Stormbolt. Phoenix Flame flying in from Ceralium. Snut's going to intervene over. Is it enough, though? They're pushing for the Cauterize. Oh, my goodness. How did they not get the Cauterize there? Wealthy Man has been on the back foot for the better part of a minute.
That was actually unbelievable. I think he went down to like 1% health. I thought it was a sacrifice or something, but nope. Just a big heal coming in from Cubsy. Wealthy Man manages to get away with the greed. No Ice Block going to be used. No Cauterize going to be used, and we are at 8% dampening. This is kind of just how I thought this matchup was going to play out. Warriors incredibly good at defense, mages as well, and they can shut each other down quite nicely. Wealthy Man looking for a polymorph, gets reflected there by Drake. Brain in a good position. Both these paladins, just pay attention to their position if you're a paladin at home. Just expertly done the entire game, just in a spot where they're avoiding mage crowd control at the same time. They can heal up their respective mages. It's just really nice to see Brain now moving forward a little bit. Hammer of Justice on Wealthy Man. It gets dispelled immediately. Nicely done there by Cubsy. Triple intimidating shout coming in from Snuts. And they're going after Ceralium. Ceralium on the run right now, using that Night Fae mobility on that mage to escape Snuts having a difficult time actually reconnecting to his targets. Ceruleum still shimmering away. Snuts finally reconnects. Let's see what they end up doing. Drake right now gets the intimidating shout on Cubsy. Do they have the burst damage to push for more? Looks like Alter Time gets used by Wealthy Man. Combustion as well. Ceruleum just deciding not to dispel it off for the time being. He realizes everyone's okay, but now he has his own combustion available, and he can get ready to get super aggressive in this matchup. And at 15% dampening, these teams aren't going to be able to hold on too much longer.
Oh!
Sacrifice trades once again. 5% health on Wealthy Man. He holds on to the Cauterize, he holds on to the Ice Block, but Cubsy has to trade big.
Yeah, so this is actually something I really like. Look what Ceruleum is doing. He's dragging Snuts as far away as possible from Cubsy, sheeping him, making it very annoying. Wealthy Man on the other end is basically just tanking Drake in the spell range of Brain, trying to do as much damage as possible to the enemy mage. I feel like that is not the play here. Oh, big combustion damage there. Finally gonna force out the sacrifice there as well. Both of these healers kind of tied on mana, now finally tied on cooldowns as well. Wealthy Man still on the back foot though. Cubsy has a little bit of work ahead of him. He goes for the Divine Favor, gets a big heal with those wings as well, and that should be enough to stabilize Wealthy Man there in that situation. But I really want to see Wealthy Man drag Drake more, focus less on crowd controlling Ceruleum, focus more on dragging Drake further away, and then just go whenever Drake gets stuck in a polymorph on the opposite side. That's when you can go in and spam out a few fireballs, or maybe even swap. But right now, Wealthy Man taking huge damage. Conrad is going to trigger. He gets a Blessing of Protection there as well. Cubsy once again saves the day with those heals, but his mana is not looking good. And now Brain is pushing in for more crowd control. They get the Ring of Frost here with the Aura Mastery as well. Big damage coming out. Nice Triple Fear by Snuts. Going to stop that setup in its track. Counter setup now launched by C9. Who are they going to go after? Nice, beautiful damage here on Ceruleum. This could just be the Ice Block. No sacrifice yet. Snuts doing what he can. There's the Cauterize, finally equalizing those two cooldowns there as both of these teams keep going head to head here.
So evenly matched here, but a lead in mana for the side of Kawi here as they look to tie it up 1-1 in the finals. Ceruleum getting reflected on his polymorph, put back and behind. Brain just using the polymorph to heal him to full without having to spend mana. Cubsy looks like he wants to drink. Drake leaps on top of him, charges back to Wealthy Man. Good denial of the drink there, realizing that is their main advantage at the moment. They just need to press that issue. Warbreaker from Snuts, he's tearing in onto Ceruleum. They Frost Nova Snuts. Snuts avatars out of it, saving that for the root break. Smart play by Snuts. That's going to net him a ton of damage on Ceruleum. Ceruleum Dragon's Breath him away. Polymorphs. Cubsy not in line. Snuts decides to trinket to stay aggressive and keep his momentum. This could be a risky play. Let's see if Snuts can pull it off. Going with his one-on-one duel with Ceruleum. He's building a lot of momentum. He's actually even the mana. Snuts playing aggressive like this has managed to put his team back in the game.
Yeah, really nicely done. Ceruleum's in a little bit of trouble. Cubsy moves forward. Hammer of Justice. But Ceruleum manages to sneak in the polymorph, and now it's Wealthy Man in a whole lot of trouble. And it will be the Divine Shield sacrifice from Cubsy. And Cubsy has no mana left. Brain a little bit ahead in that regard. And that is the advantage for Kawhi in this matchup at 32% dampening. Both these mages. I mean, Wealthy Man actually, he does have that combustion rotating up relatively soon. That's going to be a huge hit of damage. Snuts just still all over Ceruleum. Big meteor going to be landing. Ceruleum blinks out of it. Gets reflected on the polymorph. Gets a little bit of healing from that. The dampening, you certainly don't mind that healing if you are the target. Stormbolt on Wealthy Man. Snuts comes back with an intervene to protect him. Triple intimidating shout there by Drake. Beautifully set up. Ceruleum really ripping in now onto Wealthy Man. The Ruin of Power fireballs coming in, and that is going to be the Ice Block. Does get Shattering Throat as well. Interrupt on Cubsy. Kawhi wants to close this out. That interrupt was beautiful by Ceruleum. Great coordination there by Kawhi.
Oh, beautiful counterspell by Wealthy Man. It's going to guarantee that he gets a nice combustion here. Ceruleum now just running around here, trying to keep himself alive, but a nice spell reflect by Snuts to stay on target. But that is going to give Ceruleum a little bit of breathing room. He gets a sacrifice. Brain completely tapped on mana. Cubsy holds the lead right now in mana, but Kawhi holding the cooldown lead slightly here. And let's see who is going to fall first here. Both of these mages kicked right now. Ceruleum in a fear as well. Wealthy Man going for the Ring of Frost, but it looks like Wealthy Man is going to be the one falling. He takes so much damage. He gets a sheep there onto Cubsy, and Ceruleum looking to close out the game. They have nothing left here. Cubsy still in crowd control. Wealthy Man running for his life.
The seed.
Trying to preemptively protect his own egg there, but Drake's all over it. Brain's all over it. They're going to crack the seed, and that is going to be 1-1 here in this grand final.
All right, pretty intense way to end that matchup there. In the end, though, Cloud9 losing that second game. Kawhi tying up this best-of-7 series 1-1, and I think you guys are right on track here with these predictions. This is definitely going to be another one of those best-of-7 series because it is absolutely so evident, Ben Ricky, just how evenly matched these two teams are.
I'm really surprised. I mean, Drake did a great job on his Warrior. So there you go. Kawhi even more prepared this year than they were last. I mean, last year, I would say they were kind of like a one trick, just the Windwalker Mage Paladin, but really showing diversity and a lot more flexibility, going head to head in a mirror match. You can see this is just the point of the game where Wealthy Man, he tries to make a run for it. So in order to basically, if he can create enough distance and Drake can't get uptime, he can protect his own seed. But Drake just manages to get the heroic leap across the map and close it out. But that was such a back and forth game, bringing it all the way to 42% dampening. But this matchup right here makes this series incredibly interesting because now Cloud9 basically gets to pick whatever composition they want. And I get the feeling that some of their different wizard compositions, like the Shadow Priest Mage, for example, might actually be pretty good into this matchup. So we might get a back and forth of comps all the way to a Game 7, which is what I'm anticipating.
And do you think, Supatees, that the pacing of this game is going to change at all between these two teams, given that the playstyle that we typically tend to see them do? Is it just going to be dampening over and over again? Or are we going to see Cloud9 or Kawhi go back to those like sort of one-shot 100-0 kills?
I mean, the thing is, they both know what cooldowns create those moments. So the mage's damage is here, right? And you're kind of chilling, everything's fine. Then combustion makes the damage go up here. And as long as you use something when it goes up there, you can stop the kill from happening. And then the damage goes back down here and you're chilling. So both teams understand that. And they're just countering each other whenever those spikes happen. And if you keep countering the spikes, the game is going to continue to go on until dampening brings the healers down to where the mage's damage is at the normal level. And then it becomes really crazy. That's when things become dicey for both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Both of these teams just mitigating the immense pressure from both sides so flawlessly here. And now it's going to be map choice here. Draft process starting pretty shortly. Any guess as to where we're going to be headed to, Zico?
Probably somewhere neutral, I would say. Actually, if Cloud9 are trying to set up for a wizard comp, probably to a big map. Empyrean Domain, like a big neutral, I think could be a good guess here. I don't know what Cloud9 wants to run though. I feel like Shadow Priest Mage could be a good answer, but we haven't really seen the matchup, so we don't know exactly how it's going to play out. What other wizard options do we have? Boomkin Mage, obviously.
I think that's
Ellie. Snuts plays Ellie as well, right?
Yeah. Maybe they'll play Chanimal, Affliction Warlock. Not gonna happen.
Wait,
Not gonna happen.
Let's be serious here for a second. Empyrean Domain.
It could happen, right?
I mean, it could, yeah, like a Shadow Priest Athlete, but I don't think so.
I think the biggest problem right now for Affliction Warlocks is probably how good Paladin and Fire Mages are. So I don't think that'll happen. Kawhi actually, okay. So they are going to be locking in the Windwalker Fire Mage. Cloud9 is going to play Warrior again. I would wager that they are going to play the Warrior again, and Kawhi basically. What this means to me, though, is that Kawhi does not, like, they're scared of something Cloud9 has as Warrior Mage Paladin. Like, there's a matchup that they don't want, so they have to kind of lock this in as their default for the blind pick.
Okay, here, Cloud9. Only thing left to do here for this draft process, they need to find an answer here for Kawhi's Fire Mage Windwalker, which we have seen these guys succeed on so many times here. Going to that new map in Shadowlands, Empyrean Domain, that was the map choice of Cloud9. So I wonder if they kind of had this planned out. Maybe they predicted that they were going to lock this composition in. Either way, they are taking their time here with this timer, and they're going to be locking in Fire Mage and Warrior once again. Now that we see both of these compositions here, Zico, what does this next game look like for us?
I think it's going to look similar to what we saw in the first game. I feel like for Kawhi, they need to try to close out the match before it gets too late. I feel like they are the team on the timer. When dampening starts really ramping up there, the Windwalker, he's going to offer burst, but the Warrior is going to offer a lot of shutdown for that burst, plus higher sustained damage. And, also with the Sharpened Blade and things like that, he's going to have a lot more, healing reduction at periods. So I feel like that Warrior, the longer the game goes, the higher value it's going to be bringing to the game. So for Kawaii, they need to get those big one-shot setups, because that's where their advantage is. You try to get those paralyzes maybe onto Cubsy and try to just erase him 100-0. Maybe do some setups onto Snuts as well, and try to close out the match like that.
All right, well, we'll see if they can pull that off here. It's game number 3 on Empyrean Domain. It is the North American Finals here, best of 7 series. It is Cloud9 versus Kauai.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. If they can take the swing match away here. Obviously not confident for their Warrior Mage and some other potential matchups. So going back to the bread and butter, it's what won them the North American Championship last year. The Windwalker Drake, the Fire Mage Ceralium, and the Mastermind Holy Paladin Brain going up against Cloud9. They were a notorious roster last year as well in North America, dominating team after team with that Mage Warlock. But now that the meta has shifted, they've had to adopt more compositions, but they appear to be more than ready to do so. Snuts stepping up to the plate on multiple classes this weekend.
As soon as Drake shows his face, Snuts says, hey, here's a Stormbolt, and he's all over him. Drake decides to actually trinket out and get the double leg sweep, so trying to get aggressive, but without that trinket, Drake's going to be very vulnerable. And it's just one of the annoying things about playing a monk is warriors, especially if they're Venthyr, have the mobility to kind of keep up with you. They can Stormbolt you through your Fist of Fury parry, which is really effective. They can use Intimidating Shout. They can intervene when you try to burst. So Snuts has all the tools he needs to protect Wealthy Man, while at the same time forcing Drake to just run away. I mean, you're going to watch it. Drake constantly has to move away in this matchup. So I'm curious to see what Kauai decides to do. Who are they going to go after? Maybe they need to go for... If they can get crowd control on Snuts and a stun on Cubsy somehow, then maybe they could set that up. They're actually going after Snuts right now, as Drake is just forced to run away. Brain is in a full polymorph, and Cloud9 is getting very aggressive in the early stages of this match.
Yeah, they could even maybe try to set up a swap here onto Brain, but Cubsy gets clothesline before he can reach that Hammer of Justice. Now he's stuck in a polymorph. Wealthy Man, though, seems to be the one getting most of the pressure in this setup here. Ceralium going to activate the Rune of Powers, trying to get some damage going here. Nice Blinding Light by Brain, and that is the Klepto onto Wealthy Man right there. Now Wealthy Man has an opportunity here to just straight up use his combustion, so hopefully he did notice that Klepto was used right there, and now he's going to have those shields, keeping up Drake, and here we go. This could be the combustion here. If Cubsy can connect onto Brain with that crowd control, Wealthy Man is just hovering over that button. Honestly, might just pop it here onto the enemy mage. He gets Dragon's Breath into a sheep now himself. Not going to have any fun, and soon Klepto is going to come back there for Ceralium, so that window of using that combustion is definitely closing here if they don't go and stun somebody up there. It's going to be Ceralium now using that Alter Time as well. And I think they have weathered that storm. Now, finally, Drake getting stunned up here. Here we go. Big damage coming out from Snuts and Wealthy Man. But Snuts also taking a decent amount of cleave pressure here in both of these teams. Just kind of dancing around these dangerous situations, trying to avoid them before they even happen. Brain now, once again, just ducking for crowd control. Snuts takes a big hit there with that combustion, using that die by the sword there early on. And Brain... not looking too hot on mana, and now Wealthy Man looking to push his combustion, looking to push the advantage, but he gets clepted off and dispelled there by Ceralium. Excellently done.
Drake stunned up here. Avatar, Snuts laying in, trying to burst him down. Drake just grapple weapon Snuts his sword away during his cooldown, stopping a lot of damage there. Both players shutting each other down. Turbo Fist of Fury, parrying the attacks. Drake getting the upper hand on that trade. Ceralium now getting swapped back to from Snuts, just trying to break that Triune Ward. Get ready for crowd control. Taunting to keep the Paladin in combat. Nice play by Snuts. Staying on target here. Maybe waiting, just wanting to counter engage, but he is taking quite a bit of damage. That warrior definitely can be a target. And he has still opted to stay Venthyr rather than switching to the Kyrian. It felt like Drake on that Kyrian warrior got a ton of value. Oh no, his Warbreaker is going to get blinked by Ceralium. Snuts is going to lose a lot of damage not having that Warbreaker. Brain and Apolly, they're going after Brain in the Hammer of Justice, but they don't have a Warbreaker. Snuts gets grappled. I doubt that they're going to get anything here. Great peels between Ceralium and Drake, shutting down that swap from Cloud9.
Yeah, nicely done. I think the reason behind it is Snuts just wants the the mobility of the execute. I believe he is playing Death Sentence, so he gets the 15-yard range execute every time he uses that Venthyr ability, and allows him to chase a Windwalker Monk a lot. I mean, Windwalker Monk, as you can see, constantly running away, but as long as he's in execute range, Snuts can just constantly charge after him, and I think it's actually more effective than the Kyrian Spear in this particular matchup. So I think they basically custom tailored their composition and their build just to go after Drake as much as they can in this matchup, and Drake has been under fire. I mean, if Drake hasn't been playing so well on that Monk with his kiting, with his Transcendence, a lesser Windwalker Monk would have been gone a long time ago in this matchup. But Drake, he's got the Zwen ready to go. A lot of burst damage available. We're about 30 seconds away from dampening as well. Cubsy's mana is looking good in this matchup. Snuts now all over Ceralium. Couldn't really reconnect to Drake, but I'm sure Snuts is going to want to go defend his mage as soon as he can in this matchup. You can see he's going to be moving over, try to pressure Drake a little bit and force him to get off Wealthy Man for the time being. Cubsy, in the meantime, sitting down for a drink, trying to recover his mana, as you can see. And if nobody shuts it down, Cubsy's going straight to full health.
Yeah, and Wealthy Man, though, in a little bit of trouble. That was a massive heal there by Cubsy with those wings, and that is going to be enough to keep Wealthy Man at full HP, and the mana is going to be slightly in the lead of Cloud9 after that. Beautiful drink setup there, and now Snuts looking to get a little bit of pressure here on Ceralium. Drake rolling out into the open field. Of course, the preferred target here, beautiful full sheep here on the Cubsy. Wealthy Man could be in trouble here. This is their opportunity on the side of Kawaii. Let's see what they end up getting done here. Snuts Blade Storms preemptively there, so he can intervene on the setup if he has to, but right now just laying waste here to Drake. Every time this Warrior and this Windwalker are trading, it is going in favor of Snuts, except for when that Fist of Fury is being channeled. So right now Drake definitely doing a good job kiting back and forth. You never want to be trading blow for blow like that with a Warrior. Ceralium, though, taking a lot of damage. Nice sheeps there onto Drake, and now as soon as Ceralium gets away here, combustion gets pulled. Whoa! That was a massive meteor right there on Ceralium. Honestly, like 200%, 200 more damage could have easily been enough to trigger that cauterize, but now here comes the second meteor from Ceralium this time. Beautiful damage coming in with that combustion, but Wealthy Man very, very quick with the response there, stripping it off, canceling it off with that cancel aura, Klepto macro, and now Brain in a polymorph. Which one of these mages is going to fall first? Nice Dragon's Breath there onto Snuts, Door of Shadows, chasing him down. There's the Stormbolt as well. Ceralium in very real danger right now. Nice Spear to keep the chain going. Alter Time comes out here by Ceralium. Brain now going to come out of that Cry Control chain. No, there's the Hammer of Justice by Cubsy, keeping the chain going. There's the Klepto by Wealthy Man. The Execute's coming in there with that Venthyr. That's going to be the Cauterize and the Ice Block. Nice chain there. Shattering Throw keeps the chain going for a little bit, but surely Ceralium is going to recover there. Nice push from Cloud9. Going to net them all of the cooldowns from the enemy mage.
This Warrior Mage is looking really good against the Windwalker Mage for Cloud9, and having won the first game means they'll have that swing match advantage. They're absolutely crushing it right now. Kawaii needs to do something here. Can they get it going here with this crowd control? Paralyzing Cubsy, stun locks onto the DPS. Not enough damage to do so as Cubsy looks to recover. Significant mana advantage at this time as well, with dampening ramping up at 14%. Snuts Blade Storming to his target, Ceralium. Cleaving down Drake, piercing Howl onto two members. Like that timing by Snuts that returned utility, just a slight advantage to get Drake from getting him back on target. Ceralium gets Warbreakered. He Dragon's Breath Snuts on it. Good awareness of that class damage cooldown, but Snuts is leaping in. He wants to slam dunk a kill here in the immediate future. Brain denies it with a Blessing of Protection. Grapple weapon, double blind. This is trouble for Wealthy Man. This is the opportunity that they've been waiting for. Can they go through everything? Cubsy respects the trade and activates Hand of Sacrifice, redirecting damage right before that Cauterize would have been triggered. Ceralium, though, still has combustion. Drake gets cracked out here by Snuts. Not able to connect. Ring of Peace denies it. Snuts changes targets, going after Ceralium. Good timing on the Avatar. Good timing on the Piercing Howl again by Snuts to get some uptime on Ceralium here. Bring activate Blessing of Freedom. Snuts gets Dragon's Breath on his Freedom. Good denial. These players know exactly what each other are capable of. Shifting power cast here for Ceralium, but he already had his combustion, so not a huge value. Warbreaker, big damage from Snuts here potentially. Big damage from Ceralium. He stuns the combustion, giving time for Wealthy Man to take it. Nice play by Snuts and Wealthy Man.
Yeah, really good denial there. Wealthy Man getting low, though. Snuts has allowed a lot more uptime from Drake onto Wealthy Man, and you can tell they have a lot more pressure in this matchup. Snuts now chasing Cerulean, but he gets caught in a polymorph behind the pillar. Diminishing return. Snuts still on the run, trying to go after Cerulean. Gets a double intimidating shot, a full polymorph lands from Wealthy Man. But Brain is more than willing to trade out of the full polymorph and intimidating shout. So bit of a miscommunication there between Wealthy Man and Snuts, giving huge value to Brain on his Gladiator's medallion. Sacrifice trades as well, but it is Wealthy Man that is on the back foot. Hammer of Justice on Cubsy. Australian unfortunately not able to find a polymorph. He gets polymorphed himself. Might have been a reflect there by Snuts. Wealthy Man getting lower. Can they get the cauterize? It would be massive. Rallying cry falls from Wealthy Man. He's getting lower. Drake still just all over him in this matchup, and I feel like Cloud9, they were doing so much better when they were going after Drake significantly more in this matchup. Snuts chasing Cerulean behind the pillar and getting caught into the polymorph has not been working out for them.
Yeah, I feel like when they got all those mage cooldowns, they kind of baited themselves to try to play to win here, but they are not the aggressors in this matchup. They are the defenders. They just need to live and put out pressure, make sure Wealthy Man never has to use his cooldowns. Right now, though, they do have the mana lead, they do have the cooldown lead, so things are looking pretty good so far for Cloud9, but they just need to realize that those cooldowns are rotating back up for Cerulean, and it's time to pressure Drake, and that's exactly what they're doing. Nice intervene there by Snuts. Should keep Wealthy Man nice and healthy here. Drake trading out the Karma offensively. Beautiful damage coming out here by Kwai. Cubsy trading out his Trinket and Sacrifice in that exchange, and now Brain actually could get swapped to here potentially. Gets Hammer of Justice. Cerulean counterspells the polymorph. Wealthy Man gets the Ring of Frost, and Snuts is all over Drake there. Look at him actually rooting the roll there of Drake, trying to do what he can there, getting some damage behind the pillar. Nice disarm though, and there is the Meteor as well, going to be evaded by Drake as he keeps ducking around that corner. Nice leg sweep, going to keep himself alive with that beautiful diffuse magic as well from Drake. But Drake, no cooldowns remaining aside from that Trinket and maybe that Transcendence for that next setup. And now Cubsy though, in a crowd control, Wealthy Man could be on the back foot here. He gets counterspelled. This is a nice setup. Cerulean though doesn't have his combustion for a couple of seconds there, getting some fireballs. A lot of pressure there onto Wealthy Man. Cubsy gonna come out of the crowd control, make sure that his mage is nice and healthy, and Drake now once again forced on the defensive. Beautiful sheep there onto Brain. Snuts blade storming without breaking the sheep right there, and that's gonna be another cooldown there from Brain. Sacrifice comes out.
All right, nice play. Man is evening out, but Drake is falling behind. And will he be able to stabilize? Cerulean pulls the trigger on Combustion, trying to power down Wealthy Man here and put his team back in the game. Paralyzed on Cubsy. They have to power through this moment and get cauterized. Do they have enough damage to do it? Triune Ward, double leg sweep. Doesn't look like it. Divine Favor stabilizes. Wealthy Man holds on to that advantage. Brain's trying to sneak away. He was able to drink in a previous matchup, but Drake's in trouble. Snuts is leaping in. Snuts is chasing down Drake. Double fear by Snuts. Snuts going for a solo kill on Drake. He breaks the Karma with Blessing of Protection. Warbreaker down. Snuts is really tearing into Drake. Drake tries to run, but he gets stunned up by Snuts. Meteor, he gets charged, rooted in the Meteor, and that's it. Game over. This combo of Wealthy Man and Snuts is insane.
Beautiful game coming in from Cloud9 in game number 3, able to go up 2-1 in this best of 7. The Warrior Mage is looking really, really solid, and this is just going to be one of those back and forth games. I mean, in game number 4, I really do expect we're going to go back to the Warrior Mage mirrors, and we'll have to see if Kawhi is going to be able to rise to the challenge once again, because Cloud9 is looking really solid with this Warrior Mage.
Yeah, you're definitely right, Ven. If Kawhi is not able to win this with their bread and butter composition here of the Fire Windwalker, they're going to have a tough time here. But here's that replay from the last game.
Yeah, so here, Wealthy Man getting pressured, but this is the moment here. He gets the Triune Barrier, Cubsy finally breaking out of that Dragon's Breath, and now you get the Wealthy Man here. He just wants to sit back and spam Fireball on Cerulean. He realizes there's no way I'm reaching that Windwalker, but Snuts is like, go, go, go. He gets the beautiful, intimidating shout right there, and Cubsy is on the same page there. He's kind of sniping the Blessing of Protection through the side there onto Snuts. There's a Storm Bolt, and there's an Execute proc actually for Snuts, and he gives him that gap closer that he needs into another fat Execute combined with the Meteor of Wealthy Man, and that is going to be it. All they need to close out the match.
All right, currently 2-1 now. Cloud9 in the lead. Best of 7 here. Hopefully, Kawhi is going to be able to turn it around, looking to tie it up. It's going to be their map choice now. And like I was saying before we watched that replay, that was their kind of their main composition that we saw them dominate the bracket with last year in BFA, was that Fire Mage Windwalker composition. They always look super solid on it. They've been playing that one probably the most out of any other composition here with this team, and they weren't able to successfully pull it off here, especially when that was also their map choice on Empyrean Domain. So a little bit on the back foot, pressure certainly on for this team. Where do we think that we're going to see them go next, Zico? What do we want to see them do if they want to tie it up?
Let me think here. I think what we're going to see is that Mage Warrior mirror. I feel like Cloud9 aren't afraid to just blind lock it. And we're going to go to Tiger's Peak, so more neutral maps here. I feel like if Kawhi picks too large of a map, Cloud9 can just go Wizard. If they pick too small, it's not going to be good for their Windwalker Mage, so they're going to keep it neutral here, keep playing these, Empyrean Domain, Tiger's Peak. Asha Main's probably also going to be on the menu, so a lot of options still in terms of maps, and now it's all going to be about the blind pick here. What does Cloud9 do? I feel like we're going to see a Warrior Mage blind lock again, and, worst case scenario, they get a mirror again, and I feel like a mirror is definitely winnable. Cloud9 going to lock that in. Makes sense.
All right. Tiger's Peak is the map. Cloud9 locking in Fire Mage Warrior. Kawhi locking in the mirror here. They are not shying away from it here. They are up to the challenge, Supatees, and the confidence in both of these teams going into this has to be so high right now.
What doesn't make sense to me is they both have similar comps. So why is Cloud9 not afraid to blind lock Warrior Mage, but Kawi was? They didn't lock in Warrior Mage last game. They locked in Windwalker Mage. They could have blind locked Warrior Mage just like Cloud9 is, but they were afraid of something. But if they were afraid of something, wouldn't it be the same thing? Like, they'd be afraid of the same thing. They have the same comps. So I feel like this could just be a mirror the rest of the series. Maybe they're bluffing. It doesn't. Maybe they're bluffing, though. They might not have an answer for Warrior Mage.
The only thing Cloud9 has that Kawhi doesn't have, I feel like, is Rogue Mage. But I don't know if
I feel like Warrior Mage is better at that.
Yeah, I feel like Warrior Mage kind of stumps Rogue Mage, so I'm not sure.
They have an Affliction Warlock.
That is true as well.
Okay, you sound like me last year when I kept saying Affliction Warlock.
No, this is you.
No, it's you.
This is you. All right, hear me out. Demonology Warlock.
I didn't say Demonology Warlock.
Demonology Warlock, Fury Warrior.
Holy Priest or Mistweaver?
It's pretty Holy
good.
Priest.
It's probably Mistweaver. Mistweaver.
IQ with a Holy Priest, they're completely fine. They just need a good player. And maybe a buff.
And a Ret Pally.
Oh yeah, definitely a Ret Pally. I do with a Ret Pally as well, so yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but it is interesting. I think that's such a good point, Supatees, because I was so curious as why Kawhi decided, why they were afraid to lock in the Warrior Mage Paladin blind in the last game. But anything they think is a counter, like if they really thought there was a counter that Cloud9 could run, they have the ability to just run that as well. So that is completely bizarre. And maybe we just see Warrior Mage mirrors for the rest of the matchup. The rest of the series, I feel like we are going to.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't think we've ever seen an entire series. Usually I feel like in a series, when you do get those mirror matches, it's kind of just like a one-off game, and then they sort of go their separate ways in terms of compositions here. But we've already seen this mirror match in this series. Kawhi did come away with a victory last time they played these two compositions here a couple of games ago, and now Kawhi responding once again to Cloud9's Fire Mage Warrior with that mirror once again on Tiger's Peak here. Do we feel like they have a chance now, Venruki, going into this for a second time on the side of Cloud9? What do we want to see them do maybe differently that we hadn't seen in that last game?
Well, I mean, when these two teams went into a mirror, it was pretty even. I'll be honest. I mean, both teams were doing a good job denying crowd control, getting out burst damage. I think we went to like 45% dampening. It's just, when you're at that point in dampening, the game gets really, really volatile and things can start snowballing out of control. So once you have a good setup, you can kind of ride that momentum and get a lot of cooldowns out of the way. But Kawhi definitely holding their own. I mean, Ceralium and Brain, they have such insane synergy together as that Fire Mage Paladin, and Drake really showing that he can multi-class away from just that Windwalker Monk. And I think that for me is a really good sign for this team, because it shows a lot of flexibility and diversity. And if they can beat Cloud9 and the Warrior Mage Paladin mirrors consistently and actually come back in the series, I would be really impressed. But I still have to say, I think Cloud9 has the edge at this point.
All right, Ben thinking Cloud9 has the edge. CPT Zico, what do you think?
I feel like the biggest difference that I saw between or in that previous matchup, first of all, we didn't really talk that much about the Ventier versus Kyrian, who came out ahead a little bit there in that previous game or in that previous mirror. I feel like it was the Kyrian, but I don't know if I'm sold on the Kyrian being the better option there. The biggest takeaway I had was that I felt like Wealthy Man was the aggressor and Cerulean was the dampener. And I think you definitely want to be the dampener in this matchup. Just run, force the other team to hit your warrior, and then you just go in and you just do damage from far away, get that scoreboard padding going, and then, lay it on in dampening. It's really going to add up there. I feel like the team that pushes in and tries to get a crowd control first usually gets kind of reversed on in their push, and that's when you see one team really push ahead. So I think being the passive mage in this matchup is better. Just try to lock Arcane, pop Combust rotationally, do damage, don't die.
Yeah, we'll have to see who can play a clean game into that deep dampening and come out on top in the end in this mirror matchup. And we also have a tweet from Sidu from that last match on OTK here that we've pulled, and he says, the saddest part about losing this tournament is I actually enjoyed our matches so much. I want to play more. Excited to queue some main team tonight and start practicing more. And that tweet was in response to their last matchup there. So sad to see them go, excited to see them in cup number 2 and return even stronger. But back to the current match here on the North American Finals. I feel like something that's kind of interesting that we haven't really mentioned yet here with Cloud9 is like we rarely got to see, like in the last 2 years, we rarely got to see Snuts come off of the bench, and now we've seen him so many times. I think more than we've seen Chanimals, and I think it's really cool to see him sort of contribute and actually be not contribute, but be in the games. Because even when he was on the bench, like I've mentioned before, he definitely was contributing. Huge integral part of that team. Yeah, that definitely came out wrong. That's not what I meant, Snuts. I'm sorry. I mean, I love you guys, but.
In our hype video for when we start off, someone says, "Don't you ever?" It was Rich. He says, "Don't you ever
exactly.
take Snuts?" Yeah, don't you ever take Snuts off or put Snuts on the bench again? And
yeah.
I mean, he's shown it. When he needs to come in, he's more than willing to come in, and he plays lots of different classes. Cloud9 looking really solid, and the Affliction Warlock taking a little bit of a rest right now. So Cloud9 right now opting for a different composition, but back to this mirror match. And we are in a best of 7 right now. Cloud9 2 away from closing it out. Kauai definitely have an uphill battle here, but they seem up to the challenge so far.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at when that add-on does update, what kind of covenants we're seeing here. Well, maybe we'll see it in-game as well if there's a Kyrian Spear coming out there. But I do think Snuts is still playing that Ventier with that Condemn, and I do believe Drake is still playing that Kyrian right now. Now, Wealthy Man, look at him, dragging Drake as far away as possible. Gets feared on his combustion though, unfortunately for him, but I do like what he's doing here, just trying to be, the dampener essentially between these two mages. You can see both of these mages just pushing the warriors back, and that makes the warrior the main target in this matchup until they can reconnect on those mages. Drake here can't overextend to Wealthy Man, and that's because if he does, he can get crowd controlled out of range from Brain, and that could actually allow C9 to set up a cross crowd control, maybe with a fear onto Brain, DB Sheep here onto Drake. There it is right there, and Drake actually does stop that because he is playing that Relentless. But if Wealthyman Fire Blasted that Reflect at like 99%, extremely hard to do, but if he did, they would have set up a perfect cross crowd control completely based on positioning. So I like this positioning a lot more coming out from C9, and right now they got the pressure in terms of mana as well. As a result, Drake is playing that Kyrian and Snuts is playing that Ventier, so we're gonna have to keep an eye out on which one performs better as well here as the game gets started.
All right, Warbreaker on Wealthy Man. Big damage coming out from Drake right here. Stunning him. Big hit. They might get caught, or as he gets sacrificed from Cubsy. Cubsy's locked down in a stun. Snuts going back onto Cerulean. At this point, I would say momentum is in favor of Kauai. Hopefully they can keep it up here. Blind on Cubsy. Wealthy Man's Triune Barrier, though, absorbing a huge amount of damage right now. Another Polymorph on Cubsy gets secured. Wealthy Man's in trouble. It's just relentless pressure coming out from them at the moment. Ultiman now polyed at low health. Cubsy in a fear. They bust that. It's on DR, though, so not maximum. Cubsy actually uses medallion amidst all that crowd control as well. He is much more ahead on mana than that of Brain, though, in this position, so they still do have that as an advantage. Both Paladins pull back defensive on each other's sides. Snuts is actually going after Drake a little bit here. Ceralium, like we were saying in the pregame, makes it really difficult to attack him, and Snuts is forced to hit Drake every once in a while. He's charging over now, though. Weltiman's Combustion. This is their power play opportunity on Ceralium. Ceralium kleptos off that Combust, cancels it. Now we see a Spear of Bastion down from Drake. Weltiman Dragon's Breaths it, but gets pummeled on the Polymorph, and he's taking a ton of heat. He's going to alter time, though, back to full health, knowing how much damage was available there. That was a good trade, but wow, the damage still to follow it up, and it looks like he's going to be okay, though, with the Triune Ward and an Intervene from his ally Snuts. Drake making his way back on target. Brain is still falling further behind on mana, though.
Yeah, he is. He's down 50% at this point. Might want to consider actually going for a drink, but there's just so much pressure on the Ceralium. Combustion does get ripped out. Ceralium gets stunned on it. It gets immediately stolen there by Wealthy Man. Great job by him, getting control on Drake as well. And still a mana lead here for the side of Cloud9. Stormbolt on Wealthy Man. What can they really get done? And this is just a game where both these mages playing really conservative, not getting aggressive with the shimmers. Now, as soon as I say that, Wealthy Man blinks in and does get a full polymorph. It's actually Drake under fire. He's getting low. Can they get any more? Ceralium just spamming out polymorphs in defiance, trying to keep Drake alive. And they really didn't get too much from Drake in that exchange, but I do like that Cloud9 is mixing it up, going after multiple targets in the matchup, and it keeps Drake guessing. If he overextends on Wealthy Man for too long, there's definitely the option that Cloud9 can come back and try to punish that.
Yeah, so far, so good. Right now, they got a sheep onto Drake. Brain is sitting there for a drink right there, but he does get stopped. And you can see the mana is just getting taxed heavily right now on the side of Quiet. There's a combustion being ripped out by Wealthy Man, but Ceralium just dispels it and removes it right there. So a bit of a misplay there from Wealthy Man. Definitely want to have a stun or something combo with that. But Drake forced to use the Die by the Sword here. A lot of pressure coming out so far from Wealthy Man and Snuts. And it looks to me like the Ventilator is definitely doing significantly more damage in this matchup. Wealthy Man now going to be trying to polymorph Ceralium. Nice Mass Reflect by Drake. Cubsy now in a Ring of Frost potentially. He gets the Ring of Frost. Snuts a little bit late there with the Stormbolt, but a lot of pressure though in their own setup, and that's extremely good news here for C9. Wealthy Man though taking a lot of damage. Saved by the Light's gonna proc. Snuts there with the Intervene as well, keeping his mage nice and safe, keeping the pressure up onto Drake. Brain now pushing back here, trying to set up a drink for himself. This is an excellent opportunity. His team has pressure. He's gonna just run to the opposite side of the map, and look at his mana bar right now going up. This is a huge opportunity. Drake though taking a lot of damage there. Snuts could potentially crowd control him. He's got the fear ready, but one big heal is gonna keep Drake back up to full HP. Brain's mana has been completely reset. Brain super good at finding these opportunities to go for a drink whenever his team has pressure. In Cubsy is the same, which is why some of these games just drag on for a long period of time. Both of these healers so far, excellent decision making.
Let's see now that the mana is even, if they can close it out here and tie it 2-2 in the finals of North America. It's a best of 7, so still not match point for Cloud9. They need to win 2, but things are just taking a moment of pause as teams get ready for dampening. 6%. Drake getting attacked by Snuts, and Snuts will win the one-on-one on a plate class with Condemn. This is deadly right now. 2 targets very low. Brain's going to need to recover. He activates Avenging Wrath to do so. Now Combustion from Ceralium, Combustion from Wealthy Man, going back at each other. Who is going to crack first? Wealthy Man falling further behind, interrupted by Ceralium. Pyro after Pyro. Ceralium blinks in aggressively, trying to find crowd control. Gets interrupted by Wealthy Man's polymorphs. Beautiful polymorphs by Wealthy Man there. Ceralium was certainly going to get a crowd control there in Cubsy, but Wealthy Man shuts him down.
Yeah, really good shutdown there by Wealthy Man. Snuts actually got caught into a double Dragon's Breath, so that was really well done by Ceralium, trying to actually set up that crowd control. Snuts is the main person who can shut him down. Wealthy Man had no counterspell, so the only thing Wealthy Man could do is get those polymorphs, and he did it. Drake actually under fire right now. Brain has to be careful. Big meteor does land on Drake, and it looks like he will be able to survive. Brain forced, I believe he was actually drinking, so good pressure there from Wealthy Man, and now actually a full polymorph does land. Drake a little bit slow there with that Overwatch spell reflect from the intervene. And now, as a result, Ceruleum's under fire, and Brain's going to have to burn through a lot of his mana to actually top him off. Holy Light spam coming in, 13% dampening at this point of the game, but it's Wealthy Man getting bursted down. Drake and Ceruleum going for a counterattack. Wealthy Man actually gets interrupted. The Spear of Bastion drops down, but Snuts comes back to help with the intervene, and it looks like Wealthy Man will be able to hold on.
Yeah, he's still getting pressured a lot here by Drake. Cubs is going to have to burn through a decent amount of his mana here, keeping his mage alive. And there is the Stormbolt. Big damage coming out here onto Ceruleum. There's a combustion. Gets Klepted and dispelled immediately. Actually, he Kleptos it back. He doesn't cancel it in time here. Wealthy Man still doing a lot of damage here with the leftovers. Resetting his Fire Blast too. Going to have a couple of more damage hits there. Goes for the Flame Strike, making sure Brain is freshly in combat. And look at Cubsy. Anytime his team has pressure, sits down for the drink, full mana secured there. Brain getting reflected on his Hammer of Justice. Snuts just doing Snuts things behind there. Beautiful stuff coming out from him. And now you're going to see Wealthy Man getting that Blessing of Protection. Going to allow him to recover. Brain sitting down for a drink, but is not able to get it. Actually is able to get it now. Both of these healers once again resetting their mana bars completely. Both of these teams basically dead even on cooldowns right now. And anybody so far can get an edge here in this game.
Wealthy Man, momentum swinging in favor of Kawi if they can keep it up. Ceruleum finally getting hit hard by Snuts, but polymorphed away. Mages trying to reset their combustions with Fireball. Wealthy Man totally shut down here for a moment. Finally able to find some Fireballs. Mana slightly in favor of Ceruleum's side at this point. Shifting power, quickly resetting that combustion. Wealthy Man has his up pretty soon as well. It's going to be a big burst of damage when they decide to pull the trigger on those powerful cooldowns. Both have an event. Ceruleum pulls first. Big damage. Cubsy did blocks with the sacrifice. Now Ceruleum's damage is going to go down quite substantially. He did hold onto the Meteor, though, not combining it together. He will have that as an option moving forward. Cubsy's still feeling the brunt of that redirected damage, though, as he's dipped down to half from his own sacrifice dot, and they're leaping over for a fear. Wealthy Man getting set up on again, Snuts in the stun. Oh, but the spear misses. Wealthy Man running. Cauterize was triggered regardless there onto Wealthy Man. And he's still very low on health at this point. Everyone is just dying on the side of Cloud9. This is absolutely insane. A total massacre right now. What is Cubsy going to do here? If he gets interrupted or crowd control, they could be lights out on a shatter on the block. Wealthy Man trying to run away in that Vulpin form. Cubsy gets a big Divine Toll, but now in a full polymorph. Wealthy Man continues to kite. They swap back to Snuts. He's down to half. Die by the Sword immediately needs to trade. It's 3 versus 1. But now Wealthy Man gets swapped back to. Cubsy in a polymorph for one more second. Finally out of crowd control. This is devastating right now for Cloud9. They still haven't fully recovered.
Yeah, what a statement this is. Great pressure here from Kawhi. Snuts still recovering. Keep in mind, Snuts has no cooldowns left, so they could make a swap on him. But it seems like this pressure on Wealthy Man looking solid. No cheat death through that Cauterize available. Drake now taking a huge hit, caught into a Stormbolt. But Brain in a good position. No crowd control on him whatsoever. You just spam out some heals, going for a Holy Light. Manages to find it. Wealthy Man with no counterspell will not be able to shut that down. Actually gets counterspelled himself by Ceruleum. 32% dampening. These Paladins are going to start struggling eventually. I mean, you have Mortal Wounds from the Warrior. You have Sharpened Blade from the Warrior. You have 33% dampening. That is a lot of healing reduction, and you start to have to power through. Ceruleum with the combustion, getting really aggressive. Wealthy Man manages to spell steal it off, but he is still getting incredibly low. This could be the Ice Block if Drake can reconnect, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Wealthy Man just putting out pressure where he can, getting the damage rolling on Drake, and now Drake is scared to actually push forward. He's getting low. Polymorph spam coming in. Nice reflect there by Snuts, and Drake is still just under fire.
Yeah, this is super scary right now for Drake here, taking a lot of damage, and I feel like Snuts' pressure here on that Warrior is really the only thing keeping C9 so far in the lead in terms of mana. They're not in the lead, though, in terms of cooldowns. Ooh, big damage coming in there. Drake, though, leaping behind the pillar, is going to survive barely. And now Ceruleum has to kind of play the front line here on that mage. I gotta say, Ceruleum so far, he has been winning the Klepto Wars big time against Wealthy Man. He pops his combustion first. Wealthy Man Kleptos it back. A little bit too late after some value comes out. Then Ceruleum just steals the combustion of Wealthy Man and then just kills this whole team with it. It happened twice in a row, and that's the reason why they got so much pressure earlier on here. And now Cerulean has his combustion. He's going to pull the trigger as soon as Wealthy Man gets stunned here. They get the sheep onto Cubsy. He finally breaks out. Wealthy Man still super low here. If he gets kicked on a poly, if anything stops Wealthy Man from pressing that klepto, Cerulean will press that combustion, and it will force out a lot of cooldowns, putting Wealthy Man, there it is. Now combustion gets ripped out with that counterspell. Snuts once again saving the day there with that fear. Cerulean though, if he gets dispelled on this combustion, it's really bad here. Wealthy Man just forced to tank it at this point, and he is doing the right choice here. Just peel the combustion. Do not use your klepto here, because if you do, Cerulean is going to klepto your combust and then kill you with it. That's exactly what's been happening. Nice mid-game adaptation. Wealthy Man not out of the woods just yet, though. Drake all over him, taking huge damage here. Cubsy, what are you going to do? Brain is just chilling right now in terms of pressure. Drake with the Stormbolt forcing out the Ice Block, basically solo. The pressure is so immense right now with the Kyrian Spear, with the Blade Storm. Cubsy just spamming out flash of light after flash of light. No wings for 5 more seconds. Wealthy Man trying to hold on, but it looks like Hawaii is just owning this mirror right now. So much pressure, and they could just close out the match at any point. Divine Shield now forced as well for Cubsy, and there we go. Wealthy Man with the combustion now. What is he gonna do? Big damage onto Drake, but it's not gonna be enough here. Potentially another Stormbolt comes out. Cerulean with the Dragon's Breath. There's the seed, and they are going to crack it, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be 2-2 in this matchup.
So back and forth in this game, ending at 50% dampening once again. And Kawhi, they're just looking super good in this mirror. I'm really impressed with them at this point, and we'll see. I mean, this certainly makes the series really interesting, just for the fact, I mean, what is Kawhi going to do? What are they going to lock in blind? I mean, it'll probably depend on the map, but Cloud9 basically has to make a decision now what map they want to go to and what they want to try to counter comp. Is there something better they can run into this Warrior Mage, or are we just going mirror all day long for the rest of the series?
And here are the kind of final moments of the game here. Just dampening super high Drake with a lot of uptime, and at this point it's so hard for them to recover. It's not just trying to peel Drake off, but not really able to do so. And there is the kick. Wealthy Man now just trying to do a desperate combustion here to try to force Drake off of him with damage. But look at Cubsy's man. He's literally standing there. He's not able to press anything here. And that's gotta feel bad. When you got those wings up, you have big heals. But unfortunately for Cubsy, big heals don't matter if your blue bar is empty. And that is going to be the victory for Kawhi. And look at the damage between these mages. I swear the only difference is that 300k from those two combusts. Wealthy Man stealing Cerulean's combust after he's already taken some of the damage just allows Cerulean to sit back, steal Wealthy Man's combust as soon as he presses it, and then actually not cancel it. He just sits with it and just does full damage with it. And he did that twice, and that's really what swung the momentum back in their favor after being on the back foot for so long.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Zico. So close, so evenly matched between these two teams, as we're seeing here. Lots of trade-offs going in between these games, as well as for each series, as we're seeing these wins just go back and forth. And now this map choice is going to be coming up soon here from Cloud9, and that is a good point brought up by Venruki. Is what is Kawhi gonna be locking in here for their composition? Do we see them locking in that firearms once again, Supatees, or do you think they're going to try something different here? I don't know if Cloud9 would want to mirror them if they were to do that too. What do you think?
I feel like you don't pick Windwalker Mage blind. Like, that Warrior Mage matchup looks really hard in the Snuts and Wealthy Man. I think you do Warrior Mage blind and you see if Cloud9 is bluffing or not, if they can counter comp it, because you're just owning the mirror. Like, if Cloud9 don't have a counter comp, I feel like if it keeps going back to mirror, maybe Snuts needs to make a Kyrian Warrior too. That could be maybe just a little bit of difference, just for the mirror specifically. But other than that, I mean, Snuts is doing way more damage though. It's so weird. Like, Snuts at the end of the game, even though he's losing, is doing way more damage than Drake. And I mean, that's probably the condemn, I would imagine, if we were to look at it broken down. That's the main difference, which is still odd. You'd think the Kyrian gets more uptime on their cooldowns because you can Spear and Warbreaker. They're going to go to a small map. So I think if I was Cowie here, I would lock in Warrior Mage Paladin and again check Cloud9 to see if they have a bluff.
Also, I did get confirmation earlier about that question of Drake, if this was the first time that we have seen him play something other than Monk, and that is in fact true. You guys were right on that. We only saw him play his Windwalker last year, so this is the first time that we're getting to see Drake on this class. And Snuts and Drake both doing really well on these Warriors here. Kawhi, a minute left to lock in their composition. We are going to a smaller map, like Supatee said here. So I wonder what Cloud9 has planned and how Kawhi is going to respond, Ven.
I think Kawhi has to lock in the Warrior Mage. I don't know why they wouldn't at this point, and then just see how it goes, because they already know the result, right? Here's the thing. If they lock in Windwalker Mage, they know they're probably going to lose to the Warrior Mage. The matchup didn't look good for them 2 times in a row, and it would be, if they won that matchup, it would be kind of against all odds. And I think they should at least experiment with something else, because, okay, they are actually going to play Shadow Priest Mage, Paladin, and now Cloud9 has, what are they going to do? Are they going to mirror match? Are they going to play Warrior Mage? Is Warrior Mage good into Shadow Priest Mage?
Is Windwalker Mage good into Shadow Priest Mage?
I don't actually know how much Windwalker Snuts has been playing. Like, Snuts has a lot of characters right now, and maybe they've been playing more games, but I actually haven't seen him play Windwalker that much recently.
You're making a face, Supatees.
Yeah, it's always this team that makes me make the face. Like, why do they on Dalaran Sewers? You're gonna lock Shadow Priest Mage? I feel like that's really risky. Like,
they did it really quickly too.
Maybe I feel like, what would happen to Warrior Mage in this matchup? I feel like you would just crush the Shadow Priest if you wanted to just keep playing Warrior Mage on this map specifically. Like, Cloud9 doesn't need to change. They could mirror them.
Red Warrior.
Do they have that? I don't think they have that.
I don't think they have that either.
I definitely don't. I'm wondering. I kind of want to see Boomkin Mage just because. No particular reason that it would like automatically win. I feel like the matchups are all so close that you probably picking on preference almost, like what is more well rehearsed for this matchup, as opposed to like what's going to counter it, because I don't think there is the apparent counter at the moment. So I feel like throw a curveball too, but it's your swing match. You can't do that. You can't do that here. You have to pick something that you're confident in, and it's a good map for a melee DPS. So take advantage of that. Go after the Shadow Priest. Do they have any melee cleaves? Like,
no.
Warrior?
I don't think I've ever seen this team play a melee cleave.
Oh, I wonder. Oh,
okay. The same thing.
I was gonna say, what if they play Rogue Mage? But I don't think Cubsy's been playing Priest that much. Oh well, we're gonna see the Warrior Mage. I mean, we both kind of thought that this could work out pretty well, and I'm still so curious. Why isn't Kawhi playing? Why aren't they playing Warrior Mage in the blind pick? What are they afraid of?
Well,
are they afraid of this matchup? I guess maybe.
Yeah, that's what I think. I really think that they think Shadow Priest Mage beats Warrior Mage. Yeah, so they're going to blind lock Shadow Priest Mage and give themselves that matchup. But now if they lose to this, then we're 100% seeing Warrior Mage the rest of the series. There's no way we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or they're just,
we don't.
Like, they're throwing.
Well,
they're just
think about it.
If that happens.
Think about it from Kawhi's point of view.
You know,
they're getting the matchup that they think should win, right? Mm-hmm. But if they don't win, then they know. They can just blind lock Warrior Mage every time, because that's the thing. This is the thing they're afraid of, I think. Right?
What would really make me laugh right now is if Kawhi wins this, and then the matchup evolves into Shadow Priest
Mage Mirror.
And all of a sudden, it's all Shadow Priest Mage Mirrors the rest of the way. It's just an ever-evolving meta of which class can play with Fire Mage Paladin.
This started with like
so
Boomkin, and now that's gone. And then it was like Windwalker for a little bit. And then it's Warrior. Oh my God, Warrior's so good. No. Shadow Priest is the best to go with Fire Mage Paladin. Like, who's the favorite? Who's the favorite for the third?
I feel like I'm pretty convinced that every class's best composition is to play with a Fire Mage and a Paladin. Like pretty much, like Shadow Priest, Moonkin, Warrior, even Rhett. I played that. It was really good. Super solid.
I played too.
Even Fire Mage. I mean,
Ellie.
you can play Fire Mage.
Yeah, Fire Mage was good enough to carry Holy Priest, I think. I was watching that. Envious
Yeah, it
got
was
3k
fun.
on his Holy Priest playing double Fire Mage. Even Fire is the best to pair up with Fire Holy. But
Yeah,
what is
that'd
the
be-
best, though? There has to be a best.
Yeah.
Do we know?
No one knows.
Maybe it's just
Nobody
a giant
knows.
rock, paper, scissors. It could be. But this is just an interesting one because, like I said, I feel like if Kawhi wins this, we're going to Shadow Priest Mage Mirrors for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it'd be cool to see as well. I don't think it's something that we've ever seen since I've been tracking these matches, at least like 2 different types of mirrors in the same series here, but it looks like these teams are ready. Game number 5, these both of these teams tied up 2-2. Dollar and Sewers, Cloud9 versus Kauai in this best of 7 series.
All right. Let's see. Are we gonna get Warrior Mage mirrors for the rest of the finals here, or are we going to get Shadow Priest Mage mirrors? Let's find out. The gates are about to open here. The scoreline is 2-2 here. We're playing a best of 7, so this is not the last game of the series. And we got Dollar and Sewers as well. So I feel like C9, they have the best possible map here. Win conditions, I think they're gonna have to go after the Paladin a lot here on the side of Kauai, and I think on the side of C9, probably gonna be bullying the Shadow Priest a decent amount here. If I had to guess, the gates are open, game is live, Snot's looking for Preb.
All right, let's see what he can get done here. Cracking that Warbreaker Sharpened Blade right off the bat. Big condemn on Prev. He's trying to use Door of Shadows, gets pummeled. He is just getting slapped right now by Snuts. Full fear on Brain Meteor coming in. All right, Prev gonna fade it, immune it, but now in a stun. Combustion, Dispersion immediately has to trade. One cooldown after the other. They all fall down. Prev is not feeling comfortable. He's running Body and Soul. His Dispersion's a 2-minute cooldown. Why are people playing Body and Soul? What?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's really good with freedom to get away from melee, but we'll have to see. Right now, Prev being absolutely chopped up by Snuts. But you can't really purge in this matchup, right? The only one that could do it is the
Exactly.
mage.
So what? You don't need purge protection, right?
Yeah, it's not the purge protection, it's the sprint, I think. So you get away from the melee a little bit better. I'm not sure. Maybe we talk about that later. Snuts taking a huge hit with a polymorph on Cubsy right now. Good burst damage coming in, but Wealthy Man able to deny it just a little bit, and I think this is going to be one of those things where they're just going to sit on Prev basically the entire game, I would expect. I mean, unless Ceruleum's way out of position, the Shadow Priest is a great target. Big burst damage on Snuts once again. Sacrifice forced to trade. Good crowd control, and Snuts is getting low. This is looking good for Kauai. They're still low. Maybe Cubsy has to use more. Divine Favor heal does come in, but Revy's looking pretty tanky against this so far.
Yeah, and so far, he's going to have that Dispersion rotating back up in about 10 seconds. There's the Blessing of Protection on that Storm Bolt, and now Snuts is going to take that cooldown and run with it. Ceruleum now looking for a sheep onto Cubsy. Snuts trying to slow him down a little bit, allowing Cubsy to cross the map safely. Wealthy Man kind of left behind enemy territory right now. Got to sheep up Prev, help his team get some damage rolling here on the enemy mage. But the Shadow Priest, I think, is the main target, unless they want to just switch it up here completely. Ceruleum locks Wealthy Man, pops the Combustion, big damage coming in there. No mind games though from Prev. Master Spell being casted out here preemptively, Void Eruption coming out. Ceruleum now on the back foot, strips off the Combustion there of Wealthy Man, but Wealthy Man was able to get most of his damage off before that happened. Now Snuts back on the Shadow Priest. Wealthy Man looking to stack up his Combustion once again. Snuts looking for a fear here, setting up a solo CC. Wealthy Man going for the Ring of Frost, gets it, no interrupt for the Master Spell, and that means Snuts now needs to run because his healer is in a polymorph and they don't have any more CC and no more pressure there for Prev. Both teams very, very evenly matched so far, trading back and forth.
Good defense by Snuts during that crowd control. Mind control on Wealthy Man, just annoying him, pulling him off the side here. Snuts still the main target, I think, for Cowie here, if they can keep it going. He's trying to bait Snuts downstairs out of line of sight, go for a Hammer of Justice. Stormbolt on Prev, he trinkets out, grips Brain into the Meteor to break the polymorph. Nice play by Prev. Cubsy's pushing in, trying to heal Snuts, gets caught by a poly, exactly the trap that they were trying to lay. Snuts pops that parry, trying to stay alive, very low on health, intervening back to Cubsy, trying to break the crowd control chain, but Brain is there for follow-up. Snuts falls further and further behind. Double Dragon's Breath, still very low, holding on the rally, still has it in his back pocket for a boost of health here, trying to be greedy. Spell Reflect, it's going to deny the kill. Cubsy should be able to recover now. Prev looking for Mass Dispel, gets pummeled. Snuts goes into battle, popping that Warbreaker, trying to push through the defenses here on Prev, locking him down in a Stormbolt, laying those condemns into Prev. Half of his health gone, maybe another half in a moment if he can get another condemn, needs more rage. Laying that one in, Brain trying to pick him up, but Brain's really close to the combat right now, the downside of Dalaran Sewers.
Yeah, I mean, Snuts playing it greedy with that rallying cry will give him one more answer for this next setup that Kawhi potentially has. But so far, Snuts has had to play a little bit scared in this matchup. Playing on this box has been nice for him, though. He gets to go in, do a little bit of damage to Prev, and then run away. Do a little damage, LOS, and run away. And he can consistently do that. He actually sets him up with a double fear. Stun onto Prev. Big damage. Wealthy Man potentially going for a Polymorph, looking to deny. Wealthy Man gets intervened there by Snuts, trying to soak up some damage. Can they interrupt the mind games? He does. And that might be what keeps Wealthy Man alive. Beautiful pummel there by Snuts. Great denial. Cubsy right now potentially into a full fear. It's DR fear, diminishing return, so it's going to be a little bit short. Cubsy did use his trinket in that last exchange, but Cloud9 do manage to hold on. But I mean, the more I watch this game, the more I get the feeling that Kawhi, they're looking good. I mean, Snuts is a really vulnerable target. They have lots of crowd control with the Mage and the Shadow Priest, and it seems like Snuts is having a difficult time actually getting significant uptime on a target without feeling scared.
I completely agree. I think a long CC chain might be exactly what they need. Wealthy Man, mind games behind the pillar. That's going to be an ice block there immediately. Nice punish there by Kawhi with that position to get the Master Spell here. True Prep purging off the shields of Wealthy Man to keep the chain going for a little bit. Cubsy does have his wings, Divine Favor, going to be able to top off his mage here. Now Door of Shadows being casted by Prev, but he's going to the opposite end of the world here. Could be in danger. Nice grip there on the Meteor. That burn on the ground, going to be breaking that sheep, and that's because of that grip there by Prev. Now Stormbolt coming out. The one saving grace for C9 right now is that they have that mana lead down to about 50% on the side of Brain, and now they have an opportunity to get aggressive here onto Prev. No fade. He does have his dispersion though if he needs to. Let's see, can he get some crowd control? Wealthy Man blinks in, gets the polymorph. This could be the dispersion here. Prev trying to be greedy here. He activates the Desperate Prayer, he activates Powered Shield, uses the defensive fear. Brain now going to be breaking out a crowd control. Hammer of Justice onto Wealthy Man, silence on the trinket, resheep onto Cubsy. Cubsy forced to trade the Divine Shield and the sacrifice. Kawhi basically one setup away here from taking this game to match point.
They're definitely in a good position here, and this series could evolve into Shadow Priest Mage Mirrors if they are successful on Dalaran Sewers. They could steal the swing match away. A very important game here. Can they manage to pull it off? Prev Shadower deaths the poly. Nice play there. Now he's going to be getting a lot of Empiric touches out onto the enemy targets. Cubsy still at good mana, though. At least they have that going for them here on the side of Cloud9 at 10% dampening. Power Infusion available for Prev. He's pushing in with the Freedom. Going for a stun on the Cubsy. Potentially a silence out. Silence on the trinket. Dragon's Breath on the trinket. There's the Cauterize. Wealthy Man in a ton of trouble. Silence follow-up. That's the seed. Can they take out the seed here on Wealthy Man? Yes, they can. And that looked clean. And that looked easy. And Cowie are going to steal the swing match.
It's just so important, too, because, I mean, I really feel like this evolves the matchup so much. And now Cloud9, they basically have, well, maybe they have a better answer, but I feel like their best answer is probably going to be just playing the God Comp Mirrors, the Shadow Priest Mage. Kawhi, though, they're close. They're one game away from closing out this series and kind of reclaiming their throne. They were the champions of last year in North America. And if they can win this first cup, that would be a huge statement for their team.
Absolutely, Ben. This team so far has had an incredible run here, winning that last series, turning this series around in their favor. This is best of 7, so if they win this next game, they do win the North American Finals here. Here's the damage breakdown as well on our screen. Is there anything interesting we want to note here, Zico?
A lot of Shadow Priest healing for sure. I mean, a lot of Mage healing too, but we're used to seeing that. A lot of Shadow Priest healing, and I think that's one of the things about Shadow Priest right now. They are extremely difficult to take down. They got the Fade, got the Dispersion, Desperate Prayer, plenty of options to keep themselves and their teammates alive. We also saw some nice grips there into the Meteors to break crowd control. Just a lot of disruption in general, especially against the Mage. So definitely using that to their advantage. But I feel like this was just them playing a clean game here, dragging Wealthy Man to bad spots, getting a crowd control. And I mean, look at that Dragon's Breath there on the Trinket of Kabzi into the DR Silence. That's going to be enough crowd control as well to get the egg to proc and to take it down, boil it with that combustion there, or that pyroblast there, and that's going to be it. Now, all of a sudden, Kawaii take the swing match, and now what are you going to do, Cloud9? Are you probably going to be blind locking this again? And Warrior Mage, not the answer.
Yeah, and that is definitely the question right now for Cloud9. What exactly are they going to do? What is the answer? As Zico just said, Kawhi currently up 3-2 now. If they win this next game, they are just setting themselves up pretty nicely for the rest of the season here in these first couple of cups in Shadowlands here. Cloud9 doesn't really want this to end just yet here, so they have a chance to turn it around, but they would have to win quite a number of games in a row here if they wanted to turn it around. They cannot afford to lose this next game. That is their map choice up next. They are going to be discussing that now. If they haven't chosen one already, Supatees, let's guess as to maybe where they want to go.
Well, the small map as Warrior didn't work. So what beats Shadow Priest Mage? We saw Rogue Mage as a good option, but I feel like they don't have that prepared. Cloud9, that is. They themselves can play Shadow Priest Mage, and that's what we are anticipating this may be evolving into, is a Shadow Priest Mage mirror. So Snuts might be switching over for the next game, and they just anticipate that. Or they throw the curveball, they try Boomkin Mage into Shadow Priest Mage and try to see if that works for them. Windwalker Mage was starting to struggle, I think, versus Shadow Priest Mage. So I think it's unlikely that we see Snuts switch to Windwalker. I'm starting to wonder if things are gonna start falling apart because there's so much multi-classing. Like, is Snuts really gonna play Warrior, switch over to Shadow Priest, then maybe have to switch to Windwalker? I feel like that's a lot of brain gears that have to be turning all the time to switch. Oh, I'm not on Warrior now, I'm on a Shadow Priest. You've been playing so many games of it. Or I'm on a Warrior, I'm on a Shadow Priest now, not a Warrior. Even I'm confused talking about having to flip it around it that many times.
I was gonna say, I mean, even for a player like Snuts, to sort of bounce around between different classes like that, it's got to be a little bit difficult. But we are going to Robodrome, not a map that we see locked in very often, especially amongst those maps that came with BFA here. Probably the second favorite to hook point here. Kawaii now locking in their map choice. How do we feel about this map here, Ven? Not the small map that Supatees predicted.
Yeah, I mean, Robodrome, it's actually a pretty large map, to be honest with you. You have two big pillars, and then you, of course, have the ramp as well. I mean, only time will tell based off the compositions that they are running. I don't know what Cloud9 really hopes to set up with this. In all honesty, I don't think there's a particular matchup I can think of where they're going to be at a big advantage. But I'm just curious if I mean, there's no reason. Why wouldn't they lock in the Shadow Priest Mage again? They locked it in blind last time and won. Now, might as well lock it in blind again and see what Cloud9 has as an answer. And I feel like the worst case scenario is they have to go into a mirror match. But obviously they've been doing pretty well in the mirror matches in terms of Warrior. Can they do the same thing as a Shadow Priest? Definitely cannot count them out. It's like Supatees said. I mean, Cloud9, they're going to have to completely shift gears. Snuts is going to have to get off the Warrior, going from playing a melee to playing the Shadow Priest. So that could be what we're seeing, or we could see Chanimal on the Moonkin once again, and see exactly how that goes. Actually, what if we see Chanimal? What if Chanimal actually comes in for this? Do you think there's any chance? You Affliction Warlock Shadow Priest, maybe?
This would be the matchup you'd want to do it. I feel like historically for Affliction Lock, double caster, they could do Afflock, but it would only be one time, right? They're not going to blind lock that. Yeah, I mean,
go Afflock and then blind lock Shadow Priest Mage next game.
Yeah.
Good work.
That is if they win the game on Afflock, though.
Yeah, they have to win the game on Affliction Warlock, but there is the Chanimal factor. I mean, he is quite good at Warlock, and I mean, I would like to see it, but if they don't pick it, it's obviously not going to be. It's not a good matchup. But Shadowplay would be an interesting matchup, and I kind of wonder how it would do into Fire Mage Shadow Priest. A lot less burst potential. You do have a little bit more rot potential, but right now it seems like the meta is just in favor of burst. Like the Fire Mage is just the king right now because you have the highest burst and you can reset your burst the most often. So it's always available. Or Chanimal, if he's playing Affliction, he's just going to have to try to rot and dot. And you have to bring the game for a long time. I feel like for them to actually win, they're going to have to stall till dampening. But that's a risky strategy to play.
I think we're seeing a mirror. Or Ellie. I don't know how much Snuts has been playing Ellie, but I feel like Ellie Mage is actually solid here.
Snuts, polish your Rogue, your Windwalker, your Shadow Priest, your Ellie. Get ready,
Come on,
Snuts.
bro.
This guy's slacking.
All right.
Why doesn't he play everything?
Yeah.
So close. What are they gonna do? Match
Big
point
decision.
for Kawhi.
There it
Big
is.
decision indeed. Look at that. We are gonna see Chanimals play his Warlock with Snuts on that Shadow Priest Cubsy on the Holy Paladin. Super Tease, I'm gonna give this one to you. You look real excited right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they play on the ladder a lot, and this is what Chanimal is known for. I feel like he's been eager to get back on Warlock, so maybe not so eager right now because he might get just one shot. But if there's a Warlock that can make Warlock work, I feel like it's Chanimal. So all the Warlock viewers out there that are like, where are all the Warlocks? I'm so sad. Why there's no Warlocks anywhere? This is your hero. This is the one. This is the chosen one, the only one that can rise.
Chanimal's the chosen one.
And Chanimal is the chosen one, so he needs all the Warlock energy there.
Oh man! All right, things you love to see. Chanimal on his Wardlock on the Robodrome is the map that we're going to. Kawhi going with that Shadow Priest Fire Mage here. Lots of casters in this next matchup here. And what is this going to look like in terms of formation, Zico, for either of these teams here?
So this makes the Robodrome make a lot more sense all of a sudden, because as a Warlock, you don't mind it at all just sitting at the top of those like the kind of pillars there and just raining havoc on a whole map. You can just dot everything, have the most fun ever. And I mean, I think Chanimal is going to be a target for sure. But I do think with the support of Snuts, with the support of Cubsy, they can definitely survive those scary burst setups. And if they do, the long game is for sure belonging to Cloud9 here. So for them, live, get some nice, power infusion, Dark Soul, mind game combos. They have the burst, they have the lockdown, but they also have the late game policy. The only big weakness that they have is the fact that if Chanimal gets like stun locked and they get a clean setup like that with a Crowd Control and Cubsy and Snuts, he will die extremely fast. Like one meteor can do like half his HP with combustion if there's no pet or anything soaking it. So definitely kind of a glass cannon comp here. But if they play their defense right, they can definitely take us to a game 7 here.
I think you're absolutely right, Zico. It seems like these teams are ready to go. Let's get some energy in a chat for these guys. This could potentially be the last game that we're going to see of the day for this weekend. It is Cloud9 facing off against Kauai in the North American Finals. Game number 6, Kauai on match point.
All right,
yeah, I
let's
mean,
see
this
if they
is going
can
to
do
be...
it.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Chanimal on the Warlock. I mean, one of the new strengths, I should say, of the Affliction Warlock is its ability to snare. So with the legendary, I forget exactly what it's called, but Warlocks have a legendary where when they use Corruption, it puts a 50% snare up for a really long time. So it's going to be Cloud9 snaring everyone up, dotting them, and then just trying to avoid getting one shot. And if they can do that, if they can avoid getting one shot, ultimately they will have a lot more overall pressure, I would say, in the match with Chanimal on that Affliction Warlock. Affliction Warlocks do absolutely insane damage, especially because there's only one interrupt here. I mean, Ceralium is going to have to decide, is he going to interrupt the Shadow Priest, or is he going to interrupt Chanimal to slow down damage? And I think that's a difficult decision to make.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they end up doing here. Chanimal right now just happy to lay down his portal. He laid down his gateway, get some nice dots going here. Ceralium going to be chilling for a second here. Now look at that positioning. This is exactly where you want to be as a Warlock. He's on top of his gate. He is in port range, and he can dot everything he needs. As long as he's quick with that. Ooh, nice Heart of Terror there by Chan. Snipes it across the corner. Fakes a counterspell right off the get-go here. Animal looking to get some nice UAs immediately. And there's the setup. Where's the crowd control? The Cubsy, though. Big damage coming out with that combustion. Cubsy, though, going to be quick with the response there. And now there's no counterspell. Snuts is pushing in, looking for the fear. Gets it. Big damage coming out with that Mind Games onto Prev. Animal with excellent positioning now as well. Getting his dots out and then going back towards his side of the map, dragging them with that slow that Riku was talking about earlier.
All right, let's see if they can dot and drag here and rot down Cowie here in this game. Match point. If they don't win here, they will be going in second place. They have to rely on the Affliction Warlock. So far, the damage is looking quite fearsome as Brain tries to power through it. Cubsy in the back line, far away from crowd control. He's likely the main kill target here for a Shadow Priest Mage team. It's a matter of can Ceralium and Prev get to the target, which is why they picked Robodrome really hard. Look how far away Cubsy is. Like, are they going to run all that distance while Snuts just stands in their face? Like, yeah, hit me. I'm going to fade. Hit me again. I'm going to disperse, and then maybe I'll run away. But Snuts has so many options to deal with burst. He's just going to be on point. He's even fading in for crowd control, realizing how much of a counter his defensive cooldowns are against that Shadow Priest Mage, while Chanimal just sits back. And, I mean, I feel like they're not unhappy to just wait for dampening. Just sit here with a couple of dots, try and get Brain out of mana, and just play patient.
I mean, they kind of have to. In all honesty, I mean, Ceralium's playing Dampen Magic, which reduces the magical damage over time effects damage by 20%. Here's a Combustion. Ceralium rips out a Combustion. Let's see if they can actually make anything happen. Doesn't seem like too much damage is going to be going out. Chanimal just using Drain Life, but there's just so much damage reduction on the side of Kawaii that the rot pressure, you know, when you have a Shadow Resistance or you have a Shadow Priest throwing in minor healing, Ceralium's got not only the effects of Dampen Magic, but also Prismatic Barrier, which further reduces magic damage. It's going to take a lot for them to push through. They just need to stop a Brain from drinking. They need dampening. I really don't see them winning this game without dampening, unless somehow Snuts can throw in a big hero one-shot. But against a team like Kawaii, I just don't really see that happening. So I think we're in it for the long haul for this one.
Absolutely, and I think Chanimal, he's definitely going to look to top that scoreboard in terms of damage. Mind Games UA, very, very dirty combo here for the Shadow play. That could be a way for them to close out the game. Oh, Cubsy now getting swapped to Rune of Power, getting locked there by Chanimal. Cubsy still taking a lot of damage here, and that's going to be the Divine Shield immediately forced here. Not even the Combustion from Ceralium. I do believe that was just the Mind Games there from Prev, and just a lot of instant damage there with those Pyros from Ceralium as well with that Rune of Power. But Cubsy trading it out early should mean that he has a chance to get that back before the game, you know, reaches that critical mass point. But right now, both teams just happy to play it passive, stacking up their damage. Ceralium's gonna have his Combustion now, and I'm expecting Kawaii to actually make an offensive push here. Maybe Prev will use his Door of Shadows to get in there and look for a fear or something. Let's see what they end up doing here.
Dark Soul available, Power Infusion available for Snuts and Chan. They can combo those together. That's their big burst moment. Snuts is just going to go for Power Infusion by himself, but they're getting on top of Cubsy. It's match point. They have to protect him. They stun Silence Prev, but the Mage is just laying terrifying damage on the Cubsy. He trinkets. He barely gets the Holy Light. This is a scary moment for Cloud9 on match point. Ceralium is just having endless Pyros. Cubsy manages to stay alive, but there's practice. They're not denting Kawaii. Kawaii don't care about the dots. Like, there's no damage at this point. So many mechanics that stop dot damage, like Venruki was saying, that they literally don't care that they're dotted. They're just going to run on top of the healer and bully Cubsy, and he has to stay alive time and time again until dampening comes into the game to start reducing the healing effects on the side of Kawaii, and I'm very worried about it. Cubsy right now posted at the top side of this ramp, trying to make a gauntlet for them to run it. Oh no, Cubsy's running in? This is risky. They still haven't used a Dark Soul from Chanimal. He's been holding it this whole time. Curious to see when he wants to commit that. There's decent damage going out right now on this rally. Is Brain drinking? The damage reduction is so high, Brain is just drinking. I swear it's BM sometimes. Brain's like, yeah, my team's at 20%. I'm drinking.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been working out for him. I feel like him losing mana is going to be a factor in this matchup. Cloud9, that is one of their win conditions, right? You put out a lot of rot damage, and you can eventually potentially take someone down, but it is going to take a lot. Prev getting a little bit low. Big swap here onto Cubsy once again. This is the combustion. A nice grip there from Snuts. Nice Mass Dispel as well. So Snuts MVP with the life grip, with the Mass Dispel. That's going to remove the Hammer of Justice. That's going to remove everything and allow Cubsy to be A-OK. Great positioning, and that's what you want to see. When they did get Cubsy's Divine Shield earlier in the game, I feel like Cubsy was way out of position, and Cloud9, maybe they weren't expecting it, but they definitely disrespected the burst that Kawhi has available. So just got to be really intelligent. It seems like Cubsy is the only target they can go after, and I feel like if Cloud9 plays it right in terms of positioning, they can avoid that pretty nicely.
Dark Soul.
Ooh, big push here with the Dark Soul. Snuts pushing in, gets the Psychic Scream there onto Brain. Brain is forced to use his trinket right there. Wings as well coming out. And Cerulean using his Ice Block offensively there earlier in that kill attempt onto Cubsy. Now Cubsy has his trinket, has his bubble. He's going to be chilling super nice there on that Paladin, and we're gonna see a massive spell come out there by Prev, taking him down to 50% from that UA damage, but Chanimal still had to use his Dark Soul and that Dark Glare in that previous setup, so we're not gonna have any big damage cooldowns. Ooh, triple Howl of Terror. Chan going in here with the UAs onto Prev mainly as the target right now, despite the fact that the Mage doesn't have his Ice Block. Mage just has so much damage reduction right now, especially from those damage over time effects, that you're not going to be able to do anything to him really. I mean, you can dot him all day long, but you're not even going to break those shields right now. And then when dampening starts ramping up, that's when that raw pressure is going to start kicking in. Chan right now though in a lot of trouble here, getting using that reflect right there. Cubsy as well, able to dispel him there and keep him alive. Cerulean was using his combustion during that go, so for now a pretty fair trade here for Cloud9, and they're rotating all their CDs back now, except that Void Shift coming up in about 2.5 or so minutes. So looking good so far after a couple of scary moments there on Cubsy.
Oh, Snuts doors in, but he might be feeding. They swap over to Snuts hard there with the Hammer of Justice. He manages to stay alive. Prev now a target. Interrupted on Shadow. An opportunity for Cloud9. Dark Glares rolling. Brains in a howl. Prev disperses. Running around the corner. Cubsy has stalled long enough to have all of his cooldowns. This is a good position for Cloud9 right now at 20% dampening. Dark Soul coming up. Power Infusion coming off cooldown here. I want to see the dispels done by Snuts at the end of the game. I feel like if he's dispelling those barriers from Cerulean deep in dampening, that's going to be game winning for his team. So let's see if he can stay ahead of those barriers, remove them so Chanimal can start scratching the surface of Cerulean's health here. Chanimal posted up very far back, ready for combustion, doesn't want to overextend. Snuts is going to be kind of the defender, just body blocking people like a meat shield on the Shadow Priest because his cooldowns trade so effectively with his opponents here. So Snuts is always going to be most forward, trying to bait it as a target, and they go for it. He needs to disperse. Oh, it's match point. It only doesn't work if you don't trade. Cubsy activating Sacrifice just in time to save Snuts, but now doesn't have Sacrifice for Chanimal. Chanimal going to wrap away, but as soon as Combustion's over, I feel like Snuts and Chanimal are going to start getting some work done. They've got their cooldowns ready to go.
Oh, look at Brain. He's sitting down. He's thirsty. The thirstiest Paladin so far I've seen in North America, always sitting down for a drink, 26% dampening. So right now, Cloud9's in a position where their dot damage is going to start adding up a little bit eventually. Maybe they need 30, 40, 50% dampening, but when that does happen, things can unravel very quickly for the side of Kawhi. On the other hand, Kawhi can just one-shot someone instantly. If Snuts gets interrupted on Shadow, goodbye, and that's when Cubsy's going to have to help him with that Sacrifice, and Combustion is going lower and lower on cooldown. I mean, Cerulean's getting a little bit denied here. Beautiful Howl of Terror into double Shadow Fury. Snuts going for big mind games. But Brain just so much mana that Avenging Wrath is going to... Anytime Avenging Wrath is up, nobody's going to die on either team, quite frankly, unless there's crowd control. So Cerulean and Prev should be able to stabilize. If Brain has the Avenging Wrath whenever he wants. He does get caught into a little bit of crowd control here. Nicely done there by Snuts. Taking some damage, but he has Dispersion. Lots of defensives available. Cerulean has his Ice Block up once again. And this matchup, I feel like it seems like not that much is happening, but at any moment... Cloud9 could just get absolutely destroyed, and as this game goes on, Cloud9 is going to be rotting and dotting Kawhi to victory if they can last long enough.
Ooh, here we go. Combustion gets pulled out. Chanimal and Cubsy both kind of targets right now for Ceralium. Chanimal spread out there from Cubsy. They're on different sides. Ceralium has an opportunity here to polymorph Cubsy. I think he's going to go for it. He gets it. Beautiful place here. Snuts doesn't have the master spell, it looks like, and that's going to be the unending result potentially here. No, Cubsy is going to trinket there instead using his wings, and that is going to be enough to stabilize Chanimal in that situation. Now, Snuts has an opportunity here potentially to go in with that greater fade, with that door of shadows, and maybe look for a Howl of Terror or a Psychic Scream. They both have a Psychic Scream basically named Howl of Terror, so let's see what Snuts ends up doing here. They're getting some rock pressure here onto Prev, and you can tell it's getting a little bit harder now for Brain to heal this Shadow Priest, but now once again another setup being launched here, this time by Snuts. Beautiful damage coming out here. There's a Psychic Horror. You can see the Mage HP is finally moving as well now in this matchup, and you can tell soon this matchup is not going to be healable for Brain if they can keep stalling out these one-shot attempts.
I love how both Paladins are just full mana too.
Casual. All right, let's see who can keep it up here in dampening, because while it is, the dots start to stick more, that combustion also is more overwhelming. It's a bit double-edged at the moment. Brain is struggling to deal with the dark. Prev, Door of Shadows in on top of Cubsy. They're going for Cubsy. He's out in midfield. They're trying to save him here. Will they be able to? They grip him out of line of sight. Snuts with MVP life grip, saving Cubsy from that scary moment. And now Ceralium and Prev try to retreat, but Chanimal is right on top of them. He could get a lot of damage out here. Choosing to actually just pull back, wait for more dampening, keep dots up. Brain sits down for a drink again, just getting whatever tick of mana that he can, knowing that this could be going into deep dampening territory, maybe record-breaking. Dark Soul's up. Chanimal really wants to rot him down, but Brain's got Avenging Wrath, and he was saving this for Dark Soul. He lined it up. Actually, it was just an Awakening proc. He still has Avenging Wrath in his back pocket. Dark Soul's over. Prev took some damage, but Brain's in a good position to pick them all up here. I don't think anyone's going to be going down at this moment in time. I like that Vampiric Embrace from Prev. It's going to provide a lot of utility during those cooldowns of Cloud9. And I am starting to think that in dampening, it's actually not favored to the Shadow Priest lock. Just look, how are they supposed to move in? They're the ones at 50% health all the time. And if they push into a combustion, they're dead. Whereas if you push into Dark Soul, it's not really a big deal. Chanimal puts a gateway on top of his opponents. They're trying to make a push here. Maybe relay the portal closer to line of sight with Cubsy. He wants to get some dots on them. They must be worried because this is match point, and despite them trying to play for dampening, it could backfire.
I mean, it definitely could. You could just get one shot at any moment, and the consistent damage of the Fire Mage starts adding up as well. I mean, you have Prev putting up all his damage over time effects. He's got good burst. Ceralium's going to start having good consistent damage too at this point in dampening. Combustion just gets ripped out. He just pulls Combustion, just wants to go for it. So they're just trying to overwhelm right now. Hammer of Justice on Cubsy. They do not want to just get rotted and dotted down. Prev going for a Mind Games. And they actually find it. Chanimal kiting Cubsy as well, repositioning across the entire map. But Kawhi completely fine, still every single defensive cooldown. Brain is full mana, instead of being 53% dampening against Shadow play. They are just not getting hurt. But at some point, this damage is going to start adding up. I don't know if Cloud9's going to be able to hold on to that point. Prev actually getting a little bit low. Snuts going for a big one-shot, and it looks like Dispersion will keep Prev alive in the situation, but now Prev can't be feeling too safe. I mean, if Snuts can just get some instant crowd control on Brain, he can get a Mind Games on Prev, he might be able to just drop him really quickly.
Yeah, we're going to see if they're able to do that, but right now it looks like Kawhi looking to push the pace here. Ceralium actually going for the Meteor here. Big damage onto Snuts. Snuts immediately going to respect that, trade out his Dispersion, and that's the thing about dampening right now. It works for both sides. Now Chanimal forced to gate back to his team, relaying his Demonic Circle. Prev has an opportunity here to potentially go for a Psychic Scream. Let's see what they do. Chanimal goes for the Howl of Terror first. Here comes the damage onto Prev. There it is. Disarm comes out. Snuts not able to find the Mind Games. Now they're going to go after Chanimal here. Beautiful damage coming out. Prev getting spell locked here. Ceralium does have his Combustion ready to go. Cubsy does have answers as well, though. And this is where the Shadow play is starting to look really good. Getting that rock pressure. Everybody is kind of falling apart on the side of Kawhi. Cubsy still looking nice and healthy, but Brain has his wings holding them for that. Prev rotting down behind the pillar here. Brain finally forced to use those wings, and that's what I'm talking about. Now then, that Dark Soul is going to be super scary here. There's a Combustion as well, kind of getting ripped out in desperation, and things are spiraling out of control now for Kawhi.
I mean, both teams in trouble at this point in time. Snuts only has Void Shift. They're going after Chanimal. He soul shapes back, but he got blasted. Cubsy's trying to pick him up. Mana slightly in favor of Cloud9 at this point. Suralium trying to reset that combustion with shifting power. Needs to get some fireballs. He's dropping Rune of Power. He's just lobbing in some pyros, trying to keep them low health. Maybe it's unrecoverable. Prev has silence, likely has a stun. If Prev can push in here and crowd control Cubsy, it could be lights out, but Dark Soul is up. Chanimal is a big threat right now, dropping to Shadow Fury, silence onto the mage. Everybody's getting whittled down by Chanimal's dots here at a huge amount of dampening. 66%. Is Brain going to be able to hold strong through these dots? He's powering some Holy Lights through, but not able to completely top off. Mind Game slips through the cracks onto Chanimal. Prev's trying to retreat, but they are getting whittled down. That could just be it. That's just going to be it. They get whittled away. They had cooldowns to trade. Was a little bit of a throw there at the end. Dispersion available, sacrifice available. Kind of disappointing to play for 16 minutes to have it just kind of fizzle out like that.
Well, I mean, unfortunate for sure for Kawhi. I mean, there's still the dispersion. I feel like most people don't respect the drain life damage. Chanimal was able to get a drain life up. It actually does a surprising amount of damage. They had dispersion, they had sacrifice, they had bubble. Kawhi was still looking really, really solid, even at 65% dampening, but Chanimal found a way. We're going to see exactly how that does play out. At this point, it's a battle of chicken. Both players, or all four players, don't want to push in. Both Paladins just basically trying to heal as efficiently as possible, hold on to their mana. Prev getting a little bit antsy here at 65% dampening, but can't really blame them. They don't want to just get completely rotted down by the shadow play, but you can see as Prev kind of walks away, Chanimal does manage to get a drain life on him, and look at how much damage it ends up doing. Of going from Mind Games, he gets ranged. The Drain Life coming in relatively soon here. Let's see, as soon as Previ runs away, there it is, the Drain Life. Previ just going down so quickly, and I mean, you could see there was dispersion, there was sacrifice, but it was just unexpected damage from Cloud9.
And there it is. Look at the scoreboard as well. Athlete Warlock doing a significant amount more than everybody else here, and basically all the casters here doing more or less the same healing. So yeah. Athlete Warlock, when you get to that deep dampening, that's when that damage really is going to add up. But it's tough to get to that point, and also this is not something Cloud9 can blind lock. So what do we think about the next match here, guys?
Mirror?
Yeah, I think so too. Shadow Priest Mage Mirror.
So Kawhi chose the map. And Cloud9 gets to choose the composition now. And they don't want to pick Warrior.
Black or Cold.
Yeah, they locked in Black or Cold. They don't want to pick Warrior Mage, because then they'll be met with Shadow Priest Mage, which did not look good. They don't want to play Shadow? I don't think they want to play... They can't lock in the same composition, because then they're met with Windwalker Mage.
Yeah.
So the only logical thing for them to do, I think, is to lock in Shadow Priest Mage. And then at worst, they have to play a Mirror?
I feel like Kawhi is gonna lock. I feel like Kawhi is gonna lock in Windwalker Mage if Cloud9 goes for Shadow Priest Mage.
Oh, yes.
What?
Yes. Yes. Throw the wild card. Convoke. That's it. Put everything on the Convoke table. Put everything on Convoke. Put everything on Convoke. It's game 7. He's putting everything on Convoke.
Chanimal just coming in hot with pleasing the casters here. Ven wanted to see him on the lock. CPTs wanted to see a Boomkin, and he has definitely delivered here. Fire Mage, Boomkin, lethal combination as well with Wealthy Man on that Fire Mage. CPTs, talk about this comp to us.
Well, Convoke the Spirits will kill you if it's channeled, and Combustion will kill you if it's channeled. Incarn will probably kill you if it's channeled. So 3 big threats. You gotta have an answer every time one of them is active. If you don't, or you take a little bit too long to react, you're dead. So very scary with all those options. And then when you're not scared of just falling over, you're gonna be in a Cyclone, and you're gonna be in a Polymorph, and they're gonna be waiting for those threats to come back. So this is definitely a deadly comp, and I am curious to see what, if we see a mirror maybe even. This would be amazing to see just the mirror end the day. Just who is the better team comes down to who's going to play better. I want to see the mirror. Just mirror them. Mirror 'em. Oh,
Woo, there it is.
Gonna stick with that Fire Mage Windwalker here. Vednurki, how are you feeling about this? You had the response there. I'll give it to you.
I mean, Cloud9 just beat OTK.
Yeah, exactly.
Cloud9 picked this composition. They beat OTK. So Kawhi is basically saying we'll play better than OTK. they made mistakes, we'll play better than them. And if they do, that would be really interesting. But they're putting it all on the line here with their main composition, the Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin. Can it bring them to another victory? The first of Shadowlands, that would be quite amazing. Whereas Cloud9 get to try to win back their throne. I mean, this is a huge game on Black Rock Hole. This is the last game of the series. This is the last game of today. And it's going to come down to Moonkin Fire Mage Paladin versus Fire Mage Windwalker Paladin.
Yeah, this is going to be an intense final game to close out the day. Also, I got to point out that apparently in chat, the official Cloud9 YouTube account is commenting Damp9 right now, which is really
Embrace
funny.
it.
Because, you know, you gotta love it. They embrace it. Go ahead,
You know, we did see a lot of games over this weekend. Okay, we saw a lot of games over this weekend, and records have been broken. Dampening has been going higher and higher, but you have to leave it to Cloud9 and to reclaim their throne. Cloud9 does it. They bring in Chanimal on the Affliction Warlock, and they manage, what is that, 65%, 66% dampening?
68% dampening. That's gotta be our record.
68%
it was
dampening.
68?
That is the. I don't know if it was that high. I feel
it was.
Okay,
63.
I trust Ego.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, that's fair.
Time flies by when you're having fun, but it was 68% dampening.
Okay.
68% dampening is the official record, and Cloud9 currently holds it. So congratulations to them. But
current record. Sorry, I thought you were saying last game. My bad.
Well,
no.
So we got Damp9 here with the longest serious record, but
they're both
also
damp.
the fastest serious record against OTK.
Yeah.
I mean, the spicy chicken,
True.
man. You never know what's gonna happen. You never
This
know
game could be
what
quick.
you're gonna pull out from that hat with the Convoke. Anything is possible.
He's nice, man.
Okay, then here we go. Last match of the day here. It is Cloud9 versus Kauai for the North American champions.
This game could be extremely quick, or it could be long. They're going for it. Root Beam right now onto Brain. Drake's just going to immediately run away, and he just uses his Transcendence. They weren't able to really capitalize. Really good response there by Kauai. Drake knew he was the target, immediately getting out of danger, rolling away, and now looking to counterattack here on Wealthy Man.
Whoa!
What? What was that? I don't think that was the Convoke. That was just a regular damage coming out there from the Moonkin. We're gonna see now Wealthy actually from the
Convoke!
Oh, he gets Dragon's Breath on it before the full moon can trigger, and we're gonna see Brain though swap to big damage. He might just go down there. Gonna activate the protection right there, the Divine Protection, and his Battle Master and his Human Racial as well. Brain, he knows what these Moonkins can do, and now Chanimal, he knows that was his big punch. Now he's just gonna kick back, spam out Cyclones, reset those cooldowns. Ceralium used his combustion, and so did Wealthy Man. Now both of these mages looking to reset that cooldown here as we enter the first minute of the game, and already cooldowns being forced out here. Scary moments all across here.
Solar Beam, Drake rolls over. Where's the Tiger's Lust? No Tiger's Lust? Brain is stuck in that Solar Beam right now. If they get anything off the Solar Beam, it could be dangerous. Wealthy Man has to play defensive though. Vulpin shapeshift away. Drake the target. Powerful Star Surge is coming in from Chanimal right now. Cyclone on Drake, denying the recovery. Wealthy Man trying to pull away, waiting for that Incarn, waiting for the combustion. This is the defense of Cloud9. This is the damp side of Cloud9. Brain caught in a Ring of Frost. That could be dangerous. Drake, what are you going to do? You going to retreat, run away? No, he's just pushing in for damage. Wealthy Man tries to blink in. Chanimal goes for Cyclone, gets denied by Paralyze of Drake. Good coordination there. Unbelievable. This is going down to a game number 7. The reigning champions, Kauai, trying to defend their title against Cloud9. Can they retake the throne in North America here with Chanimal coming in clutch on Warlock and now needing to seal the deal on the Balance Druid?
Yeah, they're just waiting for those cooldowns to rotate back up. Wealthy Man with combustion. Chanimal still has a few minutes on his, but at any moment they could convoke and just close out this game, but they have to be very careful. Ceralium's been doing a great job so far, pushing in for crowd control. Beam onto Brain, but he pre-freedoms it. Nicely done there, and Drake's going to be A-OK. The sacrifice does come in. That was a big hit there by Wealthy Man, the combustion. The pre-freedom by Brain, getting in position to get the sacrifice, completely denies Cloud9.
Beautiful, beautiful pre-root beam freedom right there by Brain, but now he's in a cyclone here. Big damage coming out. We're gonna see here Wealthy Man shutting it down. Nice cyclones there as well by Chanimal. Cubsy now in a Hammer of Justice, looking for the blinding light here is Brain, and Wealthy Man taking a lot of damage. Surrounding with combustion, gets ripped off immediately and cancelled. Wealthy Man playing out of his mind right now. There's the Night Fade Blink. Is he going to survive? 1% HP, almost going down there to the cauterize triggering, but he is going to ice block and keep that cheat death for later. And I do think that is an excellent move there by Wealthy Man. Now going to activate the Triune Ward, looking to reset his combustion here. 50 seconds away, aka like 10 fireballs away. Now Ceralium getting counterspelled. Chanimal could be looking for the Convoke here. Ceralium now getting pounced back there. Nice double cyclones coming out from Brain. Can they find the polymorph onto Brain? Doesn't look like it. Ceralium looking for the polymorph onto Cubs, but look at his positioning. Nice shutdown there once again by Wealthy Man as well. Dropping the ring on one side, Chanimal's on the other side.
Oh, that
knocks
knock.
him into the ring with the Typhoon, and this could be Convoke territory here. Drake activates the Karma immediately. There's the Dragon's Breath by Ceralium. That means he can actually go for the Convoke here. Ceralium in a Cyclone. It does have his Trinket though if Chanimal goes for that Convoke, so Chanimal very aware of that right now, choosing to hold on to it for a little bit longer.
All right, let's see. He's got everything. Combustion, Convoke, both available. Big threats, but also Zwen is available. Wealthy Man's low. It's match point. Brain is charging in. Ceralium backing him up as well. They're going after Cubsy, maybe? He's in the room in the stun. They get denied by the Dragon's Breath of Wealthy Man, but Ceralium gets a reversal. Chanimal walks into the room, but he walks into a stun by Drake. Beautiful punish here. Can they finish the job here? Can they take the entire tournament? They just need to win one more game. Brain in a Solar Beam. Where's the stun lock? Incorn. Star Surge 1. No Convoke. Chanimal's holding it in his back pocket, waiting for a better time. Drake! Oh man, that was big damage right there. Ceralium gets hit. Chanimal in on the left side, trying to sneak in. He's still sitting with that Convoke dice, trying to roll it and see if he can get lucky here in the final match of the NA Finals here. 5 minutes almost, hitting the mark here. Cubsy drinks and wants to maintain mana. Chanimal re-stealths, gets found by Drake. Good spinning crane kick, finding Chanimal. He's not going to get any sneaky shenanigans here. Surrounding him in a Cyclone. Chanimal just setting up, building up Astral Power, getting ready for the Convoke. He needs to get through Dragon's Breath, needs to get through Counterspell, Paralyze, as it is likely that Kawaii are holding on to these to stop it. And he's trying to bait it with Cyclone spam. They're not falling for the bait, though. They know that Convoke is the big threat. They've got Ice Block out of the way. They don't want to overcommit anything aggressive. Root, it's probably on Drake here, just holding him in place. Gets dispelled. Chanimal the target for a moment. Drake and Hodge, they're punishing the Dispel. Where's the Convoke? Are they going to go for it? Chanimal has it, but he's not going for it. Drake will survive the stun. Oh, man, a play like that a little bit later in the game, punish a Dispel on a Poly, go for a Hodge. I feel like Drake will disappear. But Wealthy Man right now needs to be careful. Match point.
Definitely
Cauterize.
does. They get the Cauterize. He doesn't have an Ice Block. Cubsy in crowd control. He has the Divine Shield. He has the Trinket. He has the Sacrifice. He waits, plays it patient, uses Sacrifice, but no emergency cooldowns left for Wealthy Man. It's a bit of a scary situation. The Ceralium can get a big combustion off. If he can reset his combustion, he can get one off. Wealthy Man could easily get dropped. We're at 6 minutes elapsed in the game. This is the final game of the series. Drake pushing forward. He needs to be careful. Chanimal just sitting on that that threat the entire game of getting a big Convoke off in the match. And we're just waiting to see when he gets that off, playing incredibly patient. At the same time, Ceralium also just sitting on that counterspell, sitting on the Dragon's Breath, really not wanting to allow Chanimal to get that damage off. And when you do that, you really remove that threat. Dragon's Breath Sheep potentially here onto Cubsy. Wealthy Man in some trouble. Cubsy immediately having to Trinket to save Wealthy Man in that situation. But Wealthy Man close to his second Ice Block. Big Convoke. It gets immediately denied. Leg Sweep comes in from Drake, and you can tell Kawaii, they are ready to stop that from Chanimal. And this is the second time he's got denied. Really not able to really utilize it, but just the fact that he has that as a threat really forces Kawaii to play a little bit differently in the match.
Yeah, and Chanimal is doing such a great job not allowing Ceralium here to shut him down on that Convoke, but this time around it was Drake there, and it's so difficult when Ceralium is keeping his Trinket for that moment, and so is Drake pretty much. And now big damage coming out here onto Wealthy Man. Dragon's Breath stops the repolymorph, but still Cubsy forced to use that Divine Shield. Brain, excellent push there with the crowd control onto Cubsy. Let's see what they can get done. Pre-freedom on the Root Solar Beam once again. Chanimal actually in a sheep right now as a Moonkin. Not typically what you see there. He's gonna go into Moonkin form. pretty good move to go in that Moonkin form. You know, it does happen for sure. Cubsy going to be potentially coming out of that crowd control, has to pick up Wealthy Man in that situation. Now, Chanimal has all of his cooldowns here. He just needs one hit onto somebody exposed here. If they can counterspell Ceruleum on Arcane or get a clone onto Drake, that's all you need. Just to channel those 2-3 seconds of that Convoke the Spirits, and all of a sudden the game can just turn into your favor. But right now it is Wealthy Man on the back foot. Chanimal getting counterspelled. Cubsy in a Cyclone. Wealthy Man forced to use that Ice Block. Another excellent sped up here by Kawaii as they inch closer to winning this game.
I think that's it. Wealthy Man's at 10%. Cubsy barely gets out of crowd control. Connects a big heal. But Combustion Incarn, they could turn it around. They could crush someone through everything in the universe. If this Convoke is friendly towards Chanimal, he is praying to the Druid gods right now that he can get some big crits in the near future. Trying to bait cooldowns right now with that Eclipse triggering, but Wealthy Man's falling behind. He's not going to be able to hold off Drake for much longer. Chanimal's going to have to find an opportunity soon and take it. Maybe an Aura Mastery Bop. Go all in. Just full YOLO in the finals here. Just drop everything. Drop it like it's hot. They got to make something happen. They're popping Incarn. There's the Convoke around the corner. He gets robbed out of the room, but the full moon connects. It's did enough damage, but not enough to find a kill. That Ring of Peace was MVP. We're at 9 minutes. I don't know if we're going to last another 2 minutes for Chanimal to get a 4th round of that Convoke.
Ooh, Drake getting low. He has to fuse Magic up right now. Big damage available. Can they actually take him down? They need crowd control on Brain. Brain forced to trade the sacrifice as well. But Wealthy Man, there's nothing left for him. There's no cooldowns left. Cubsy's going to have to trade his trinket. Big damage on Wealthy Man. There's no cheat left, and he gets dropped. Cubsy sits the crowd control. Can he keep it alive? He's spam healing it. Can he actually do it? No. Cloud9 falls. Kawaii, the champions from last year, claimed the first cup of Shadowlands, and they did it in a really, really beautiful performance, showing flexibility that we didn't see last year. This team is really stepping up.
They certainly are, Ben, looking so solid, Zico.
Just a crazy performance. You know, these guys got dropped down to the lower bracket. They had to play Warrior Fire Mage. They had to play Windwalker Fire Mage, Shadow Priest Fire Mage, Moonkin Mage, Moonkin Windwalker, showing a lot of flexibility there just all across the board. Nice individual plays from these guys as well. And here they just show restraint. They show that if you do shut down the Moonkin and the Fire Mage, even though it is extremely hard to do, you can definitely win this matchup. And, you know, hats off to Kawaii here. You're going to see the final moments of that replay. They use the bubble, they use the karma, they use everything on that one Convoke that does slip through the cracks, and immediately they go offensive here. And Chan, he gets a kind of double leg sweep here with Wealthy Man when he comes back from the altar time. A little bit unfortunate, but that is going to be enough there, shutting down Chanimal on that potential Cyclone as well. Drake with a nice paralyze, and there is the egg, and it's not going to get protected here. It's going to get erased, and that is going to be it there. Kawaii takes home the first cup here in North America.
Absolutely. Well done to them. What an incredible run, as you just highlighted, Zico, that these guys had out from that lower bracket, coming back to beat Cloud9, one of the strongest teams on the North American region right now. But Kawaii, winner of Cup number 1 for North America. And I like you guys were saying as well. I mean, they picked up that 4th player on their team here who's so flexible, and now they have got this deeper pool of compositions with the addition of the Boomkin and that Shadow Priest in the form of Prev, and they're looking so solid. Super excited to see what these guys have in store for us for the rest of the season, Van Rieke.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. Really, it seems like the sky's the limit for their team. Like I said, lots of new flexibility coming in. Before, it was just the Windwalker Mage Paladin, and I mean, that's what they did end up winning that last game with. But still, you know, we saw Previ come into the Shadow Priest, come into the Moonkin. We saw Drake for the first time ever lock in that Warrior, and you can tell this team is more than prepared for the season, for this expansion, and they're able to best Cloud9. But I mean, just the way these two teams are playing right now and how back and forth it is, not just these teams. I mean, there is such a close level of skill in North America right now. It really is open, and it makes for a really interesting season, because I wouldn't be able to tell you who's going to win next week, but Kawhi certainly looking good.
Yeah, I wouldn't as well. We can take a look here at the bracket for the North American realm. We can see exactly the run that Kawaii did make in this bracket here for the last the last couple of days. Like Zico was already saying, they kind of started out there in that lower bracket. They got bumped down by Cloud9, the team that they just lost against, and they just continued it out. They had 2 3-0 series in a row, and then they were able to best Cloud9 in the North American finals here. But, you know, looking at all of the games that we did see play today in the North American side, Supatis, any sort of surprises or upsets that you saw?
Surprises or upsets?
Or just like your favorite game, whatever.
I feel like the boom. I mean, I'm going to be biased here. Like the Boom Can Mage domination that we saw against OTK.
Wow.
I enjoyed that. That was very just this. Like
Were you just
Finger
like licking
licking
your
good.
fingers?
yeah, just
Your
the
chick-
finger licking good.
Oh,
Just like
man.
even after the game is over, like I'm still just trying to like eat it up. I like that. Chan, I feel like was that their map pick? Did they? I'm trying to remember in Gate 7. Prev's team picked the right map by going there. Blackrock Hold for the Monk. That was a really good map for them. I think if it was a different map, that could have gone a different direction. So definitely smart by them strategically. So not only just they've improved so much. They won last year as the one trick, but now they're not the one trick, and they've got the strats. So like this is a real team. You can't just be like, what's that like bird icon and what is this KAWHI thing? I don't know what that like. What is that? But it's like they're real. They are real. They're here. I mean, they're still owning, and they're owning harder than we did last year. So you gotta respect them.
Definitely do. If there are any orgs, looking for a new team to pick up, these guys have been so consistent. Now they're looking even better right now as they're winning basically 2 cups in a row. If you want to count those North American finals in BFA for this team, Kauai looking so good. And if you're just tuning in and you're not sure about the new format that we have going on in Shadowlands right now, there are going to be 4 cups in the beginning here. We have 1 under our belt, and the top 8 with points based on how they've placed in these cups move on into the circuit series. So after we've seen these games play out today, we can look at the current standings that we have here. First, second, third, and fourth place are all the teams that we saw play out today. So this is where they stand currently after the games that we saw today. So Kauai up there in that number 1 spot, nice and comfy at 120 points. Cloud9 following closely behind. And I don't know. I mean, we talked about it quite a bit here, Zico. North America is shaping up to be really nice so far, even after only 1 cup. I feel like there's just so many strong teams here in this region.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I feel like especially the top 4 was, actually the top 5 is more or less the exact same as in BFA. Completely different meta. A lot of them had to pick up new stuff to play here, but the top 5 is looking pretty much the same. And honestly, either of those teams in the top 5 could grab those cup wins. So it's going to be very exciting to see how the meta shapes up here in North America and how these teams adapt to the competition. And of course, everybody, they want to get those points. You want to at least make that top 8 for now in those point earnings. And nobody is comfortable at this point. So definitely going to be interesting to see how much points they can grab and who moves along there in the circuit.
Yeah, for sure looking forward to these next 3 cups and seeing exactly where those teams end up. But it's going to be looking really good for those top 4 spots, top 6 even right now, as they have placed 1 through 6, and they're going to get some nice points that will carry them on through the rest of those cups. And we also saw the European games play out today. We saw them earlier this morning as well as a couple of days ago, and we can take a look at that bracket as well. Method ending over there in the European finals, all the way on that right side of your screen, beating Oldness Strikes 4-1. I feel like Oldness Strikes surprised us as well. You can see where they came in that lower bracket series. They managed to beat Skill Capped EU 3-2, a really difficult team to play against. You can see that they were the ones that originally sent them to the lower bracket. So it's kind of the same story that we saw with Kauai over here, with them kind of getting their revenge match and winning against their opponent that originally sent them down to the lower bracket. But just like North America, Venriki, I feel like Europe is also shaping up to be really nice. Some incredible teams on this side as well.
Yeah, I mean the upper finals were the same we've seen for literally years. I mean it's so rare where it's not Method versus Skill Capped EU, the squad of like Morrow and Blizzo versus Waz and Chaz. I mean this is just something you see over and over and over and over. Method was able to claim, the first victory in Europe, and they did it quite convincingly as well, showing lots of flexibility. And I think that's the thing that kind of excites me the most. Most teams played lots of different compositions, so they couldn't just use one thing and win with only that. They really had to bring in lots of different classes. The Holy Paladin looking really strong right now, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see what ends up happening. How consistent can they be? But I'm really excited in the coming weeks to check out the remainder of the cups and see how these teams adapt and evolve.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that point. If you look at the matches that we've seen play out this weekend, all of these teams are so flexible in their compositions, which is a theme that I hope I see to continue later on in the rest of these cups. But let's look at the standings of where Europe currently is here after this weekend. We're seeing Method up there in that #1 spot at 120 points after their first place win this weekend. Oldness Strikes following close behind, and then we can see currently where 1 through 8 stands. And as a reminder, guys, top 8 from both regions move on to the circuit, and that is a really good place for Method to be right now, especially those 1 through 6 positions here. That's going to set them up pretty nicely throughout the rest of these cups in Shadowlands here, those first 4 cups. Zico here, you are our resident European. Any teams you're looking forward to seeing their performance for the rest of these cups?
I'm looking forward to a lot of these teams. I think Reload Esports, they have a lot of talent on that team, and finally they're starting to show a little bit there. So I'm excited to see, how well or how high is their skill ceiling. Of course, the new Method squad, they did pick up 2 new members there in Tessia and Zuniaki. Zuniaki, I believe, 3 times second place at BlizzCon. So definitely going to be aiming for that first place at some point. And then, of course, Oldness Strikes, a squad that consisted of half the squad that won in 2017 there, formerly AWC with Kara and Nixie. There's just a lot of teams there. And then, of course, also Skill Capped EU, formerly Wildcard, just all of these guys, very well-known players in the European scene. It's going to just be interesting to see what they can do here, how high these new teams that they've formed are going to be able to go. And yeah, is it going to be Skill Cap versus Method? Is there going to be, a third to fourth team kind of entering that dynamic? This time around, it was the old men Strikes. Let's see if they can keep that going.
The old men Strikes?
Harsh. I want to ask one of them where that name came from. I'm certainly curious to see where Oldness Strikes come from. But well done to all of those teams, and you're absolutely right, Seagull. A lot of talent, a lot of emerging talent coming from both of these regions, and a lot of returning veteran players. And it's cool to see everybody kind of coming together, forming new rosters and continuing on their old rosters. And like you guys have all touched on, I'm excited to see how they develop over the years. But that's going to wrap it up for us. And if you guys haven't been paying attention, this is going to be sort of an every other week thing. So we're going to have AWC rotate with MDI. So we're not going to be here next weekend. That's actually going to be MDI. And then the weekend following that, we're going to have Cup number 2, AWC for Shadowlands. But I'm going to watch MDI. Are you guys going to watch that?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Check out the new dungeons.
How else am I going to figure out how to time my
How else
keys?
am I going to?
I'm struggling.
Exactly. My IO
I'm
is
trying to
really
figure
low.
out all the routes and trying to get that loot, but it's been a struggle, so that's exactly where I'm going to be.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a chill weekend of watching MDI. We get to take a weekend off here and see those guys return. There's a lot of talent over there as well, especially, following off of that Race to World First. A lot of those guys that were competing in there, we're going to see in the MDI competition. So looking forward to that as well. It's going to be the same time, same place for MDI, youtube.com/Warcraft. It's going to be at 10 a.m. Pacific or 1 p.m. Eastern time. And, make sure you guys are also following us on WoW Esports on Twitter if you guys want all of the updates for that. And that is it for us. So we're going to see you guys 2 weeks from now, not next weekend, but thank you guys all for staying with us throughout this incredibly long day. Congratulations to the winners on the European and North American side. So we will see you guys in 2 weeks. Thank you so much. We'll see you later.